Chapter 91 Flower Demon Lord Tula. Have you noticed that the further you go into this plane, the fewer plants there are? Yin looked at the ground, a little puzzled. This land looks very fertile. Chen Fan glanced at the map. They were already in the northern plains. According to the information, they were already in the area where goblins appeared on the surface. Jumping off the horse, Chen Fan kicked the ground with his toes. Some grass roots are still there. It seems that they have been pulled away by someone. Yin was speechless. Who is so diligent? They even removed the grass in the wilderness. I was so scared. I thought the land was poisonous. Chen Fan looked at the endless black land in front of him. Such a large area has no grass. It feels a bit strange. Damn! Yin, riding on a horse, suddenly cursed when he came to a mound. What the hell are they eating? Chen Fan stepped forward quickly. In the potholes, dozens of green goblins were lying on the ground, eating some kind of animal. Blood was splattered everywhere, and the sounds of chewing and bursting were endless. Chen Fan mouth twitched. You've already seen it, haven't you? They are eating people. Yin face turned pale, and a surge of anger surged up. Amplification. Explosive bomb. A huge fireball with a diameter of more than 1 meter fell from the sky, annihilating everything that happened in the pit. Chen Fan looked up. Can't you wait for me to identify it before you explode it? Yin looked at Chen Fan with complicated eyes. They are eating our own kind. Don't you feel angry at all? Chen Fan shook his head. Duo, and I tried it some time ago, and the anger was temporarily wiped out. Now it seems that not only the anger has disappeared, but also some instincts can't be felt. Yin's eyes widened in shock. You guys are really playing big. Prerequisites have been met. Issued temporary task. Kill the goblin hundreds. Difficulty low. Task requirements. Kill the goblin hundreds who have bad intentions towards you. Completion reward. Gold coin X1. Experience value X3000. Mountain Dwarf Kingdom merit X10. Failure penalty. Experience value 1000. Evaluation. The reproduction rate of surface goblins is greater than or equal to that of rabbits in Australia. This is the lowest reward task I have ever received, only 1 gold coin. Chen Fan was speechless. How worthless are these surface goblins? You only get 1 gold coin for killing 100 of them. In the distance, a group of scattered goblins, who were falling down from time to time, rushed over with branches in their hands and screamed. Chen Fan threw an identification spell over, and just managed to identify the attributes before the explosive fireball exploded. Surface Goblin Centurion, White Level, 8. Evaluation. A creature with combat power barely exceeding that of a toad. If the strength of the surface goblins is like this, then Chen Fan feels that the difficulty of this mission should be how to kill the boss Tatagu. On a hillside covered with colorful flowers, a strong man over 5 meters tall ran desperately with his eyes closed. He ran until he was exhausted and then stopped. Opening his eyes, Chen Shujin found that he was still on this hill that didn't look that big. It's over. The running method with eyes closed also failed. There must be a time limit for this ghost wall. Right? Is there nothing else to do? I've been trapped on this mountain for several days. Fanzi is still waiting for me to meet up at the beach. Chen Shujin complained as he took off the bag on his back. He spread it on the ground, and then a 10 square meter farmland appeared, with rows of green plants growing on it. He dug out a few potatoes, and ate them all with his eyes closed. It's so disgusting. This shabby place doesn't even have a piece of wood to make a fire. It's just some fancy and useless stuff. Not far away, a few people dressed in gorgeous clothes, and with charming and handsome looks were looking at Chen Shujin, who was eating potatoes with great curiosity. Master, his package seems to be some kind of rule-based treasure, which cannot be snatched away. A young man with green characters frowned and said. Behind him stood a beautiful woman with exquisite appearance and amazing charm. This woman had a slender waist and long legs. If Chen Fan were here, he would definitely recognize her. This woman was the disaster of plants and trees in the natural disaster meeting. To Aluo. Since we can't snatch it away, let's find a chance to let him go. The young man with green characters was puzzled. Master. Why? This is the Titan tribe. His blood will definitely make our world grow a lot. Tuoluo shook his head. The plant spirit realm can no longer bear too much blood power, otherwise, it will no longer be a world dominated by plant life. The green-lettered boy. I understand, Master. Chen Fan and his companions were gradually advancing deep into the northern plains. On the road they passed, there were scattered green-skinned goblin corpses. Chin Fan finally understood why such a weak race of surface goblins would become a cancer to such a strong mountain dwarf kingdom. Although these things are weak, there are too many of them, and they eat anything they can bite. There is no other way. Just one trick. Human wave tactics. The warriors are exhausted and bleed. The mages have no mana. And Chin Fan is even worse. 1 gold coin per bullet. Chin Fan directly spent tens of thousands of gold coins in one afternoon. The harvest. More than 1,000 mountain dwarf kingdom contribution points. Hundreds of thousands of experience points. Less than 100 gold coins. To be honest, I didn't make as much as I did by destroying the smallest pirate group. Let's find a safe place to rest. It's time for us to go back, Chin Fan said after taking a look at the sky. Sure Yin frowned. There is no grass or trees on this plain. Where can we go safely? Don't fall asleep and get eaten by these green rats. Chin Fan looked around. Then let's camp here. Let's rest first, return to the real world to rest. Hailey and Ming will be responsible for our safety while we sleep. Sure Yin nodded. Okay. But how many goblins do you want to kill? We have killed tens of thousands of people. But it is not yet completed? Chin Fan silently glanced at the progress bar of the task, which was less than 1%. Still a little short. Still a little short. Hailey looked around boredly. She thought the world on the shore would be extremely prosperous and lively. But it turned out to be even more boring than in the sea. Except for the green dwarfs. There were only green dwarfs. Is that the guard over there from the dwarf kingdom? Hailey pointed to the distance and asked Chin Fan. Chin Fan looked up. On the plain not far away, a group of dwarf guards in heavy armor were escorting 2 iron cages towards Dong'an City. Chin Fan looked thoughtfully. Why did these dwarf guards go to the depths of the plain to escort prisoners? Haddon, purple level 49. Evaluation, Dong'an City's high-end combat power, the strongest after awakening. While checking the attribute panel of the leading dwarf, for some reason, the group of dwarf guards turned around and walked towards Chin Fan and others. Sure Yin walked up to Chin Fan and asked quietly, "Do you want to run?" Chin Fan looked at him with a puzzled look. "You have done too many bad things. You want to run when you see soldiers? We haven't offended them. Why should we run?" Sure Yin relaxed. "That's right, there's no need." During the conversation, the pretending dwarf guard captain came closer. "Human, what are you doing in the northern plains? The deeper you go, there will be more and more disgusting goblins. Come back to Dong'an City with us. You can't handle too many goblins." Chapter 92 System and God. From his tone, he came to persuade Chin Fan and others to leave with good intentions. Chin Fan squatted slightly, to show respect. "Thank you for your advice, sir, but we are confident in our strength. Please don't worry." The captain of the dwarf soldiers was a sturdy dwarf, with a yellow beard on his face. He looked a little big on one side, and spoke in a muffled voice. "Okay, I like the humans who help us kill the goblins. Do you have any wine? We've run out of wine." This was most likely their real purpose for coming here. Chin Fan knew that dwarves liked to drink and smelt. And he had already packed a lot of fine rice wine in his backpack. "We have wine." Chin Fan gave each of the dwarf guards a bottle of rice wine. Rice wine is one of the most fragrant wines. If it is brewed well, the fragrance will spread far and wide. Chin Fan naturally bought the best one. It weighed more than 80 kilograms. You can imagine how fragrant it was. The dwarf soldiers took the bottles of wine they had never seen before. Opened the lid. A strong aroma of rice spread into the air, making all the dwarf soldiers intoxicated for a moment. "What kind of wine is this?" "This wine is more fragrant than the best wheat wine." "Ah! Such a strong wine. I like it. Give me another bottle." Chin Fan was stunned. Are these dwarves all big drinkers? Do they drink a bottle at a time? That's a pound. The captain of the dwarf soldiers looked surprised. "God a craftsman. Good wine. Good wine. How many gold coins is this wine per bottle? Sell me more." Chin Fan shook his head. "This wine is from my hometown. Drunken immortal brew, very precious. I don't have much left. I'm giving you the last few bottles." The dwarf soldiers regretted not tasting such precious wine. "Human lord. Help. Help. I'm not a surface goblin. I'm the prince of the underground goblin kingdom. Please save me quickly. Send me back to the goblin kingdom. The goblin king will give you countless treasures." Chin Fan was just about to ask about the contribution points, when he suddenly heard a cry for help from the cage pulled by the dwarves. Chin Fan looked carefully, and saw a goblin with yellow lines on his ankles and wrists kneeling on the ground and bowing to him. Unlike other goblins Chin Fan had seen, This goblin was wearing clothes and shoes, although they were already tattered. The prince of the underground goblin kingdom? Unlike the surface goblins, who survived by their strong reproductive ability, the goblin kingdom was a racial force that could compete with the elf kingdom and the dwarf kingdom. Chen Fan looked at the dwarf captain curiously. What is this? The captain of the dwarf guard waved his hand. It's just a captured highly intelligent goblin. Don't believe what it says. The goblins are the most deceitful race. Chen Fan silently cast an identification spell. Goblin Royal Family Mamoto, Orange Level 49. Evaluation. Getting it is equivalent to getting an entire mechanical army. Chen Fan was stunned by the data identified. A goblin mechanic, who is almost a first level? The format of its attribute column is a bit similar to that of the players. Isn't it? What will you do with it after you catch it? Chen Fan asked curiously. If you catch a highly intelligent goblin, of course you will hand it over to the dwarf king to kill it. The captain of the dwarf guard said, as a matter of course. Chen Fan approached the captain. Since you are planning to kill it, why don't you give it to me as a slave? I will exchange it for 50 bottles of drunken immortal wine. The captain of the dwarf guard's beard trembled, and his face was serious. The goblin is our mortal enemy. There is no reason to let it live. Chen Fan thought it was a pity. This goblin might be really extraordinary. At least 100 bottles. Chen Fan, huh? Captain of the dwarf guards. Let's go. 3 bottles per person. We must not return until we are drunk tonight. Dwarf guards. But captain, the magic cage has not been taken away yet. Captain of the dwarf guards. Give it to them. Dwarf guards. Where is the other prisoner? The captain of the dwarf guards, also sent. Shi Yin was stunned. What a pity for that upright face. But it's really strange. Why was this level 49 goblin caught by several level 20 dwarf guards? The goblin in the metal cage stood up. Because I don't have any damaging active skills. If I have enough metal, even if there are another 100 level 49 dwarf warriors, they can't catch me. It didn't seem surprised by the level, and it knew clearly that the level 49 person Shi Yin was talking about was it. Chen Fan was really surprised this time. You are also a player? The goblin shook his head silently. I am a goblin, not a hidden clan, but the use of levels to distinguish the levels of strength was created by our goblin clan. Hidden clan? Shi Yin was a little panicked. You mean, you know what a player is? The hidden clan is what you goblins call us earthlings? The goblin shook his head. In order to survive, it was willing to pay some knowledge. Earthlings? Is the world you live in called Earth? The hidden clan means visitors from another world. And most people who travel through time and space generally call themselves players, and regard the entire divine grace world as a game world. Chen Fan was not as shocked as Shi Yin. He had known before that the existence of players was not a secret. Then, do you know what the existence of the system is like? Chen Fan asked tentatively. The little goblin hesitated for 2 seconds and slowly uttered a word. God. Shi Yin was stunned. God? You mean? The system is a conscious individual? A god? Then, he stopped asking. Yes. If the release of tasks is regarded as an oracle, and the task rewards are regarded as divine grace, then the system is indeed no different from God. In this way, all players passively become believers of this god called the system when they log into the game. Chen Fan frowned. He did not expect that the special goblin he saved by coincidence actually had the ability to know some of the secrets of the system. No! I have fought with the gods of this world. Although they are so powerful that they make people despair, they are definitely not as powerful as the system that can control everything. From the ability of the party that took the 4 Seas demon god Tobahi as a task, the system is definitely countless times stronger. It can be said that it is not even in the same order of magnitude, even when Tobahi was in his prime. The goblin looked a little doubtful. Have you survived the hands of God? Although God has infinite power, the gap between them is still huge. The system you are talking about is probably one of the most powerful gods. Chen Fan stared at the goblin's eyes with burning eyes. Why do you know about the existence of gods? Chen Fan felt a hint of conspiracy theory. Is it possible that this goblin is approaching him on purpose? It is not impossible. Whether it is the Poseidon, or his hidden profession, it is possible that they are noticed by gods. Chapter 93 Goblin Mechanic. Feeling the hostility flickering in Chen Fan's eyes, the goblin suddenly looked panicked. I am the prince of the goblin kingdom. The god of machinery that our goblin tribe believes in has not completely passed away. Everything I said is the knowledge I gained in the temple. Chen Fan pondered for a while. Okay, I admit that the information you said is very valuable, But because it cannot be proved to be true or false, it cannot offset my kindness in saving you. The little goblin had a bitter expression. Then, my human master, what do I need to pay in exchange for my freedom? Chen Fan looked at Ming, who was in a state of thinking. Like him, serve me for 50 years. The little goblin shook his head. We goblins only have a lifespan of 19 years. We can't work for 50 years, and because of our royal bloodline, we can't sign a servant contract. I can swear to the god of machinery. How about being loyal to you for 10 years? Chen Fan fell into thought. Ming, who was standing beside him, spoke slowly. The goblins are proud of their cunning. Even the gods they believe in are just a synonym for their lies. Chen Fan's eyes widened. So this guy is more likely to lie. Right? Very good. Since we can't sign a servant contract, then let's just collapse. Chen Fan raised the ocean breath, aimed at the green-skinned goblin in the cage, and fired without hesitation. Bang! With a bang, a bullet with fireworks attached brushed the edge of the cage and shot into the ground. Ah! It missed. The green-skinned goblin was scared to death. The tiny legs softened, and he knelt on the ground again. Sir, don't shoot. There are other ways. There are other ways. I have a loyalty contract. I have a loyalty contract here. I am willing to be loyal to you. I will be loyal to you forever. This guy was really scared, and he surrendered after one shot. Chen Fan took a pale yellow page from the goblin with a stern face. Shi Yan's eyes widened. You still say you are not a player. Where did you get this contract from? You must have taken it out of your backpack. Chen Fan looked at Shi Yan speechlessly. Then he stuffed the page into his arms in front of him, took it out again, then stuffed it into his arms again, and took it out again. Shi Yan turned around silently, and walked towards another goblin with his hands tied and his face covered. There is another one here. Why is it not moving? Is it dead? Loyalty contract, orange. Sole function, contract a loyal subordinate. Note, when the contractor tries to kill the contract becomes invalid. Evaluation, it would be better if you don't do it yourself, and you will be mean to the end. Chen Fan feels that this evaluation system was edited by a sick programmer. Loyalty contract is used successfully. The Goblin Royal Family Mamoto has pledged allegiance to you. Goblin Royal Family Mamoto, level 49. Evaluation, getting it is equivalent to getting an entire mechanical army. Prerequisites have been met, posting the side quest. Redemption of the second traitor, difficulty, extremely dangerous. Task introduction, Mamoto. A branch of the Goblin Royal Family stole the treasure of the temple and fled. The Goblin Kingdom will pay all costs to take back the treasure and strangle the traitor. Task requirements, ensure the safety of Mamoto's life in the Goblin Kingdom. Time limit, 18 years. Completion reward, get the loyalty of the Goblin Mamoto during the mission. Failure penalty, a kind of emotion. Evaluation, I hope you can realize what deception is from now on. Chen Fan silently stared at the Goblin Mamoto, who looked particularly pitiful and innocent. For a long time. Tell me, how do you want to die? Mamoto was frightened by Chen Fan's desperate eyes, and slowly retreated to the edge of the cage. I can make mechanical equipment for you. I can make a steel army for you. I can also meet your various needs. Chen Fan. I only need the first two. Mamoto nodded vigorously. At this time, Chen Fan said anything. Chen Fan turned around twice in anger. Tell me, why me? He was sure that this goblin was sent to him on purpose, for him to protect it. Or some other purpose. The Goblin Mamoto, you have a lot of soul energy, which is an extremely rare raw material for making mechanical life. Tell the truth. Chen Fan believed this statement. Because he did have a lot of soul crystals. Since he became the master of Poseidon. As long as someone around him died, he would passively obtain soul crystals. And he had no choice. Chen Fan, if I didn't show up, who would you choose to pit? Mamoto, it was really an accident to meet you. I came to find the protection of my great-great-great-great-grandfather, the king of the surface goblins, Tatagu, who knew that I would meet the guards of the city lord of the dwarf kingdom halfway. If there is really no other way, I can only try to pledge my loyalty to the dwarf king. This guy has no bottom line in order to survive. Chen Fan stroked his chin. I came to the dwarf kingdom this time, to wipe out the surface goblins, and kill the crazy alchemist Tatagu. Mamoto. My cousin, not my great-great-great-grandfather. The ninth main city of the abyss, the city of greed. On the dark city streets, Mary Dalgia, dressed as an urban beauty, trotted behind Chen Shui. Miss Chen, can you cover up the corpse you are dragging? Wait for me. Qin Shui kept her pace. What is there to cover up? The streets are full of corpse stench. Marie Dalgia was speechless. No one would be so brazen to drag a corpse around with the stench of corpses all over the streets. Besides, the corpse was a member of the divine religion before he died. Isn't this bad? Oh no! He, the corpse, hit his head. Why do you refuse to cooperate with the priests of the Tianan divine religion? Isn't it true that one more person means more power in this kind of situation? After all, they are one of the major forces in Greed City. And they must know some secrets that we can't access. Qin Shui, the mission is my own. No one can take it away from me. Who would compete with you for such a dangerous thing? God, can you give me a chance to choose again? Marie Dalgia complained in her heart. Inland, Wansha City. The sky is blue, the ground is yellow, but both are equally boundless. A middle-aged man with one arm walked straight in the endless yellow sand. Although the sun was blazing and the yellow sand was scorching, he did not frown. In the wind and sand, the one-armed man suddenly stopped. The howling wind in the desert gradually stopped. After a long time, the yellow sand in front of the man surged, and finally turned into a human shape. Mr. Kuan Yu, your perception is really terrifyingly strong. How do you feel that I am different from other sand? The one-armed swordsman glanced at the scorching sun. The wind here told me. Desert Disaster Madeline was puzzled. The wind told you. Why are you looking at the sun? Kuan Yu, in my hometown, looking at the sun when you want to sneeze is more effective. Ah. Cut. Much more comfortable. Madeline was stunned for a few seconds. That's really a special custom. Do you know that? The direction you walk will get farther, and farther away from Huasha City? Kuan Yu nodded. Although I am a swordsman, I am not a directionally challenged person. I heard that the leader of the Sand Wolf tribe has the strength of the peak of the First Awakening. And the werewolves have the custom of challenging each other. I want to challenge him. Madeline was silent for a while. This is the fastest way to complete the task. But do you know that the werewolves only challenge each other in the same tribe? And the Sand Wolf King, with the blessing of the tribe, is not weaker than the Second Awakening strongman. Eh? Why are you going there again? Kuan Yu said, as a matter of course. Of course I'm going to Huasha City. Isn't the task requirement to protect Huasha City? Chapter 94 New Goal. Early in the morning, Chen Fan, who had been busy all night, got up from the bed. He asked Xu Jin to go to the restaurant for breakfast. Chen Fan ate 3 steamed buns, a bowl of porridge, a bowl of bird's nest. Xu Jin ate 5 steamed buns, 10 bowls of porridge, a bowl of bird's nest. Bird's nest was too expensive, he was embarrassed to eat too much. The two chatted about their respective positions in the game, and estimated the distance. After making a plan, Qin Shujin returned to the room, and logged into the game. Chen Fan took the elevator to the first floor, Yan Fanming Fa's new store. The new shop has been decorated, and 7 or 8 employees have been hired. It can be said that it has officially opened for business. But the red cloth on the plaque has not been removed yet. It is waiting for an auspicious day. Chen Fan stepped into the barber shop. More than a dozen workers stood up. Hello, boss. Chen Fan smiled. All is well. All is well. Please sit down. My cousin Chenli was wearing a suit with a nameplate of the store manager. Lingling sat behind the bar, wearing famous brands. Although Lingling was born in the countryside, she was also an intellectual who had studied at a junior college. She had a pair of straight long legs, and was still very beautiful when she was dressed up. Brother Fan. Chen Fan nodded, sat beside her, checking the previous day's turnover. Fortunately, the loss was not big acceptable. Lingling, you have been here for a while. Have you thought about when to go back? Chen Fan did not intend to let this girl stay here. If she stayed any longer, the employees of the barber shop would think she was the boss's wife. Lingling was a little at a loss. Brother Fan, did I calculate the bill wrong? Or did I do something else wrong? Lingling whispered. She looked so pitiful, which made Chen Fan feel a little uncomfortable. Well, no, you did a good job. It's just that, you've been out for a long time. I'm afraid that the old man and the old lady will miss you. Lingling lowered her head. They support me to work as a cashier here. Chen Fan was defeated. Well, since you like it, just do it here. Aqiang's voice came from the reception area. Brother Fan, there's a customer looking for you. Chen Fan hurried over. He was afraid that the girl would cry. The one who came to him was a rich lady, an old customer of Chen Fan. After the apprentice washed her hair, Chen Fan skillfully cut her long hair with distinct layers. Blow-dried it. Boss Chin business is getting more and more prosperous, and his skills haven't fallen behind. The haircut is really beautiful. Why do I feel uncomfortable with the haircuts of others? Is the money in the card almost gone? Have the prices increased? I charge more this time, which will add some color to your new store. Chin Fan folded up the cloth. Sister Lu, what are you talking about? How can I raise the price for you if I raise the price for anyone else? Just follow the previous price. After playing with the scissors for a while, Chin Fan's restless heart gradually calmed down. It's all because of that crappy game. Now there are 2 extremely dangerous missions, not to mention the wanted order worth 100 million gold coins. There are 10,000 less players. Why are you always targeting me? Chin Fan complained in his heart. He returned to the room and logged into the game. On the plane, Shi Yin was already chatting with the little goblin. Chin Fan looked around and found that he didn't seem to be attacked by goblins last night. No goblins came to seek death last night. Haley shook her head. The famous illusion can make the goblins unable to see us. Chin Fan was stunned. Yes, the famous illusion can do this. Then why did I spend tens of thousands of bullets yesterday? Chin Fan felt very distressed and immediately rushed to the boy. Why didn't you tell me earlier if you could keep the goblins from finding out about us? Ming, you didn't ask. Chin Fan, wouldn't you tell me if I didn't ask? Ming said helplessly. Isn't your mission to kill the goblins? They can't see you. They're all in the soil. How can you kill them? Chin Fan was silent. I couldn't think of any excuses. I dug a hole and buried myself. And his mission was indeed to kill more than 90% of the surface goblins. But judging from the current number, even if he bankrupted Shinzhou, it wouldn't necessarily hurt the number of surface goblins. It is even possible that the number of people killed is not as fast as their reproduction. Fortunately, Chin Fan is not the leader of this mission. Let's leave this difficult problem to the disaster of plants and trees. To Aluo. Let's try to see if we can solve the crazy alchemist. If we can, we will have half the credit. If not, then we will just follow suit. Ming mentioned the word mission. It seems that through the conversation with Mamoruo yesterday, Ming and Hailey probably know his true identity. Chin Fan had no intention of continuing to conceal it. As Chin Fan close subordinates, they would know it sooner or later. Well, actually, I don't want to kill these low-level goblins. I want to kill the crazy alchemist Tatagu. Ming, maintain your illusion. And let's advance deep into the surface goblin tribe. The other captured goblin was Mamoruo Guard. It was seriously injured and had died. Mamoruo looked at the 3 tall horses. Just ride them. Chin Fan nodded as a matter of course. Yes, what else? Mamoruo frowned. Just a little further ahead. We will reach the swamp area. The horses can't fly. How can we get through? Chin Fan opened the map, and there was indeed a large swamp area ahead. There really is a swamp. What should we do? Master Shi, how about you dry up the swamp and then we can get through? Shi Yin immediately looked at Chin Fan with the look of a fool. Mamoruo's eyes turned, knowing that it was time for him to show off. If there is enough magic metal, I can build a suitable means of transportation, which can not only cross the swamp, but also greatly increase the speed of travel. This sentence woke up Chin Fan. Yes. Transportation. Also ignoring the confused looks of several people, Chin Fan quickly exited the game. He picked up the phone and called Fang Mingwei. Hello, Sister Mingwei. Do you have a private plane? I use it in the game. Fang Mingwei was silent for a while. When will you use it? Chin Fan, now. Fang Mingwei was helpless. Who do you think I am? You can buy a private jet whenever you want? Even if the procedures are approved, it will probably take more than half a year. And do you have a pilot? Chin Fan scratched his head. It feels like IQ drops a lot after losing some emotions. Do you have any magic metal? I can use it. Fang Mingwei, I have this. I just bought a batch of it. I plan to use it to upgrade your ship. I will trade it to Duo later. You can go to Duo to get it. Half an hour later, Chin Fan returned to the northern plains with a backpack of magic metal. Mamoruo, are these magic metals enough? Shi Yin looked doubtful. Did you really go to get the magic metal just now? Seeing that Mountain Man had a plan. It didn't seem like it. Chin Fan said seriously. I went to get the magic metal. What else could I do? Buy a plane? Mamoruo widened his small green eyes. God of machinery. So many magic metals. Did you move the king's material warehouse here? Chin Fan, these are just the materials for my ship to upgrade. Mamoruo no longer entangled in the origin of the metal. The yellow stripes on his wrists and ankles began to extend metal threads outward. The seemingly hard magic metal was as soft and plastic as plasticine when touched by the golden threads. Chapter 95 Molecular Robot. Chen Fan was amazed by the operation of the little goblin Mamadou. This golden thread is so magical. Could it be the treasure that Mamadou stole from the temple of their tribe? While Mamadou was making transportation, Chen Fan activated the Taoyuan secret realm and brought 3 horses in. It seemed that Chen Fan had not been in for a while. As soon as he entered the secret realm, a system prompt sounded. Secret Realm Mission 1. Planting 999 blue heart roses has been completed. Mission Reward. The space diameter has increased by 50 meters. Secret Realm Mission 2. Clean up the garbage in the river, and let the blocked river flow again. Mission Reward. The space diameter has increased by 50 meters. Quietly, the white fog silently retreated a distance of 100 meters. The space became much wider. In addition to the grassland, a part of the forest with lush trees appeared on the east side. The stream became longer. The originally blocked river channel was cleared. In the clear river water, active fish could be vaguely seen. The young men of the former Blackstone pirates were playing in the Isle of the Rose Field. There were no enemies here, no oppression, plenty of food, and the environment was 10,000 times better than Blackstone Island, like heaven. Some people noticed the changes in the space, and saw the 3 horses and 1 person who had just entered the space. Come out. Everyone. Come out. The master is coming. The master is coming. Master? This is the new name they came up with. Chen Fan was puzzled, but did not speak to stop them. 2 minutes later, all the people in the secret realm knelt on the ground in an orderly manner. Master. Chen Fan suppressed his mental discomfort and nodded. It seems that during the time when he was no longer there, they accepted the reality of surviving in this world. And in order to make him satisfied with them, they also worked out a set of rules to respect him as the master. This is really worry-free. I don't have to do anything. These people can train themselves. Well, it seems that you have passed my test. This is the food I brought for you. Take it and store it. Chen Fan forced himself to accept the title of his master. He came to the LCD screen. Secret Mission 3. Release 100 flower love fish fry into the river, and feed 100 blue heart roses every day for 10 consecutive days. Mission Reward. 100 adult flower love fish. Eating flower love fish can increase a lot of mana. Secret Mission 4. Reclaim 3 farmlands. Mission Reward. 500 fast wheat seeds. Chen Fan put the extra flower love fish fry in his backpack into the clear river. Then he called the old man, who was in charge of the secret realm. Throw 100 blue roses into the river every day. Also, reclaim all the expanded areas into farmland, and plant blue roses. Can you do it? The old man nodded. We can definitely do what the master said. Well, do it well. If you do well, I will reward you. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he left the secret realm in a haughty manner. On the black soil plain, the goblin Mamadou just completed his masterpiece. A 7-meter-long silver-green mechanical dog. Chen Fan frowned. He thought it would be a car, or a floating boat or something, but he never expected that. This goblin would make a dog. Why a dog? Shi Yan asked incomprehensibly. Mamadou answered, as a matter of course. Because the swamp hound can move freely in the swamp. Shi Yan, oh, but what I mean is, why does it have to look like a dog? Can it be a sheep? Mamadou's eyes widened. Because sheep can't walk through the swamp. Shi Yan's face was full of pain. I mean... Okay. Chen Fan held back his laughter, and came to the huge mechanical hound. Identification. GT1 Swamp Hound, man purple. Evaluation. Precision mechanical creature. When it has consciousness, it will be a real forbidden creature. Chen Fan turned his head, and looked at Mamadou. What does the consciousness chip mean when it shows that it is not activated? Mamadou lowered his head to hide his eyes. It will come alive, as long as you give it soul. In fact, it can be used now, but Mamadou wanted to see how much soul energy Chen Fan had, and whether he could control it freely. If he could then... Chen Fan frowned. Soul energy? He took out a purple soul crystal, which was one of the 2 soul crystals obtained when the Abyss Earth Dragon died. Then he placed it on the leg of the GT1 Swamp Hound. Consciousness uploading. Consciousness uploading 100%. Consciousness uploading successful. GT1 Swamp Hound successfully uploaded high-level Dragon Soul Consciousness. Life level upgraded. Companion ability awakened. A series of system prompts sounded. The huge mechanical dog trembled. Its eyes slowly lit up with blue light, and then it jumped up very flexibly. Although it was huge, it was very light. It jumped twice, and then circled around Chen Fan, even with the intention of licking Chen Fan with its tongue. Chen Fan could feel the extreme intimacy and trust. Chen Fan grinned, patted the big head of the mechanical dog, making 2 crisp bangs. GT1 Swamp Hound, Man Pink. Evaluation. As expected of you, you have opened Pandora's box again. Chen Fan rubbed his hands. So fucking cool. Shi Yan approached Momadua, who looked shocked and puzzled. Hey little guy, I just saw you secretly hiding a lot of magic metals. How about getting me a cool mount like this? The goblin Momadua recovered, looking at Shi Yan threatening eyes, had no choice but to agree. The materials are not enough. Get some more magic metal. I promise to make you something cooler than this one. The higher the quality of the magic metal, the better the effect. Shi Yan nodded fiercely. Understood. GT1 Swamp Hound's lower abdomen cracked open, and a long metal ladder was extended down. Everyone was very curious and filed in. Haley sat at the back of the cockpit, next to the goblin Momadua. Can you make something that can travel freely in the sea? Name. I like to fly in the sky. Momadua smiled sincerely. As the greatest mechanic, as long as the materials are sufficient, I can fulfill any request. Chapter 96 Overlord of the South China Sea, Chairman of the Xinzhou Union. For a time, Goblin Momadua became the most popular person in this group. Chen Fan sat at the front of the cockpit, with a childlike smile on his face. He got the pleasure of childhood when driving the GT1 Swamp Hound. Chi Feng. Towards the head of Tatagu. Speed up. Because of his metallic skin with a green glow, Chen Fan changed the tongue-twisting name of GT1 Swamp Hound to Chi Feng. Admiring the extraordinary ability of the mechanics in this world. Qing Feng's cockpit shock absorption is simply amazing. No matter how the giant dog flips and jumps. In the cockpit, only slight vibrations can be felt. And what makes Chen Fan most satisfied is that Chi Feng really achieves conscious control. There is no joystick. As soon as Chen Fan idea comes up, Chi Feng has already moved according to his idea. Chi Feng sticks out his tongue and moves forward at a high speed, like a cheetah. Through the 360-degree screen in the cockpit, everyone can clearly see the situation outside. The further we went into the plane, the more green goblins there were. These goblins were skinny. Their eyes were slack. And they walked aimlessly on the plane. The grass and tree roots that were dug out occasionally could become the objects of their competition. Ming looked at the countless goblins with different postures outside with an indifferent expression. In my inheritance, the reproductive capacity of the goblins is not so terrible. Is there something wrong with the inheritance? Mo looked at Ming carefully. When did humans also have blood inheritance? Your inheritance is correct. The reason why the surface goblins reproduce so horribly is all because of the crazy alchemist Tatagu. It believes in gods that do not belong to the goblins, and has developed countless horrible alchemical potions. The reproduction rate of the surface goblins is stimulated by this. But you have also seen the corresponding price. It is difficult for the surface goblins to have qualified intelligence. It can even be said that they are basically fools. Haley pulled at her loose robe. So this change in blood, is it evolution or degeneration? Because the number of people in the tribe is too small, she is very interested in expanding the tribe. Ming gave his own answer. It is degeneration for individuals, but for the continuation of the race, it is a powerful evolution. Chen Fan manipulated Qing Feng to move around, and had a lot of fun. Ming, in the eyes of these goblins, what does Qing Feng show now? A leaf? Or a piece of rag? Ming turned to look at Chen Fan. Can't there be nothing? Chen Fan. Deep in the northern plains of the Dwarf Kingdom, outskirts of the poison forest ruins, the flower demon Tuola stood elegantly on the barren land, and her loose pink gauze skirt could not hide her proud figure. Beside her stood a young dwarf in magic armor, and behind the dwarf stood hundreds of dwarf guards in black armor. The young goblin in the lead had a slightly immature face, with a beard of only an inch, which could not be braided yet. Your Highness, is it this poisonous forest that stopped you from annihilating the surface goblins? The dwarf Prince Dwalin looked angry. Yes, the poisonous fog in the ruins of this poisonous forest cannot be blown away by the wind, and covered by rain, and it is also filled with deformed and crazy alchemical monsters. If it were not for this, how could a mere crazy Tatagu have caused chaos in our dwarf kingdom for more than 100 years? A puzzled expression appeared on Tora's charming face. In that case, why don't you use the dwarf's inherited treasure, the Doomsday Thunderhammer, to flatten this place? The entire northern plain is so fertile, it should be worth using the Doomsday Thunderhammer once. Right? The flower fairy's charm knows no race. Being stared at by such a pair of charming eyes full of curiosity, it was difficult for the dwarf prince not to answer. Because the doomsday thunder hammer it. Your Highness! The old goblin behind him interrupted the prince mercilessly. Mr. Flower Fairy. Please be careful. Dora chuckled a few times, and no longer mentioned the matter of the dwarf's inherited artifact. The dwarf prince quietly moved away from the beautiful Flower Fairy master. The Flower Fairy tribe's charm core is really terrible. Luckily, Uncle Rupert is here, otherwise he would have told the tribe's secrets. Dwarf Rupert looked up at Dora. Mister is willing to help us expel the poisonous fog. What do you want to get? Dora's snow-white fingers supported his chin. How about 100 sets of magic silver inner armor? Rupert nodded. Sure, we can make it any time when the materials are ready. The beautiful woman shook her head. Where can we find so many magic metal mines in our plant spirit world? You have to provide the materials. Rupert's long tiger body trembled, and his eyes were full of disbelief. How about I give you a set of purple gold inner armor made by a god-level craftsman? Tualua was surprised. Really? Elder Rupert is not kidding. Right? Rupert, you are the one who joked first. Chief Tora. The two were about to bargain. And suddenly they looked in the same direction at the same time. There was nothing in that direction. But they could clearly hear the sound of a giant beast galloping. Tora's eyes flashed, and his expression changed. The dwarf Elder Rupert picked up the war hammer and knocked on the shield. Dang! The echoing sound resounded all around. A giant metal dog about 10 meters long appeared on the ground that was originally empty. At this moment, it was shaking with the frequency of vibration. Rupert's expression changed drastically. Mechanical life? Personal guards. Protect His Royal Highness. The belly of the mechanical dog was split open, and a group of people led by Chin Fan filed out. Tualua's eyes condensed, and he quickly said, Elder Rupert. Don't worry, this is the helper I invited. Chin Fan heard Tualua's words, and looked at the hostile dwarves. Man, I'm sorry I'm late. Chin Fan couldn't think of a name that would make him and Tualua look familiar. So he blurted it out. The dwarves looked at him strangely. What was the relationship between the master of the flower demon tribe and this human? Tualua's expression froze. She had originally extended her right hand to shake hands. But now it seemed a bit inappropriate. According to this name, should she lean into his arms? Tualua rolled her eyes at Chin Fan charmingly, and then introduced him. This is the Prince of the Dwarf Kingdom, His Highness Dwellin, the Elder Rupert of the Royal Court and his personal guards. Our employers. Tualua secretly blinked his eyes. Employer? The employer who exterminated the surface goblins? This is not only finding a helper, but also a reasonable extra reward. Well done. Why didn't I think of it? Chin Fan walked forward with a smile on his face. Human Chin Fan, South China Sea Overlord, President of the Xinzhou Union. Damn, Lu Duoduo is not around. I have to say such shameful words myself. But I can't say it. If I don't praise myself a little, how can I have the nerve to ask for a valuable reward? The magic armor of the Dwarf Kingdom is world famous. Chapter 97 Eliminating the Poison Mist. Rupert's eyes were a little confused. South Sea Overlord? Sinking Ship Union? What kind of trade is this union? Chin Fan took out the ocean breath and gestured. This business. The dwarf Elder Rupert suddenly became much more enthusiastic. They deal in arms. So they must be very powerful. Is that goblin your subordinate? Listen to the old blacksmith's advice. The goblin clan is treacherous by nature, and they are proud of being mean. Be careful that they may harm you from behind. Chin Fan nodded, revealing a sinister and terrifying smile. It has signed a loyalty contract with me. If it really has such an idea, I will definitely let it know the taste of betrayal in advance. Mamaduo shuddered involuntarily. Duolua walked to the Elder Rupert. The remuneration we just discussed is what both of our forces need. Does the Elder still think it is expensive? Rupert's bearded face was tangled. 100 sets of magic silver armor. Not counting the cost of the dwarf craftsman, just the main material magic silver, it has to be calculated by tons. The stock of magic silver in the royal court is not much. Even if there are two forces, there are still too many. Chin Fan was a little confused. Remuneration? Have you discussed the remuneration? Since I was brought out, I must have a share. Chin Fan quickly crouched down and approached the goblin elder. With a wave of his hand, a glass wine jar as tall as the elder appeared in front of Elder Rupert. In an instant, the tempting aroma of rice wine filled the air, causing a commotion in the dwarf guards. Rupert looked at the wine jar in front of him, which was carved with dragons and phoenixes and was exquisite. and his eyes were straight. Good wine. Ahem. Human, take your wine away, the prince is here, you can't bribe me, the dwarf said, raising the wine jar with one hand, and handed it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan was about to refuse, but was surprised to find that the wine had disappeared when it touched him. It just looked like he took the wine back. This old fox, what a great acting skill. He lowered his head, and met the old dwarf's winking eyes. Elder Rupert is so fair and honest, which is admirable. I am sorry for being presumptuous. Rupert nodded with satisfaction. The customs of different races are different. It's not your fault. 100 sets of magic silver armor are too many. My dwarf kingdom can only offer 20 sets of magic silver armor, and 2 sets of magic gold chain armor at most. Tualua was stunned, and felt a little confused. What's going on? The value of 2 sets of magic gold chain armor is close to the value of 100 sets of magic silver armor. How come he raised the price even though he was bargaining? That wine. Seeing Chen Fan's thoughtful expression. It seems that he doesn't understand which is more valuable. 100 sets of magic silver armor, or 2 sets of magic gold chain armor. Tualua spoke first. Well, let's listen to Elder Rupert's arrangement. If we continue to argue, it will show that the two of us are too greedy. How long will it take for the Golden Armor Infantry Regiment to get here? I can start to clear the poisonous fog now. Tualua looked ready. And it can be seen that she was very satisfied with the reward. Let me ask. Rupert took out a whistle and blew it rhythmically. In less than a minute, the whistle automatically sent back several whistles. How long will it take to remove the poisonous fog in the entire poisonous forest ruins? The Golden Armor Infantry Regiment will arrive in half a day. Tualua nodded. It will take at least a day to remove such a large area of poisonous fog. Can I start now? Chen Fan silently retreated to Qin Feng's side, staring at Tualua, who was brewing skills. He wanted to see the strength of the first awakened natural disaster profession. Haley, dressed in a black robe, walked to Chen Fan's side. When did you meet that flower? Chen Fan thought without hesitation. Going to sea. No. Before going to sea. Shi Yin showed a contemptuous look. You lied without blushing. You are a sea player. Born on the sea. How can you know the awakened on land? Chen Fan was helpless. How about an online friend? I met her through Shake. She used to sell tea? Shi Yin, scumbag. Chen Fan had a dead pig expression that was not afraid of boiling water. While everyone was talking, a thick vine broke out of the ground in front of Tualua, and a flower bud like a palm grew on the top of the vine. The vine was winding, and slowly made a motion to prepare to throw. Tualua put the purple light ball in his hand into the center of the vine's palm. Then with a whoosh, the purple light ball was thrown out fiercely, and disappeared into the thick fog of the ruined forest. Tualua raised her jade hand slightly, and her red lips parted slightly. Boom! A crisp explosion sounded from the depths of the thick fog. Chen Fan was very curious, but he couldn't see what was happening inside. Madwa took out a pair of high-tech goggles, and knocked on Chen Fan's knee. Chen Fan lowered his head. What is that? Smoke goggles, green. Sole function, let your eyes penetrate the mist. Evaluation, a master's casual work. Chen Fan put on the goggles. And with his other hand? He gave Madwa a thumbs up without hesitation. Mamadou, 2 green materials. Chen Fan put down his goggles. Are you asking me for money? Mamadou looked as if it was a matter of course. Even if he is a subordinate, he should be rewarded for his contribution. Right. And this is the first time I have given you something for free. Chen Fan wanted to refuse, but was afraid that it would be difficult to get help next time, so he reluctantly took out 2 green fish bones and handed them to the greedy goblin. With the help of the goggles, Chen Fan finally saw the scene in the thick fog. In the dilapidated forest, a gorgeous firework was still blooming in the sky, and countless shining stars fell on the barren land. Then it blossomed and bore fruit, bloomed again and bore fruit again. A fruit tree with black fruit became taller and taller. The black fruit was like a black hole, constantly absorbing the poisonous fog around itself. Chen Fan suddenly realized. So this is how the poisonous fog is cleared. Is this how the ability of the disaster of plants controls plants to fight? The attack strength is not yet visible, but the range of this skill is really exaggerated. Anyway, Chen Fan couldn't see the end at a glance. Is there something coming out from the depths of the ruins? Haley's voice came to Chen Fan's ears. Chen Fan looked back and saw Haley, Ming, Shi Yin and others wearing smoke goggles. Chen Fan was stunned and looked down at Mamadou. Mamadou spread his thin hands. Free for the first time. Chen Fan felt very bad. So he was the only one who spent money. Sure Yin walked forward a few steps. Is that a stitched monster? Chen Fan quickly put on his goggles. In the depths of the withered forest, as far as the eye could see, huge animals were slowly walking out of the forest. Strictly speaking, they were not stitched monsters. Stitched monsters mean monsters made of multiple creatures. And this kind of monster that appeared in the forest obviously did not stitch the bodies of other creatures, but its body was too big, causing its skin to tear, and was stitched up again. He read the names of the original species of the stitched monster one by one. Tiger, bear, wolf, badger, deer. Doesn't this alchemist choose the materials for alchemy? All kinds of extremely ugly monsters were frantically destroying the fruit trees that absorbed the poison gas, like perpetual motion machines that never get tired or stop. Chapter 98 Abyss Specialty Cuisine Deformed Wolf, Blue. Evaluation. Terror will make it even more terrifying. Poisonous fruit tree, Purple. Evaluation. Storage and release, choose one. Although the poisonous fruit tree grows very fast, it also needs a simple process. At this moment, it is obvious that it can no longer keep up with the number of trees destroyed. Chen Fan wanted to take out his pistol to help, but he was afraid that his limited damage value would make him lose face as the president of Shinjo. Hey man, do you need help? I'm really sorry, but please don't refuse. Tuolua rolled her eyes. Why does she feel that this guy is taking advantage of her? Don't you know that plants and people can't be together? President Chen can make a move at the end. Let Manman handle this small matter. Chen Fan listened to the two words that were pronounced with gritted teeth. He had a bad feeling. Tuolua rubbed out another ball of light and placed it on the hand that projected the vines. The best fertilizer is here, we can start now. The light rain fell, countless vines covered with sawtooth broke out of the ground. The large number of them directly occupied the entire field of vision of Chen Fan and others. Strange roars faintly came from the depths of the forest, and the smell of blood became clearer. Tuolua looked up at the sky. It would be great if there was a heavy rain. The fruit trees would be eaten faster. She said this while looking at the elder Rupert. Rupert shook his head immediately. The dwarves don't have mages. We have to hire human water mages to pray for rain. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. And he turned to look at Haley. Lily, it's time to make your boss proud. Haley has the ability to control water, although it is not shown in the skill column. Haley pulled her goggles back to the tip of her delicate nose. 1 kilogram of rare metal. Chen Fan, you are all obsessed with money, right? Abyss. Outside the main city of Greed. Heaven's Gate Church. Chen Shui rode on a green flame skeleton horse, wearing a red dress that seemed to be soaked in blood, with a spear in her hand, blocking and smashing, like a real battlefield executioner. The skeleton horse was surrounded by corpses in robes. The scene was extremely bloody, and blood was flowing everywhere. Mary Degia, a beautiful woman in the world, squatted in the corner and trembled. Crazy. Crazy. I said it was an investigation. But she insisted on destroying the whole family. Help. Who can take me away from her? I be a mistress, and wash the underwear for the original wife. Kill the believers of an entire church. The guardian of Tiannin will be so angry that his true form will come down. Right? Can't the crazy woman let me leave first before taking action? God of heaven, this has nothing to do with me. It's all her fault. You don't have to forgive her. The last bishop finally escaped from the devil's gun after much difficulty. He used all his divine power to teleport himself 1,000 meters away. I must survive. I want to find the church leaders. I want to ask for God grace. I want to use the most cruel means to torture this vicious woman to death. Qin Shui looked at the last enemy 1,000 meters away and put the snow-white spear into her backpack. The next moment, a beautifully designed and gloomy sniper rifle appeared in her hand. Bang! In the cold eyes, the bishop exploded into pieces. Don't delay me from going back to cook. Mary, take care of my body. Mary Degia walked over from the wall, showing a look of joy and admiration. Xiaoxu, you have become stronger. Now we are one step closer to the goal. God can't do anything to her. As a weak woman, what else can she do except obey? Headquarters of the Shinjo Union, 3rd floor. Lu Duoduo was wearing cute bunny ear pajamas, slumped on the sofa playing mobile games without any image. Old Chin. Your childhood sweetheart is not right. Your childhood sweetheart is cooking for you. Why did you ask me to go? Aren't you afraid that she will be jealous? Chen Fan glanced at the little girl's flat chest. I'm afraid she will be too proud. Lu Duoduo raised her eyebrows. I'm not an adult yet. I still have a lot of room for development. Chen Fan agreed. Yes, that's right. Your biggest advantage is your room for development. Lu Duoduo, huh? Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Sister Fang received a high-level task. Can you rush back to Dongyan City to help her? Chen Fan was puzzled. Sister Mingwei triggered another task? Is it difficult? Even you can't handle it? Lu Duoduo stuck out his tongue embarrassedly. I entered the dungeon after completing the level 29 promotion task. And the dungeon task is not yet completed. Chen Fan pouted. Good fellow, I asked you to protect the boss, but you ran out to play and threw the boss into the fire. How careless are you? What copy did you enter at this time? Lu Duoduo said without hesitation. Alice Castle Invitation, which is obtained after completing the killing mission of the Four Seas Demon God. The rules of the game are a bit similar to Werewolf, and it's quite fun. I persisted until the last round, and the victory can get the orange potential spirit servant. Chen Fan has learned that spiritual servants are a kind of intelligent life between fantasy and reality. Only by relying on a physical creature can they leave the spirit world, and it is also beneficial to the person who is attached. But now is not the time to ask about the copy. Did Sister Mingwei tell you what kind of mission she was assigned? Lu Duoduo nodded. It seems to be to assist in guarding the farmland. The invaders are all sea creatures with low intelligence. The time is 1 day later. Chen Fan thought about it and had a solution. Since it is an assisting mission, it means that the main force is the guards of the Dwarf Kingdom. They were given 1 day to prepare. It means that this is not the first time that the Dwarf Kingdom has encountered such a situation. They can already estimate the specific time of the attack. That shouldn't be a big problem. I let Ya's mermaids and the remaining bewitching sirens protect Mingwei. Because of the Poseidon's upgrade, all the bewitching sirens have recently started to upgrade and break through. When Chen Fan got off the ship, there were few below level 30. But Hailey, as the chief, was stuck at level 29. It might be the difference between purple and blue. Blue sirens might be easier to break through. Yin walked out of the corridor. Didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? Where's the meal? Chen Fan glanced at the closed door of the tree root. It seems that this guy will not come out. Every failure makes a wiser person. The meal is ready. Eat in Qinshui room. I'm waiting for you. Let's go. Yin eyes lit up. Then what are you waiting for? A beautiful woman is cooking. Why don't you go and help? Yin looked at the whole table of strange food with a stringent and fragrant taste. Sister Xiaoxua, is this the special dish of the abyss? Chapter 99 Ultimate Metal Meteorite Crystal. 2 days later, in the northern plains of the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom, outskirts of the Poison Forest ruins. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of a large number of nether poison-free trees, the fog poison in the entire Poison Forest ruins has been diluted to the point where people can see it. The Dwarf 1st Infantry Regiment Golden Armor Infantry Regiment had been stationed outside the ruins a day ago, with high morale, waiting to rush into the Poison Forest ruins at any time and reclaim their homeland. A strong man who is more than 5 meters tall is leaning against the giant mechanical dog of the Shinjo Union. It was Chen Shujin, the Titan Bloodline player who had just arrived and joined Chen Fan. At the edge of the Poisonous Forest ruins, Chen Fan, Tora, and the dwarf Elder Rupert, the actual helmsman of the 3 forces, stood together. The eyes of the Elder Rupert of the Dwarf Kingdom were full of expectation. Chief Tora, how long will it take to completely absorb this poisonous fog? The morale of the warriors is high, and it is a good time to start a war. Tora's eyes were deep. There is not much poisonous fog left, and we can attack now with gas masks. But don't you think it's strange? Elder Rupert wondered. What's strange? Chen Fan stroked his chin. It's strange why Tatagu, who is trapped in a jar, is so calm. It's been 2 days since we began to surround the Poisonous Forest ruins and remove the poisonous fog. Except for sending some deformed monsters on the first day, Tatagu has not made any other moves. Is this reasonable? Dwarf Elder Rupert stroked his beard. What President Chen means is that there may be traps in these ruins? Chen Fan nodded affirmatively. Either Tatagu ran away, or there is something strange in the ruins, just waiting for us to get in. The young dwarf prince came over from a distance. Is it possible that it is guarding the forbidden bunker? Tuoluo shook his head. Alchemy requires extremely high intelligence to learn. As a famous alchemist, Tatagu cannot be so simple-minded. Elder Rupert nodded and agreed with the 2 people's inference. But this? What he wanted to say was, Even if we guessed that there was a trap in the forest, what would happen? We can't just keep the army stationed outside the poisonous forest ruins. Right? Tuolua frowned. I can send some flower demons in to test the situation, but the appearance of our flower demon tribe is too obvious. I'm afraid that the cunning goblins won't be fooled. Chen Fan looked back at his team. I can make some low-level cannon fodder that is not afraid of casualties, and they can be consistent with the golden armor infantry in appearance, but... Elder Rupert's eyes lit up. But what? Each soldier of the golden armor infantry regiment was trained by the kingdom at great cost. Rupert naturally did not want them to be in danger. Chen Fan said with embarrassment. Making those cannon fodders may require a large amount of magic metal. I don't have it here for the time being. The dwarf prince clapped his hands. That's great, I have magic metal here. How much do you need? Elder Rupert was a step slower. His face was full of bitterness. Your Highness is still too young. At least you should ask for the specific number before researching. If you agree directly, you will definitely be blackmailed by that cunning human race. Chen Fan nodded. I go back and ask our mechanic. He came to Mamado's side. I need the same number of robot cannon fodder as the dwarf infantry. It's better if their appearance is not too different. Can you do it? When Mamado heard that there was a business coming to him, he immediately showed his signature treacherous smile. I can do it. But, Chen Fan, just tell me how much magic metal you need. Mamado roughly estimated in his mind, the main material magic copper alone would take half a ton. Well, I calculated, the main material magic copper is at least 1 ton, 3,000 kilograms of mithril, 500 grams of magic gold. Chen Fan took out a paper and a pen and handed it over. Write it down. Don't write 1 ton, write 2 tons. After a while, Chen Fan came to the young dwarf prince with a heavy material report. After simplifying it, at least this much magic metal is needed. Elder Rupert's eyes almost popped out. 2 tons of smelted magic copper? You are going to build a castle. Chen Fan looked embarrassed. There will always be some loss in making mechanical creatures. Since it doesn't work, then forget it, you can find another way. The corner of Tora's mouth twitched. That is some loss? The loss is probably more than what is used. The dwarf prince became anxious when he heard what Chen Fan said. This is his first expedition, and the enemy is the goblin tribe that is deeply hated by the people. The reward for success is naturally needless to say, but if it fails, his position as a prince will be lost. He gave Elder Rupert a mad look. Although the quantity is a little more, the magic copper is not a precious material. President Chen just needs to make it, and the materials will arrive later. Chen Fan rubbed his hands. Okay, but there is one more thing. The prince frowned. Any more questions? Chen Fan looked embarrassed. The mechanic in my guild who was spoiled by me insisted on 10 grams of meteorite crystals. Look at this. The dwarf Elder Rupert could no longer bear it. Do you know how precious meteorite crystals are? The total amount of purification in our entire kingdom does not exceed 50 grams a year. How dare you ask for 10 grams? Chen Fan looked at the dwarf elder innocently, and waved his hands with 9 fingers. How could I know such secrets? But my subordinates are really unruly. What should I do? Blackmail. This is naked blackmail. Cunning humans, more greedy than goblins. Wait, why did he only hold out 9 fingers? 9 fingers, wine. Ahem, 10 grams is too much. The dwarf kingdom doesn't have that much stock. The prince has a few grams in his hand. If he is willing to give you the meteorite crystals in his hand as a reward, then I have no objection. Hearing the words of Elder Rupert that seemed to be evasive, Chen Fan was delighted. Meteorite crystals are one of the most precious magic metals in the world of God grace. Its characteristic is that it makes other magic metals stronger. It is the best material for upgrading ships and making armor. He just blackmailed them, but he didn't expect it to work. Your Highness, I wonder if you are willing to give up your homeland for the sake of your kingdom? Tuolua suddenly asked. Chen Fan was puzzled. Why did this woman say what she was going to say? Friendly help? The young dwarf prince gritted his teeth. I only have 5 grams of meteorite crystals left in my hand. I don't have more. If you are willing to help, you will gain the eternal friendship of the dwarf kingdom. Chen Fan walked quickly towards the dwarf prince dwelling, showing a guilty expression. How dare I complain that the reward from His Royal Highness is too little? Don't worry, leave this task entirely to me. The market price of 1 gram of meteorite crystal in Saint Roan is 55 million gold coins, and it is in short supply. Generally, it will never be traded to foreigners. Its status in the dwarf kingdom is equivalent to the meaning of the fruit of life to the elves. Chapter 100 Mimic Humanoid Engineers Meteorite Crystal. Orange. Extremely rare magic metal. Can be used for forging at the highest level of artifacts. Evaluation. This thing is the lifeblood of the Dwarf Kingdom. Chen Fan put the meteorite crystal into his backpack at the fastest speed. After saying goodbye politely, he trotted back to Qin Feng. It's worth it. This mission reward is worth it. Mo Duo trembled and approached Chen Fan. Ship, Captain, is that really a meteorite crystal? Please give it to your unruly subordinates? Chen Fan stared at Mamoduo fiercely. 5 grams of meteorite crystal. 5 grams. You know it can buy your life. Mamoduo was frightened and dared not speak anymore. Chen Fan immediately changed his expression to be amiable. Momo. Work hard. There will be bread and milk. You are my only mechanic. If I don't give it to you, who else can I give it to? Mamoduo slowly stepped back. It feels like this unscrupulous boss is scarier when he smiles than when he doesn't. Chairman Chen, I just contributed a little, shouldn't I get my share? Chen Fan looked back and saw the slender Tualu approaching. Chen Fan was speechless. This woman only said one sentence, and she wanted to share the meteorite crystal? How dare she think? What Chief Man said is, I urgently need these 5 grams of meteorite crystal to save my life, and I really can't share it. How about, you want something else? Tualuo nodded with a sweet smile. Okay. Let me think about it. Chen Fan mouth twitched. Does this woman really want it? Can't she hear the polite words? Tualuo looked around, and then pointed at Chen Shujin, who was eating grilled fish fillet. Let's take him. Chen Fan's smile gradually disappeared, and his expression gradually became strange. This woman likes big ones? Chief Man, they are my close friends and relatives, not the kind of goods that can be traded casually as you think. Not even if you pay more. Chen Shujin, Fanzi. You hesitated just now, you hesitated. Right? Chen Fan shook his head. No, absolutely not. Shi Yin raised his hand for a long time, but no one paid attention to him, so he had to take the initiative to walk in front of Tualuo, and blew his bangs on his forehead with a crooked mouth. This beautiful lady, there are pearls and jades in front of you. Why do you insist on rotten wood? Hailey walked silently to Ming's side. Ming looked up. Why are you here? Hailey, I'm ashamed to be with humans. The capital of the Principality of Yabulian, Clay City, headquarters of the Heaven's Gate Church. A woman in a white robe with a graceful appearance and a quiet temperament was walking calmly in the deep corridor. There were rows of metal fences on both sides of the corridor. The air was filled with mixed odors, and groans and curses were heard from time to time. A middle-aged man in a robe trotted to Taya, with a respectful look. Lady Saint, are you here to see Chief Judge Baijel? Taya nodded slightly. Her temperament was cold and unapproachable. Is he not here? The middle-aged believer nodded. Lord Baijel is not here. I can find the prisoner you want to interrogate. Taya shook her head slowly, and turned away. The middle-aged believer raised his head slightly, looking at the saint's graceful and holy back. His eyes were full of greed and lust. The slender and tall figure suddenly turned around. Where did Baijel go? As the first judge? How could he be so absent from duty? I will report this to the priest, the middle-aged man hurriedly said, lowering his head in panic. It was the archbishop who ordered the chief judge to go to the abyss. The branch in Greed City has lost contact. Lord Baijel is responsible for investigating this matter. Teo looked puzzled. A mere branch in the 9th city. Is it worth the chief judge's personal investigation? Are you lying to me? Her voice suddenly became stern. The middle-aged believer knelt on the ground with a bang. He could not bear the anger of the saint. Yes, the archbishop discovered that the chief judge had kept a female prisoner in captivity, so he was punished to the abyss underground. I have no intention of concealing it. The main thing is that this matter cannot see the light. Taya's face was gloomy. When will he come back? The archbishop said that he cannot return to the archbishop within half a month. The mission to steal the heart of the forest failed, and the emotion was permanently erased. Greed. Player Zhao Guangjing has lost emotions. Greed, shame, and joy. Note, if more than 3 emotions are lost, losing control, the probability of dementia will increase significantly. Zhao Guangjing exited the game with a dim look in his eyes, and got up from the bed. Did you fail the mission again? Forget it, it's nothing. If you succeed, you just get a little more reward. What's the point of having so much money? A student called me 3 or 4 times? Oh I forgot that I asked him to sign the makeup exam certificate today. Forget it, who made him get up so late? Guangjing. What are you talking about? Are you feeling better? I made you your favorite cold mixed pig's trotters and tiger skin eggs. Are you happy? Zheng Yanyan's voice came from the kitchen. Zhao Guangjin tried to make two stiff smiles. Happy? Yes. Yanyan cooked my favorite dish for me. I should be very happy. But what should happiness feel like? Happy. Happy. Zhao Guangjin. You must be happy. Pa. Pa. Mountain Dwarf Kingdom, Northern Plains, outskirts of the Poison Forest ruins. Rows of dwarf warriors in golden armor filed out of the camp. Their bearded faces revealed high-spirited expressions. Your Highness. Our war hammers are ready. The leader of the infantry regiment raised the war hammer in his hand. And the dwarf warriors behind him shouted in unison. For strong liquor and war hammers. The young prince in military uniform was at the forefront of the battle formation, riding a scale-covered anteater. Looking at his heroic appearance, he was obviously planning to lead the charge. Elder Rupert looked anxious, with a tangled expression of wanting to dissuade but unable to do so. The Flower Demon clan and the Shinjo guild were lined up on both sides of the infantry regiment, and they were also in a posture of charging. The dwarf prince drew his sword, and the anteater under his crotch roared fiercely to the sky. Recover the territory with me, and wipe out those dirty green rats. Kill! The coalition forces rushed into the ruins of the poisonous forest without hesitation, and their target was the ugly bunker in the center of the ruins. Wherever the heavy armored infantry regiment passed, it was like a tank passing through. When the army was far away, the outer perimeter of the ruins was within the range of the famous illusion. All three forces stayed here. The coalition forces that just rushed in were all simulated puppets made of magic metal by MOMOGT2 Mimic Humanoid Engineer. Green. Evaluation. Activating consciousness for this kind of mechanical life is disrespectful to the energy of the soul. Chapter 101 Ambush. Counter-ambush. And counter-counter-ambush. This crappy review is really too much. How can so many robots be real without making a few talking ones? Chin Fan lacks everything, but not the white soul crystal. The dwarf elder Rupert stared at the virtual screen in front of everyone, which was playing the scene in the eyes of the copy of the dwarf prince in real time. The screen was full of unchanging rotten land, twisted and dry trees. We are almost at the goblin's lair, and there doesn't seem to be any ambush? Chin Fan nodded calmly. Wouldn't it be better if there was no ambush? This proves that you will soon be able to eliminate the cancer of the surface goblins. Rupert glanced at Chin Fan with a strange look. What if there was an ambush? Chin Fan. That means our tactics were successful, and we avoided casualties among the powerful golden armored infantry. Dwarf Prince, President Chin is right. Rupert was silent for 10 seconds and then sighed. He never mentioned that this guy had taken a huge advantage. Something is happening. Tuoluo pointed his jade finger at the shaking screen. Everyone looked over. In the dwarf prince's field of vision, the ugly bunker suddenly opened dozens of doors, and deformed and ugly monsters came out one after another. Compared to the previous stitched beasts, this group of monsters is obviously more powerful, and their bodies are mostly dwarf warriors. Deformed dwarf warrior purple. Evaluation. Don't let the evil alchemist get your body. After reading the identification attributes, Chin Fan heart sank. Level 48 purple monsters. More than one. In terms of individual strength, I'm afraid only Rupert and Tora can beat them. Hee. Did you know that the great alchemist has no experimental materials? Good neighbor, how considerate. The shrill voice unique to goblins came from the ruins. The real prince frowned. Hey, how come there are so many corpses of the same race? Where did it get so many alchemical materials? Tora fell into deep thought. She understood the meaning of the prince's words. Alchemy is not only dangerous, but also a very resource-intensive profession. You can't make a bottle of potion with just a bottle. Similarly, you can't make a powerful deformed warrior with just a corpse. So what Dwalin meant was, who provided the crazy alchemist Tatagu with a large amount of alchemical materials? This matter is indeed worth pondering. The scene on the screen began to turn white and blurry. Obviously, the poisonous fog was released again in large quantities. The copy prince and the soldiers in the front row all pretended to be poisoned and strangled, and fell to the ground with their acting skills. Chin Fan looked at Mamoduo with a strange look. What was the situation with the superb acting skills of this mechanical engineer? Was it set up like that? Mamoduo considerately changed the perspective to lean against the back of the team, on the copy version of Chin Shu Jin. This time the field of vision was very wide, more than 5 meters high, which was enough to overlook the overall situation. When the copy version of Chin Shu Jin turned around, Tuoluo was shocked. There are also aberrations behind us. The copy of Qin Shujin followed the instructions and returned to the way he came. However, just as he started, he was knocked to the ground by a hammer from a distorted dwarf warrior who jumped out from the ground. There was a crisp sound of metal colliding. The irrational aberration naturally didn't care whether the person in front of him was real or fake. He picked up the hammer and smashed it randomly. Qin Shujin was covered in smoke and sparks flew everywhere. The real Qin Shujin sat in front of the screen, his teeth trembling. Smash it until it's smoking, how cruel. Smash it even when it's smoking. This monster is very fierce. Qin Fan looked at the dwarf elder Rupert. Do you have any tactics to face this kind of enemy? You should know that. Those mechanical engineers made of magic copper can't last for more than a few minutes. Rupert stared at the screen. Chief Tuoluo, let your nether poison fruit tree absorb the poisonous fog. Warriors of the Golden Armor Infantry Regiment, put on your gas masks. Get ready for battle. In the ruins of the poisonous forest, countless dried nether poison fruit trees regained vitality again. After a short while, the white fog had become so thin that it could not be seen. The name of the magic was broken. Under the leadership of Rupert, 5,000 golden armored dwarf infantrymen charged towards the battlefield where the slaughter was unilateral. The real dwarf prince still had a sense of his own strength and would not go to the battlefield to cause trouble for his people. As the 1st Infantry Regiment of the God Grace Realm, although it was not the main force, the might of the coordinated combat was enough to shock Qin Fan and others. With a heavy body, an indomitable momentum, and a uniform pace, they rushed towards the notorious forbidden bunker in front of them amid the trembling of the earth. For strong liquor and war hammer! For strong liquor and war hammer! Qin Fan and Tuoluo looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Mamanuo, name, you two go to my necklace secret realm for a while. The two servants of similar height did not resist, and were taken into the Taoyuan secret realm by Qin Fan. There were deformed bodies and poisonous fog on the battlefield. These two servants were high in talents in the non-combat department, so it was better to protect them as much as possible. Tuoluo fluttered her dress, and floated up with the green-clothed boy beside her, aiming directly at the sky above the forbidden bunker deep in the ruins. Judging from her posture, she should be going to carry out the decapitation operation. Qin Fan secretly encouraged himself. He led the members of the Yongfan pirates into the battlefield from another direction. It was a clever tactic to find the dwarves to help complete the mission. But the dwarves' goal was to regain the territory. It was not necessary to kill Tatagu. If they could not kill him, they could just drive him away. As long as they did not cause chaos in the dwarf kingdom, it would be fine. Qin Fan and the others could not do that. Even if the mission to keep Tatagu alive failed, it would not only affect their own world, but also the original world of the remaining 6 people in the disaster conference. They could not bear this responsibility. Fighting guerrilla warfare next to the Golden Infantry Regiment. The average level of the monsters is above level 40, which is not something we can deal with individually at the moment. If you accidentally attract hatred, you must retreat to the vicinity of the infantry regiment in time. If it doesn't work, call Chi Feng for support. And save your life first. Qin Fan gave orders rationally. Shi Yin took out his staff, and the fire spirit floated on his shoulder. Well, at this time, you still look a bit like a president. Don't worry. In the eyes of my Shurfation, these deformed bodies are just a lot of experience points. Qin Fan raised his eyebrows. Well said. I treat you to dinner tonight. 3 black spots appeared on Shi Yin's forehead. I'm losing weight, and I'm going to start not eating after noon today. Chapter 102, Deep into the Battlefield. Damn it! They are all a bunch of broken copper and iron, and there is not a single decent test subject. This reminds me of that dirty and corrupt underground world. Dwarves who claim to be righteous. Can you cooperate with the goblins to deal with me? A shrill and exasperated voice came from the castle. Tuoluo in the air listened carefully for a while, and then flew in another direction with the green-clothed boy. On the side of the Shinjo Union, the vanguard Qin Shujin pounced on a deformed dwarf warrior who was more than 2 meters tall. His sudden move gave Qin Fan a shock. Shujin, don't be reckless, you're only level 9. Qin Shujin didn't even turn his head. The main thing is that I found that there's no one else to be a tank except me. What should I do if I don't be reckless? The deformed dwarf's eyes were bloodshot, and he hammered at Qin Shujin's thigh. Frightened, Qin Shujin quickly used both hands to attack. Shit, just because you're a dwarf, you can attack the lower 3 lanes openly. 983 Qin Shujin had a total of 10,000 HP, and the deformed dwarf's hammer destroyed 1/10 of it. But Qin Shujin grinned. Fancy. Hurry up, I have an affinity with the earth. I can recover 5,000 health points in 1 minute without moving. Qin Fan exclaimed. You are really a natural meat shield. Focus on it. Haley held a flaming long sword, and shot out a flaming slash, then climbed up, and the scorching long sword stabbed the deformed dwarf at a tricky angle. Qin Fan took out the breath of the ocean, and the bullets were released without cost, and the damage was explosive. Shi Yin raised his magic wand high, mana fluctuations emerged. Exploding fireballs hit the deformed dwarves like a string of cannonballs. The giant dog Qi Feng followed orders, circling around the crowd, preventing new deformed creatures from attacking, and acting as a tank temporarily when the tree roots could not hold up. After a period of data review, Qin Fan was able to arrange small-scale operations reasonably. Bang 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 bang. Despicable gun? Revolver mark. Despicable gun? Qin Fan continued to use the passive skill of Ocean Breath, because his annihilation shot had a very special combat effect, so Qin Fan tried to save his mana as much as possible, and did not use skills that did not consume mana. Qin Shujin was unarmed, and was beaten by the deformed dwarf and screamed. Ouch! Ouch! Dwarf! Can't you fight somewhere else? Qin Fan rubbed his sore and swollen right hand. Can't you fight somewhere else? It has no brains. And neither do you? Qin Shujin quickly changed his thigh to let the brainless deformed dwarf hammer. I forgot the pain. The captain is here. Qin Fan appeared beside Shi Yin, and fired more than a dozen shots at the deformed dwarf's back. I found that my ability is very suitable for being a messenger. Shi Yin's eyes were thoughtful. In my opinion, it is more suitable for stealing fish. Get Soul Crystal, Purple X1. Evaluation, terrible. I miss you so much that I can develop skills. Qin Fan threw it to Shi Yin. He is the leader, and has the right to distribute rewards. Shi Yin took a look at the attributes. This purple belt adds more than 400 life, and increases fire damage. Are you sure you want it for me? Qin Fan nodded. This equipment will be given to whoever is suitable for it. There is nothing to feel bad about. Don't want it? Don't give it back. Shi Yin's eyes were touched. He felt a sense of belonging to Qinzhou. Qin Fan, by the way, you lost your salary this month. Shi Yin's sense of belonging was gone. Shit! Qin Shujin ran to Qin Fan. Fancy, I'm level 19. Which profession should I choose? Qin Fan, you leveled up 10 levels at once? That's right. This is a kill that's over 30 levels. Why don't you choose a mage? Qin Shujin flicked Qin Fan. You're sick. How can you play a mage when you're so big? Hit people with a staff? Qin Fan was innocent. You know all this and you're still asking me? Qin Shujin was very innocent. The problem is that there are also several warrior-type professions. Qin Fan was puzzled. Aren't there only warriors, mages, and archers? Qin Shujin was counting on his thick fingers. There are Dragon Hunter, Titan Knight, Dark Titan, and the magic system has only one Titan Priest. Shi Yin came forward. If it were me, I would choose the first one. Dragon Hunter. What a cool name. Haley shook her head. Based on the current situation, Titan Knight is more suitable. After all, famous knights are more resistant to attack. Qin Fan looked at a deformed bear rushing towards him in the distance. You can choose it yourself. I guess their potential is about the same. Shujin gritted his teeth. Nothing is more important than life. Then let's go to Titan Knight. The next moment, countless scale-like diamond crystals suddenly appeared on Qin Shujin's body, which made it hard for people to attack. Qin Shujin laughed. Damn it! With 80,000 HP, it's hard for me to die. Qin Fan pointed at the deformed bear that was flying towards him. Practice with it. Shujin rubbed his hands, turned around and grabbed the bear's neck, and threw it to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. There was a loud bang. The distorted bear lay on the ground trembling, and it was difficult to get up for a while. Qin Fan was surprised. Is this a control skill? Qin Shujin chuckled. Physical skills. Taming the giant beast. In the main battlefield area, the Golden Infantry Regiment advanced slowly but tenaciously. Although the Legion was surrounded by distorted monsters several times their size, the Golden Infantry Regiment was able to make up for this gap with exquisite cooperation and powerful equipment. Boom! Another aberrant beast fell on the bloody ground. Elder Rupert was covered in blood, and his expression was furious. Good kill. Return the souls of the tribesmen to the furnace. For liquor and Warhammer. For liquor and Warhammer. Chin Fan was also excited by the dwarf's war roar. But there was one thing he needed to refute. The soul must not be returned to the furnace. Obtain Soul Crystal, Blue, X1. Evaluation, one of the set parts. Your luck is off the charts. Chin Fan regretted being so generous just now. He closed his eyes and threw it to Shi Yin. Your second month's salary. Shi Yin was very surprised. Is this an armor set? Kill 2 monsters and 2 exploded? I'm not Kryptonian. Am I? Chin Fan looked sad. Don't worry. Kryptonianian is also Kryptonian. Chapter 103 Bloodthirsty Blue Dragon. The battle continued. Although the aberrant beasts were powerful, they could not withstand the caution of the Shinjo and the solidity of the Golden Armor Infantry Regiment. One after another, the huge aberrant warriors fell to the ground. The situation seemed to be developing in a good direction. The shrill voice of Tatagu suddenly came from the forbidden bunker. Despicable flower demon, how dare you to attack my nest? You are asking for death. Although it is not very stable yet. Go! Tear them to pieces, my great masterpiece. On one side of the bunker, a huge hole suddenly appeared. Chin Fan jumped onto Qin Feng's back, and his vigilance was full. By the way, that crazy alchemist has gone all out. Right? Why do I always encounter such dangerous things? Li Xiaoqian. I hate you. 2 figures, one pink and one green, flew out of the hole one after another, and then rushed towards the Dwarf Golden Infantry Regiment with a clear goal. Even Elder Rupert was speechless. The Shinjo Guild, which deals in arms, was playing soy sauce while grabbing heads, and if they couldn't handle it, they would use the Golden Armor Infantry Regiment as a shield. Why did the king of the Flower Demon clan run towards him even though he couldn't win? Isn't he too rude? If you can't handle it, why don't you just stay in their lair? Roar! A huge roar resounded throughout the battlefield. The next moment, a huge black and blue figure rushed out from the hole in the bunker, aiming directly at the Golden Armor Infantry Regiment. This huge figure was so fast that Chen Fan couldn't even see its complete appearance. Damn, identification. Although it must be full of question marks, at least he could know a name. Bloodthirsty Blue Dragon, Orange Level 50. Evaluation. The skin of the blue dragon sometimes makes strange sounds, and emits a strange smell. They like to hide in the ocean, their bodies blend into the sea and sky, their favorite food is sharks. They will roast these foods with lightning before eating. Of course, I am talking about the blue dragon that has not been transformed by alchemy. Chin Fan frowned. Another dragon? What does level 50 mean? Have you slept or not? Judging from the way Tuo Luo ran away, this blue dragon should have the strength of more than one awakening. Elder Rupert stared at the huge creature swooping down. Golden Armor Infantry Regiment. Drums. Bang. Boom. Bang. Boom. Bang. Boom. The Golden Armor Infantrymen beat their shields and stamped their feet rhythmically. One after another. Huge energy ripples spread outward with the infantry regiment as the center. The spreading energy gradually condensed, like a protective shield protecting the Golden Armor Infantry Regiment inside. Tuo Luo directly transformed into a towering vine, the purple-black vine with ravines and gullies whipped towards the bloodthirsty blue dragon. It would be a bit unreasonable if she didn't make an effort now. Chin Fan directly activated the annihilation shot and emptied all the mana in a few seconds. The bloodthirsty blue dragon first hit the protective shield of the Dwarf Golden Armor Infantry Regiment. The huge impact force pressed all the dwarf warriors to spit blood, and the protective shield was broken. The blue dragon in the air adjusted its body shape, ignoring the broken horn on its nose, and rushed towards the dwarf army again with red eyes. The black and blue body shone with countless white lightning. A gradually expanding black hole with super strong gravity appeared in the air, and barely pulled the bloodthirsty blue dragon in the dive. Then a huge vine hundreds of meters long lashed the blue dragon's neck fiercely, and the bloodthirsty blue dragon flew backwards. A bright red number floated up. 980,010 times the weakness critical hit. But in Chin Fan eyes, the bloodthirsty blue dragon only lost 1/30th of its health. This proves that it has at least 30 million HP. And it is very likely to have a recovery skill like death resistance. The dark matter staff is still in the backpack. And the ring's cooldown may have ended. But how to reduce the bloodthirsty blue dragon's HP to 10%? In the distance, the bloodthirsty blue dragon that crashed to the ground struggled to get up. And one of its wings was visibly turned outward. The wound was turned outward, and blood was flowing. But from its scarlet eyes, it can be seen that it is not afraid of pain. The dragon rushed towards the dwarf infantry again. Elder Rupert quickly ordered to turn around and prepare to meet the enemy. Qin Fan grabbed Qin Shujian, who was willing to help. Don't panic. Let them deal with the big boss first. Let's get rid of the remaining deformed monsters. There were only 3 deformed dwarf warriors left, although they could not compare with the bloodthirsty blue dragon. Purple monsters over level 40 were still terrifyingly strong. If they were not careful now, they might cause them big trouble later. Qin Fan asked Qin Feng to temporarily hold back a deformed dwarf. Although it was a bit reluctant, there was no other way at the moment. Qin Shujian could only carry the hammers of 2 deformed dwarves at this time. Qin Fan, Hai Li, and Shi Yin had to fight desperately to survive. Outside the poisonous forest ruins, the young dwarf prince frowned and paced back and forth. A blue dragon from the pure-blooded dragon clan. How could a corpse of this level be obtained by that crazy goblin Tatagu? Damn it! Beside him, a dwarf, who was not so strong, looked anxious. Your Highness, we should follow Elder Rupert's advice, withdraw the dwarf court, and persuade the king to send reinforcements. The dwarf prince frowned, as if water was about to drip out of his brows. How can I escape before the battle to wipe out the surface goblins? Do you want me to become a laughingstock of all the citizens of the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom? Being able to send out 5,000 golden armored infantry is already the limit of what my father can mobilize. Do you want him to withdraw guards from the border line? Damn it! Damn it! Everyone, wear shields and follow me to support the Golden Armor Infantry Regiment. Today, only one of us can survive. Me or the surface goblins. The dwarf civil servant was anxious. Your Highness, now is not the time to be impulsive. The strength of both sides on the battlefield is barely equal. But the crazy alchemist Tatagu has not yet participated in the war. Being able to retreat unscathed is already the best result, and this is when your Highness can call for reinforcements. The prince was furious. Shut up. You want me to flee from the battlefield? Do you want my father to be ashamed of me? The dwarf civil servant was about to risk persuading him, when a dwarf knight riding an anteater rushed over in a panic. Your Highness! A large number of armed goblins appeared around the plains. The number is astonishing, and it is difficult to count. The civil servant frowned. What's there to panic about? The goblins that come out of the crypt are vulnerable. Let the guards use the earth drum. Even if all the surface goblins come, they will not pose a threat to us. The dwarf knight had a complicated expression. But these goblins are armed with weapons and are in a square formation. I don't think the earth drum can solve them. The prince and the civil servant looked at each other, and then walked quickly to the outskirts of the garrison. Chapter 104 Decapitation Operation. Wearing iron armor, wearing a helmet, and wrapped with orange bullet chains. It is hard to imagine that this outfit actually appeared on the weakest race on the surface goblins. And not just one, but tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. The dwarf prince looked around, and the number of goblins holding rifles was as numerous as a green ocean. Is this support from the underground goblin kingdom? How is it possible? Shouldn't they hate Tatagu more than we do? The dwarf civil servant observed carefully for a while, and shook his head. Your Highness, this is not reinforcement from the underground goblin kingdom. Given the development level of the goblin kingdom, if it is reinforcement, it will definitely not be just these rifles. Look carefully at these goblins holding rifles. Aren't their movements a little too uniform? Do they look like the robot army that Tatagu led before he defected? The dwarf prince's scalp tingled. You mean, it turned these hundreds of thousands of compatriots into mindless war puppets? The dwarf civil servant nodded affirmatively. Do you still remember the last work of Tatagu before he went crazy? The legendary perfect combination of alchemy and machinery, the blood chip. So, Your Highness, we can't go deep into the poisonous forest ruins to join the battle. We must intercept these mindless armed goblins outside the battlefield. Prevent them from affecting the battle of the Golden Armor Infantry Regiment. He finally had an excuse to stop the reckless dwarf prince. Late at night, deep in the ruins, the bloodthirsty blue dragon was covered with wounds, but it still pounced on the golden infantry with great tenacity. No one deliberately counted how many times it had pounced. The golden infantry were surrounded by a purple halo. This seemingly thin halo allowed them to resist the blue dragon's attack and the electric net with their dwarf bodies. Boom! The golden dwarf, who was hit, raised his shield to defend against this attack. But the cost was that the vitality of the entire golden infantry was consumed a lot. Tuolu frowned. This is the unyielding shield, the famous combat skill of the Dwarven Golden Armor Infantry Regiment, which enables all infantrymen to have the sum of the defense of all warriors, but the damage received must be converted into vitality and deducted evenly. Chen Fan stood beside the exhausted Tuoluo, staring at the bloodthirsty blue dragon. That's perverted. Chief Man, in your opinion, how long can the Golden Armor Infantry Regiment last in its current state? Tuoluo thought for a moment. The problem is no longer how long the Dwarven Golden Armor Infantry Regiment can last, but that we simply cannot cause fatal damage to this adult blue dragon. Even if the dwarves can hold out for a day and a night, we can't get rid of the blue dragon in that time. The best choice now is to abandon the dwarves and escape alone. The Flower Fairy Overlord rationally gave the best solution to the current situation. Chen Fan had a complicated expression. If we just run away, will we offend the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom completely? He took advantage of the dwarves a lot, and he still wanted to advance and retreat together as much as possible. Tuoluo nodded. She also had this concern. So I'm still here. Chen Fan, by the way, Dragon Slayer. Didn't the royal family named John on the Sky Island say that he has a high-intensity fixed-point strike capability? Tuoluo shook his head. But there is no contact information for him. There is a warning from the Black Magician. None of us left any contact information. The next meeting is tomorrow. We can't convince the Dwarf's Golden Armored Infantry Regiment to delay until then. Chen Fan scratched his head. I really don't understand. Why can't we communicate with each other? Aren't we communicating now? Not just communicating, but face-to-face communication. Tuoluo threw a huge flower bud bomb at the bloodthirsty blue dragon. I vaguely guessed the reason. Chen Fan, why? Tuoluo glanced at Chen Fan. You are too weak, it's not time to know yet. Chen Fan felt insulted. Bad woman. You don't give a man any face. Took a look at his mana value, recovered less than 200 points, very slow. Chen Fan really hoped that the slot machine that could produce alchemical potions was his. Chief Man, excuse me, isn't the vine your true body? Why does restoring your true body make you so tired? Tuoluo laughed. Who said the vine is my true body? President Chen is not good at other things, but he is particularly good at being presumptuous. Is it the custom in your place? This is so annoying. Chen Fan pursed his lips, felt very embarrassed, and was thinking about what to say to ease the embarrassment. The pink-clad Tuoluo suddenly clapped his hands. The real body? Yes. There is a way. Chen Fan didn't care about his face. What is the way? Are there any ways to get rid of the blue dragon? Tuoluo nodded. Why do you think this bloodthirsty blue dragon attacks us? Chen Fan, because the crazy alchemist Tataga asked it to attack. Ah. I understand, you mean. We can get rid of Tataga directly. But how can you be sure that, after killing Tatagu, this bloodthirsty blue dragon will stop attacking? Tuoluo showed a dangerous and charming smile. Our mission is to kill Tataga and its surface goblins. What does it have to do with a bloodthirsty blue dragon? When the time comes, wait until the last dwarf golden armored step dies before escaping. It's impossible for the dwarf king to bear a grudge against us. Right? Chen Fan felt a chill on his back and silently took 2 steps back. This dangerous cold-blooded woman. Tuoluo looked at Chen Fan with a nightmare smile. Killing Tatagu requires your special space magic. Will you help? Chen Fan nodded. Help. Then what's the difference between you and me? The two of them acted separately. Chen Fan found Haili Yin and others, and asked them to help the Dwarf Golden Armor Infantry Regiment to hold back the bloodthirsty blue dragon as much as possible while ensuring their own safety. Tuoluo found the dwarf elder Rupert, who was constantly seeking help, and briefly explained his plan. Rupert was suffering from the lack of a way to defeat the enemy. Just follow the plan of Chief Man. But with the tolerance of the Golden Armor Infantry Regiment, without reinforcements, we can help you hold back this alchemical blue dragon for 5 hours at most. If the two of you still can't kill Tatag in 5 hours, the Golden Armor Infantry Regiment can only retreat. Judging from his words, he has the ability to make the Golden Armor Infantry Regiment retreat unscathed. This made Chen Fan and Tuoluo feel a lot more relaxed. Regardless of whether their decapitation operation could succeed, they no longer had to worry about the wrath of the Dwarf King's court. Won't your green-clad subordinate go in with you? This bunker is as tight as an eggshell. How did you two get in before? Chen Fan, who was entangled by a thin vine around his waist and had left the ground, asked. Chapter 105 The lower level of the Forbidden Bunker. Is the hair on your vine poisonous? Will you feel anything if I touch you like this? Tuoluo flew in the air gracefully, seemingly feeling something. Why do you say so much? Are you afraid of heights? Chen Fan's face turned red, and he didn't dare to look down. No. Who is afraid of heights? It's not like I haven't flown before, Slow down. Tuoluo flew faster. I can't be slow. The openings of the bunker's wind tunnels are random. If you miss this one, you don't know when you have to wait for the next one. In midair, Chin Fan was pulled by the vines and accelerated his falling body. This woman definitely did it on purpose, absolutely. The vines contracted, Tuo Luo grabbed Chin Fan's shoulders, and accelerated through the dark hole on the surface of the bunker. Bang! In the dark and narrow passage, Chin Fan climbed up from the ground, holding his old waist. Is this the inside of the bunker? Why is it so dark? Don't alchemists need lights to work? A glowing pink flower bloomed in Tora's hand. Alchemists definitely need lights, but goblins don't. They are underground creatures, and have natural night vision. Follow me. I just walked to that position and forced Tatagu to release the bloodthirsty blue dragon, so I think that position should be Tatagu's hiding place. Chin Fan looked around. In this unmarked corridor, how do you know the direction? Talented ability? Tuo Luo shook his head decisively. It's very simple, rely on knowledge and wisdom. Chin Fan pursed his lips again. Is it necessary to praise one and criticize the other? Knowledge and wisdom. From the back, Tuo Luo's figure is perfect, even if she is taken to the Flight Attendant Academy. She will definitely be the most outstanding one. Watch the road carefully, there are many low IQ pranks in this corridor. If you look at me again, I will dig out your eyes. Chin Fan lowered his head. This woman has eyes on the back of her head? Just as he was following the flower demon lord, a pale arm suddenly stretched out from the wall and went straight to Chin Fan's neck. Chin Fan was startled and pulled the pale arm off the wall in a panic. Oh my god! This is a dead person's arm. It has no other function or effect. So it is just for scaring people? Chin Fan threw the arm at Tuo Luo's feet with a snap. To be honest, Chin Fan had some bad intentions. But what he didn't expect was that. Ah! Tuo Luo looked sideways, then screamed exaggeratedly. Dozens of tiny vines emerged from the ground, and directly crushed the arm into powder. Chin Fan was stunned. Are you so afraid of this thing? Tuo Luo paused for 2 seconds. No, I thought my arm was broken off. Chin Fan sneered, but did not point it out. In fact, it is normal for a normal girl to be afraid of broken limbs, but as the master of a world, and a peak strongman, Tuo Luo is actually afraid of human broken limbs? Chin Fan couldn't understand this. After walking for a while, mousetraps, smelly dwarf pants, complete toad skin, all kinds of horrible and disgusting things popped out from the walls or the ground from time to time. The attack power was not great, but the insult was very strong. I say, what the hell is this? Instead of putting these things, why not put some poison and bombs? In the dark corridor, Chin Fan couldn't help but complain. Tuo Luo still led the way calmly, because it knows that enemies that can enter the bunker cannot be solved by bombs and poison. Chin Fan thought about it, and it made sense. That's right, sometimes bombs and poison are not as effective as a dead person's arm. A vine appeared under Chin Fan's feet. Chin Fan cried out, and fell flat on his face. You? Tuo Luo turned around, and smiled charmingly. What's wrong? Why did you fall? I told you to be careful when walking. Chin Fan rolled his eyes, not wanting to say anything. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly saw a pile of red and white powder in front of him. This is the arm you crushed. It's over. This is a maze. We are lost. Tuo Luo frowned and looked down at the debris on the ground. No, I can't get lost. We haven't been here before. The things on the ground are just its tricks. Keep following me. Chin Fan had already started to worry. But when he heard Tuo Luo's affirmative words, he suddenly didn't know whether he should question her. Since she said so, he should just keep following her. I don't know if it was a psychological effect or something else. But Chin Fan felt more and more familiar as he walked. He just felt that he had walked this passage before. Chief Man, are you sure we haven't lost our way? I really feel that we have walked this road before. Tuo Luo's voice was calm. It's almost there. Don't worry. I'm sure. After walking about 200 meters, Chin Fan suddenly saw a bright tunnel on his right. He had never seen it before. Chief Man, look at this tunnel. Is it the one you are looking for? I have been walking for several hours, and finally I see a different one. Tuo Luo looked at the special tunnel for a while, then shook his head. This one is wrong. Go this way. Chin Fan was reluctant to leave this tunnel that looked different. How did you tell it apart? Can you explain it a little bit? Or are you just walking around randomly? Tuo Luo stopped. Chin Fan momentum, which had just risen a little bit. instantly dissipated. I'm just a little curious, nothing else. Tuoluo looked around. We're here. Although the scene has changed, this is the place where Tatagu was forced to release the dragon. Chen Fan's expression became more serious, and he walked carefully to Tuoluo's side. This is just a straight passage. There's not even a fork in the road. What's so special about it? But if you're talking about a special place, the soil here seems to be particularly soft. Chen Fan said, as he stomped his feet vigorously. Tuoluo lowered his head, and her beautiful eyes moved. Yes, the bunker should be a three-dimensional space. How come we didn't find it after circling a plane for a long time? Chen Fan was stunned. I seem to know the function of those disgusting things. Although that thing has no attack power, it can indeed disturb our thinking. Tuoluo nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. Let's go down and take a look. If it has a bloodthirsty blue dragon, we will really have to escape today. Chen Fan nodded vigorously. I agree. The vines crisscrossed and the soil flew, and a steep cave leading to the underground of the bunker appeared. This ability is both powerful and practical. Chen Fan envied it. Chapter 106 Judgment of the Priest Alger. In the deepest part of the bunker, the old goblin Tatagu was standing in front of a screen watching the movements of the two figures inside. Behind him sat a tall man in a black robe. Tatagu, your enemies seem to have found a way to get in. Do you need my help? The old goblin was excited and laughed strangely. Hee, why don't you let them come down by themselves? They will be my test subjects sooner or later. It saves me the trouble to come down by themselves. Alger, if you really want to help me, give me a bishop position. I want God to feel my wisdom and sincerity more closely. The man called Alger smiled. Tatagu, why can't you let it go? You have far more power and status in the dwarf kingdom than a bishop without real power. If you are really placed in a church with complicated mundane affairs, your genius mind will be buried. Tatagu showed a scornful smile on his wrinkled face. After saying so much, aren't you still looking down on me for my goblin origin? What's wrong with being a goblin? I receive more oracles every year than all the bishops in your entire headquarters combined. Humph! Alger laughed. That's right. Look, your test subject seems to have walked to where you work. Tatago was startled, and then looked up at the virtual screen. That flower demon seems to have some special ability. No matter how I confuse her, she can find the location closest to me. Alger, since you said you want to help, I won't be polite. Please help me deal with him. Alger didn't get angry even when facing such an imperative tone. Okay. I go and help you deal with him right away. Chen Fan and the other man came to a very spacious hall and looked around. So this real bunker has a building. I thought it was all the same as above. Just a pit. Tuoluo walked to the edge of the hall and carefully looked at the wall of the hall. This seems to be a rare gel, and it even has the property of luminescence. It seems that this should be the area that Tataga cares about more. Chen Fan noticed the small door not far away. Chief man, look over there. There will be something inside that small door. Tuoluo walked towards the small door first. There will be at least some alchemical potions inside, but because the maker is the crazy Tatagu, the chances of it being useful are not high. Thinking of the strange appearance of those deformed bodies outside, Chen Fan couldn't help but curl his lips. If there is an alchemy potion, I suggest destroying it on the spot. The two were about to explore, when a magnetic voice suddenly sounded. You two? You can't go any further, my friend said. He doesn't want you to enter his alchemy room. As they walked, they didn't notice that a tall man in a black robe and a hood stood in front of the small door. The moment he saw the man in the black robe, Chen Fan stopped, his face solemn. Why are there sane humans in Tatagu bunker? Identification. Hidden. Level 50. Evaluation. When a person puts on a black robe and a hood, he is no longer a kind-hearted person. This broken identification technique isn't even a name this time. Who are you? Why are you here? Chen Fan made meaningless questions. Alger spread his hands innocently. Isn't it obvious enough? I am a friend of the alchemy master Mr. Tatagu. Tuoluo was full of aura. Even if she was calm and rational, she was still full of anger. So, you are here to kill us too? The mysterious man in black robe nodded. To be precise, to capture us. Countless vines pierced the air, and stabbed at the black-robed man Alger without a pause. Alger seemed to be unable to see this fatal attack, and still stood there calmly. The next moment, Alger's figure shattered like bubbles. In Chen Fan's surprised eyes, the figure of the black-robed man suddenly appeared behind the main body of Tuoluo. There was no time to be surprised. Chen Fan fired the ocean breath in his hand, fulfilling his duty as an ally at the fastest speed. Perhaps it was because the level difference was too big. Chen Fan's despicable spear could only deal less than 100 points of damage, but the effect of ocean breath attacking the soul was still somewhat effective. The pain from the soul caused Alger's attack to be slowed down for a moment. The intertwined vines bit into the spot where Alger had just been like a giant mouth, making a loud noise that made one's teeth ache. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and turned his head. The next moment, the mysterious man in black robe appeared not far behind him. Thanks to the skill of Revolver Mark, it is simply the nemesis of space-based skills. Bang bang bang. Chen Fan aimed at the enemy and shot quickly. Water confinement. The man in black dodged the water ball with a flash. Heretics. A black magician? There is also an awakened flower demon. Old friend, these two enemies of yours are not easy to deal with. Boom. The vine smashed the man in black again. Of course it's not that simple. Do you think anyone can break into my lair? The shrill voice of Tatagu echoed in the hall. A hand holding a scarlet dagger appeared from under Alger's black robe. Mr. Flower Demon, is it too late for me to stand neutral now? Tora's beautiful eyes were cold. It's not too late, as long as you let me see your true appearance. Alger's figure faded. And the next moment, a cold light suddenly appeared above Tuoluo's body. The dagger stabbed down fiercely. Then I'd better choose to kill you. Chen Fan retreated to the corner. Watch your back. It was better for him to watch the fight between gods. Tuoluo's body trembled, and the dagger stabbed her in the back of her neck. Chen Fan was shocked, and 3 annihilation bombs were fired behind the mysterious man in black robes. A black hole with strong gravity appeared, pulling Alger so that he could not continue to attack. The stab Tuolu slowly hardened and dried up. One end of the other vine suddenly trembled, and the real Tuolu appeared. His hands turned into giant carnivorous plants and bit the mysterious man. After missing the attack, Alger's figure disappeared again, and the carnivorous plant bit into the empty space. The figures of the two kept disappearing, and then reappearing. The fighting style was thrilling and exciting. The attack method that was out of the concept of speed was extremely strange, and it was thrilling. The vines became denser and denser, and Alger's flashing frequency became more and more frequent, and the two people appeared and disappeared from time to time. It was as if their battlefield was in an invisible void. After a long time, the newly revealed Tora was covered with vines, and looked completely invulnerable. Alger appeared in a corner of the hall, and frowned at the countless vines that almost covered the hall. Is the tactic to leave me nowhere to stay? You are such a smart flower demon. But you know that the attack ability of the space system is also excellent. Right? Broken mirror. Alger waved the dagger in his hand, with a confident expression. As the strength of the First Awakening, he was very confident in his space system ability. Tora hugged his shoulders, the vines around him spread out, and he slowly fell to the ground with a calm posture. Chapter 107 Fierce Battle in the Bunker. The scene that Alger wanted to see, where the space was shattered and the vines were cut off, did not appear. He looked at Tuoluo, who was walking slowly with an incredible look. You? My divine power? Where did my divine power go? Damn it! Space jumps are no longer usable. You, don't come over. Tuoluo walked to the black-robed man who was no longer calm. Space jumps? Which church are you a bishop of? The Tianmin cult? Or the moon god cult? Hasn't your god told you that the most dangerous ability of a flower demon is not strangulation, but parasitism? Tiny vines emerged from Alger's body, tying up the screaming Alger like a dumpling. Ah! Damn it! You? When did you do that to me? Did these vines absorb my divine power? Damn it! Tuoluo pulled off Alger's hood. Oh! This sign. You are indeed from the Tianmin sect. As far as I know, there are quite a few Tianmin followers among the dwarves. Your Tianmin actually cooperated with the dwarves' mortal enemy, the surface goblins? If the dwarf king knew about this, I'm afraid they would wipe out your branch in the dwarf kingdom. Right? Alger gritted his teeth and endured the intense physical pain. So what? Do you dare to tell others? No one in this world dares to face the wrath of God. I am the chief judge of the branch in the dwarf kingdom. You are always being watched by God. Do you have the guts to kill me? Bang! Countless scarlet vines emerged from Alger's 5 senses and 7 orifices. The scene was miserable and bloody. Guess what? Tuoluo elegantly brushed his hair, and the pink hair fluttered, turned, and left. Tuoluo took the vines back into his body, while looking around, looking for Chen Fan figure. Where's that guy? Where did he go? Did he think I couldn't handle this guy, so he went to find Tatagu himself? The more Tora thought about it, the more he thought this was possible. He quickly rushed out of the hall with his long legs. Does this guy really think that Tatagu is easy to deal with? In a space full of huge shells, Chen Fan ran for his life. Damn it! Why would an alchemist have Gundam weapons? Who can explain it to me? Chen Fan grabbed a bottle of green unknown potion, without any time to identify it, and threw it directly at Tatagu, who was driving a black big-headed robot behind him. The old goblin quickly controlled the alchemist to catch it, but it seemed that he didn't control the strength well. The green alchemy potion broke, and the potion spilled, corroding the palm of the alchemist and producing a puff of white smoke. Chen Fan was delighted. Can this thing cause damage to its indestructible Gundam? Identification. Tough Guy's Rage Potion, blue. Only effect, highly corrosive liquid, increases strength by 100 after taking it. Evaluation. This thing requires toughness. Not the spirit, but the digestive system. Chen Fan felt a chill. This corrosive effect. And it's oral? Hurry up and throw it at the Black Gundam. Damn experimental materials. How dare you destroy my experimental materials? I'm going to destroy your experimental material. Tatagu chased Chen Fan with a twisted expression. Chen Fan made a sharp turn and ran into the middle of the other two shells. In terms of straight-line speed, he couldn't outrun the Black Gundam, but in terms of agility, he still had some advantages. What are you talking about? Do you want to hear what you're talking about? Alchemist, Lightless Type 14, Mecha Type Orange. Evaluation, Rolls-Royce of the Goblins 100 years ago. After running for most of the day, Chen Fan finally ran to a dead end and closed the attribute panel. Tired. So tired, can we stop fighting? The alchemist stopped at the entrance of the alley like a hill. It doesn't get tired. Can't run away? Ha ha ha, I can spare you. As long as you cooperate with me in the experiment. Chen Fan panted, secretly praying that Tuoluo would come to help quickly. He just received the kill notice from Alger. Senior Tatagu. Actually, we are in the same group. I came here to see the greatest genius alchemist in the world. Those dwarves, flower fairies, are all the alchemical materials I brought to you. The old face behind the glass cover of Tatagu showed a scornful smile. We goblins are already the most deceitful and shameless race, but I didn't expect that you humans are even better. You are full of nonsense. If you want to live, wear this collar obediently. Clang. A purple gold collar was thrown in front of Chen Fan. Slave collar. Owner Tatagu. Only effect, after wearing it, you will become the slave of the owner, and will not be able to refute any orders of the other party. The effect of non-active wearing is invalid. Evaluation, death and freedom, choose. After Chen Fan identified it, he didn't even want to touch it. In order to delay time, Chen Fan quickly released Mamaduo from the Taoyuan secret realm. Senior, look, this is my most important partner. It was he who brought me to you. This is your direct bloodline. Mamaduo suddenly left the Taoyuan secret realm and was a little confused. After recovering, he saw Tatagu and the alchemist. Where is this? Are you General Tatagu? Is this the forbidden bunker? Chen Fan quickly spoke. Yes. Mamaduo, this is your great-great-great-great-grandfather. Aren't we here to help him? Mamaduo was stunned for a moment, then his eyes rolled. Ah. Yes. Ancestor, I was persecuted in the kingdom. Now I have no one to rely on but you. It has been a difficult and dangerous journey. Thanks to my human friend for helping me. Please don't make things difficult for him. Chen Fan silently swore, I will definitely give Mamaduo chicken legs in the future. By the way, give out a golden horse award or something. Tatagu frowned. What a strong blood smell that golden ring is, the temple's holy relic, the nanomechanical arm. Are you really here to join me? Chen Fan secretly rejoiced, as expected. Enemies with the prefix of crazy have low IQ. That is. What a bullshit. Man, strangle it. Several vines with familiar patterns suddenly appeared in Chen Fan's perspective. As soon as he finished speaking, countless vines swallowed the alchemist directly like a giant python. Tatagu was furious. Damn human, you deceived me again. A series of alchemical bombs shot out from the last gap in the vines, directly targeting Chen Fan and Mamaduo. Chen Fan quickly released the annihilation shot, sucked the many alchemical bombs of unknown effect into the black hole. The elegant and tall figure of Tuolu appeared. President Chen, are you being presumptuous again? The green ball transformed by the vines shrank violently, and the teeth-grinding sound of metal breaking was heard for a while. Chen Fan looked surprised. Well done. Don't worry about that little detail at this time. Chapter 108 Trap. MOMO duo retreated behind Chen Fan. Maybe we should stay away. The Lightless series mechas are generally equipped with self-destruction systems. Chen Fan eyes widened. Really? Why did you just say that? Run. 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 Tuoluo quickly pulled back the vines. Chen Fan was surprised. Is it really going to explode? Tuoluo flew to Chen Fan's side. It should be. It feels very hot. The next moment. Boom. With a bang, the explosion came as expected, and the strong firelight illuminated the medicine warehouse as bright as day. Tuoluo raised her jade hand, and the numerous vines quickly woven into a huge shield. It barely blocked the shrapnel ejected by the explosion. In the thick smoke, Chen Fan vaguely saw a sneaky figure running away. That's Tataga. It didn't die in the explosion? Chase it. Chen Fan took the lead, fearing that the crazy alchemist would run away in front of him. Tuoluo frowned delicately and glanced at the faintly visible green liquid on the ground. Then he quickly caught up with Chen Fan. Chen Fan fired his deep-sea breath, transforming from a fugitive to a hunter. Damn it, don't run. The test subject ran over on his own initiative. Why are you running? Tatagu had a speed that didn't match his age. He ran incredibly fast, his two short legs left after images. Damn human, when I get to the alchemy room, I will definitely use you for the most dangerous experiment. Chen Fan fired 3 shots in a row, but they were all dodged by the old goblin's agile steps. Chen Fan was helpless. At this speed, he couldn't even hit it with a single shot, let alone mark it. If you run again, I will kill your blood descendant. Chen Fan threatened directly. Tataga didn't even look back, and ran even faster. Kill it! Kill it quickly! I know it's a cunning guy just by looking at its appearance. It's not a good thing. Chen Fan chased it desperately. That's your blood relative. Tatagu, all the surface goblins are my blood descendants, I don't like that thing. Chen Fan was helpless. What to do if this old thing refuses to listen to anything? Chief Man, come and help. It will be difficult to deal with it if it really escapes to the alchemy room. With a whoosh, the vines drove the slender body over Chen Fan's head, like a jumping spider pouncing on its prey. Chen Fan leaned on his legs and panted. Well done, but why didn't you speed up earlier? Tataga rolled and crawled to avoid the attack of Tuoluo, and rushed to a room by the wall in a panic. Tuoluo turned back and attacked again, with countless vines like his arms. But he was still a step too late, and Tataga rushed directly into the room that was not locked. Tuoluo retracted the vines into his body, and stood at the door, frowning. Chen Fan trotted over. Chasing? Why did you stop? Tuoluo, the goblins are all insidious and cunning. This room seems a little different. I'm afraid there's a trick. Chen Fan thought about it. And with the nature of Tatagu, it was really possible. But Chen Fan was unwilling to give up because of this. As long as Tatagu was killed, the task of clearing the surface goblins would be completed by 80%. What should we do? What if there is another exit in the house? Wouldn't we let it escape? Tuoluo pondered for a few seconds. Open the door, I cover you. Chen Fan nodded, stretched out his hand and opened the door. Behind the door Tatago, with an exaggerated smile, was sitting in a chariot that looked like a miniature tank. The gun hole in the center of the chariot was gathering energy that distorted the space. Chen Fan's whole body tensed up, his hands and feet were cold, and he subconsciously pulled back. Tuoluo prepared vine shield quickly faced the cannon hole that looked like it was going to destroy the world. She wanted to block the energy cannon before it was fired, so as to save Chen Fan. The next moment, a huge suction force directly dragged Tuoluo vine shield and her into the room. Chen Fan reached out and grabbed Tuoluo's wrist, trying to pull her back out of the door. But the suction force was too strong, and Chen Fan was also pulled into the room. The moment he entered, Chen Fan immediately used the skill Captain is here, trying to teleport himself and Tuoluo back to Mamadou, who was still outside the door. Special space, unable to use skills. The vines of Tuoluo spread out, part of them helped him land steadily, part of them directly overturned the chariot driven by Tatagu. Chen Fan stood up and immediately ran to Tuoluo's side. In this small room, even if the energy cannon was not fired at him, the aftermath alone was not something he could bear. Tataga climbed up from the overturned chariot with his hands and feet, with a smug smile on his face. And the energy cannon, that gathered terrifying energy, still looked like it was about to destroy the world. Chen Fan seemed to have guessed something. He immediately cast an identification spell, Imposing chariot, green. Sole function, make oneself look very imposing. Evaluation, generally. Few people will be fooled, unless they are a fool who cannot use the identification spell. The fool was stunned, and it took him a long time to recover. A show-off? So what is your purpose in scaring us? Tatagu walked to the two of them with his hands behind his back. Isn't it obvious? Suck the two of you into the room. Chen Fan frowned, thought for a moment, and turned to walk towards the door of the room. Tuoluo stretched out vines, tied up Tatagu's legs, and hung him upside down. But have you forgotten that you are also in this room? Tatagu did not resist at all, and his face was full of a smile of victory. Of course I didn't forget. Hee. No one in this world can really kill me. Not to mention you are a little flower demon. Even if the Dwarf King comes with the artifact Thunder Hammer to kill me, he can't do it. Not to mention that they don't have any artifacts now. Chen Fan tried his best but couldn't reach the door. Chief Man, it seems that we are really trapped in this room. Let's torture it, and make it tell us how to get out. Tuoluo frowned. Since she came in, she always felt something was wrong. I feel that. What it said might be true, and this may not be its true body. Chen Fan was puzzled, and quickly checked the Tatagu. Tatagu, crazy alchemist orange. Evaluation, there is only a fine line between genius and madness. Do you think I am crazy? Hee, but I know, I am a genius. This attribute panel, it looks like there is nothing wrong with it. Dora was thinking. Yes, she also knew that this attribute panel looked fine, but judging from the current situation, the whole thing was wrong. The crypt full of mischief, the bunker without a single goblin except Tatagu, the old goblin Tatagu, who was obviously weak, but survived the alchemist's self-explosion. Chapter 109 Bell Tower Hut. Tatagu hangs upside down on the vines like a rag. Attribute panel? Ignorant mortals, do you think what you see with the eyes of God is real? Hee, God power is also limited. They are not as powerful as you think. Little flower demon, don't think about it. I know you are smart and cautious, but don't waste your brain at this time. Just ask if you don't understand. Tuoluo raised his head, revealing a delicate and seductive face. So what you mean is that there is not much difference between you and God? Chen Fan took out the breath of the ocean. Forget it. If this thing is really a god, can it still let you hang upside down? I think it is mostly bluffing. Maybe it is planning something bad. Tuoluo raised his hand to stop Chen Fan from raising his gun. It's useless. The one here should not be its real body. Since I killed the bishop of Tianmen sect, I have been hinted and guided by it. The purpose should be to lead the two of us to this room. If I'm not mistaken, this body of yours should be the same as the one that was just blown apart by the alchemist. It's not your real body, right? Tatagu showed an admiring expression. What a smart flower fairy. You're right. Although it's a little late. This is not my real body. And my goal is to let you open the door on your own initiative. Alas, it's a pity. I'm about to lose another valuable clone. But it doesn't matter. At least I can get 2 test subjects with great potential. Well, the Dwarven Mountains are still too barren. Come to think of it, I have never used decent plant life to experiment. Maybe I will make a work more successful than the bloodthirsty blue dragon. Chen Fan did not want to give up. He raised the ocean breath and aimed at the door to use the skill annihilation shooting. However, special space cannot use skills. Try to open the backpack. Special space cannot open the backpack. This system purely wants me to die in front of it. Slender vines wrapped around Tatagu's frail body, slowly tightening. Crackling. The teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking gradually rang out. Tatagu's expression showed no trace of pain, and he even looked a little proud. Haven't you given up yet? Hee, my soul can completely cut off the pain of this body, so you can't force me to tell you how to leave the Bell Tower house. Kill me, you two will stay in this empty house forever, without food, without water, until you volunteer to be my test subjects. Tuoluo stopped torturing Tatagu. I will kill him, and then use my plant spirit to live here for hundreds of years without food or water. Maybe I will surrender one day, but first, you have to survive these hundreds of years, and during this period, your treasure cannot be used again. Chen Fan's heart trembled. There is no need to be so cruel. Right? Can't you let me starve to death? Do you have to go through that trouble in advance? Tatagu sneered. Hundreds of years? Hee, the time in this room is controlled by me. The hundreds of years you have experienced are just minutes and hours to me. I won't play with you two anymore. My little blue dragon baby can't hold on any longer. Damn dwarves, They actually used rule weapons. Boy, I know your gun can affect the soul, but unfortunately my clone is equipped with a self-destruct function. See you later, my lovely experimental subjects. The green body quickly decayed, dilapidated, and then turned into an ugly piece of bacon. Chen Fan was desperate. He had thought of using the skill Double Pain to attack the soul to force a confession. But before he could do it, he was seen through by the old silver coin. Chief Man, you were joking. Right? We are comrades in life and death. Tuolua rolled his eyes at him, and then stood there thinking. Chen Fan also sighed, no longer in the mood to joke, and began to think about how to get out of here. Opening the property panel, Chen Fan stared at the option to exit the game. To be honest, he was a little afraid to click it. If he went out, he would have a chance to ask for help. But if he clicked it and couldn't get out, he would be even more desperate. Exit. Special space. Unable to exit the game. Chen Fan's heart trembled. He couldn't even exit the game? From the perspective of the game mechanism, the two bodies in the real world and the world of God Gray share the same soul. When exiting the game, the soul is sent back to the real world. And now this process is directly interrupted by this special space. Tuolua's calm voice sounded. Do you have a way to get out? You can imagine it. Chen Fan sighed and shook his head. Almost all my methods are useless. If even you can't do anything, then we have no choice but to stay here and wait for rescue. Tuolua pondered for a long time. Sit and wait. She made a recliner for Chen Fan with vines. What if what the crazy old goblin said is true? I mean, the two of us may stay here for hundreds of years. Chen Fan shook his head. It won't take hundreds of years. I can't quit the game. My body in that world won't last more than 3 months. Tuolua's beautiful eyes showed a puzzled expression. The body in that world? You mean in your world, people selected by the system have 2 bodies? Chen Fan nodded. Aren't you? Tuolua frowned. Of course not. We all entered the world of God Grace in our original bodies. So, the power of the system is no longer enough to complete the joint transmission of the body and soul? But can only absorb the soul? Chen Fan was lying on the recliner. It may be for other purposes? For example, reducing the quality is to increase the quantity, or something like that. Let's not discuss those unsolved mysteries at this time. Let's take a good rest. Maybe after a good rest, you will think of a way out. Tuolua shook his head. You take a rest. In the ruins of the poisonous forest, Qin Shujin's huge body was riding on the streamlined mechanical giant dog Qi Feng, holding a dead tree in his hand, and shouting in the goblin army. Everywhere he passed was a mess, full of green goblin limbs and arms. Damn green rats. I asked you to catch me for experiments. Kill. The prince had already joined Elder Rupert. To be precise, he was forced here by the armed goblin army. Originally, they thought that the armed goblins were easy to deal with, and it was an easy task to stop them from affecting the main battlefield. Who knew that these armed goblins were like robots? They would not feel pain, would not retreat, and although their lethality was not great, their number was almost endless. It was hard to imagine that the battle-hardened dwarf warriors would suffer casualties in the battle with ordinary goblins. And the number was not small. If it weren't for the Lord of Donglin City carrying the artifact Earthshatter Hammer to save the situation, Prince Dwalin's guards would have lost more than half. Chapter 110 The Torture of Time. Elder Rupert, with the attack of Lord Morton and the cooperation of the Golden Armor Infantry Regiment, how long will it take to kill this bloodthirsty blue dragon? In terms of authority, the Lord of Donglin City is equivalent to a general at the border, and cannot leave Donglin City easily. The reason for this support is to protect the prince's life. In order to avoid being criticized, the dwarf prince hopes to end the battle as soon as possible. Elder Rupert carefully maintains the Legion's combat skills. Based on the current situation, it will take at least another hour. The young prince nodded excitedly. That's great. As long as the blue dragon falls, victory will be within reach. Rupert shook his head imperceptibly. The war has continued until now. I no longer dare to underestimate that crazy alchemist. I think victory may not come so easily. Don't be careless, Your Highness. If it weren't for the help of the Shinjo Guild and the Flower Fairy clan, the endless armed goblins alone would have eaten us up completely. It's really hard to imagine that Tataga actually hid such a fearless army in the cave. Fortunately, we listened to the Flower Demon Master's advice to clear out the surface goblins. Otherwise Donglin City would be in danger. Shi Yin stood behind the female mermaid highly, tapping his staff, and a sea of fire spread out. Groups of armed goblins fell, and then surged up again. Hailey just stood quietly in front of Shi Yin and the flower demon boy, with no intention of attacking. There were too many goblins. She didn't have any group skills. It was more reasonable to protect the mage group. The flower demon boy pressed his hands on the ground. Countless green vines spread along the surface of the ground. Each attack would penetrate a large number of goblins. Titan Tree Root rode on Chi Feng and rushed indiscriminately. Where there were many goblins, he would smash them. The main purpose was bloody violence. In the endless charge, the two of them had been dyed green by the blood of the goblins. Forbidden bunker, inside the bell tower hut. I don't know how much time has passed outside, but Chin Fan and the other person have been in this boring room for almost half a month. Of course, it may not be half a month. There is no day or night, no clock or hourglass, and the two people cannot calculate the exact time. Tualu is fine, still as charming and graceful as ever. But Chin Fan looks much more embarrassed. He looks haggard. His dark eye sockets are deep. His cheekbones are prominent. And he looks like he is starved to death. The air was filled with the smell of decay and desolation, making people depressed and hopeless. Sister Mingwe, I can hardly find anyone in this world who can empathize with you. Chief man, is the bride price expensive in your spiritual world? Isn't it said that it takes hundreds of years to conceive a child? The bride price for a daughter who was born after so much effort must be very expensive. Right? In order to kill time. The two chatted for many days during the long time, and also had some superficial understanding of each other's world. Tualua was puzzled. What is a bride price? What does it have to do with whether it is easy to have a daughter? Well, when two people in love decide to be together, the price that the male needs to pay to take the female away is called a bride price. Chin Fan explained in a hoarse voice in a language that the other party could understand. You are in this state, and you still have the mind to gossip about how our people find a partner? Tualuo looked at the man, who was about to reach the end of his life in confusion. Chin Fan lay on the recliner. His eyes empty. What else? Even if you don't say anything, won't you still die? Instead of disappearing in such a boring way. It's better to listen and see more while you are alive. Tualuo looked at Chin Fan with complicated eyes. Sometimes, I really can't tell whether you are afraid of death or not. In her eyes, Chin Fan is a person who is very afraid of death. Greedy and treacherous. She saw Chin Fan bribe the dwarf elders, deceive the dwarf prince, and even use lies to drag the treacherous Tataga for a while. Chin Fan said slowly, afraid of death? How can I not be afraid? I am very afraid. Unlike you flower demons, who have the ability to protect yourself when you log into the game, we earthlings are very vulnerable when we log into the game. You may not believe it. Some people will be killed by an abyss worm. Some people will starve to death because of losing their fishing rods due to carelessness. I am the luckiest person, but so far, I have experienced the near-death experience for the 4th time. To be honest, I'm not that scared anymore. But I'm a little reluctant. Tualuo looked back. Do you have many relatives that you care about? Chin Fan nodded. Yes, not only relatives, but also lovers and friends. And my ex-girlfriend. And the barber shop where I just grew up. I'm so glad I still have a younger brother. Otherwise, if the family is cut off, I'd be ashamed of our Chin family's ancestors. Tualuo didn't bother with the words he didn't understand. It sounds like your world is very exciting. Do you have anything to say before you die? If I can get out alive, I can help you convey it. Chin Fan was silent for a long time. Just when Tualuo decided whether to see if he was going to die, Chin Fan spoke. Li Xiaoqian. The mechanical disaster at the natural disaster meeting. She was my former lover. Tell her that I love her. And make sure to say it touchingly. At least to make her not want to find a boyfriend for 10 years. And the password of my bank card with the last number 3244 is 123,244. Let her give it to my parents. There is money for their retirement, and money for my brother to marry and buy a house. Of course, if she needs it, she can take my brother's share. That's all. Oh, by the way, forget it, there's nothing else. Chin Fan still had something to say to Fang Mingwe and Qin Shui, but thinking that the person who would convey it was Xiaoqian. So he decided not to say it. Tualuo thought of the strong young woman at the meeting. She was your former lover? This? I really can't tell. I've written down everything you said. If I can get out, I tell her. Although you're not a wise man, I still admire your open-mindedness in the face of death. Huh? Why don't you talk? Are you asleep? Tualuo hesitated for a while, and finally came to the silent Chen Fan. After feeling it for a while, he was still alive. But if he continued to be unconscious like this, he would probably never wake up. You want to save him? But doing so would only be a temporary solution. Rather than being poisoned to death and pain, it is better to let him die quietly. Okay. I can't beat you. I admire his open-minded attitude towards death. It was you who insisted on showing his ugly side. Tuoluo talked to himself like a mentally ill patient. A light green vine slowly stretched out from Tuoluo's sleeves. The vine grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, blooming, bearing fruit, and ripening. Finally, the fruit fell onto Tuoluo's jade hand. This fruit is rosy and plump, delicate and tempting, and one look at it makes people extremely eager. The vine crushed the fruit into juice, and slowly sent it into Chen Fan's mouth. A stream of sweet and plump juice poured into his mouth, and the strong sense of satisfaction made Chen Fan want to moan out loud. Status, desire doubled. Chen Fan looked down at his gradually regaining full body, and the extra status on the attribute panel. You, carry poisonous food with you? Chapter 111 9 Desires Red Fruit. Tuoluo hugged his shoulders, and looked at Chen Fan with a curious look. Do you feel anything different? Chen Fan felt it carefully. Then he looked a little embarrassed and said weakly, Did you drug me? I'm not such a casual person. I tell you. Tuoluo gave Chen Fan a charming roll of the eyes, and turned away with her pink dress fluttering. This woman looked like she was in her 20s, with a tall figure, and a graceful figure, and a perfect curve that could not be covered even by her wide dress. Every move was full of temptation. And Chen Fan couldn't take his eyes away for a while. This is the fruit produced by my plant spirit, called the 9 Desires Vermilion Fruit. I'm sure you felt the side effects. It wants to save you. Although I don't think it's necessary. Chen Fan tried his best to suppress his inappropriate thoughts and impulses. No. She's a plant. No matter how beautiful she is. It won't work. There is reproductive isolation. So embarrassing. I really want to find a pair of loose pants to wear. Another long time passed. Under Tuoluo's gaze, Chen Fan once again gradually became a miserable skinny man. Feeling Chen Fan's expectant yet restrained gaze, Tuoluo sighed softly. Is this what you want to see? She asked her plant spirit. If Chen Fan had died quietly a few days ago, he would never have suffered this pain again. Now that he knows that he can give him food to survive, how could he not have any thoughts? With his desire to survive doubled, it is already very tough to hold on until now without making a sound. But if he eats another one, his desire will double again. If he loses his will, he will either frantically snatch the fruit from his body, or he will be unable to resist his primitive desire. Such a person is no different from being dead. Even if he survives this time, he will still be hungry to this extent later. And then, he will have to eat another 9 Desires Red Fruit. This is a pure vicious cycle. No matter how strong his endurance is, he will eventually become an irrational madman. Chen Fan raised his head, and looked at the brightly colored fruit in the delicate jade hand in front of him. Is this thing really for saving lives? He raised his lifeless eyes, and looked at the exquisite and seductive face. Tuoluo tried to look cooler. At least it can keep you going for a few more days. What if there is help in a while? Chen Fan still reached out to take the fruit. Thank you. He couldn't resist his desire for life. Even though he knew that he would probably become a beast after eating it. Looking at Chen Fan curled up on the recliner, Tuoluo began to be curious. She was curious, how many 9 Desires Vermilion Fruits could Chen Fan endure? Thinking back to when she was in harmony with the plant spirit, that was the first time she saw the 9 Desires ascending vine. Around the vines that meandered to the clouds, there were countless corpses and bones scattered. The cup will always overflow, and the sea will also run dry. Tuoluo watched the vermilion fruit in his hand being taken away again. Then he devoured it all in those scarlet, desirous eyes. The 7th one, this should be your limit. Right? The man's eyes were red. And he suddenly raised his head. Give me more food. Tuoluo shook his head calmly. You are not that hungry yet. The man's eyes were extremely greedy. Man, you are so beautiful. Hello. Vines tied Chen Fan into a dumpling, and also tied his mouth. It seems that his limit is 9. If he eats more, his only sanity will disappear. I still can't understand why you treat him like this. Do you think he can still bear it? The southern port of Dongyan City. On the deck of a giant sailing ship with unique decorations. Fang Mingwei was wearing a light blue wizard robe, holding a small staff, and the breeze blew, revealing her proud curves. Duo, does Poseidon really not need to keep anyone? Lu Duo mischievously sat on the fence at the edge of the deck, dangling her little feet. I think it's better not to keep ordinary people on his ship. This ship can go up to the sky and down to the sea, and has mermaids and sirens, and in a few days, there will be a big fool with Titan blood. Which ordinary person can bear this? She didn't know yet. For the sake of racial diversity, Chen Fan had more goblins, and the giant mechanical dog Chi Feng around him. Fong Minghua thought about it carefully. That's right, when his big octopus wakes up, this ship won't need a helmsman, sailor, gunner, or anything like that. Then I assign all the crew members to the other sailboats. She has recruited a large number of crew members in the past 2 days, all of whom are experienced sea warriors. She also purchased several large sailboats, expanding the size of Yongfan Pirate Group to 11 ships. Disband the original crew members of the fleet. While Shi Yan is away, the women who should be dismissed, and those who can do work should be assigned to appropriate positions. Try to make each ship have independent navigation and combat capabilities. Although the cost is huge, this must be done for the future development of the Chamber of Commerce. Lu Duo looked at the vast sea with boredom. It's so boring, and it's boring on land too. When can we set off? Fong Minghua spread her hands. I wish we could set off now. But President Chen's mission is not yet completed. According to the agreement, he can still wander on land for 12 or 13 days. You can focus on reality during this period. You will have a midterm exam in a few days. Right? Don't you need to review? By the way, there are also the new heroes you summoned. Don't you need to get familiar with them? Lu Duo looked bitter. That little mustache is like Napoleon. He wants to grab everything he sees. Do you know what he does first when he comes out? He asked me to rob the dwarf kingdom. I dare not let him out before leaving this port. 2 beauties, one big and one small, were chatting. Suddenly, they felt the ship shake. Lu Duo on the railing almost shook into the sea. Oh my god! What's going on? I'm scared to death. Under the sea surface, Poseidon, covered with iron lumps, shook all over. A strong soul breath spread, 2 eyes as big as lighthouses slowly opened. The soul of the deep sea, which had been sleeping for a long time, finally woke up. In the small room of the bell tower, with red eyes and taut veins all over his body, Chen Fan suddenly stopped struggling. Tuoluo, who was in the air, looked over curiously. Is he dead? It can't be so soon? The next second, a huge amount of soul energy exploded in the room, like a physical energy that lifted Tuoluo Gau's skirt and black hair. A look of astonishment and confusion appeared on her charming face. Her mouth slightly opened, but she found that she didn't even have the strength to move her tongue. What happened? Is it Tatugu who is playing tricks? This won't work. This will cause trouble. Under her horrified eyes, Chen Fan crawled out of the bound vines little by little. Chapter 112, Chapter 113, Chapter 4: A good way to destroy a clan. Throughout the process, Chen Fan red eyes, filled with desire and destruction, never left Tuoluo Kirby and charming body. Tuoluo was oppressed by the extremely powerful soul power, and his whole body was limp. He could only watch the man pounce on him. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Senior Jiuyu. Stop him. Chen Fan panted hotly, and pounced roughly on Tuoluo's soft body. This expedition lasted for a long time. After all, the preparation time was too long, and the impatience lasted a little longer. After a long time, perhaps the toxins in the soul were almost eliminated. Chen Fan slowly woke up. What caught my eye was a pair of beautiful eyes with mixed emotions of confusion, anger, shame, pain, etc. Dora? Why is she so close to me? Read on. It's over. This can't be broadcast at all. Feeling the emptiness in his lower abdomen and the fatigue of his body, Chen Fan vaguely remembered what happened. Beast? No, it's worse than a beast. What should I do? If she can move, she will definitely kill me. I quickly got up and left that soft and charming body. This figure, it's amazing. I shook my head vigorously, to make myself clearer. Then I found a larger pink gauze skirt to cover Tuoluo, and found a piece of rag to wrap around my waist. Then I quickly opened the attribute panel, to see how long my sudden ability can control Tuoluo. Sister man, I really didn't mean it. Oh no, I'm not saying this because I don't want to take responsibility. I can take responsibility. You know the whole story. Right? You won't kill me when you wake up. Right? Looking at Tuoluo's furious eyes, Chen Fan clearly read the word reject. Poseidon has been successfully upgraded. Soul God Gian has been revived. Acquired skill, Soul Master. Soul Master, rule-based skill. When the soul value is greater than the enemy, acquire the control of the opponent's soul. When the soul value is less than the enemy, conceal all breath, passive. Current soul value, 5321, after the skill is activated. The soul value consumed per minute, 100. Note, the minimum soul value cannot be less than 100. Your biological ship Poseidon has contributed a lot of soul value to you. Consume 100 points per minute. So how much soul value have I consumed in such a long time? No, I have to hurry to get out of danger. What if Poseidon is unhappy, doesn't want to help me? I will be torn to pieces by Tora immediately. That's not right. What's the soul value of Tuoluo? What if she is higher than me in the next second? I check it. So that's how it is. At the end of Tuoluo attribute panel full of question marks, Chen Fan saw an attribute value he had never seen before. Soul value, 890. It seems that this is an attribute value that only soul professions can see. Luckily it's not too high. While thinking hard about how to crack it, the hut suddenly shook. Then the ceiling was lifted, and a turbid, huge eye appeared where the ceiling used to be. Huh? This human hasn't died yet? How did you survive for a month? Chen Fan looked at the huge eyeball, and listened to Tatagu question, feeling a little guilty. Relying on the fruit of Tuoluo, and then he gave his savior to. That's good. Have you two thought about it? Do you want to be my test subjects willingly? By the way, I tell you, currently outside your room, only 30 minutes have passed. Of course, you still have the right to refuse. Because I don't mind waiting a few more 30 minutes. Your clothes. Are you still in the mood to mate and reproduce here? Ignoring the old silver coins mumbling, Chen Fan tentatively stretched out his hand, and made a fist at the huge eyeball on the ceiling. The huge eyeball narrowed immediately. Ah! Who is pinching my soul? No. A soul controller has broken into the forbidden bunker. My immortal way can't deal with this. Damn it! Seeing that the ceiling was about to be covered, Chen Fan eyes condensed, and all his soul energy was concentrated on Tatagu. Old silver coin. I send you to hell. Soul strangulation. In front of the broken clock face, an old man with a gray beard fell to the ground in pain. It has infinite life and clones, and the soul is its death. In a distant unknown space, in the thick white fog, a huge man with 2 heads and 4 arms shook all over. His eyelids kept trembling, as if he was trying hard to open his eyes. But he failed. Damn it! Who ruined my plan? Kill the crazy alchemist Tatagu, level 59 orange. Get experience points x 7.14 billion. Gold coins x 90,000. Biological alchemist job transfer book *1. Identity certificate of Tatagu. A defector from the Goblin Kingdom *1. Special consciousness chip *1. World quest. The completion rate of the doomsday of the surface goblins is 73%. Without time to check the harvest immediately, Chen Fan immediately rushed out of the door. The next second, where he had just left, countless light green vines entangled together. Tuoluo flew up, with amazing momentum, and her messy black hair fluttered backwards. Dense bruises and scars could still be vaguely seen on her exposed skin. Tuoluo also rushed out of the door. Before Chen Fan found the door in the room, he saw the disheveled Tuoluo. Can't we just sit down and talk? Chen Fan said as he retreated. Tuoluo's beautiful eyes were frosty, and dozens of vines rushed straight towards Chen Fan. It seems that she has no intention of sitting down and talking. Chen Fan grabbed the broken clock behind him, and quickly used the skill Captain is here. He disappeared on the spot a second before the vines came to strangle him. Tuoluo stayed for a few seconds, and then fell to the ground, and the raging anger disappeared in an instant. She let countless vines wrap around her embarrassed body, and then green light surged. 9 desires to ascend to the sky vine. Is this what you did? Alas, I'm losing a lot. Her soft sighs echoed in the room. In the center of the bunker, Chen Fan appeared beside Mamoruo, who was running wildly with a package on his back. Life is hanging by a thread. Life is hanging by a thread. You are not locked up? Mamoruo was startled by the sudden voice. After seeing who it was, his frightened eyes turned into surprise. Boss, you are not dead? When it locked you up? I thought something happened to you. Chen Fan doubted the loyalty of this little silver coin. But I didn't see you locked up. Mamoruo quickly pointed at the yellow stripes on his arm. There is the magic metal given by the boss in it, and no cage can hold me. Boss, why don't you wear clothes? Chen Fan Momo took out spare clothes from his backpack and put them on. Although I succeeded in killing Tatagu, I also paid a great price. My clothes were torn in the fierce battle. Mamadou widened his already large frog eyes. You killed Tataga? Are you sure you really killed the alchemist Tataga? Chen Fan nodded calmly. What's the big deal? Mamadou turned around quickly and ran in the direction they came from. Where are you going? Mamadou didn't even look back. I'm going to Tatagu treasure house again. Chen Fan quickly grabbed Mamadou's little head and lifted it up. Just kidding, I'm still going to the treasure house at this time. What if I meet Tuoluo? I become fertilizer. Don't go, I feel like there's a bigger danger here. Retreat. Mamadou's small body struggled wildly. Didn't you solve the biggest danger? This guy seemed to be willing to sacrifice his life for money. The captain's cooldown time was up. Chen Fan carried Mamadou and disappeared again. The ruins of the poisonous forest, outside the forbidden bunker. The bloodthirsty blue dragon was dragging its broken body towards a strong dwarf holding a giant hammer. When it rushed to the middle of the way, the blue dragon's eyes suddenly regained a bit of clarity. Feeling the weakness of the dragon body and the meaningless battle in front of him, the blue dragon stopped the attack, screamed in pain, and then flapped its wings, soared into the sky, and dived towards the endless blue sea in the distance. Blue dragons love water, and the ocean is its best healing nest. The dwarf city lord raised the thunder hammer and had nowhere to put it. The prince and Elder Rupert looked at each other. Why did this blue dragon fly away? The young prince didn't know who he was asking. Elder Rupert narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have a guess that was not quite true. The cancer of the dwarf kingdom. The goblin alchemist Tatagu, who had been helpless for generations of dwarf kings. Was it possible that he was dead? A dwarf guard ran over with a clang. Elder. The group of armed goblins suddenly became riotous. And now they are all running for their lives. Rupert subconsciously looked at the Shinjo Guild, which was responsible for clearing out the armed goblins. Was it because of the decapitation operation? Is it really possible that it will go so smoothly? That's President Shin. When did he come out? He saw Chen Fan, who had just teleported to Shi Yin's side. Chen Fan seemed to feel Rupert's gaze. He hesitated for a few seconds, then rushed towards the dwarf's golden armored infantry regiment. President Shin. What's wrong with you? Has your vitality been robbed by that Tataga? Rupert looked at the extremely haggard Chen Fan with admiration. This human man was fine when he entered the bunker, but why did he look almost exhausted when he came out? As expected, he spared no effort. Chen Fan, who was out of breath after running 100 meters, also felt the weakness of his body. He had been doing things for several days while being extremely weak. It was good enough that he didn't die of exhaustion. Reluctantly taking out the fruit of life, Chen Fan swallowed it in a few bites. No matter how precious it was not as important as his own body. All basic attributes plus 10, vitality is being restored in large quantities. Chen Fan gradually returned to his peak. Yes, Elder Rupert, you have fulfilled your mission. After many hardships and difficulties, you have finally killed the evil king of the surface goblins. Chen Fan said as he took out the identity certificate of Tatagu. A defector from the Goblin Kingdom. This thing is equivalent to an absolutely true death certificate in this world. Rupert finally determined the reason why the blue dragon escaped. As expected, God of Craftsmen, President Shin, you have really solved a problem for our dwarf kingdom. On behalf of the dwarf king, I extend a sincere invitation to you and Chief Tora. Please come back to the royal court with us. I will decide. You two can choose any weapon from the kingdom's treasury. The old dwarf elder was excited and had tears in his eyes. Chen Fan showed an extremely reluctant expression. This reward and the remuneration we agreed on before. Can't it be delivered here? Rupert was a little puzzled. I'm afraid it won't work. The treasury is in the royal court. No one can open it without the order of our dwarf king. Why, President Shin is not interested in the treasure house of our dwarf kingdom? Chen Fan looked up at the sky above the bunker from time to time. How could he not be interested? He was very interested. The problem is that he has to distinguish between treasure and life. How about letting me see the treasures you can take out now? Forget it, I give my share to Chief Tuoluo first. I have some urgent matters in the Union, so I won't go to the royal court. Give my regards to the dwarf king for me. Oh, by the way, I leave the rest of the surface goblins to you. Please make sure to root them out. Chen Fan glanced at the pink figure flying above the bunker, and hurried back to Shu Jin and the others. Shu Jin frowned and squatted down. Fanzi, what's wrong with you so anxious? Chen Fan opened the entrance to the Peach Blossom secret realm. Don't ask so many questions. Hide inside first. And I explain it to you later. Directional teleportation scroll used successfully. Please select the teleportation location. Chen Fan, Mountain Dwarf Kingdom. The port on the south side of Dongyan City. Coordinate generation. Please select the number of people and items to carry. The maximum super magic value cannot exceed 200 years. Tuoluo floated down beside the dwarf elder Rupert, looking at the place where the Shinjo guild disappeared. Where did they go? Rupert was still in disbelief. He couldn't understand why anyone would refuse the treasure of the dwarf king's court. President Chen said that there was an urgent matter within the guild, so he went back first. And said that he would give you his share of the reward and reward first. Tuoluo looked amused. That must be a very important matter. Right? What are we going to do next? Continue to wipe out these huge numbers of goblins? The young prince came over with excitement. No. No. No, without the protection of Tatagu, these green mice that can only reproduce are easy to deal with. The most important thing for us now is to tell this good news to my father, the king of dwarves. Of course, you and President Chen have made great contributions. The rewards promised to you will only be more, not less, and you will always have the friendship of the dwarves. Tuoluo nodded, his delicate face showing a hesitant expression. But I still want to hear how you plan to clean up the remaining goblins. I don't like to leave troubles behind. The young prince talked freely. My idea is to hire a large number of human water mages and rain acid rain on this plain full of goblins for 7 days. Without Tataga to obstruct them. These brainless goblins will definitely not be able to hold on. Tuoluo thought for a while. This method is really reliable. It is a good way to destroy the clan and exterminate the race. Your Highness's method is very ingenious. In this case, let's set off. It is really an honor to be the guest of the Dwarf King in my lifetime. The Lord of Dongyan City and Rupert hid aside and talked in private for a while. Your Highness, you and Chief Tora go first. The Lord of Monton and I plan to investigate the forbidden bunker in case the crazy alchemist leaves any trouble. Rupert looked loyal to his duty. Prince Dwalin thought for a moment, then nodded. The two uncles must pay attention to safety on this trip. If you encounter danger, you must put your own safety first. Chapter 113, The Second Natural Disaster Meeting. The green-clothed youth walked to the side of Tuoluo. Master, why is your breath so disordered? Tuoluo turned his eyes away from the two dwarf elders. Investigation? You want to get the treasures left by Tatagu? Right. Go ahead, I have left you some deformed test subjects. Is my breath disordered? Maybe the battle just now consumed a lot of energy. Dwarf Kingdom, private port in the south of Dongyan City. The space fluctuated, and then a slightly panicked figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Chen Fan, who had just escaped from the ruins of the poisonous forest. Feeling the familiar strong breath not far away, Chen Fan finally felt a little more at ease. It was early morning, and the warm sunshine sprinkled on the quiet sea water. On the beach, there were reflections of different colors. Who were the two people on the deck? Duo and Sister Minghua? Chen Fan frowned. He seemed to be able to distinguish the identity of people within a certain distance just by feeling the soul. Even the general state of the soul. Is this the special ability that the skill soul master brings me? The captain has arrived. After the cooldown period is over, Chen Fan activates the skill and teleports directly from the beach to Fang Minghua, who is meditating on the deck. Looking at the charming body in front of him, Chen Fan's breath is hot, and he can't help but hug her, and holds Fang Minghua in his arms, and she is soft and fragrant for a while. Lu Duo widened his eyes and drew out his staff, and after seeing the person clearly, he immediately covered his eyes. Ah! What are you doing so early in the morning? Is this something that a minor like me can see? Fang Minghua didn't know who was hugging her. And in panic, she released a water wave resistance. A huge water ring appeared, and then spread, directly pushing Chen Fan several meters away. Fang Minghua turned her head and looked at the molester. Chen Fan? Why are you hugging me? Chen Fan was washed by the cold water, and his mind became clearer. Did I just let my wolf nature run wild? No. No matter how lustful I am, I will not lose my most basic self-control. So there are still some toxins from the 9 desires vermilion fruit in my soul? Ah! I was too tired, and I didn't stand firmly when I was teleported here. Fang Minghua's face was red, and she felt the place where she was touched by the dirty hands. She didn't believe Chen Fan's words at all. This is it. How did you come back so quickly? Didn't you say that it would take 15 days to complete the mission? Chen Fan opened the entrance to the Peach Blossom Land and let Haley, Shi Yin, and the others out. Qin Shujin and Qi Feng were the last to come out. As soon as the two huge guys came out, the wooden boards on the entire deck creaked. Lu Duo looked up at Qin Shujin. Uncle Shujin, why do you look much bigger than you are in real life? Qin Shujin sat down on the deck. Fortunately, this was the Poseidon. Otherwise, ordinary sailboats would not be able to withstand his tossing. Is this Fancy's ship? I finally found the organization. Hee, my body has awakened the Titan bloodline. I feel that it is getting bigger and stronger every day. Chen Fan patted the tired Shi Yin's shoulder. Sister Mingwei, we haven't been offline for nearly 24 hours. We will probably be forced to leave soon. This is Mamoru, my new subordinate. Please arrange a bigger cabin for him. Okay, let's go offline and rest. That tree root, you just have to bear with it for a while. Lie down on the deck and go offline. You can't enter the cabin. Hailey walked to the edge of the deck impatiently, took off his robe, revealed his slender body and green scales, and jumped into the sea with a splash. When his consciousness returned to the sinking ship building, Chen Fan stood up, pinching his temple. He cooked 2 bags of frozen dumplings, went to the toilet, and had no energy to care about other things. He buried himself in the bed and fell asleep. In his dream, Chen Fan felt as if he had turned into a weak grass, absorbing dew and sunshine every day, without joy or sorrow. Chairman Chun, are you sleeping? Chen Fan was sleeping soundly, and he vaguely heard someone calling him. He opened his eyes dazedly, and a familiar and delicate face appeared in front of him. Man, Dora! Chen Fan screamed in fear, and the whole person retreated backwards. But he was stuck by the chair under his buttocks, and he didn't run away. Dora rested his hand on his chin, and his elbows on the conference table. Chairman Chen, are you afraid of me? I remember that President Chen was very impressive last night. You called me man then. Why do you call me Taoyuan now? Why? You don't dare to call me your ex-girlfriend here? Li Xiaoqian, who was sitting opposite, had a darker face. She slapped the table with a slap. The time of the natural disaster meeting is very precious. Can you talk less about the dirty things? Chen Fan woke up, looked around, took in all the expressions of the 7 people, then silently took out the mask and sunglasses, and put them on his face. Social death. To Luo, beautiful eyes looked at the heroic mechanical disaster. Ms. Li, you should use more appropriate words. President Chen and I love each other. Can't we have some love? When was this rule set? Void Disaster Taya raised her eyebrows, and looked at the scene in front of her, with an expectant expression. What kind of Shura field is this? What happened this week? Li Xiaoqian's pretty face was frosty. There is no such rule. I can't control your affairs. I mean, we should discuss more about world tasks here. After all, time is precious. Tuo Luo showed a charming smile. You said it as if I didn't work hard. President Qin and I have almost completed the mission of the end of the surface goblins. The crazy alchemist Tatagu is dead. The remaining ordinary surface goblins are expected to die within 7 days. Ms. Li, do you think we have done a good enough job? Li Xiaoqian was speechless. She could only glare at Chen Fan with murderous eyes. Chen Fan looked innocent. Why are you glaring at me? I haven't said a word so far. Forget it, I can't afford to offend either of them, so I'd better not talk. Today is Sunday, I must have slept too soundly, I didn't hear the system prompt, and was directly dragged to the natural disaster meeting. Why did this woman to Luo react like this? Did she think there was no chance to kill me, so she planned to kill someone with a borrowed knife? No. This woman has more than 10,000 tricks, I'd better be careful in the future. The desert disaster McDillon looked around, gave Chen Fan a look that said I understand you, and then spoke to break the deadlock. I didn't expect that you two have made such great progress in just 7 days. I admire you. Speaking of which, the situation here is a bit troublesome. I thought the worst situation was that the whole tribe attacked the city. But who knew that the Sand Wolf King could actually find reinforcements? Currently, the enemy of Huasha City is no longer just the Sand Wolf people, but a coalition of the Sand Wolf tribe, the Scorpion People tribe, and the Desert Goblin tribe. I'm not even sure if the Sand Wolf tribe can find reinforcements. Chapter 114 Strength is about equal to that of a Sand Wolf. The Lord of Huangsha City barely obtains some support from Chiefing City. If you cannot provide assistance, the mission of defending Huangsha City will most likely fail. The power of Kuan Yu and I is limited. The one-armed swordsman Kuan Yu nodded. The difficulty of this extremely dangerous world mission is far greater than that of ordinary extremely dangerous missions. I even suspect that each world mission is set to be completed by the cooperation of the 8 of us. This was the longest sentence he had ever said. It can be seen that the enemies in Huansha City are indeed too strong. Chen Fan nodded secretly. It is indeed so. Killing that crazy alchemist Tatagu is simply too difficult. It is not a dangerous task at all. If it were not for the successful upgrade of Poseidon at the last moment, he and Tora would probably be trapped to death in that room. The disaster of slaying the dragon, the blonde Prince John proposed an idea. If you can give me the time and location of the enemy leaders' meeting, I can make the coalition forces besieging the city leaderless in an instant. But I can only launch one attack at the moment. So the time and location must be as accurate as possible. Chen Fan, wearing a mask, shook his head. When we were in the forbidden bunker, we thought about asking you for help. But now the 8 of us can't even make the most basic contact, let alone accurately report the time and location. Taya, the disaster of the void, nodded in agreement. How to contact the outside world is indeed the first problem that needs to be solved at the moment. Now that I don't have the help of external forces, I can no longer make any progress. The 7 people all turned their eyes to the black-robed lowly, elemental disaster Lan. At the end of the last meeting, it was she who stopped everyone from adding each other as friends. Lan raised her big eyes and looked at everyone indifferently. Just a brief explanation. The system we rely on has been hacked to a large extent, so we can't add each other as friends, and we can't talk about our professions and world tasks in the dialogue box, otherwise we are likely to be discovered, and the final result is that we will be caught in one fell swoop. Li Xiaoqian frowned. Has the system been hacked? Who hacked it? Our enemies? You seem to know a lot more than us. Why can't we share the information? McDillon echoed. I'm curious about this, too. After all, we have the same goal. Lan was silent for a while, then spoke softly. Sorry, I can't share the information for the time being. The ability to read souls is not uncommon. I don't rule out the existence of reckless fools among you. If she wasn't a little girl, this would probably be a bit annoying. Tuoluo knocked on the conference table. As long as we are sure that President Lan is on our side, it doesn't matter if we know it earlier or later. All we need to do is listen to the advice. Tuoluo seemed to be deliberately or unintentionally against Li Xiaoqian. When Li Xiaoqian pressed her, she supported him. President Lan, if I don't contact everyone through the system, but use other methods, is that okay? Lan nodded. As long as you don't mention the world mission, professional name, and meeting content, you can. But you must be extremely careful. Tuoluo nodded. Lan continued. Spreading news in the spirit world is currently the safest method, and it can even be unlimited to some extent. But the loyalty of the spirit world messenger is very difficult, and it is even more difficult to ignore the realm and distance. My messenger can only transmit information within the same space and time, within a certain distance. I am heading to the Principality of Yabuli, as the hub for transmitting information for the most difficult missions. Taya immediately showed an excited expression. Great. This way my plan can go smoothly. Lan hit the saint without any hesitation. I need to know your plan first, and then decide whether to execute it according to your plan. I have sent the entire Black Magician Guild to Huansha City. According to the time, they will arrive the day after tomorrow at the latest. Mr. McDillon, I need you to cover my subordinates, otherwise, the first thing to do after completing the defense of Huansha City is to massacre the entire Huansha City. Madeline felt uncomfortable being threatened by such a petite girl. But for the sake of the overall situation, I will do my best in this matter. I thank President Lan for his help on behalf of the residents of Huansha City. Li Xiaoqian analyzed the current situation and looked at the black magic girl Lan. I applied for the command of a combat team in my power for 15 days. President Lan thinks we should prioritize which world mission to support. Because of the information asymmetry, the strong Li Xiaoqian can only listen to Lan's opinion for the time being. Lan asked calmly. How strong are they? Li Xiaoqian. 3 first-level awakeners, 8 peak awakeners, plus me. Except for Lan, everyone else was shocked on the spot. Which forces combat team is this? Such a team is enough to match thousands of troops. Lan frowned and thought for a while, then looked at Madeline. If everyone goes to assist you, can we complete the mission within 5 days? Madeline frowned and thought. Within 5 days, the mission cannot be to defend at all, but to take the initiative to attack. The number of awakened people is now absolutely superior. Although the number of soldiers is inferior, it should be no problem with the help of the Black Magician Guild. Yes. Lan nodded, and then looked at Tuoluo. Can you make it? Tuoluo smiled. It will take about 4 days, and we should be able to catch up with the final battle. Lon turned his eyes to Chen Fan again. Chen Fan suddenly felt a great pressure. So he was the only one who was fine among the 8 people. Right? You have to play fair? I am weak. Can't you just let me go? I am still in the growth stage. Huasha City is too inland. I can't get there within 5 days, so... Chen Fan hadn't finished speaking. Bang 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 4 scrolls were thrown in front of him one after another. Super Teleport Scroll, orange. Unique function, after use. It can be teleported to any unlimited area in the God Grace realm. The maximum energy value of a single transmission is 2,000 years of super magic energy value. Evaluation. It can be used except when it cannot be used. Good guy. The evaluation is also nonsense literature. Good guy. For super teleportation scrolls together, enough for Chen Fan to use for 2 round trips. Chen Fan felt bitter. Can't you just let me go? Such a valuable thing, wouldn't you keep it for yourself? Let me see who is so bad. McDillon. Very good. Li Xiaoqian, yeah, very cruel. Lon, forget it, I won't argue with a kid. Tuoluo. Okay, I get there as soon as possible. But I've said it beforehand. Fighting in the desert, my strength is about the same as a sand wolf man. Chapter 115 Binding Spiritual Plants, Dark Spirit 9th Level Stare. Lon looked directly into Chen Fan's eyes. You can teleport directly to the inland lake of the Principality of Ebulian. You are not needed to guard Huansha City. Madeline's expression froze. So he didn't come to Huansha City to help him? Then why should I give him a teleportation scroll? It's a big loss. Chen Fan had no choice but to accept his fate. When should I go there? After the meeting? Lon shook his head. Your goal is too big. I will find a way to notify you when you are needed. If nothing goes wrong, it should be after the next natural disaster meeting. Chen Fan nodded with relief. This way. The fleet escorting the Shenzhou Chamber of Commerce will not be delayed. I can accept it. Lon hugged his shoulders and leaned back in his chair. I have said what I should say. If any of you have the opportunity to obtain spiritual servants, you should try to get them. For us, they are very useful. Li Xiaoqian started talking to Madeline about how to fight most efficiently. Taya asked about the strength and accuracy of John attack. Tuoluo stared at Chen Fan with a half smile, which made Chen Fan's hair stand on end. The meeting ended with Chen Fan's painful wait. The space fluctuated. Chen Fan returned to his room and rubbed his temple. One world mission had been completed by Tuoluo and himself, and according to the plan, the mission of guarding Huansha City was not far from completion. The biggest problem should be the task of the day of the prisoner's liberation. According to Lan's later analysis, this task is likely to end with an enemy with god-level strength, or even the guardian god of Tiamen, Adam, who will personally take action, although the probability is very small. Why does Tuoluo have this attitude? Has she been driven insane by herself? It doesn't seem like it. This woman is very scheming. How can she be so fragile? To sow discord between me and Xiaoqian? Hee, there is no need to sow discord between us. Ah, I can't figure it out. It would be better if you just shouted at me to kill me. At least I wouldn't be so scared. Lon said that the best way to communicate among the 8 natural disasters is to use the Spirit World Messenger. I happen to have an admission ticket to Alice Castle, which I got when I completed the task of slaughtering the 4 Seas demons. A few days ago, Lu Duoduo said that she went to do this task. That girl is quirky and clever, and she is also a veteran player of Werewolf, so I think the spiritual servant she got should be of high quality. I check the game later. If she's here, I ask her. Take a shower, check the properties of the Poseidon after it's upgraded. In the bathroom, Chen Fan looked at the tattoo on his chest in confusion. It was a strange green and weird blue stem, with its roots piercing his chest, and the dense grass leaves were lushly spreading, especially real. Chen Fan remembered the dream he had just had, and didn't even bother to take a shower, and immediately opened his property panel. Chen Fan, level 29, current experience value overflows in large quantities, evaluation. You can no longer withdraw. Are you mentally prepared for the end of your life? Not. So my personal soul value should be around 400 points without the help of Poseidon. What is the bound spiritual plant? Is it the vine that Tora can use as easily as his arm? 9-layer wind? If I remember correctly, 9-layer wind is another name for chicken blood vine. But it seems that they are not of the same species. Is it a reward for taking the first night of the Flower Demon Master? Buy one get one free for this kind of thing. Chen Fan gradually showed a somewhat obscene smile, and judging from his expression, he was probably savoring the past. To be honest, among the girls he had dated, no woman could compare with Tuo Luo, whether in figure, skin, or appearance. Even her temperament of thinking was particularly charming. Activate. Chen Fan clicked yes on the activate option in the bound spirit plant in the attribute panel. Activate the dark spirit 9-layer wind. The soul value required is X 5000, biological energy X 1000 ear super magic energy value. Currently insufficient energy, cannot be activated. Insufficient energy? Good guy, I don't know if it's useful yet, but I have a big appetite. Chen Fan touched the grass-like tattoo on his chest. This tattoo seemed to be printed in the flesh and blood, and the touch of the skin did not change. After a simple shower, I was about to lie on the bed and log into the game. An uncontrollable feeling of hunger swept over me. Damn! Is this the reminder when the spiritual plant is hungry? It's really easy to distinguish. Can I still log into this game? Chen Fan found dozens of pieces of fresh sea fish in his backpack. He simply cut them into small pieces with a knife, added a little horseradish, and began to eat them impatiently. He was so hungry that Chen Fan estimated that he could finish all the dishes made by Chen Shui at this time. Chen Fan only felt a sense of fullness when he ate the 25th portion of fish. According to the calculation of half a caddy per portion, he ate more than 10 caddies of fish at one time. And it was a magical ingredient with a certain grade. Chapter 116 Soul Master. Poseidon, current attribute of Poseidon. Chen Fan felt that in terms of appetite in the future, he might be able to compete with the tree roots. He rubbed his stomach. I was already very full. Why did I still feel unsatisfied? After frowning and thinking for a while, Chen Fan tried to take out a white soul crystal. Afterwards, a coolness flowed out from the soul crystal and slowly spread throughout Chen Fan's body. Is that so? Not only do you need two kinds of energy, material and soul, to upgrade, do you have to eat both of them together for normal food? Staring at the soul energy, white, for a while, Chen Fan somehow cast an identification spell. Soul crystal, white contains 0 soul points. Untradeable, evaluation. AU soul crystal will dissipate in about half a minute. Chen Fan was a little surprised. The attribute panel identified here is different from the previous one. Take out another blue soul crystal. Soul crystal, blue contains 100 soul points. Untradeable, evaluation. Life is divided into 2 parts, 1 body, 1 soul. The 2 have different masses but equal energy. Knowledge point? I looked at my soul crystal inventory. I used 1 purple soul crystal, and I still have 3. There are also 3 blue ones, 11 green ones, and more than 300 white ones. Originally there were several thousand, but they were consumed when I was making the fake golden armor infantry regiment. If converted into soul points, it is less than 4,000. It is indeed not enough for activation. Otherwise, start a war? Lying on the bed, click to log into the game. On the deck of Poseidon, Lu Duo Akimbo pouted her lips and stared angrily at the little goblin in front of her, who was only as tall as her knees. Mamadou is no longer the embarrassed look when he first met Chen Fan. Now he is wearing a decent suit, leaning on a delicate cane, wearing a top hat, and has a noble temperament. The premise is not to look at its face full of sinister and cunning. Your request is too much. No matter who you are to my boss, I can't agree to your request. Lu Duo was indignant. Didn't you say the first time was free? I made a request. How can you refuse? Where is your integrity? She had to get stuck on this bug today. Momota pointed it highly on the edge of the deck in the distance, and Shi Yin, who was constantly courting her. He shouted at the top of his voice. Their first free gift is just a pair of green goggles. And you want me to transform your entire ship? Where do I get so much magic metal? Even if I do, you have to pay for it. Lu Duo can't stand the word money. Although he has a job, he has no savings, and owed a huge amount of nearly 10 million a few days ago. In the end, he only got a killer captain. I am your master's future wife. How dare you ask me for money? Do you believe me or not? I will let him throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Lu Duo has already started to talk nonsense. Chen Fan, who just walked onto the deck, was horrified. Don't say that. I will be arrested by the police. And I have clearly said that I don't like washboards. Lu Duo didn't know that Chen Fan would come online at this time. He was immediately ashamed and angry. Captain Jack, attack the ship. A heroic spirit with a scarred middle-aged pirate image jumped out of the calm little pink bear. Ha ha ha, I like this ship. Guys, launch the attack. The S-level hero appeared and commanded the mechanical arm of the pink bear to attack. Then it was pressed to the bottom of the sea by the black tentacles extending from under the sea. Chen-Fan looked at the familiar, boundless sea. When did we set off? Can you start the Poseidon without me? The Poseidon was already sailing on the sea, and the land of the Dwarf Kingdom had become a black dot in the distance. Behind it followed 8 giant cargo ships flying the flag of the Shenzhou Chamber of Commerce. The sides and back of the cargo ships were also closely protected by 10 modified warships. These warships all flew the pirate flag of the Yongfan pirate group. Sexy Haley came over. Her skin was white and delicate. The green scales that barely protected the key parts shone in the sun. I helped. Chen-Fan vaguely felt the throbbing and desire in the depths of his soul again, and quickly shifted his sight to Shi Yin, who followed him. When did you become so easy to talk to? Haley looked down at her feet. The king is a little afraid of certain things on land, so it's better to leave as soon as possible. Chen-Fan nodded. So that's how it is. The Dwarf Kingdom is powerful. It's normal to have people or artifacts that Poseidon is afraid of. What's your king like now? I prepared some good things for him. Chen-Fan put on his diving mask, held Haley's cold little hand, and checked Poseidon's current attributes before jumping into the sea. Poseidon. God, advanceable, evaluation. The world is so big, I want to go see it. The health value is not changed, but the defense has increased by nearly 700,000. It's even more abnormal. With the help of Haley, Chen-Fan and the others came to the eyes of Poseidon that were as big as a house. The current Poseidon is completely different from before. The original black and yellow smooth skin has become an uneven black-brown metal skin, and the metal surface is densely covered with lavender lines. Chen-Fan carefully took out 4 grams of meteorite crystal from his backpack. Poseidon. You should be able to swallow this metal. Right? He wanted to add some spice to Poseidon's promotion. A metal octopus as tall as a person came to Chen-Fan with its tentacles flapping. It said a lot of things in a gibberish. Highly translated, the king said this thing looks delicious, but you still need to pay for your previous help. Poseidon was referring to the matter of sharing soul points with Chen-Fan before. Chen-Fan was a little envious of Hailey and the other's ability to talk in the sea without wearing diving masks. Reward? Do you know how valuable these few grams of meteorite crystal are? And you want a reward, please? There must be a limit to greed. Chapter 117 Poseidon. Advancement. Okay then. You want a reward? Right. I give your king 3,000 soul points, but I have to take back the meteorite crystal. The metal octopus showed a very obvious expression of reluctance, and the gurgling sound became less strong. Haley was silent for a while. The king said, "You'd better give it both, otherwise it will no longer guarantee that you can get its help next time you are in danger." Chen-Fan looked at Haley in confusion, and remained silent for a long time. Chen-Fan didn't speak until Hailey's face turned red. Are you sure it said that? Although I don't understand, I don't think it means that. Hailey raised her head proudly, and her dark green hair fluttered in the water. Sure. Chen-Fan pursed his lips and looked at Hailey. Very good, then I decided not to give you either, and let your king handle it when I'm in danger. Chen-Fan said, as he was about to take back the meteorite crystal in his hand. A brown tentacle suddenly grabbed Chen-Fan's arm. Chen-Fan looked at the small Poseidon, and saw that it was shaking its head violently, and its anthropomorphic head was full of desire. Haley looked frustrated. Okay. All we need is the magic metal called meteorite crystal. This guy really lied. Chen-Fan wanted to kick Haley. The metal tentacles touched the imperceptible meteorite crystal in Chen-Fan's hand. The familiar system prompt appeared. Get the ultimate magic metal meteorite crystal. Do you want to swallow it? Yes. The meteorite crystal has been swallowed successfully. Your ship Poseidon has reached the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. That's what I want. Chen-Fan rushed out of the sea and looked down at the entire Poseidon from a god perspective. Fong Mingwei also came to the deck of the Poseidon at some point. At this time, she and everyone else looked up at Chen-Fan. What kind of transformation should it be? Chen-Fan looked at the Poseidon, which was getting bigger and gradually turning into a metal form, and thought, he really didn't do much research on the form of sea vessels. But he must consider the practicality in the future game. The ship must have more warehouses, and they must be large. This way, it can carry more treasures and transport more goods. The deck must be open, and there must be enough runways for aircraft to take off. After all, with Mamoto, it's not far from having flying weapons. But considering the combat capability of the Poseidon, It feels like this ship is like a heavy hat on the head of a giant octopus, which greatly affects its performance. Is it possible to make it foldable, so that when Poseidon needs it, the entire hull can spread out from the center point, and then spread out layer by layer, which can protect it as armor, and will not affect the combat capability of Poseidon? This is definitely not possible in the real world. The hull will definitely not be able to withstand such a transformation, and may disintegrate in the moment of deformation. But in the world of God grace, there are magical metals, like meteorite crystals, as soft connections, so it should still be feasible. It is better to act than to think. Even if it fails, and the hull is broken, it can be corrected and repaired when it is upgraded next time. Action. How to act specifically? I just have an idea, but I don't know how to implement it. Thinking of the experience of upgrading the sea ship with Fong Mingwei before, Chen Fan looked at Mamadou on the deck. Maybe this kind of thing should also be able to seek help. Just thinking about this, the little Mamadou flew into the air, and slowly stood beside Chen Fan without knowing why. How come I'm flying? Boss, did you do this? Chen Fan saw that the appearance of the ship was about to be finalized, and he quickly told his plan to Mamadou. Then, he would lead the upgrade of Poseidon. Mamadou's eyes lit up. It was the first time for him to do such a huge mechanical transformation, and it was controlled by mind. Okay. Then it's free this time. The little goblin's eyes widened, and his thin arms danced rapidly. Countless metal parts of different shapes flew all over the sky, spliced, and fused. Half an hour later, the complicated transformation was completed. According to Chen Fan concept, the entire hull of the Poseidon became an aircraft carrier, because he only knew about the Liao province ship. The appearance of the current Poseidon and the Liao province ship is extremely similar. The ship is 321 meters long, 76 meters wide, 274 meters at the waterline, and 10 meters in draft. Underwater is the main body of the Poseidon, the descendant of the four seas demon god, the deep sea octopus king. Satisfied, Chen Fan took Mamadou back to the deck and faced the stunned crowd. How is it, everyone? Is it grand? Lu Duoduo muttered to himself. Isn't this too big? Why does your ship become so big after upgrading? Shiyin clapped his hands. Is this the appearance of the Liao provincial warship? You stole the blueprints of our country's important strategic weapons. I will report you. Fong Mingwei rolled her eyes charmingly. Aren't you afraid that he will report you for kidnapping a large number of women? It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Chen Fan, who was in high spirits, sent the attributes of the upgraded Poseidon to the Union chat box. Poseidon, God. Evaluation. If freedom means curling up in a dark trench, then I would rather be a sailboat that can sail in the vast ocean. By the way, does this evaluation refer to the voice of the big octopus below? Lu Duoduo asked curiously. Chen Fan remembered the evaluation phrases of Poseidon in the past. It seems that it is possible. At least I can't feel the hostility of the big guys towards me now. Ming sat quietly on the deck chair. His small body looked a little old-fashioned. The bloated hull, a watchtower, and the empty deck, I think it just increased my physical strength when I was in the shape-shifting. Chapter 118 Master Shu lives up to expectations. Since the day he became Chen Fan's servant, this guy has always looked like he is not worthy of being in this world. But what he said is not without reason. The shape of the Poseidon's hull is indeed not surprising. There is a metal tower of nearly 10 meters in the center of the left side of the deck. It is the main control room of the ship, and the rest cabin for the crew on board. There are two 300 by 80 meter runways on the right side, part of which protrudes out of the hull at the end. Under the deck are small foldable warehouses, which are stacked like a honeycomb and look very sophisticated. But the precision parts cannot be seen from the outside. Emomoto rushed to Ming's side. Human cub. I won't allow you to insult my work. This is just a prototype. As long as the boss gives me enough magic metal and magic materials, I will turn this ship into a real war machine. Ming, I am not a human cub. Chen Fan was assigning cabins on the Poseidon to everyone present. Tree Root, look at the silver warehouse at the end of the tower. That is the room I designed specifically for you. The bed and other things are not yet available. I have to go back and customize it. The Tree Root ran over excitedly, banging its head. No wonder the door of this warehouse is so big, it turned out to be my room. Okay. I'm not picky, we also have property in this world. Chen Fan, Fong Mingwei, Lu Duoduo, Ming Mamadou, Hailey, and the others' cabins are all on the top floor of the tower. Maybe they may not be on the Poseidon normally, but Chin Fan still left them their own cabins warmly. Shi Yin was not convinced. Why do they all have their own cabins? Even those who don't sleep on the shore have their own cabins. Why don't I have one? Your cabin originally had 3 bedrooms and a living room, but it has now become a 2-bedroom and a living room. Chin Fan complained in his heart. Because I have appointed you to be the captain of a ship. You have a high position and a heavy task, so how can you have time to live with me? Of course, you can come over and play if you have time, and most you can just squeeze in with the tree root. Lu Duoduo laughed so hard that her body shook. It's okay to squeeze in with Qin Feng. Shi Yin was so angry that he jumped up and down. You are just jealous of my beauty and talent. You are simply Fang Mingwei. By the way, most of the women you brought back last time were placed on ship number 1 by me. Fang Mingwei interrupted Shi Yin to satisfy declaration with just one sentence. Shi Yin pondered for 2 seconds. Take money from others, and eliminate disasters for others. Am I the kind of young man in the workplace who doesn't listen to the boss's appointment? I will take up the position now, and sort out my ship. Be a good captain who is positive and progressive and focuses on the main ship. Looking at Shi Yin, who used the fire resistance ring to catapult himself to the second ship, Chin Fan pondered. With this guy's eloquence, he should be very suitable to be an envoy. Right? Lu Duoduo, when 2 armies are fighting, they don't kill the envoy? Chin Fan nodded. Yes. Fang Mingwei smiled. When she was with Chin Fan and the others, she always felt sunny and cheerful. We have a problem to solve. Shi Yin is the captain of a ship, but the ship has no fighting power except him. Although the duty is to escort the cargo ship, including ships 2 to 10. They are themselves being escorted. It's okay if you are in the fleet, but if you have another mission, it will be difficult for them to protect our cargo. Chin Fan also felt that this was indeed a problem. Didn't you recruit members for the naval battle in Dongyan City? There should be a lot of awakened people looking for jobs there. Right? Fang Mingwei was a little helpless. I just recruited some experienced gunners, and they are currently distributed on these ships. The so-called job-seeking sea warriors are mostly level 10 minions. Do you think they can help our fleet now? Chin Fan shook his head decisively. That's really not necessary. Take your time. If not, go to the border cities inland and buy more powerful warrior slaves. Fang Mingwei nodded. That's not a bad idea. At least it can guarantee absolute loyalty. But the cost is too high. What about your ship? Is it to gather high-end combat power? Chin Fan found the small green figure on the deck. That was indeed the original plan, but now it seems there is a better choice. Chin Fan came to Mamadou with a smile. What is this for? A racing car? Does it need to be endowed with consciousness? Mamadou stopped the work in his hands, looked at Chin Fan's horrified expression and answered carefully. This work area is too large. I made myself a simple magnetic scooter. Something this simple doesn't need a consciousness chip at all. Boss, what can I do for you? Mamadou asked weakly. It had a bad feeling. What did you take from the forbidden bunker of Tatagu that day? Don't say you didn't take anything. I clearly saw you carrying a huge package. Tatagu, who was about to deny it, froze, and his big eyes rolled around. You mean the package? It was full of the fragments of the alchemist that you broke. I picked them up. You see, this mobility scooter is assembled with those discarded parts. There's still a little left. Boss, do you want some? Good guy. Chin Fan exclaimed. This guy is a grasshopper. He just eats and doesn't spit. Such a big package. It's obviously a space equipment. But it said it was a pile of discarded parts. You greenhead. You don't need to rehearse your lies. Right? You said at the time that you wanted to go to Tatagu alchemy room again. And there were still many treasures to take. I heard it all. I killed Tatagu. Otherwise how could you get so many treasures and come out safely? Mamadou had a pitiful expression. Did I say again? I didn't. Although you are my boss, you can't force me to take out something I don't have. Right? It was sure that Chin Fan couldn't do anything to it. Chin Fan clapped his hands. Very good, very good. It seems that you won't tell the truth unless I give you some high-tech. Fang Mingwei's graceful figure appeared on the deck, and behind her tall figure was a young Bodhi tree. Chin Fan squatted down and looked into Mamadou's big eyes. Tell me, what treasures did you get? Mamadou's nerves were tense. It felt that Chin Fan was using a mental interrogation method. Okay, the remaining parts including this scooter are all yours, boss. I really don't know the rest. I just thought about how to help you. Where can I find the treasures? The innocent expression, the sincere words, saw Chen Fan belief. Master Shu lived up to expectations. Tatagu life's work. The blood chip, a huge amount of weapons and ammunition, a large number of high-level alchemical potions, letters to communicate with various major forces. With so many treasures in exchange for wealth, it's enough for me to build a mechanical empire that is not inferior to the dwarf empire. I won't give it to anyone who wants it. Not even my own parents. Master Shu imitated Mo's shrill voice, and said something that Chen Fan and Fang Mingwei couldn't believe. Chapter 119 The Legacy of Tatagu. Chen Fan came out of his shock. Mamadou must be a very treacherous person among the goblins. I thought he was just greedy, but he had the same appetite as Tao Tai. It's comparable to the dwarf kingdom. You are really ambitious. Tell me, where did you put all those treasures? I feel like your trip is more profitable than my 10 ships making one trip. Fang Mingwei muttered to herself. Mamadou's eyes widened, full of disbelief. You? It. Obviously, Mamadou felt the danger of reality. Master Shu dutifully recounted Mamadou's psychological activities. The key point of consciousness transmission is type matching, energy matching. If the matching degree is too low, it will cause the mechanical life to crash or even lose control. The greater the power, the greater the pressure relief function required. This guy began to recite the difficult knowledge of making mechanical life in his mind, in order to resist Master Shu mind reading. Chen Fan was speechless. This operation was really amazing. He took out his pistol and fired a shot at the blue sky. Mamadou's mechanical course came to an abrupt end. Chen Fan, where did you put your package? Master Shu, the package is in the secret door behind Qingfeng's buttocks. Ah! Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Mamadou burst into tears and cried loudly. Don't take my baby. My baby? Chen Fan proudly pulled Fang Mingwei and disappeared on the spot. In an instant, he appeared beside Qi Feng. Qi Feng was lying on the deck lazily basking in the sun. After sensing Chen Fan's breath, he immediately stood up. Wagging his tail, Chen Fan happily patted Qingfeng's big head. Is there a storage compartment behind your butt? Open it for it. Qi Feng immediately squatted down, and a secret door popped out from his lower abdomen with a snap. Fang Mingwei was a little confused. Isn't this dog a robot? Why does it feel like a real one, so spiritual? Chen Fan explained. The mechanical bodies in this world are also considered a kind of life. They have consciousness. And in my opinion, they are not much different from real life. Fang Mingwei murmured to herself. That's really magical. Chen Fan turned his head and glanced at the tree master who had followed him at some point. Tree master, you have even seen a tree that can read people's hearts. What else is magical? Chen Fan looked at Fang Mingwei and spread his hands helplessly. Passive mouth replacement. Running to the dark cabin secretly installed by a villain. Chen Fan saw the pale yellow cloth bag as he wished. The cloth bag lay quietly in the dark cabin, bulging. Gold Devourer's stomach, purple. Space props. Large capacity storage bag. Evaluation. The sea also has an end. Please be careful not to burst it. On the deck, Chen Fan silently let go of the hand holding the bag. It turned out to be the stomach of some animal. Shu Jin, pour out the contents and let's see. Chen Fan turned around and told Chen Shu Jin, who came up. Shu Jin uttered a sound and pulled the rope at the mouth of the cloth bag. The next moment, all kinds of materials overflowed, so many that Chen Shu Jin was drowned in them. Lu Duo, who came over after hearing the sound, opened her mouth. Oh my god, so many treasures. How many merchant ships would have to be robbed to get them? Chen Fan, who had just crawled out, quickly stopped Lu Duo, who wanted to approach. Where are you going? Lu Duo's hands trembled. I help you sort them, otherwise it will be so messy. Chen Fan immediately raised his hand to refuse. Forget it, I appreciate your kindness, I won't bother Miss Lu with this little thing. If you really want to help, pay more attention to the World Channel, and help recruit suitable ocean players. Seeing that there was no chance to steal, Lu Duo immediately started to throw a tantrum. But President Chen refused to listen and would not let her in no matter what. Chen Fan finally called Hailey and her tribesmen up. The classification was left to them. Although Hailey's hands might not be honest, she did not have a large capacity space equipment, so the loss was definitely smaller than Lu Duo. An hour later, the Soul Sirens, each of whom had obtained a white soul crystal, happily jumped back into the sea. As a mutated Soul Sirens, after Poseidon awakened his divine power, they also had the ability to devour soul crystals. Hailey even broke through to level 49, directly skipping level 20. And her attributes were quite amazing. Chen Fan grabbed the bloated Hailey. How come you are so fat in less than an hour? Did you eat too much? Besides, don't you dislike wearing human clothes? Hailey moved towards the edge of the deck in small steps. I'm cold. Look at how strong the sea breeze is here. It's at least several degrees colder than the sea we used to stay in. Is it reasonable for me to wear more clothes? Chen Fan looked at the green-haired beauty, who disappeared at the edge of the deck. Looked back at Fong Mingwei. She's holding some metal. Right? Fong Mingwei nodded. The sirens are really strong. Won't she sink to the bottom of the sea? Chen Fan thought about it, then shook his head. I don't think so. He came to the classified treasures. The largest number was several hundred boxes of guns and ammunition. Pistols, submachine guns, heavy weapons were all available. Each box was marked with a location and the name of the faction. Black Gold Empire. Bailey Chamber of Commerce? Chen Fan was a little confused. This Tatagu is also a part-time arms dealer? Are these arms sold to various forces? Black Gold Empire, Yabulian Principality, and St. Ron's Goods. These guys support the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom on the surface. But they are all communicating with Tatagu behind the scenes. No wonder this cancer has not been eradicated for 100 years. It seems that it is not entirely due to the large number of clones. Fong Mingwei flipped through the account book, and her expression became more and more surprised. Here are the transaction records and contact information with various forces. With it, we have a chance to transfer these transactions to our own hands. Chen Fan flipped through the weapon box. The problem is that we only have this much stock at the moment. And there is no production line. It's a bit strange. There is no weapons production line or workers in the Forbidden Bunker. Where are these weapons made? Lower down? Fong Mingwei was obviously more concerned about the bill. There are so many deserted islands in this world. And we have the ability to protect ourselves. I plan to find an island to build our weapons processing plant. And hire workers from the Black Gold Empire. It's not illegal to make weapons in this world. If there are enough gold coins, it shouldn't be difficult to find workers. Chen Fan agreed. This is exactly what I thought. We should indeed find an island to build a base. I do have an island I like. I take you there when you return from the Black Gold Empire. As for the workers making weapons, I seem to have a more advanced method. Tree Root, go to the deck over there, and call Mamaduo for me. If it doesn't come, you can pinch it. After a while, Mamaduo, with dull eyes, came to Chen Fan. Chen Fan got straight to the point. Can you make this kind of standard weapon with low power? I mean, large quantities, on a 24-hour assembly line. Momo Duo didn't even raise his head. A weapon that a low-level mechanic like Tatagu can make is no problem for me. Chapter 120 Counting the Harvest. But I can't do mass production. After all, I'm just a little goblin with thin arms and legs. Chen Fan felt Mamaduo's strong personal emotions. Can't do it? Alas, I thought if you can do it, all the magic metals here will be given to you to use, and I could also charge your consciousness chip for free. If you can't do it, there's nothing I can do. I can only hire other mechanics with lower realms. Mamaduo straightened up suddenly. Boss, just leave this kind of small matter to me. Although it may be a bit of a waste of talent, but the boss's request is to be a lifelong guide for Momo Duo. But you can't go back on your word about charging the consciousness chip for free. Chen Fan vaguely felt that he was at a disadvantage, but the words had already been said, and the soul crystal was not that precious to him, so he said generously. No regrets. Momo Duo ran to the hill of magic metal, and put everything in the space bag. Okay, boss. I go make the main brain of the mechanical factory right now. Fong Mingwei looked distressed. So many precious magic metals. You just gave them all to it? She knew the value of those magic metals. Chen Fan, this little guy will not do anything without profit. If you want him to do something, you can't do it without some benefits. Besides, there are no precious metals in those materials. And you can't smelt any decent equipment. Fong Mingwei was puzzled. Isn't it your servant? Can't you still command it? Chen Fan explained to Fong Mingwei the subordinate contract between him and Mamaduo. So I think, this kind of contract can only restrict life and death, and cannot force it to think for my benefit. And at present, it is a fact that we both know that I can't kill it. Its value determines that I can't treat it like ya. Fong Mingwei listened attentively. According to what you said, will it have a way to escape from the subordinate contract? The goblins are really treacherous. Chen Fan nodded. I suspect there is, but I have no evidence. Chen Fan walked to several shelves of potions, picked up one by one for identification. The most numerous were Bloodline Enhancement Potions. Bloodline Enhancement Potion, purple. Unique function. Small chance to awaken the power in the target creature's bloodline, large chance to make the target creature lose its mind. Evaluation. When it drinks the potion, I hope you can stay away from it. Purple is the highest level of Bloodline Enhancement Potions. There are 89 of them. The rest are 200 blue ones, and 500 green ones. From the attribute panel, the green one should not be called Blood Enhancement Potion, but should be called Monster Transformation Potion. This thing is too evil. I have to keep it in my backpack. Blood Fusion Potion, purple. Sole function. Fusion of bloods with similar bloods. Evaluation. But it cannot guarantee that the fused bloods will be stronger. This potion is only available at the purple level, and the quantity is less than 20. It and the Bloodline Enhancement Potion are the most numerous alchemical potions. The remaining ones only have 3 or 5 of each type, and they are basically evil bloodline alchemical potions. It feels like none of them are for human consumption. This old guy has lived for more than 100 years. Can he research a potion with a 100% success rate? Chen Fan muttered to himself, while holding the only orange potion. Bloodline Reflux Potion, orange. Unique function. Small probability of returning the target creature to the state at the beginning of birth. Evaluation. Through this potion, it can be concluded that Tatagu research has already involved a level of consciousness. There is no doubt that you killed a genius. What's wrong with a genius? Don't geniuses have to die too? Sister Mingwei, this potion is amazing. It can make you return to the age of 18. Fang Mingwei, who was reading the ancient alchemy manual, looked up in astonishment. Really? Then give it to me. I buy it no matter how much it costs. Chen Fan continued, but you have to start growing again from a baby. Fang Mingwei rolled her eyes at Chen Fan charmingly. Thank you so much, you can keep it for yourself. Put the potion in the backpack. Failed. The backpack was filled up without knowing when. Chen Fan dug out the black gold treasure chests that had not been seen for a long time. He organized and classified the things in the backpack, packed the treasure chests one by one, and put them back into the backpack. Well, it looks more orderly this way. In addition to potions, metals, and munitions, Mamoruo did not steal too many other things. Chen Fan picked and chose, and found a few useful props among a pile of unknown instruments. Slave collar. Holder, Chen Fan. Only effect, after wearing it. You will become the slave of the holder, and will not be able to refute any orders from the other party. The effect of non-active wearing is invalid. Evaluation. Taboo props, forbidden to make, sell, hold. There are dozens of these things, and you can use them when you encounter an extremely evil enemy in the future. Life support chamber, orange. Unique effect. The user restores a constant life state, and keeps the cells in the current state permanently, consumes life value x1 per day, automatically absorbs the life of the nearby dying and converts it into life value. Remaining usage time, 3,650 days. Evaluation. Use the most evil way to do the most kind thing. If you are a doctor, you can understand it. Right? Bloodline and Soul Chip 17.0, orange. Unique effect. Reproduction control chip. The current number of chips that can be reproduced, control chip, orange, x1, control chip, purple, x10, control chip, blue, x100, control chip, green, x1000, control chip, white, unlimited. Control chip, purple implanted in the target organism, up to orange level organisms, brain, control the other party's body when activated. Control chip, blue implanted in the target organism, up to pink level organisms, brain, control the other party's body when activated. Control chip, green implanted in the target organism, up to purple level organisms, brain, control the other party's body when activated. Control chip, white implanted in the target organism, up to white level organisms, brain, control the other party's body when activated. Evaluation. Anger of the living. Reluctance of the dead. This is the result of a crooked path taken to the extreme. You destroyed a genius who could have become a god on his own. Chen Fan quietly put these props into a black gold treasure chest. There is no normal thing which is more evil than the props produced by the Hades compass. Tatagu. Ah, Tatagu, you go to hell. Even the king of hell will have to bow to you twice. Fang Mingwei put down Tatagu alchemy manual, and looked at Chen Fan strangely. What's that expression on your face? Those props are very special. Chen Fan nodded. It's so special, Liu Bei covered his face and cried when he came. Confucius had to pull out his beard when he came. Tataga deserves death. Fang Mingwei became more curious. Can I take a look? Chen Fan threw the treasure chest into his backpack. This is Pandora's box. Don't dare to open it. Chapter 121 Plant Spirit World. The cabin under the clock tower. Out of control. God. The only effect. Freely control the flow of time in the cabin. The cabin under the clock can only be entered actively. Out of control. The flow of time in the cabin is rapidly accelerating. Evaluation. A true artifact. If you want to comprehend the god of time in it, please accept the consequence that you may die in 1 second. This is the treasure that Chen Fan brought back by himself. Artifact. But why is it out of control? That Tataga can adjust the time freely. Why can't it be done here? Chen Fan activated the small room under the clock tower and set the door on the side of the deck. An old small room appeared on the deck of the Poseidon. Fang Mingwei came over curiously. What is this? A room that can be carried with you. This is really convenient. Chen Fan stopped the curious Fang Mingwei. You can't enter this room. Wait for me to get a fishing rod and try it. Chen Fan took out a white fishing rod, pushed the door open, took out half of the fishing rod, and silently checked 3 numbers. Chen Fan pulled back the fishing rod. Fang Mingwei's beautiful eyes widened. Is there a mechanism in this room? Why is the half of the fishing rod gone? Chen Fan grinned. This is the corrosion of time. 3 seconds outside, maybe many years have passed inside. Fang Mingwei took 2 steps back with her long legs. Too scary. Put this thing away quickly. It will be a disaster for anyone who accidentally goes in. Chen Fan nodded. That makes sense. It's too dangerous. Chen Shujian, who had been watching from the side, suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. Chen Shujian came over with a thump. Under Chen Fan's puzzled gaze, Shujian threw a flower pot tied with a fishing line into the deck, and then immediately pulled it out. The flower pot hit the deck with a thump, and on the dried soil inside the flower pot, a tender green grass had grown. Chen Fan couldn't figure it out. No, I understand that there is sunlight in this room, but no one is watering it. Why is it not dead? The tree root carefully picked up the flower pot. What do you know? This thing is called oasis. It takes 10 years to germinate. It cannot be exposed to too much water. I thought it would take 10 years to complete my task. I didn't expect it to be completed in a short time. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan, 10 years. What task? The cycle is 10 years. What is the reward for the task? The tree root chuckled. Subprofession, Spiritual Plant Cultivation Master. Chen Fan was confused, looking at Fang Mingwei. Subprofession? This system also has subprofessions? Fang Mingwei shook her head. I haven't heard of this either, but if there really is a subprofession, can you also use the Bloodline Alchemist job transfer? Chen Fan took out the job transfer book obtained by killing Tataga with doubt. Bloodline Alchemist job transfer book, orange. After using it, you will transfer to Bloodline Alchemist. After the job transfer, the profession is unique and cannot be changed. Evaluation. Does anyone want to give my inheritance? All my inventions are written in the alchemy manual, without reservation. Chen Fan closed the attribute panel. This thing doesn't look like a secondary profession at all. Ah, I'm tired of counting the harvest, Sister Mingwei. How long will it take for you to come back? Fang Mingwei's eyes were a little complicated, but she was relieved immediately. In another week, the matter in the Magic City will be completely resolved. Chen Fan keenly noticed the melancholy in Fang Mingwei's words. What does this completely mean? What great things have you done? Fang Mingwei looked far away at the vast sea. I have cashed in all the company's assets except Qingzhou City. From now on, my only public identity is the vice president of the Xinzhou Labor Union. Chen Fan was completely stunned, and recovered after a while. No, I said. Have your personalities been changed by the system? Why do you all feel abnormal? Fang Mingwei looked into Chen Fan's eyes. What's wrong? The arms business in this world has high profits, low risks, and huge demand. As long as there are no major mistakes in operation, the prospects are simply unmatched by any industry on Earth. I know this very well. So I made the right choice. Chen Fan's eyes were complicated. But you made the decision a little too hastily. And as for Qinzhou, I give you the chairman's position. Fang Mingwei shook her head and refused. The harvest from your mission this time is enough for my business in the first few months. The one who achieves first is the one who succeeds. You are capable. So you should be the president. In fact, only after experiencing life and death can you know that money victory, and privilege are just illusions to satisfy the empty heart. Even if I lose the billions in my hands on this blue sea, I don't think I will regret it. Now I just want to live happily, accompany people who can make me happy, do what I am good at and like, don't care about gains and losses, and don't care about other people's opinions. She looked at Chen Fan's eyes tenderly. Chen Fan saw undisguised love in those beautiful big eyes. Chen Fan subconsciously avoided the burning gaze. He had Chen Shui here, couldn't let go of Li Xiaoqian, and had also muddled through Tuo Luo. The fish pond was not big, there were already 3 tiger sharks. He did have the idea, but his conscience really couldn't let him go. Well, since you have thought it through, I will absolutely support you 100%. And you must remember the capital you invested in the union, and you can't put your own money into it when the profit is distributed. Fang Mingwen nodded gently. Chen Fan found a lame excuse to return to his new cabin. The new cabin is located on the top floor of the tower. The size and layout of the room are basically the same as his room in the Xinzhou headquarters. Chen Fan also plans to order a batch of furniture of the same style, so that he won't feel too abrupt when he wakes up in 2 worlds. Plant Spirit World, Canoe City, Plant Spirit Master Primary School. In the courtyard with lush plants of various shapes as the main theme. Dean Song Chunglu stood with his hands behind his back. The breeze blew his long beard. In front of him stood a row of young men and women in neat uniforms. The young men looked yearning and expectant. Song Chunglu nodded with satisfaction at this group of talented graduates. Compared to others, you are lucky. Although I don't know why the ancient tree elders buried their roots at the same time, it doesn't matter to you. You just need to know. His voice became louder and louder. The one who will take you to the plant half-world to accommodate the plant spirits this time is the youngest master of our plant spirit world, Lord Jiu Tingwan. I want you to seize this rare opportunity. I also want to warn you, not to show any disrespect to the Lord. The departure time is 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Does anyone have any objections? The young men looked at each other with burning eyes, and no one objected. Didn't Lord Jiu Tinglan leave the plant spirit world and go to the main world? When did you come back? I really want to take a photo with the Lord this time. The young men in the back row whispered. Chapter 122 Peach Garden, Quickweed Seeds. Song Chunlu secretly rolled his eyes. The 9 Desires Lord introduced this communication technology too quickly, so that these little kids, who have not even left school, can know the Lord's movements. Chen Fan, who returned to the real world, went to the barber shop to calm down for a while. Facing the anxious Ling Ling, Chen Fan did not say anything to drive her away. But he told her directly that the cashier work in this small store was too small and was not suitable for her. Chen Fan recommended her to work as a grassroots white-collar worker in the Xinzhou Union, if she had the mind to do so. Ling Ling thought for a while, and then agreed with a firm look. She was not lacking in ambition, but a chance to gain experience. The beloved Mercedes-Benz G was also repaired and sent back. To celebrate this, Chen Fan invited all the members of the Xinzhou team to a big dinner in the evening. Now he was considered rich, so he paid for the dinner himself. In the evening, his younger brother, who had not called him for 800 years, called him. He said that his parents were going to renovate the old house at home. He felt that there was no need to renovate the old brick house. At that time, his parents would definitely not be willing to spend money to hire someone, and they would do everything by themselves, which would tire the old couple out. Besides, the money spent on renovation was really unnecessary. If I put in a little more, I could have paid the down payment for a building in the town. The appreciation potential is definitely much greater than that old brick house. What Chen Lang said makes sense. Thinking of his brother, who is extremely weak in math, physics and chemistry, Chen Fan is still a little proud. Did you persuade him? Chen Lang, I did. It's useless. Dad insisted on renovating. Chen Fan, then your persuasion is useless. It's useless for me, who can't even get into college. Chen Lang retorted. Part of the money that can be used for renovation is yours, so you must have more say than me. Chen Fan thought for a while, then spoke. The house in my hometown means too much to my parents. You are already 17 or 18 years old. You should know that it is not feasible to only talk about gains and losses in some things without talking about emotions. Let's put it this way. I have made a lot of money. You can go back and discuss with your parents to demolish the old house on the front street and build a new one. Chen Lang, brother. That big flat will cost at least 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. Are you going to save your money to find a sister-in-law for me? Chen Fan had to tell a small lie. I'm working with a boss now, And I can earn 1,000,000 yuan a year. I give Dad 500,000 yuan in a while. And you be responsible for convincing them to build a house. Also, there's something you need to help with. When you build a house, you must build a basement with enough space. I need it when the time comes. Chun Lang agreed half-heartedly, and then hung up the phone. Chen Fan has been watching the news lately, and has always seen possible incidents of games invading reality. For ordinary people, encountering such incidents is mostly a matter of life and death. Building a solid basement is a small preparation Chen Fan has made for his family. I hope Xiaolang can convince his parents to build a new house. The next day, on the route from the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom to the Black Gold Empire, the weather was slightly dark, and there was a sense of impending storm. Chen Fan came to Mamaduo Temporary Mechanical Processing Plant, and handed it the out-of-control the small house under the bell tower. See if you can fix this thing? Mamaduo took the antique clock that was half the size of his own. Boss, if you want to fix this thing, you have to find the god of time, or the god of craftsmen. And I'm just a little genius mechanic. Chen Fan took the clock back. He didn't have much hope. Well, how is the assembly line for mass production of munitions going? Mamaduo put the golden silk thread back on his wrist. Small batches of simpler standard rifles can be mass-produced at any time. I will iterate and upgrade the more advanced ones according to your needs. I'm making a batch of intelligent robots that can repair equipment. This may require some of your ordinary souls. Chen Fan waved his hand generously. No problem. Just tell me how many you need. Mamaduo, 1,000 will be enough. Chen Fan was silent. I give you a chance to reorganize your words. Thinking of the weird tree man, Mamaduo was helpless. 500. You should give me some margin of error. Chen Fan didn't want to oppress this subordinate with powerful and special abilities too much, so he reluctantly agreed. Then he gave 500 soul crystals, white, that could be traded to Mamaduo. On one side of the deck was Mamaduo Intelligent Machinery Research and Development Base, and on the other side was Shujian Spiritual Plant Cultivation Base. Once it was unfolded, it was a large fertile farmland. At this moment, Qin Shujian was shoveling the soil and sowing seeds very efficiently. The picture of the nearly 6-meter-tall giant sowing tiny seeds did not feel out of place at all. Chen Fan looked at the busy Shujian and suddenly remembered that he also had a farmland planted with blue heart roses and a fish pond. Opening the Taoyuan Secret Realm, Chen Fan stepped in. Secret Realm Mission 4. Reclamation of 3 farmlands has been completed. Get reward. Fast Wheat Seed X 500. Secret Realm Mission 3. Breeding Flower Love Fish has not been completed. The current progress is 60%. Mission reward. All mature flower love fish. 500 fish fry. Random species. Chen Fan nodded. It seems that these pirate families are working hard, and they have reclaimed 3 farmlands in less than a week. Pick up a fast wheat seed. Fast wheat seed blue. Unique effect. Can grow wheat that increases agility after consumption. Good stuff. A real good stuff. This is a treasure that can increase basic attributes. But I guess the improvement won't be that big. Find the old man in charge. Give him 400 seeds of fast wheat, and tell him to plant them in the newly reclaimed farmland. After doing this, Chen Fan took a tour in the Taoyuan Secret Realm, and saw that everything was normal and orderly, so he withdrew. Just after coming out of the Peach Blossom Land, Chen Fan ran into Lu Duoduo, who was wearing hot pants. He was startled, and Lu Duoduo was also startled. Ah! Why did you come out? I was just about to go in. Chen Fan waved his hand. Why go in there? It's like an airtight prison. Lu Duoduo had a complicated expression. You said that? I want to go in and take a look. Chen Fan quickly changed the subject. Why are you not staying in your pink bear? Why are you on my ship again? Didn't you set your sights on finding 3 sunken ships full of gems during this holiday? Lu Duoduo's face turned bitter. Speaking of which, my ship is called a prison. The scenery on the seabed was quite novel at first, but after a while, it felt monotonous. It was so boring. I might as well come to your place to bask in the sun and fish. By the way, was there anything valuable among the huge pile of treasures yesterday? Let me see it. Chen Fan thought for a while, then took out a few bottles of blood enhancement potion and handed them to Lu Duoduo. Lu Duoduo couldn't wait to grab it, and then threw it back. What a piece of crap. This thing is too scary. It's better to just call for a gene mutation drug. Sucks, sucks, help, help. Some familiar sharp cries came from far away. Looking in the direction of the sound, Chen Fan and Lu Duoduo were both shocked. Oh my god, your parrot, brought back a dragon. Chapter 123 Blue Dragon vs. Deep Sea Octopus King. Chen Fan fixed his eyes on the blue figure that just appeared on the sea level, with a strange expression. This is that bloodthirsty blue dragon. How did this dead bird attract it? Before he could be surprised, Chen Fan quickly called everyone on the Poseidon to his side, and moved Mamadou, Ming, Chen Shujian, Lu Duo, and others to the deck of the second ship. Poseidon. Meet the enemy. When there were no other people on the deck, Chen Fan immediately commanded the Poseidon to rush towards the adult bloodthirsty blue dragon. He had to do this. He had to keep the battle area of the two behemoths as far away from the fleet of the Shinjo Union as possible. The magic ship could not withstand the wind and waves caused by the battle between the two behemoths. The Poseidon, which received the order, swam slowly towards the direction where the blue dragon was rushing. Chen Fan was helpless. How could he be so frustrated as a captain? Why were his subordinates all players who didn't work for him without paying him money? 1,000 soul points. The Poseidon suddenly accelerated and moved forward with great momentum. Compared to Haley's careful scheme, Poseidon's method is obviously a little immature, but it is very effective. Chen Fan opened the chat box and sent a private message to Lu Duo. Chen Fan, let the fleet leave the sea area as soon as possible. Lu Duo received. Take care. Do you need to tell the bank card password to anyone? Chen Fan, get lost. By the way, does Tuol Luo still remember his bank card password? I have to go to the bank to change the password when I have time. Chen Fan grabbed the green parrot that swooped down. Xiao Ba. You are such a troublemaker. You have no guilt at all. The eighth master seemed to hold something in his claws. Seeing that he couldn't get away, the parrot quacked. Call me eighth master. You ungrateful man. Have you forgotten that I saved your life in the rain of shells a few days ago? Besides, the big guy under your feet can beat it. Chen Fan gave the parrot a slap on the head. You didn't say I would pay you back when you saved me. Tell me, how did you offend that crazy blue dragon? What's in your claws? Don't think I don't know. Is it a blue dragon egg? The eighth master rolled his eyes in anger. Stupid. Stupid. I'm not even as big as a dragon egg. What's the use of a dragon egg? Besides, what's the use of that thing for me? 2 life fruits. We take half each. As a reward for helping me get rid of it. Chen Fan looked surprised. He quickly and politely took a life fruit and put the eighth master on his shoulder. Look at you. He originally had a fruit of life. And he ate it after his body was overdrawn by hunger. The effect was very significant. Even if he couldn't get the effect of adding 10 to the basic attribute by eating another one. The powerful life-saving effect of the fruit of life was enough to prove its preciousness. Where did you get the fruit of life? Xiao Ba. Did you go to the elf kingdom? The parrot was dissatisfied. Call me Master Ba. The water dragon overturned a fleet. And I took it out of its mouth. Good fellow, how can you tolerate this? You dare to snatch it away when it's already in your mouth? If it were me, I would chase you for 3,000 miles. The angry blue dragon was getting closer and closer. Chen Fan could even vaguely see its eyes that were no longer so scarlet. Why do the blue dragon's eyes look much clearer? Is it because Tatagu is dead, so the violent will that controls it has also disappeared? Fong Mingwei sent a voice request. Chen Fan answered. What's going on over there? King Kong versus Godzilla? Do you need help? Chen Fan was full of confidence. Then please prepare a bigger pot. Let's taste dragon meat tonight. Lu Duo shouted over there. Old Chen is bragging again. Old Sure. Put on the protective uniform to punish him. Sure Yin, uniform? What uniform? Who is wearing the uniform? Fong Mingwei held her forehead with one hand. Forget it. Just be sure to deal with it. Looking at the blue dragon swooping down, Chen Fan was full of energy. When will he be able to deal with such a terrifying giant? Poseidon. It's time to warm up. The blue sea was surging. And 4 mechanical tentacles stretched out from the bottom of the sea, whipping at the cool blue dragon like 4 heavy steel whips. The blue dragon was flashing with thunder. And its eyes were furious. It rushed forward without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Poseidon twitched all over. And the blue dragon flew backwards into the sea. Chen Fan, who was standing on the deck, felt trembling all over. Damn. I got electrocuted. I can't stand here and pretend anymore. The captain has arrived. Chen Fan and the green parrot were teleported to the special space inside the Poseidon, next to Haley and other mermaids. Before leaving, Chen Fan also triggered the disintegration command of the steel hull of the Poseidon. The aircraft carrier on the sea surface rumbled, and then spread out layer by layer, gradually covering the Poseidon under the sea surface. Due to the special design, the tower of the original hull was placed on the back of the Poseidon. It looked like a giant black mechanical octopus wearing a cute little silver hat. Boom! Seawater convection. A large amount of seawater stirred each other, water splashed towards the sky. Under the sea, the blue tornado swept the turbulent water and lightning and hit Poseidon again. Poseidon directly resisted with its metal skin composed of meteorite crystals. The gluttonous mouth opened, the sharp serrations bit directly into the blue dragon's neck. In the upper jaw space of Poseidon, Chen Fan asked in confusion, "Why can't I see the scenery outside? I remember it was okay when I came here last time?" The young siren Horus raised his head, revealing clear eyes. The transparent yellow stripes are blocked by the steel armor, and we now use luminous pearls for lighting. Chen Fan felt a little guilty, because he only wanted to improve the combat power of Poseidon, and ignored the living environment of the siren tribe, and now there is no light. Don't worry, after the fight, I will install a few more large screens for you to see the outside, with 360 degrees without blind spots, and it is clearer than what you saw before. Haley came over with her slender waist swaying. No need, let's make it darker for now, otherwise these little guys always want to look outside, and they won't practice during such a good time, and it will all be wasted. Chen Fan looked at Haley's perfect waist fiercely. No, you can choose not to look, but there must be one here, otherwise the captain, will look so selfish. Besides, it's not convenient to not have a window to see the outside. I don't even know how your king is doing now, and whether he won or not. Haley hesitated for a moment, and finally took Chen Fan's hand. Close your eyes, and you can see it. Chen Fan pinched the cold and tender little hand, and closed his eyes distractedly. This is a mermaid, with a fish tail. Don't think too much. Don't think too much. Chapter 124 Blood Reflux Potion, Orange. In the darkness, a faint blue light gradually appeared. A deep blue dragon's huge mouth bit forward. Chen Fan's heart trembled, and he subconsciously tried to dodge. The next second, two metal tentacles brazenly wrapped around the neck of the blue dragon in front of him. Is this Poseidon's perspective? The seawater was filled with lightning, the tentacles relaxed, the blue dragon dodged its neck, the slender dragon tail cut off the sea current, and with a residual image, it hit the forehead of the Poseidon, making a crisp sound. It turns out that this blue dragon can't break the defense. The steel armor with meteorite crystals is too tough. And with the skill of steel skin, the defense value of Poseidon is maxed out. But for Poseidon, the electric shock of this blue dragon makes him helpless. Every time he wants to entangle the enemy, he will lose control of his limbs. The battle between the two giants seems to be deadlocked. Blue Dragon, Orange level 50. Evaluation. The skin of the blue dragon sometimes makes strange sounds and emits strange smells. They like to hide in the ocean, their bodies blending into the sea and sky. Their favorite food is sharks. They will roast these foods with lightning before eating them. Of course, I am talking about blue dragons that have not been transformed by alchemy. Chen Fan was surprised to find that he could use the identification skill through the eyes of Poseidon. Although the results of the identification were no different. Poseidon, it has electricity. Don't you have the same skills? Use the Soul Master. Poseidon hesitated. Should he use the divine power? Using the divine power would cause too much loss to his soul value. His mission was to stop the blue dragon from destroying his fleet. There was no benefit in killing the dragon. It would cost too much. He would not do it. Poseidon continued to extend his tentacles to wrap around the crazy blue dragon, rejecting Chen Fan's proposal with his actions. The blue dragon bit, swung its tail, discharged electricity. Poseidon trembled, wrapped. This battle between giant beasts was so boring. Chen Fan hugged Hailei's slender waist, with a helpless look. What is your king doing? Is he training his lightning resistance? Why doesn't he use his skills? Hailey glanced at him. So what does this have to do with you hugging my waist? Chen Fan remained calm. You don't understand. Our hands sweat easily. I'm just afraid of getting your hands dirty. Why don't you understand your captain's kindness? Chen Fan, who was ready to be thrown over his shoulder, said shamelessly. But what surprised him was that Hailey didn't attack him this time. What happened? Did she take too much of my treasure and compensate me? Chen Fan thought so, and his burning hand became more and more dishonest. Hailey is not from Earth. Not even a human. So she should not be under the control of the monogamous system. Right? Bang! Ouch! Chen Fan cried out in pain. and was hit several meters away by Haley Black's stick. Sorry. I got used to the fire crystal sword. And I just found the black stick. Chen Fan climbed up, holding his stomach. Little Horace came running over. Here, replenish your energy. He took the powerful seashell handed over by Horace. Next time. Can you tell me about this situation in advance? It doesn't matter if it hurts, it's just to scare me. Hailey rolled her eyes at Chen Fan fiercely, and there was no need to say more about her charming style. Huh? The dragon seems to have made a mistake, and was entangled by the king. Chen Fan quickly ran over and pinched Hailey's little hand. At this moment, Poseidon was holding the blue dragon, which was much smaller than him, tightly. All the tentacles were used. The blue dragon was rolling irregularly on the seabed as it continued to discharge electricity and struggle. At this time, electric shock was useless. Poseidon used his tentacles to strangle his own tentacles. Even if he lost control, he would not easily let go. As long as the electric shock was past, it would tighten desperately. The tentacles covered with strong steel squeezed into the blue dragon's flesh one by one. The deep red blood slowly spread on the seabed, gradually dyeing the sea water around the two giant beasts into light red. Under the intense pain, the blue dragon seemed to regain consciousness. It opened its huge mouth and roared. And its cry seemed to contain a strong meaning of begging for mercy. But Poseidon was obviously not a kind master. As the successor of the soul god Yin, collecting powerful souls was what it should do. It would not let go of such a good opportunity. Chen Fan looked at the miserable blue dragon, which was somewhat deformed by being strangled, and vaguely had a bold idea. After rummaging in the backpack for a while, Chen Fan took out a bottle of medicine. Blood reflux potion, orange. Unique function. Small probability of returning the target creature to its original state. Evaluation. You seem to have found the correct way to use this potion, but I have to remind you that the probability of success of this thing is about the same as the probability of becoming a god. Becoming a god is also a matter of probability. This is really good news. Hailey, take me out. Go to the mouth of that dragon. I have something important to do. Chen Fan looked expectant, and was eager to try. Hailey looked at Chen Fan with contempt. Are you sure you won't be electrocuted if you're so close? Chen Fan was stunned. This is indeed a question. Who knows if the blue dragon still has the ability to discharge electricity? Chen Fan looked at Hailey, and thought for a while. How about this? Are you afraid of electricity? Hailey shook her head. No. Chen Fan, then you go to the dragon's mouth first. I teleport there later. Throw this bottle of potion into its mouth, and you take me away. Hailey shook her head. No. Chen Fan stared at Hailey's greedy face. Speak. Speak. You robber. Hailey smiled like a flower. I still lack 10 kilograms of magic silver. Chen Fan felt pain. 500 grams. Do you want it? Hailey nodded immediately. Sure. I leave right away. Chen Fan was stunned. Did I give too much? A green figure rushed out from the teeth of the mechanical octopus like an arrow, and the figure flashed and turned a few times before arriving at the head of the blue dragon that was screaming in pain. Hailey took out the conch shell. I'm here. You can come over now. The voice came from the conch shell. Chen Fan put on the diving mask and activated the skill of the Wanderer full body armor. Skill introduction. Fearless attack. Physical damage received within 1 minute is halved. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Mana consumption, 200. The captain is here. In Horace's puzzled eyes, Chen Fan disappeared on the spot. Coming to Hailey's side, Chen Fan controlled the sea current to stabilize his body, and stared at the abyssal mouth of the blue dragon. He needed to find a suitable opportunity. The blue dragon screamed in pain from being strangled by several solid tentacles, and its big mouth spurted out a mouthful of scarlet blood uncontrollably. Chapter 125 Black Rose Pirates. Just as the blue dragon spit out blood and was swallowing seawater, Chen Fan threw the potion in his hand fiercely. The orange potion was swallowed smoothly by the blue dragon along the sea current. Let's go! Hailey instantly pulled Chen Fan and shot out, leaving the two giant beasts like a white line. Chen Fan felt a little anxious. He felt that he should crack the bottle of potion and throw it in. If the blue dragon only swallowed but did not bite, wouldn't he lose both the wife and the army? Just as he was daydreaming, the system prompt panel that made Chen Fan feel at ease appeared. The blood circulation potion was used successfully. The current life circulation probability is 5%. Whether to use the possible ring to adjust the probability. Yes. Chen Fan directly raised the success rate to 100%. And then took Hailey's hand. Take me back quickly. Back to the blue dragon. Poseidon. Let it go. Don't strangle it to death. Hailey looked back while swimming. The king said that this dragon is worth at least 1,000 soul points. Chen Fan nodded vigorously. Yes. The blue dragon, without restraints, fell miserably to the bottom of the sea. Scarlet blood continued to spill. The broken dragon body trembled from time to time. The spirit in his eyes was slowly disappearing. Chen Fan was a little anxious, controlling the water flow to push himself to the bottom of the sea. That is to say, he has a high physical fitness, otherwise the pressure on the bottom of the sea would have crushed him to death. Banana? You don't want to take it. This dragon will not die before the potion takes effect. Right? Poseidon. You reckless man. Reckless man. It's over. The Dragon Knight's dream was shattered just after it was born. Pessimism. The huge blue dragon body on the coral suddenly shook, and then began to shrink rapidly. As if a magician cast a shrinking spell. It shrank from the size of a hill to a small meatball less than 1 meter in a few minutes. Hailey opened her mouth slightly. What kind of evil potion is in your potion bottle? Chen Fan happily rushed to the side of the small meatball, and watched it gradually form a hard shell with his own eyes. What are you talking about? Where is that evil? If I don't give it this potion, wouldn't it die? I'm saving it. What do you know? Hailey looked at the dark blue egg standing on the coral, with a frown. I'd rather die than be forced to become a baby. The 1-meter-high blue dragon egg exuded an indescribable aura, clearly showing that it was about to break out of the shell. Hailey looked around. This breath is likely to attract the old monsters in the seabed. Let's go back. Chen Fan nodded, and immediately used the ocean current to control the trembling dragon egg to come to his side, and then immediately returned to Poseidon's big mouth with Hailey. On the deck of the No. 2 ship of Yongfan Pirate Group, Lu Duo sat on the edge of the deck, wagging her white and tender feet in boredom. Oh! Sister Mingwei, let's go over first. It's so boring to stay here. Fong Mingwei sat on a chair. I don't know what to write. What if we encounter pirates? The distance is too far. Poseidon's support will be too late. Lu Duo, you don't know how fast Lao Chen is. If the big octopus wasn't too heavy, his ship could fly close to the sea surface. And look back at our current strength. Which pirate dares to come and rob us? At the center of the deck, under Mamadou enticement, Shi Yin, Qin Shu Jin, and the other 4 were playing a kind of card popular in the Goblin Kingdom. The stakes were small square-shaped magic metal blocks. Qin Shu Jin's huge body made it difficult for him to see the cards clearly. But he was still having a lot of fun. The magic metal block in front of Mamadou was already taller than it. Winning or losing was visible to the naked eye. Fong Mingwei glanced at them. You didn't do your homework, didn't you? The richness of the route from the Dwarf Kingdom to the Black Gold Empire is not comparable to the Elung Sea. Not to mention the various sea tribes with immeasurable strength. Even the top pirate groups have the strength of the First Awakened or even higher. What do you think our chances of winning are without the Poseidon? Lu Duo stuck out her tongue. Homework was already overwhelming. So how could she have the mood to study these things? Aren't the first-level Awakeners considered strategic nuclear weapons of various forces? With such a high status, why do you still come to be pirates? Fong Mingwei rubbed her snow-white wrist. It is precisely because of this identity that pirates above the first level are more dangerous. The first-level strongmen of races and countries have constraints, and they usually won't take action unless they have no other choice. However, pirates have no such constraints at all. They have made many enemies, so they have no taboos when they take action. There are many reasons for not being accepted: bloodline, origin, ability, past, all possible. This Haihang newspaper was published by the Black Gold Empire last month. It contains the current ranking of pirate forces on the sea. If you are bored, take a look. Lu Duo took the newspaper. Ah, there are newspapers in this world? This ranking is actually based on bounties. Number 1, Dragon Whale Pirates, bounty, 100 billion. Sister Mingwei, why don't we change our careers and become bounty hunters? This one ticket is enough to last a lifetime. Fong Mingwei said with a smile. Why don't you take a look at their leader? The Dragon Whale Warrior's strength first. Lu Duo lowered his head for a few seconds, then suddenly raised his head. Awakened again a year ago? My God. It's too dangerous here. Why don't we go to Lao Chen Place? Fong Mingwei was amused by the startled little lowly. Those are pirates from the North Sea. We are in the South Sea. What are you afraid of? As soon as she finished speaking, a giant bomb slammed into the side of the ship, and then exploded with a bang. The ship shook violently, and a large amount of sea water rushed up into the sky. Shi Yin and Qin Shujin rushed over immediately, stood in front of the two panicked women, and looked around. On the east side of the fleet, a giant warship no smaller than the Poseidon slowly appeared on the empty sea surface. A distinctive pirate flag was flying above the warship. The pattern on the flag was a skull with a rose carved on its forehead. At the front of the deck of the steel battleship, a tall and slender figure was standing with a sword in her hand. The woman was wearing an eye patch. A gray parrot was standing on her shoulder. She was wearing a black leather jacket suit. Her waist was full of muscle lines, and her long legs were particularly eye-catching. Ha ha ha. I said I would come to the official route for a visit, and I ran into a merchant fleet that didn't use any concealment methods. Ha ha ha. I'm so lucky. The woman laughed boldly. Her pretty face had a big Yao-style mouth full of serrations, which broke some people's bad fantasies. Behind the woman, a blonde gothic Lolita wearing a black skirt and holding a black umbrella slowly floated up. Selvina, your decision is finally right for once. I like the shadow of that big guy. Hee. I'm going to do it. Chapter 126 Pirate Group Ranking Number 8. Black Rose Pirate Group Evaluation. The leading pirate in the South China Sea, a hybrid of mermaid and human, the tragic experience made her hate the nobles among humans. Black Rose, Orange. Evaluation. This ship represents the annual budget of the Black Gold Empire. Evaluation. Descendants of a rare race, there is always no shortage of rare races on the sea. Lu Duoduo closed the attribute panel. Black Rose Pirate Group? I just finished looking at the ranking of the top pirate groups, and I'm at the 8th ranked Black Rose Pirate Group? Fong Mingwei came to her senses. It's all my fault for being such a pessimist. It's only been less than half a day. How could I be so unlucky? Shi Yin raised his staff in front of him and turned to Lu Duoduo. Take President Fong and hide in a pink bear. Let's try to delay here for a while and hold on until the Poseidon comes back. Chen Shujin nodded in agreement. Yes, we have so many ships, and they only have this one. Maybe we can still win. Fong Mingwei shook her head. The leader of the Black Rose Pirates, Selvina, is a long-established giant sword warrior. It is impossible to win. Before the battle started, everyone began to think about countermeasures. But the pirates would not give them too much time to think. Amid the rumbling sound, holes more than one person high appeared on both sides of the Black Rose. Afterwards, countless small swordfish-shaped metal warships flew out, so fast that it was like flying close to the sea. Swordfish battleship, purple. Form, micro battleship, black steel rammer. Energy, mothership transmission. Armor value? Attack method? Speed? Evaluation. A sea battleship that can only be controlled by the sea people. In each swordfish battleship sat a mermaid with a ferocious smile. They skillfully maneuvered the swordfish battleship, sometimes diving into the sea, sometimes rushing out of the sea, surrounding the sinking fleet like a school of fish. Selvina shouted, "Be careful! Who broke my harvest? I use it to make fish soup tonight." Fong Mingwei felt a little complicated. Could it be that so many of her goods were already considered as hers? The mature beauty took out the shouting conch helplessly. "Captain Selvina, I am the president of the Xinzhou Chamber of Commerce. May I ask what price I need to pay for safe passage?" Selvina raised her lips and swooshed up, and then landed on the deck of the Xinzhou people with great dominance, making a loud thump. "Rules are made by the strong. Your goods, including you, I want them all." Qin Shujin felt that in the blink of an eye, the female pirate leader had come to his side. Selvina stood in front of Fong Mingwei. Her 2-meter-tall figure made Fong Mingwei look a little small. Selvina half-human-sized fist whistled towards him. "Stay away from us." Selvina didn't even raise her head. She raised one arm and blocked the terrifying punch without any ripples. Giant bloodline? Interesting. She didn't see how she exerted her strength. But the tree root flew out with a bang and fell into the sea. Shi Yin was secretly shocked. This terrifying power attribute. It wouldn't be over 1,000. The mana fluctuations of the staff in his hand emerged, and Shi Yin subconsciously planned to use his own magic. Amplification. Resist the fire ring. But something even more desperate happened. Shi Yin found that he couldn't move, as if he was hit by Sun Wukong's immobilization spell. Lu Duoduo shouted in confusion. "Shadow dagger? What a ridiculous skill." The shadows of several people on the deck were pinned by a small and exquisite bone dagger. Shadow dagger. Shadows cannot move when pinned by a dagger. Shopepe. Holding a small black umbrella. floated down from midair, and her cute black big-toed leather shoes reflected the orange-red sunlight. What's wrong with my ability? Don't you like it? I think you should like it. Lu lowly raised her eyebrows. Like shit. Dream ghost, bite her to death. A scary spirit servant emerged from Lu Duo's delicate body, waving a sickle and rushing towards Shapepe floating in the air. Shapepe had never seen such a scary thing before. A shadow shuttled behind Selvina. Selvina. There's a ghost. So scary. A ring on Selvina's finger shone faintly. The scary dream ghost immediately screamed and returned to Lu Duo's body. Lu lowly frowned. Oh! Useless thing. Can't even catch a little girl without pants. Shapepe was angry. I'm wearing a skirt. Are you wearing pants? Your shorts are rotten, exposing more than covering. Lu Duo, you bumpkin, this is called hollowing, this is the art of wearing. Do you understand the art of wearing? The two Lolas can't stand each other, and have started to rant against each other. And the real ruler here, Selvina, is staring at Shi Yin with complicated eyes. She had been looking at him like this for quite a while. Shi Yin was a little scared by being stared at like this. Are you going to use me as a target? A fire spirit suddenly rushed out from Shi Yin's sleeve. It aimed directly at the dazed Selvina. On the other side, the tree master pretending to be a bonsai also attacked suddenly, and the branches crisscrossed and strangled the female pirate captain. Selvina sneered. Tree people, goblins, mechanical dogs, fire spirits, giants, are you? The Shinjo Guild? Collecting all the races in the God Grace realm? During the conversation, the fire spirits shattered, and branches broke and flew. Who are you? Selvina strode to Shi Yin and asked. Fang Mingwei, who was about to shout surrender, quickly shut up again. Why did this female pirate suddenly go to Shi Yin? Did she not care about the harvest? Did she know Shi Yin? This is good. At least I don't have to find ways to delay time. Shi Yin raised his eyes as much as possible. Are you asking me? Okay. Shi Yin, the captain of a ship of the Shinjo Union. Selvina bit down slightly, revealing an incredibly plump pair of breasts. 50 years ago. Were you in the Black Gold Empire? Shi Yin was confused. 50 years ago? I might not have been born yet. Selvina was stunned for a moment, then turned and left. Start all your ships. Go in the direction I point. Chapter 127 Young Dragon Leviathan. Fang Mingwei's idea of delaying time was shattered. For the safety of her companions, the helmsman on each ship could only do what Selvina said. Under the sea, Poseidon's upper jaw space. The dark blue dragon egg opened and fine cracks appeared. The crisp sound of crackling filled the entire space. Chen Fan, Hailey, and a large group of the enchanted sea monsters surrounded them, all staring at the dragon egg curiously. The first hexagonal eggshell fell down, and a delicate dragon claw poked out of the hole. The pale pink little arm was chubby, without a trace of scales. Papa papa. The little guy punched and kicked in the eggshell, and finally broke the eggshell completely. A chubby, pink little dragon with eyes that couldn't open appeared in front of Chen Fan. The little guy couldn't stand on 2 feet yet, and could only crawl around on all fours, sniffing as he crawled. It seemed that he was looking for food. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. How did this little guy manage to be so handsome and cute? Hailey licked her lips. Not cute, but it looks very tender. Chen Fan quickly picked up the blue dragon baby, which was the size of a 5-year-old child. You can't eat it. This is my future mount to ride around the world. Hailey looked at Chen Fan as if he was a fool. Maybe it will be able to carry you when you are 100 years old. After all, dragons only finish their infancy when they are 70 or 80 years old. Chen Fan was not discouraged. That doesn't matter. We can still have face by raising such a thing. Hey, why did Duo send me so many private messages? The Black Rose Pirates? Poseidon, hurry to the sinking fleet. Go from the bottom of the sea. Chen Fan took out a fresh fish fillet from his backpack and handed it to the blue dragon's mouth. The dragon smelled the sweet smell of blood and immediately opened its big mouth to bite it. Chen Fan nodded. Fortunately, this guy doesn't need to drink milk during his larval period, otherwise he would be in trouble. Blue Dragon, Junior Orange. Evaluation. Starting from your generation, your grandson should be a powerful dragon knight. Chen Fan tried to add it to the Yanfan pirates, just like adding Hailey and Ming. Successfully recruited members, Blue Dragon Jr., Yanfan pirates, medium pirates. Leader, captain of the main ship, Chen Fan. Deputy leader, Fang Mingwei. Captain of a ship, Shi Yin. Members, Poseidon, Hailey, Horus, Lu Duo, Blue Dragon. Pirates promotion mission. Plundered 10 merchant ships, and the plundered financial resources are higher than 100,000 gold coins. Unfinished. Of course, the progress is 30%. Blue Dragon doesn't sound good. Countless characters jumped in Shinfan's mind. Ah! Leviathan. Let's call it Leviathan, the first creature created by God in Western mythology. In fact, the names of Eastern dragons are also very nice, Chionyo, Bashia, but this thing looks like a Western dragon, and it's too inappropriate to call it that. Little Leviathan struggled to open his eyes, looking at Shinfan, emitting an extremely intimate emotional fluctuation. Shinfan gently patted the little guy's big head. Poseidon, hurry up, our hometown is about to be taken over. On the calm sea, more than a dozen large ships loaded with cargo from the Shinjo Union slowly turned their bows, preparing to sail in the direction indicated by Selvina, the leader of the Black Rose pirates. All those who were still bound by the shadow had bitter faces. Jin Shujin was shot into the sea, and has not appeared yet. He and others also became prisoners, and they didn't know what their fate would be. Fortunately, the leader of the Black Rose pirates is a woman, and her subordinates are all mermaids who don't like human women. For Fang Mingwei, this is the only good news. On the bottom of the sea, on the side of the pink bear, Jin Shujin sank to the bottom of the water, holding the claws of the pink bear with one hand to resist buoyancy. He needed a quiet environment to think. The bottom of the sea is undoubtedly very suitable. The large diving mask provided him with enough oxygen to breathe, but it consumed more magic stones than others, because he had a large lung capacity. Find an orange hammerhead shark as a mount, and attack the Black Rose pirates' main ship? It's unrealistic. Those mermaids driving speedboats are obviously better swimmers than me. Go back to the real world and steal a nuclear bomb? No, it won't work either. Not to mention that there is no possibility of success. It's not saving people. It's killing all the weeds. How come there are so many heroes in this submarine, and they don't have the consciousness to save people? Betrayed? Do you think Lu Duo is not worthy of loyalty? Just when I was racking my brains, a huge black shadow rushed over from the distance along the seabed. That's it. Poseidon in combat mode? So damn cool. On the sea, Selvina was sitting leisurely on Shuryen recliner, looking through the list of goods she had snatched from Fang Mingwei. Gunpowder, copper core, high-pressure spring, magic energy conductor. Your cargo looks dangerous. Which arms processing plant are you delivering it to? Fang Mingwei was just trying to make up a strong enough backer to scare Selvina. Wow! Suddenly, there were several sounds of breaking sea nearby. Everyone on the deck subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. 7 or 8 tentacles suddenly stretched out from the originally quiet sea surface. The center of the metallic tentacles was the Black Rose pirates' main ship. The Black Rose. 7 or 8 tentacles quickly tightened inwards. From the looks of it, it was obvious that they were going to strangle the Black Rose into a pile of scrap metal. Selvina immediately soared into the sky. Damn it! How could I not notice such a big guy? What she didn't know was that the Poseidon always carried a concealment item produced by the Hades compass. Concealment veil, produced by the Hades compass. Sole effect, the carrier cannot be predicted, cannot be marked, and cannot be sensed. Cost, the carrier loses 5,000 health points per minute. Evaluation, take it and feel the pleasure of gradually dying. Although the side effects are very annoying, the effect is also significant. Selvina rushed into the encirclement of the tentacles with a slam, and kicked her Black Rose out of the gap between the tentacles. For a moment, the sea water was turbulent, and the air exploded. This operation stunned Shinfan, who was standing on the top of Poseidon. What is this? A female version of the King of Power? Shinfan, a captain, came to Fang Mingwei and fired the ocean breath in his hand at the gothic Lolita in midair. Shapeep's body became weak. She let the bullet pass through her body. Then she frowned and her face turned pale. Damn. A bullet that can attack the soul? Shadow Shuttle. Shape-Bay Shadow Shuttle to Shuryen back. Shuryen, who had just untied the restraints, immediately used a fire resistance ring. Shape-Bay frowned, and her whole body and her shadow switched positions, and barely avoided the control effect of the fire resistance ring. The vines of the tree master cleverly spread in front of Loli, seemingly knowing that she would appear there a long time ago. Shape-Bay could only use a shadow shuttle again, and this time she chose Ming, who looked harmless. The silent little boy suddenly transformed into a huge blue dragon with scarlet eyes, with lightning all over his body, and the dragon breath brewing in his mouth was facing Shapeep's head. Shapepa was stunned by the series of moves, and was about to be sprayed by the dragon breath, and he could not use his skills for the time being, so he could only squat down and scream. Lu Duo, who knew that his name was not a real attack power, waved his staff. Heroic Spirit Shackles. I need your help, Ocean Singer Daisy. Chapter 128 Confrontation. Lu Duo waved his staff. Heroic Spirit Shackles. I need your help, Ocean Singer Dakisi. A colorful magic cage appeared, and directly trapped Shapepa squatting on the deck. The huge fish-tailed mermaid Daikisi revealed her shape in the starlight, and violent wind blades were brewing around her. Dakisi is here, my lovely captain. Listen to my singing wind blade notes. The passionate guitar sound just sounded. Boom! After kicking the main ship away from danger, Servina quickly bounced back, wielding an exaggeratedly large giant sword, smashed the beautiful mermaid who was about to attack into starlight. Chen Fan didn't expect the female pirate to be so fast. Fearing that his companions on the deck would be injured, he didn't bother to check Servina's soul points, and directly let Poseidon activate his skills. Poseidon. Soul Master. The metal octopus roared, and the invisible energy wave enveloped Servina. Selvina, who was swinging the giant sword and preparing to chop down, was suddenly shocked. Blood could be vaguely seen at the corner of Yao's mouth. Selvina did not dare to attack again. The ring on her finger flashed, temporarily relieving the shock from the soul interface. The giant sword disappeared. Selvina grabbed Shapepa with one hand and grabbed her yen collar with the other hand. Then the whole person shot up like a cannonball again. The speed was so fast that even Chen Fan annihilation shooting could not stop it. On the sea, the dense mini swordfish warships quickly but orderly retreated to the sides of the main ship Black Rose. A black line passed over the sea, and Selvina, carrying two people, successfully landed on the deck of the Black Rose. On the other side, a huge steel-armored octopus like a mountain floated half of its body out of the water, and its dark and terrifying eyes silently stared at the Black Rose. The terrifying pressure was like a substance. Judging from Poseidon's attitude, Selvina's strength should not be underestimated. Captain Chen Fan had already arrived at the top of the Poseidon. Captain Selvina, you can escape if you want. Why did you kidnap our captain? Chen Fan asked loudly while holding the shouting conch. Selvina put her yen, who looked so unlucky, on the deck. A giant sea monster with awakened soul talent. How unlucky he is. How can we, the Black Rose pirates, return empty-handed? If you want this man, exchange him with all your goods. Chen Fan looked at Shi Yen, who was full of desire to survive. What's the use of a little fire mage like him? How can he be as valuable as all my goods? Shi Yen's expression was stiff. Although he knew that Chen Fan was not telling the truth, it was still very sad to hear it. Selvina sneered. Humph! You called him the captain. I don't believe he is a simple fire mage. Lu Duo shouted, you are wrong. He is very simple. Shi Yen sighed with a sad expression. They are right. I am just a poor idiot who is excluded by them. You can't threaten him by arresting me. Alas. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether he was telling the truth or a lie. Selvina frowned and thought for a few seconds, then said in a cold voice, Is that so? Since he is so insignificant, I will take him away. The Black Rose turned the bow, and was actually preparing to leave. Chen Fan was a little anxious. No matter what he said, no matter how much he made a fuss, he couldn't really throw Shi Yen away. Although this guy was unreliable, he never failed when something really happened. Stop! You are asking for a high price, and then you pay a low price. You should bargain for it. How about I send a fully loaded cargo ship? Selvina said nothing, and did not even turn her head. Not only was she running fast, but the shape of the Black Rose was also gradually disappearing. Chen Fan was really anxious. Poseidon, quickly stop that ship. Two metal tentacles stretched out to the Black Rose, with a sense of oppression. The giant sword in Selvina's hand shone brightly, and she jumped out of the deck, and bravely faced the two towering steel tentacles. Clang! The harsh sound of metal hitting metal echoed on the sea. The mermaid female pirate did not lose, but chopped Poseidon's two tentacles back into the sea. Chen Fan was stunned. What strength does this Yaostao Mao's sister have? How can she fight against Poseidon without losing? Identification. Selvina, level 59. Evaluation. The leading pirate in the South China Sea, a hybrid of mermaid and human, Her tragic experience made her hate the nobles among humans. Good guy, a female pirate at the peak of her career, and she seems to be the most talented one. Poseidon's dignity was hurt by the tiny mermaid. And he roared and rushed forward again with his tentacles dancing. Selvina's expression was solemn, and she shouted softly, and the giant sword swung out a huge cross-shaped light blade. Extreme. Cross/. Shadow substitute. Several terrifying tentacles hit the cross-shaped light blade. There was a clanging sound, and a violent airflow spread from the collision point. Huge ripples appeared on the sea surface. The light blade shattered and disappeared. Selvina and her black rose also disappeared together. Only an ugly black rag doll was left at the original confrontation, and it was now slowly falling towards the sea surface. Chen-Fan fixed his eyes on the empty sea, and then looked away after a moment. Under Chen-Fan's command, the warships above the Poseidon slowly overlapped and formed the shape of a mothership. The trees formed a floating bridge, and Fang Mingyue and others came to the deck of the Poseidon. Let them escape, Lu Duo asked in disbelief. Chen-Fan nodded. Well, she has a strong way of hiding in large scale. Lu Duo pouted. That's it. Our poor captain sure. I go back and burn a paper sports car for him. Fang Mingyue slapped Lu Duo a little, but don't talk nonsense. I don't think Shiyen's life is in danger. That female mermaid seems to care about him very much. The look in his eyes is very complicated. Fang Mingyue seemed to be unable to think of an adjective to describe it. Chen-Fan nodded secretly. He and the Poseidon could actually sense the trace of Selvina's soul on the invisible black rose. It was Shiyen himself who sent a private message to tell him not to worry, so he didn't continue to chase her. Shiyen, how about you stop chasing her? Old Chen? I feel this female pirate has no bad intentions for now. Don't let her drive you crazy. I go back with her first. If it doesn't work out, I have a way to get out of this situation. Chen-Fan, okay, but please remember, don't try some things even if you have the chance. Humans and mermaids have different paths. There is reproductive isolation. Shiyen, okay, but I still want to try. Selvina sat on the deck chair with a big sword. What are you doing? Using that system to contact your leader? Shiyen was startled, and immediately closed the attribute panel. Yes. Just now. Those heartless people chilled my heart. I told them that I have decided to join the Black Rose Pirates. Tell them not to bother me in the future. Shapapa looked questioning. This guy seems to be lying. Shiyen ignored Shapeep's sabotage, and instead looked at Selvina with a shocked face. Did you mention the system? You are also a player? Selvina shook her head, crossing her long legs. I just got some information from two people who claim to be players. To be honest, I am very interested in the existence called the system. I am curious, has anyone among you ever thought about how to get rid of the control of the existence called the system? Chapter 129 The Mermaid is Too Vicious. Shiyen couldn't help but think of Chen-Fan and Lu Duo's bold attempt a while ago. Their feelings should have recovered, and that kind of behavior can be regarded as a rebellion against the system. Right? We have tried, but the results are not ideal. Why do you think we should rebel against the system? For most of us, the system is still beneficial to the players. Shapepe looked at Shiyen and nodded. It seems that in the world of players, there are still more naive people. I like the shadow of naive boys. Selvina smiled contemptuously. No one will help the weak for no reason. It's just the relationship between the butcher and the pig. Are you sure you were not born more than 50 years ago? Shiyen nodded. He couldn't lie about this. Of course I'm sure. Don't I remember how long I've lived? Selvina nodded. Is that so? You just said you wanted to join the Black Rose Pirates, right? Shiyen, yes. Selvina stood up and waved to Shiyen. Then you will be responsible for cleaning all the cabins on the Black Rose. Especially the toilets. Although there are not many human crew members on my ship, there will always be some filth that needs to be dealt with. Shiyen was stunned on the spot. Catch them for me. Just to let me clean the toilet. Selvina looked at Shiyen with a threatening look. What else? Old Chen. I regret it. Help. The mermaid is too vicious. On the route to the Black Gold Empire. Chen-Fan closed the chat box with satisfaction. After learning that Shiyen got the job of cleaning the toilet, Chen-Fan smiled with relief. Duo. That's a dragon. Not a dog. Don't ask it to squat or catch a frisbee. Lu Duo was dissatisfied, holding the pink and chubby little dragon with a look of enjoyment. Old Chen. You are really uneducated. I am just testing how long it will take for it to learn to squat and catch a frisbee. But my purpose is not to let it learn to squat and catch a frisbee. This is a very accurate intelligence test. Do you understand? Chin Fan, well, I really listen to you and win you. Leviathan, come to daddy. Come. Let her hold you, and you won't feel uncomfortable. Hearing Chin Fan call, the little fat dragon's eyes lit up, and he kicked his legs hard to get rid of Lu Loli's arms. Lu Duo had no choice but to put down the little Leviathan. This name is really ugly. Old Chin, I find that you are talented in giving ugly names. Chin Fan picked up the little blue dragon and fed it a few pieces of fish and a bottle of fresh water. At least it's not called Annie, Pink Furry Monster, or something like that. Chin Shujin drooled, staring at Leviathan motionlessly. Fancy, I don't have any idea about this one, but can we catch 2 dragons and kill them to try later? Why do I smell it more and more? Lu Duo pointed at Chin Shujin. Old Chin. Listen, Uncle Shujin said those treasonous words again. Little dragon is so cute, how can you want to eat it? Fong Mingwei put down the newspaper, took off her glasses, and stood up with her long legs and black stockings. The Titans feed on the dragons. This is a memory from their bloodline, not their own thoughts. It is unavoidable. The 3 nodded in sudden realization. So that's it. Fong Mingwei glanced at the setting sun that was about to disappear at the end of the sea. Take turns to stand guard in the game, so as not to be caught off guard by a strong enemy like the Black Rose Pirates. I still have a lot of game time. I'm on the first shift. You guys should log off and take a rest. Chin Fan nodded. Okay. Then I come up to take your place after dinner. Back in his familiar cabin, Chin Fan brought Leviathan to the Taoyuan secret realm. The people in the secret realm were diligently sowing in the fields. And the fields that had been cultivated long ago were planted with blue roses one after another. The scene was extremely romantic. It was a pity that Chin Fan only had a little fat dragon by his side. There was no major progress in the secret realm mission, so Chin Fan quit the game alone. Back at the Shinjo headquarters, Chin Fan opened the Peach Blossom secret realm again, and then took out the confused little Leviathan. Cultivating feelings requires a lot of time, and in order to have an extra helper in the future, Chin Fan decided to take this little guy with him regardless of the game or reality. Knock. Knock. There was a knock on the door. Chin Fan picked up his phone and checked the time. It's dinner time. If I'm right. The door opened, and Chin Shui, wearing an apron and with a cold face, appeared at the door. It's time to eat. What is this? Charmander? Chin Shui asked, looking at the pink dragon at Chin Fan's feet. Chin Fan shook his head. This is a majestic blue dragon. A must-have mount for every hero who makes history. Chin Shui looked at the little guy with a confused look in his eyes, who only knew to follow Chin Fan. Western dragons don't have much history. Chin Fan choked, and his eyes suddenly caught Lu Duo, who was tiptoeing towards the elevator. Hey! Duo, where are you going? Do you think your sister Shui cooking is not tasty? So you want to go to the cafeteria? Lu Duo, whose escape plan failed, glared at Chin Fan fiercely. Damn old Chun. He is too dark-hearted. And he doesn't understand the principle of not doing to others what you don't want others to do to you. I didn't. You see the direction I'm going. I'm going to Sister Shui room to eat. Let's go! The little girl was wearing a white pleated skirt, exuding a youthful atmosphere. Seeing this, Chin Fan couldn't help but put his hand under Chin Shui's waist. Then, he was elbowed. Lu Duo clapped his hands happily. Old Chun, let's talk about it. How about I trade my Dream Eater for your Leviathan? Mice is an orange spirit servant. Chin Fan, no. It's too ugly. Lu Duo felt sad instantly. Chin Shui cooking skills have improved a lot. Although it still doesn't meet the standards of a chef, it's not as salty or sweet as it was at the beginning. Chin Fan ate a mouthful of persimmon, an egg, and a mouthful of rice to fill himself up. Ah, I'm full. I never thought that after becoming a rich man, I could still eat such simple meals. I don't understand the meaning of making money. But let me be honest. Xiao, the meals you cook now are already very good. Home-cooked meals are no longer a problem for you. Chin Shui put down her bowl and chopsticks. Well, then don't eat meals cooked by other women in the future. Ling Ling, who lowered her head to eat, had a stiff expression. She felt extremely embarrassed for a moment. I'm still here. And what's the big deal about treating me to a meal? Where's the crack in the ground? I need a crack in the ground to crawl into. Chin Fan was speechless. By the way, Xiao, Your skirt only increases your possessiveness for food? Can't other possessiveness be increased? Lu Duoduo tapped her chopsticks. Don't drive while eating. You know it affects my appetite. Come, little Leviathan, I give you some egg and persimmon rice. Lu Duoduo fed the little blue dragon with a big spoon. She ate as little as she could. Little Leviathan was not picky at all. It ate whatever was fed to it. That little dragon body was like a bottomless pit. Bite after bite, it was delicious. That was Chen Shui. If it was any other chef, they would be very happy at this moment. Chapter 130 attacked. After dinner, Lingling, who was picking up the table, suddenly spoke weakly. Shui, Sister Shui, I plan to move out tonight. Chen Fan was puzzled. Moved out? Where are you going? He didn't believe that this girl would go back to her hometown. Lingling said hesitantly. I want to move to the staff dormitory. My colleagues are all there, and it's not good for me to always live here with Sister Shui. Chen Shui looked straight at Lingling. Lingling's expression was bitter, thinking, Sister Shui, please don't say those embarrassing words again. Not necessarily, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, what if it's some words to keep me? Before you leave, teach me how to use the rice cooker. Good boy. Lingling was stunned for a few seconds. Okay. Lingling is now a junior accountant in the accounting department of the Xinzhou Labor Union, and is considered Chen Fan's own. Rizhao Davin. The dense crowds of Rizhao people knelt on the ground, and their eyes were obsessed with the smell of blood in the air. The scene was weird, horrible, and it made people panic. On the chair that only the emperor can sit on, the ugly and twisted Yamaki Ichiro sits on it, and his body exudes a foul smell of blood all the time. Tokyo, Yokohama, Nagoya, Sapporo, Kobe, Kyoto, Fukuoka, Kawasaki, Saitama. All the major cities in Rizhao have such scenes. Square, palace, twisted Yamaki Ichiro. Greedy and eager crowds. The entire insect-shaped island nation was shrouded in a strange atmosphere. Qingzhou City Central Street. Yang Lu, who had finally rested for a day, was strolling leisurely in the mall. This was her unique way to relieve stress. I thought I would be much more relaxed when Sister Fawn was on a business trip, but who knew that Mr. Chen, the person in charge, did nothing, just signed, and let me make the decision on big and small matters, which made me more tired. But it's good, this can also give me a great exercise in management ability, and my resume will look much better in the future. That pair of high heels is so beautiful. Yang Lu's eyes were attracted by the high heels worn by a woman in a suit. I feel that the shoe shape is very suitable for her feet. Yang Lu took a few quick steps, and caught up with the woman in front of her with a smile on her face. Beautiful lady, excuse me, can I ask if you bought your shoes at the store? As a secretary with outstanding professional ability, Yang Lu is definitely not a social phobic. The woman in the suit glanced at Yang Lu with sincere eyes and nodded. Okay. I just happened to be going to change it. I take you there. Her voice was a little strange, with some emphasis after each word. But in the noisy mall, it was not obvious. Yang Lu nodded happily. And she didn't know how much effort a pair of suitable high heels would save her. Beauty. Are you sure it's this store? Why is there no one in the store? Yang Lu stood at the door of a brand shoe store, wondering why there was no salesperson inside. The body of the woman in the suit trembled slightly. It's noon, maybe everyone is eating inside. Let's go in and take a look. After she said that, she pulled Yang Lu's arm anxiously, half-pulled, half-dragged Yang Lu to the empty shoe store. 10 minutes later, Yang Lu, wearing new high heels, walked out of the shoe store. She looked indifferent, and her movements were stiff, looking a bit like the woman in the suit just now. Chen Fan, who had just returned to his room after a visit to the barber shop, found the business in the shop very hot. This is a bit puzzling. I have run a hair salon on this street for so many years. Why is it so popular when I don't do anything? Is it my problem? I will go and cut some hair tomorrow to try. I have always been very lucky. Okay. After closing the door, Chen Fan took Leviathan out of the backpack and put it on the ground. The little guy was chubby, lying on the ground and acting like a spoiled child, and then pointed his big mouth with his little paw. The meaning was very clear, I am hungry. Chen Fan patted the little guy's head, then walked to the kitchen and began to fry fish slices after slices. He also felt vaguely hungry, although he had just eaten at Chen Shui's place. It was obvious that the energy he took in was not enough to cope with him, and the dark spirit 9-layer wind that took root in his chest. The little guy sat on the ground, smelling the delicious smell coming from the stove, and was very eager. However, his wings were too short, and he really couldn't fly. Chen Fan handed the first fried fish fillet to the mouth of the little Leviathan. The little guy ate with relish, and ate until his big eyes were shaped like hearts. Well, it turns out that this guy also likes to eat cooked food. Chen Fan ate the fried fish fillet while doing it. The fastest way to replenish energy is to eat the magic ingredients obtained from the game. But the fish fillet is too monotonous. Although there are different types, I have really had enough. Chen Fan decided that, after landing this time, I must buy more animal meat on land to enrich the recipes of himself and Leviathan. Knock. 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 Just when he was enjoying his meal, there was a knock on the door. Chen Fan put Leviathan, who had just fallen asleep, on the cushion in the corner, and then opened the door. Yan Lu walked in with a respectful look. Mr. Chen, these documents need your signature. Chen Fan took the documents, but his eyes did not look at the documents in his hand. He looked at Yan Lu, who walked into the room with confusion. Secretary Yang, aren't you on vacation today? Yan Lu's expression did not change. Yes, but I remembered that these documents have not been processed yet, so I went shopping in the mall and came back. Chen Fan nodded. This reason sounded reasonable. With a swish, Chen Fan had a simple-looking pistol in his hand. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at Secretary Yan Lu. Secretary Yang never walks into my room, and she clearly said yesterday that all the documents have been processed. You are not her. More importantly, Chen Fan felt the evil soul fluctuations from this woman, who looked like Yan Lu, who was completely different from the original Secretary Yan Lu. Yan Lu showed an innocent and puzzled expression. Mr. Chen, what are you talking about? Hurry up and sign the document. Bang! Chen Fan pulled the trigger without hesitation. The evil soul breath became stronger. He believed in his own judgment. The bullet passed through her body. Yan Lu kept an urging expression. The head was pierced, and blood was spraying from the front and back. Strangely, she did not fall down, but showed a smile. Mr. Chen Fan, long time no see, how about we work together again? She made a voice that was inconsistent with her image, looking at Chen Fan with a terrifying look, while a strong bloody aura emanated from her body. Chen Fan's eyes widened, and he was stunned for a long time. His face was full of disbelief. You? You are Yamaki Ichiro? Aren't you already? Chen Fan suddenly remembered that, when he was on the island of conflict, the system prompt he got was that he had killed the Four Seas demon god Tobahi, and it did not say that he had killed Yamaki Ichiro. He did not care at the time, after all. The two of them were fused together at the time. In the room filled with bloody aura, Yan Lu, whose expression was gradually distorted, showed an exaggerated smile. What Chen Fan wants to say is, I should be a dead person. Right? Ha ha ha. Chapter 131 Blood Assimilation. It was just a little bit short. What a pity. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan's expression gradually calmed down. It seems that you are lucky too. The being whose face has turned into that of Yamaki Ichiro retorted. It was my faith that saved my life. What does it have to do with luck? Speaking of luck, Chen Fan luck is more worthy of envy. You have the blood god of the ocean of Tobai. Right? Give it to me. I can give you anything you want. Snake blood assimilation, orange. Evaluation. This kind of evil creature is not allowed in the abyss. Chen Fan closed the attribute panel. This soul point is really high. Why am I so unlucky? I can still meet an enemy with a strength higher than the first awakening in reality. Faith? God? The kind in the game world? How can you be sure that the god you want is here with me? I have never even heard of it. Yamaki Ichiro shook his head, splattering blood everywhere. I wasn't sure if it was on you before I found you. But now I smell it on you. It must be in your backpack now. Did you take it out on your own initiative? Or did I take it myself? Chen Fan Jun. Chen Fan weighed the pros and cons. Didn't you just say you wanted to cooperate? Mr. Yamaki? Why are you taking it by force now? Yamaki Ichiro waved his hand. An endless blood-colored mist began to surge towards Chen Fan. That group of annoying flies is coming. I won't waste time talking to you. Just become a part of me. Chen Fan Jun. The thick evil blood mist invaded Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan felt a stinging pain all over his body, and at the same time, a murderous and brutal aura was corroding his soul. Blood assimilation. Blood is being corroded. When the degree of corrosion reaches 100%, it will be assimilated into the clone of the snake blood ancestor, Yamaki Ichiro. Current degree of corrosion, 2%. It is hard to say whether this skill is powerful or not. The effect is too disgusting. Who wants to be a part of him? Just as Chen Fan was about to teleport away, his chest felt hot, and the extremely uncomfortable feeling instantly disappeared. Chen Fan was puzzled. Is this the end of blood assimilation? Or has it been completed? Yamaki Ichiro frowned slightly. Chen Fan's expression, which was not painful but a little puzzled, made him very confused. The process of being eroded is generally very painful, as expected of the master of the deep-sea soul. Your tolerance is indeed not comparable to that of ordinary people. But my blood is not just this little bit. Even if you are a giant dragon, I will assimilate you completely. The twisted Yamaki Ichiro shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of blood-colored mist that seemed to be real began to be released from his body. Chen Fan pulled up his collar and took a look at the green tattoo that was madly devouring the blood mist. The dark spirit 9-layer wind is devouring this blood mist. This thing is so evil. It won't be assimilated. Right? No way. The plants in the plant spirit world are also conscious. Chen Fan was afraid that something would happen to the bound spirit plant. So he quickly chose Chen Shui to use the skill captain is here. Skill failed to be used. Current space cannot be transferred. Failed again? Destroying shot. Chen Fan activated the skill and shot out all his mana. A huge black hole appeared in Chen Fan's living room. A huge pulling force appeared near the black hole. Countless furniture and blood mist were sucked into it. Yamaki Ichiro's face changed slightly. His left hand was raised. A large amount of blood mist actively rushed towards the black hole, and for a moment it actually reached a balance with the suction force. It was the first time that Chen Fan saw his black hole tend to be filled. What skill did this little devil use? Is this blood mist endless? Even if he had awakened, it wouldn't make sense for it to be so abnormal. Right? For now, Chen Fan seemed to have no choice but to enter the game and ask Poseidon to borrow soul points to save himself. Chen Fan was about to take action. At the door, a pitch-black spear pierced the door, and pierced directly at Yamaki Ichiro, who released the thick fog. Bang! Chen Shui, in a red dress, fell to the floor, and the pitch-black spear in her hand pointed directly in front of her, but she did not pierce the enemy. Yamaki Ichiro, who appeared in the blood mist, was full of confusion. Damn it, I clearly blocked this space. How could anyone sense this place? Chen Fan was delighted. Well done, beat him up. Yamaki Ichiro looked at Chen Fan first, his eyes fixed. In that case, Chen Fan-kun, don't blame me for being brutal, he said, and disappeared in the blood mist again. Chen Fan felt something was wrong. This guy seemed to have set his sights on Zaiji. The choice was really accurate. Chen Fan really had no mana left at this moment. Xiaoxue, help me. Feeling the mana fluctuations in front of him, Chen Fan retreated violently. Yamaki Ichiro appeared at the same place, and his big hand made of blood and energy grabbed Chen Fan. At the critical moment, a golden-haired prince in golden armor appeared out of thin air, and the golden sword in his hand shone brightly, and he chopped off Yamaki Ichiro's head in a flash. Chen Diusi, this prince will save your life. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. He's not dead yet. Don't act cool yet, brother Lai. The next second, Chen Shui raised the black spear from bottom to top, directly causing the headless body to explode, and blood and energy flowed everywhere. Then it was swallowed up by the bound spiritual plant on Chen Fan's chest like a bottomless pit. Raising the spear with one hand, Chen Shui, in a red dress, looked heroic. Is he dead this time? Chen Fan felt the blood mist slowly disappearing around him. I think it should be done this time. Xiaoxue, when did you awaken? You're so strong. Xu Jian, Shi Yan, and Lu Duo were all attracted by the loud noise of Chen Shui door slamming. Lu Loli was wearing cute bunny pajamas, and her mouth was wide open. Old Chen, what's wrong with you? Have you been attacked by a terrorist? The house was in a mess. The door exploded, the wall cracked, and most of the furniture disappeared. Xu Jian was confused. Fanzi, are you okay? Didn't you take the shells in the game back home? Chen Fan was speechless. These two guys have rich imaginations. He walked to a corner of the kitchen and picked up the sleeping little Leviathan. We were attacked. The enemies in the game are here to seek revenge. Duo, call the police quickly and say that our company's secretary Yang Lu is missing. Chen Fan felt that Yang Lu had probably met with an accident, but he couldn't just give up. It would be better to look for her. No need to look. Secretary Yang of the Shinjo Union is dead. A serious voice came from outside the door. Several people looked towards the broken door. At some point, Several people in black uniforms had walked to Chen Fan's door. The burly man in the lead showed his ID. Pangu, Zhou Chonglin. Not only Secretary Yang from your union, but also 2 of our team members, who were responsible for monitoring you, died in the line of duty. Chapter 132 Joining Pangu. Chen Fan had a grim expression. Yang Lu was specially left behind to assist Fang Mingwe when she left. Now that he was killed by the enemy in the game, Chen Fan didn't know how to explain. Are you sure that Secretary Yang Lu has had an accident? Zhou Chonglin nodded. The place of death was a brand shoe store in the luxury goods area of Qingdao Plaza. There were not many people coming and going at the time. All the employees of the shoe store also died. Soon after the death, our station supervisor lost contact. When we arrived, we heard you say that you would report the death to the police. That's the situation. I have something to ask Mr. Chen. Who is this enemy who can avoid the Eye of Qingwei? Based on the current situation, his target is obviously you. Chen Fan had no intention of hiding this matter. This person did come for me. The target was a prop in my hand. I originally thought he was dead. In the meeting room, Zhou Chonglin sat upright on the sofa, looking surprised. You mean? The person who came to kill you is the culprit of the abyss-gazing mission. Yamaki Ichiro, who merged with the demon god-level monster, and the former president of the Yamaki Cooperative? Mr. Chen, this is no joke. Our world has never been invaded by such a difficult enemy. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. I would like to say that what I said was a joke. But I am sure that what I said is true. And what is more dangerous is that behind Yamaki Ichiro, there is a god level. A young team member next to Zhou Chonglin was dumbfounded. God. Are you kidding me? God can change the rules at will. If God really wants to deal with our small world, wouldn't we be doomed? Zhou Chonglin slapped the team member on the neck. Don't talk nonsense. In that case, this third type of incident is not under my control. I will report it truthfully. Goodbye. President Chen. Oh, by the way, this phone is for you. Next time you are in danger, you can use it to ask Pangu for help. Chen Fan stood up and took the phone. Okay, thank you for the organization's concern. I hope I won't need this phone. Zhou Chonglin showed a complicated smile, led the team to take the elevator, and left the Shinjo building. The elevator door closed, and the people from the Shinjo Union looked at each other. Old Chun, in this situation, it's better for us not to live here. Right? Sure. Yan looked worried. He was kidnapped by a female pirate in the game, and in reality, he was at risk of being attacked by a powerful enemy. He was really unlucky. Lu Duo pouted. Where should we go then? Wouldn't it be more dangerous to go to a place where Pangu can't take care of us? There is only a thief who steals for 1,000 days. How can we guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Chen Fan agreed with this statement. To put it bluntly, our Shinjo is still too weak at the moment. If there is a powerful being like Poseidon sitting here, we don't have to worry about this matter. How about this? I will stay here by myself, and you can go out and live for a while. After all, it is me that it is looking for, and you can come back after the matter is completely resolved. Shujin shook his head. Then I will stay here with Fanzi. My family is poor. It's hard to live in such a comfortable big house for a few days. I can't bear to move away. Qin Shui, I will stay too. Lu Duo's face was bitter. I do want to leave. But the problem is that I was there when I killed that monster last time. I'm afraid it will take advantage of me when I'm alone. Shuryen nodded. We have been labeled as the Shinjo Union. If we disperse, we will be more likely to be defeated one by one. So I think it's safer for us to stay together. Chen Fan pursed his lips and looked around at his reliable members. Okay. I call Sister Mingwei to discuss it. You guys go back to the house and pack up your things. This building is definitely not habitable for the time being. Even if we are fine, it's not good to cause trouble for these ordinary people. In the Magic City, Fang Mingwei frowned by the window. This world is getting more and more dangerous. How about this? I have a single-family villa in the southern suburbs. You guys go there and live for a while. Yang Lu was dragged down by us after all. It seems that our living area will have to work separately from the logistics department in the future. I didn't think it through. How about this? I will be back the day after tomorrow at the latest. When you arrive at the villa, you must tell Pangu the location. Don't you have the contact information to contact Pangu? Chen Fan hung up the phone, and was a little worried about his parents in the countryside, and his younger brother, who was in school. Alas, it's useless to talk to them. First settle the people in the union, and then think of ways to protect my family. Chen Fan went up and down several times, and notified the employees of the Shinjo Union, and the barber shop of the temporary paid leave. Then he and Chen Shui drove the 5 people to Fang Mingwei Villa in the southern suburbs. After a while, in the most remote bedroom of the villa, Chen Fan took out the mobile phone that Zhou Chonglin gave him. Do as Sister Mingwei said, send the location to Pangu, so that they will not be able to quickly support when there is real danger. This mobile phone seems to be a little special. It is not any brand on the market, and the texture is very good. The screen lights up. Player number 8025 Chen Fan, welcome to join Pangu. I am the guardian spirit Jingwei of Kunlun Realm. Pangu member Chen Fan took the initiative to join the job successfully. The entry and exit rights of Kunlun Realm are temporarily managed by the creator Li Shaoqian. The current entry time of Kunlun Realm is set to 4 to 6 o'clock every morning. Chen Fan put down the phone silently. The emotions in my heart were like 1,000 horses galloping. Damn! I clicked exit game to enter the game. I turned on my phone and wanted to send a text message. But I was forced to work at Pangu. Is there such a bully? Where is the fairness and justice? Where is the spiritual independence and freedom? Besides, I may not disagree even if you tell me directly. After scratching the wall a few times, Chen Fan resigned himself to his fate and opened the phone. The interface of the phone is very simple. In addition to the 2 great options of entering and exiting, there is only a chat software similar to Weiwei. There is a chat group called Anan Great Hero in the software. His mobile phone account has long been in the group. The group was sending out text messages to welcome new members. Anan Minister Zhou Chonglin, welcome President Chen to join Pangu Anan. President Chen arrival makes our department shine. Anan Hua Xiaoying, warm welcome. Warm welcome. We finally have new members joining Anan. If we continue to cause trouble, we will be buried soon. Anan Zhou Xifei, hello. Brother Chen. We met during the day. You can ask me if you have any questions in the future. Let's work hard together. Minister of Anan Zhou Chonglin, what the hell? Chairman Chen has someone to lead him. And he is led by a big boss from the headquarters. With your little ability, don't come out and embarrass me. Looking at the chat message, Chen Fan was speechless. Chen Fan, the way you Pangu invite new members is really unique. Didn't you lose a team member in the morning? You came out in the afternoon? Isn't it a bit too fast? Chapter 133 Kunlun Realm. Anan Zhou Xiaofei, that was to increase your sense of crisis. I lied to you, we Pangu members are not so easy to die. Ah. Did I say something wrong? Anan Minister Zhou Chonglin. Jingwei. Jingwei. Kick Zhou Xiaofei out. Kick him out of my group. So it was all a plot. Chen Fan was so angry that he spoke fluently. Chen Fan, who was tricked, fired at him. The group was silent for 5 minutes. Minister Zhou Chonglin of the Anan department, regarding your parents and relatives. Our comrades over there have already given them the greatest protection. And you have also been invited to join the 3rd category of the Rizhao investigation. So, President Chen, what is your personal wish? Chen Fan silently withdrew his previous several unsightly messages, then thanked the organization for its trust. And I will definitely make every effort in the investigation of this incident. Is everyone in Qingzhou? How about I treat everyone to a midnight snack? Chen Fan didn't expect Pangu to have solved his biggest concern. If that's the case, he would be willing to join Pangu on his own behalf, provided that he is not assigned any particularly dangerous tasks. Anan Heroes. Anan Minister Zhou Chonglin. Okay, President Chen invitation is so kind that we can't refuse it. I'd be there right away. Chen Fan, my suburban store closes early. How about tomorrow? I prepare some Qingzhou specialties. How come this Zhou guy can't tell the difference between good and bad words? I was just being polite. Can't he tell? Anan Minister Zhou Chonglin. It's okay. It's okay. We have a store open here. I spend it for you first. And you can give me more when you get to the place. What can Chen Fan say? He can only say okay. Half an hour later, the main hall of the Nanju Villa. 7 Pangu members carrying large and small lunch boxes walked in. Unlike the seriousness during the day, Zhou Chonglin's face was full of smiles at this time, as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. We meet again. It's hard to refuse President Chen kindness. We have to give him face. Lu Duoduo, who had just been woken up by Chen Fan, was still in a bad mood. If you really want to give me face, you can treat me. Zhou Chonglin walked quickly to Chen Fan. Oh, we are all in the same business. So it doesn't matter who treats me? He said, and called up a payment code for 5,800 yuan on his mobile phone. Chen Fan paid silently. Among the 7 people in Pangu, Zhou Xiafei was the youngest, the same age as Lu Duoduo. But the difference was that he was no longer in school. Hua Xiaoying is the only female member of Annan province, a big beauty with a queen-like style. What surprised Chen Fan a little was that there were only 8 people in Penghu Annan province, including him. You 7 are responsible for the entire Annan province? Zhou Chonglin nodded. Do you think it's too little? It's quite a lot. Many provinces in our country don't have a single Penghu member. After all, the upper limit of the internal test qualification is only 10,000. You understand? There are not enough for every major province in the world to get one. Shi Yin thought for a while. So if you are short of manpower or lack strength, you will get support from the headquarters, or issue tasks to other players in the area. He participated in the last worm disaster in Qingzhou City. Zhou Chonglin nodded. Yes, when the worm disaster broke out in Qingzhou City last time, we were chasing an out-of-control player in Xuzhou. Lu Duoduo was puzzled. Out-of-control player? What is an out-of-control player? An internal test player who uses game abilities to commit crimes? Zhou Xiafei answered quickly. That's called illegal players. Out-of-control players are those who have lost too much emotion and have mental breakdown. This kind of player is particularly scary. Although they are crazy, most of them have a certain intelligence, and they can burst out the maximum potential of their body and soul after losing control. Especially those who have obtained special blood in the game. Zhou Xiafei said this while looking at Chen Shujin. A group of people finished their midnight snack while eating and chatting. As Chen Fan expected, Zhou Chonglin, who had finished his meal, used the excuse that he couldn't drive after drinking to shamelessly live in the villa where Chen Fan and his friends were staying temporarily. Chen Fan was a little confused. As Penghu, the world's top national guild, how could its employees be so poor? Out of curiosity, Chen Fan secretly asked Zhou Xiafei. Zhou Xiafei meant that they made a lot of money, but their expenses were even greater. After all, the guild was full of elite players, and they had high requirements for equipment quality. Chen Fan understood this, but he did not agree. His equipment was very mixed. The highest one had 3 orange suits, and the lowest one had only green jewelry. It's not that he doesn't care about the grade and bonus of the equipment. It's mainly because Chen Fan rarely relies on his own strength. Most of the time, he relies on Poseidon. Even if he needs to take action occasionally, his special ability of annihilation shooting is far stronger than the damage he can deal. Let's see if we can collect more precious magic materials and ultimate metals in the future. Let Momo make a set of mecha equipment above orange gray for himself. Then, when he wears it out, won't it be much cooler than the broken copper and rotten iron they wear? The next day, at 4 o'clock in the morning, the sun was half exposed in the sky. Countdown to enter Kunlun realm. 10, 9, 8. Chen Fan was awakened by Jingwei ethereal voice. Compared to entering the natural disaster meeting room, this Kunlun realm has a rejection option. But thinking of the beautiful figure he had been thinking about day and night, Chen Fan did not click to reject. Another reason is that he was not sure whether this rejection could really be rejected. The children were afraid of being deceived. The space fluctuated, and Chen Fan in reality disappeared. You have entered the Kunlun realm. Western Haotian. Chen Fan looked around. This was a somewhat dim plain, particularly desolate and boundless. Chen Fan threw an identification spell at the ground under his feet. Something that Chen Fan could not understand happened. The identification spell did not respond at all. What was going on? There was not even a prompt that the current space did not allow it. Western Haotian. What place is this? Found the same type of props, can be swallowed. Do you want to swallow? The panel of ocean breath suddenly popped up, and there was also such a system prompt. Chen Fan thought for 5 seconds, then clicked yes. Then an unknown energy gradually gathered on ocean breath. This energy fluctuation was very weak, only Chen Fan, the owner of ocean breath, could feel it. Is this considered theft? Why can my ocean breath swallow props of the level of Kunlun realm? Will it be discovered? After a while of anxiety, Chen Fan stopped worrying. If it is discovered, it is discovered. At worst, I can just stop. What else can I do? Kunlun realm is so big. It doesn't matter if I lose a little energy. Why isn't Xiaoqian here? So I set it to come in at midnight, but she didn't come in. Retaliation? Just to prevent me from getting a good night's sleep. Chapter 134 Combat Training Western Haotian Combat Training, Nightmare Level, Infinite Mode, has been opened. Please prepare yourself. Trial member Chen Fan, looking at the alien-looking monsters that broke out of the ground in groups in the distance. Chen Fan understood. It seems that he still thought she was kind. Swift bug, purple. Evaluation. A rare Zerg among Zerg, famous for its speed. Chen Fan closed the attribute panel. Fortunately, the level was only 10 levels higher than his own, so it was not a big problem. The breadth of the ocean was raised horizontally. Bang, bang. 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 Chen Fan nodded secretly. The 6 shots almost knocked off 1/10 of the HP of the nearest swift worm. It seems that the strength of this monster should be on the offensive side, and the defense is not outstanding. Chen Fan basic attack power plus the attack power of the equipment is about 450. The title of God Slayer has a 30% bonus to purple level monsters, plus the despicable gun. The revolver mark has the feature of doubling the third attack, so he was not surprised that he could deal more than 2,300 damage with one shot. But Li Xiaoqian and Sun Xiaosheng, who were observing the trial for the first time as members, seemed a little uneasy. The two stood in front of the screen of Central Juntian, and in front of them was a 3D screen showing Chen Fan killing people. Sun Xiaosheng muttered to himself in disbelief. 6 shots per second, the damage value is around 6,000, and an average of 360,000 damage per minute? Is this something a level 29 player can do? Now I understand why you, Sister Qian, used a level 39 nightmare difficulty task to test him. This pervert is invincible before the first awakening. Li Xiaoqian's eyes were complicated. It seems that I still underestimated him. Next time, just use monsters after the first level. Xiaosheng, what is the current definition of a level 29 elite player? Sun Xiaosheng answered directly. General attack 400 plus, skill attack reaches 1000, and you can be called an elite player. Li Xiaoqian nodded. Then his damage is not much higher than that of an elite player. Sun Xiaosheng couldn't understand. The damage of a shot of 2,300 or 2,400 is not much higher. This is a level 29 player. Li Xiaoqian continued to mutter to herself. It's just that the frequency is indeed a bit too fast. 360 bullets per minute, and it's a magazineless automatic pistol. Sun Xiaosheng, Captain Xiaoqian. Your Gatling gun fires more than 2,000 bullets per minute. You say others have a fast frequency? Li Xiaoqian shook her head. That's not what she meant. The weapons I made are all fixed numerical damage. They can't get my personal attribute bonus, but his bullets are different. Every shot he makes can get attribute and skill bonuses. Sun Xiaosheng's eyes lit up. I understand. You mean the growth potential. If this kind of damage is awakened, when the basic attribute increases 6-fold, theoretically, it can kill a dragon in 1 minute. Right? Sister Qian, you really did a great job this time. You quietly dug up such a genius for the organization. I heard from the big guy that this person seems to be your lover? You know him well, and he's reliable. Well, geniuses of this level really can't be recruited according to the standard of not accepting those who are less than level 49. Sister Qian, where are you going? Li Xiaoqian left Central Juntian without looking back, chatting with the big guy. Sun Xiaosheng looked at the new member, who was about to be surrounded and killed by the Zerg on the screen. What about him? If the trial is not over, he will experience death. Li Xiaoqian's figure disappeared, but her voice came back. He won't really die. After resurrection, he will start the trial again, once every half an hour. Sun Xiaosheng grinned. How cruel. It's really unlucky for Chen Fan to have such an ex-girlfriend. Big guy. It's not that I'm not honest. It's just that you always want to blame me. Obviously, as the head of the intelligence department, he knows much more than what he says. Chen Fan watched his body being torn into pieces. The pain came, and then disappeared. The next second, Chen Fan appeared again on the open plain, and countless swift bugs had disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Chen Fan has not yet gotten over the loss of death. Oh my god, although I guessed that I wouldn't really die if the mission failed, I still couldn't control my fear. What the hell is that vicious woman doing? How can I kill all the swift bugs with this number? It's a waste of thousands of gold coins. Muttering for a while, Chen Fan made trumpet shapes with his hands and shouted at the sky. Li Xiaoqian, have you had enough fun? If you have, come out and explain to me. After Chen Fan shouted, Li Xiaoqian didn't appear, but a thin young man appeared in front of him. Chen Fan was startled. This person appeared too suddenly. Your name is also Li Xiaoqian? The thin man waved his hand quickly. I dare not call you that name. It's our first meeting. President Chen, I am affiliated with Pangu Intelligence Department. You can just call me Sun Xiaosheng. Chen Fan frowned and recalled. Sun Xiaosheng? Sun Xiaosheng? Why do I feel like I have heard this name somewhere? Sun Xiaosheng smiled proudly. Many of the main God space game guides in China are written by me. You may have seen it in the guide. Chen Fan remembered. Yes. I saw your name in the strategy of the main God space. So you are a member of Pangu. No wonder you know so many strategies. You know Li Xiaoqian. Right? Where is she? Sun Xiaosheng nodded. Of course I know her. Just now. We watched you do the trial task together. But she left first because she had something to do. Chen Fan was speechless. She just watched me being torn to pieces by those bugs? Did she leave right after she finished? Sun Xiaosheng shook his head. Strictly speaking, she didn't even see the part where you were torn apart. She left halfway. Chen Fan's lips trembled. Her heart is as hard as stone. This woman has a heart as hard as stone. Why did you stay after she left? Do you know why she pulled me into Panga? Sun Xiaosheng approached with a mysterious look on his face. I know a little bit, but you are not allowed to tell anyone, or else she will beat me to death. Chen Fan nodded, indicating that he would never tell anyone. Sun Xiaosheng, in fact, when you were wanted by the Saint Roan Empire some time ago, the higher-ups had already decided to recruit you. Why did they wait until now to plot for me? Sun Xiaosheng's voice became lower and lower. Because Captain Li said that your character is not up to standard, and you are not up to the task. I am telling you this because I treat you as a friend. You must not tell anyone. Chen Fan pursed his lips helplessly. I haven't even entered Pangu yet. And the news of your bad character has spread all over Pangu. Slander. She is slandering me. Don't worry. I will definitely not tell anyone. My good friend. By the way, my good friend, when can I quit this Western Haotian? Chapter 135 The Captive and Taya Plan. Sun Xiaosheng showed an embarrassed expression. In theory, as long as you become a formal member of Pangu, you can get the right to enter and exit Kunlun freely. Before that, your entry and exit rights are managed by the leader, that is, Captain Xiaoqian. Chen Fan was a little unhappy. Formal member? So I was tricked into joining by you, and it's not formal yet? Then I don't want to play anymore. I want to apply to quit Pangu. Sun Xiaosheng hurried to comfort him. No, you are official. Your membership has been official since the beginning, but regarding the authority, someone is interfering. Do you understand what I mean? But I said it in theory, actually. There is a secret channel that can force you to withdraw from the Kunlun realm. Very few people know about this. Chen Fan cooperated with Sun Xiaosheng to keep him in suspense. So my good friend, where is this channel? Sun Xiaosheng came over. You can call Jingwei loudly, and then apply for the permission to leave by force from her, so that you can leave Kunlun realm. But this permission is only available 3 times a month. Chen Fan looked at Sun Xiaosheng with a complicated look. This method doesn't sound secret at all. Are you sure very few people know it? Sun Xiaosheng was slightly embarrassed. At least you don't know it. Right? You asked for a solution. Why don't you leave? Chen Fan certainly couldn't go out. At this moment, the ocean breath was still absorbing the energy of the Western Haotian. For the growth of his exclusive weapon, he felt that it would be better for him to stay for 2 hours. Well, I think the scenery here is nice. I plan to look at it for a while. Scenery? Nice? Sun Xiaosheng looked at the desolate scenery around him in confusion. There is no scenery here. Well, my friend, it's you who didn't retreat, I told you. Chen Fan was stunned by this. What do you mean? Western Haotian combat training, nightmare level, infinite mode, has been opened. Please prepare the trial member Chen Fan. Chen Fan was shocked. Come again? You are such a good friend. Politis Island, a dock full of coconut trees. Shi Yin dragged the deck of the Black Rose miserably. Let me clean the cabin, and let me clean the toilet. What's in this stupid woman's head? Damn it! Can't you see my amazing beauty? Politis Island is a small sand island full of coconut trees. The part below the sea surface of the island is full of holes, which are the nests of coconut-eating mermaids. Coconut-eating mermaids are the main component of the Black Rose pirates. Although they look very ferocious, their main food is actually coconuts. Salvina is the current leader of the coconut-eating mermaids. According to custom, every evening, she leads the tribesmen to hold a heritage sacrifice on the beach. In fact, it is a large-scale marriage meeting. But the process is simpler and more direct. Pepe, do you still remember what he called his fire spirit at that time? Is it Caesar? Sapepe held a skewer of meaty roasted meat, and her lips were covered with oil, which shone brightly in the moonlight. Who? The human captive you captured? I don't think I heard him call his name, Selvina. Why are you so interested in him? I understand what Grandma meant by that. Selvina asked while dancing with exaggerated movements, turning her head. What did Grandma say? Pepe frowned. Grandma said, the appearance of the human race is the most in line with the aesthetics of intelligent life, so you like the guy with a long face. Right? Selvina smashed the fish-skin drum on her waist with a bang. Pepe widened her bright eyes. Selvina, you broke the last sacrificial drum. The coconut shark stopped without the guidance of the drums, and all looked at their leader Selvina in confusion. Selvina angrily untied the waist drum. What are you looking at? See if you can fix the drum? Save some tedious processes. Go straight to the last step. The mermaids were stunned for a few seconds, then they all rushed to the opposite sex they liked. Selvina looked at Sappeep, who was eating heartily. How did you negotiate the cooperation with the mermaid fleet? Looking at Selvina's threatening expression. Sappeep was so scared that she immediately threw away the barbecue in her hand. Ah! I go talk to Mr. Penniman right now. Shadow coordinates. Selvina watched Shopaped disappear in front of her eyes, muttering to herself in confusion. Could it be him? Even if it's him, what do I want to do to him? What does this feeling mean? The Principality of Abulian, headmaster of the Tianmen divine cult, prison of evil, the lowest level. The noble and holy Saint Teo walked slowly to the door of the prison. This cell was extremely hot, and the walls were covered with red flame crystals. In the middle of the cell, an old seal with a gray beard was locked there with several chains piercing his body. Huh? This time it's a sexy girl? Little girl, are you here to heat up my fireplace? Please move faster. I haven't felt the pleasure of swimming in magma for a long time. The old seal spoke in human language. His voice was deep and powerful. Taya stopped, was silent for a long time, and then said something outrageous. Mr. Highbow, I have a way to help you escape. I wonder if you are interested in listening to it. The old seal laughed disdainfully. Ha. What is this? Bagel's new conspiracy? I don't want to escape. Who told you I want to escape? I live very comfortably here. Taya pondered for a few seconds, and then spoke. According to the latest monthly report on marine life of the Revolutionary Army, the Bridge Dragon Seal clan is likely to become the latest sea clan that is about to lose its clan consciousness. In other words, your clan is on the verge of extinction. The old seal's tone remained unchanged. This is not the first time that Bigel has threatened me with this. Whether it is true or false, do you think I care? Our world has been destroyed. What does it matter if a tribe of Bridge Dragon Seals is exterminated? I have never taken the responsibility of the tribe's reproduction and growth. Taya shook her head calmly. No. You lied. When the Ice Valley realm collapsed, your tribe of Bridge Dragon Seals had tens of millions of people, and when you were captured, there were only a few thousand people in the tribe of Bridge Dragon Seals. It's only been less than 50 years. Even if the seas of the God Grace realm are so dangerous, it's impossible to wipe out such a large number of Bridge Dragon Seals. You must have hidden and protected most of them. What you don't care about are the abandoned ones in the ocean. Isn't that right, Mr. Seastorm? Chapter 136 Gather. The old seal narrowed his eyes, without raising his head. Oh, your little mind is really broad. I feel that you know more about the history of the development of the Qiaolong Seal tribe than I do. Your analysis is very interesting, but unfortunately, my people have indeed returned to the Ice Valley realm in the battles for large and small sea areas. Tea's body erupted with a twisted and torn stance, and in a few flashes and swings, she walked into the unbreakable prison. She smiled and leaned over. Really? Then what lives in the world in your belly? Aren't they your missing people? The seal stood up with a bang, and the thick iron chain rattled. Such a breath. Are you a descendant of the Void clan? No wonder you can see my biggest secret. Stay so close to me, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? The space around Taya twisted. Since I dared to come in, I naturally have the means to resist you. I know your secret, and now you know my secret. We have the same enemy, so can we cooperate? Senior Sea Storm. The old seal calmed down, after a long time. A peaceful life can never last too long. Tell me, what do you want me to pay? Black Gold Empire, Moyao City. Li Shaoqian and others, dressed in tight clothes, stood in front of the gate of Moyao City, the capital of the Black Gold Empire. Captain Shaoqian, isn't our destination Huasha City in the Belton Kingdom? How did we fly all the way to the Black Gold Empire? Isn't this going in the wrong direction? A Panga member with a scar on the corner of his eye asked doubtfully. Li Shaoqian glanced at the current time. and then explained, Huasha City is too far away. If we fly there directly, I'm afraid we won't be able to complete the mission in time. The only teleportation array nearby is the Black Gold Empire. We can borrow it. The scarred man who spent most of his time fighting on the front line nodded, indicating that he understood. In the team, Roan Wei, who was bruised and swollen, complained, This is the bad thing about joining the Revolutionary Army. Almost all countries are afraid of the Saint Roan Empire, and dare not cooperate with us openly. Li Shaoqian, watch the time. The gate guards and portal guards between 7 and 8 this morning are our own people. Don't miss this time period. Yes, Captain Shaoqian, everyone said in unison. Li Shaoqian was horrified. What are you doing? Keep your voice down. Don't you remember your identity as a rebel? I know. Captain Shaoqian. A bunch of bastards. In the eastern part of the Belton Kingdom, Huansha City, the honorary lord of Huansha City, Madeline, was calmly staying at the exit of the teleportation array. At this time, he was the only one near the exit. The guards, who were supposed to be stationed here, had been sent away by him. There was a wave of energy in the teleportation array, and the next moment, a group of hooded black-robed men appeared on the stone platform engraved with array patterns. McDillon felt the huge dangerous and evil aura and nodded secretly. It seems that these are the members of the Black Magician Association. Good morning, everyone. Huasha City welcomes the arrival of all guardians. The black-robed man in the lead walked towards the exit. No one will really welcome us. We are not here with good intentions. You only need to find a place for us to stay. They are really a bunch of unkind guys. McDillon didn't want to be boring. He turned around and acted as a guide. As soon as everyone raised their feet, the next moment, the space fluctuation appeared again. More than 10 figures with strong auras appeared on the teleportation array again. It was the Panga Creator team led by the mechanical disaster Li Shaoqian. On the magnificent sea, the sinking ship fleet led by Poseidon sailed towards the Black Gold Empire. On the deck, Chen Fan, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, walked out of the Peach Blossom secret realm holding Leviathan. This morning in Kunlun realm, he was tortured to death by those bugs 4 times, and finally kicked out by Jingwei when the time was up. Sun Xiaosheng felt a little sorry for his perseverance. In the end, he even asked, President Chen, do you have a habit of being tortured? Chen Fan definitely didn't have that habit. The reason why he endured dying every half an hour was because of the Ocean Breath, his professional exclusive weapon. After 2 hours, the properties of the Ocean Breath finally showed some changes. Ocean Breath, purple, growth-type exclusive weapon, can devour other items with the same attributes to upgrade. Evaluation. When you pick up this revolver, you already have a pirate-like smirk on your face. Looking at the attribute panel, Chen Fan smiled. The crime was not in vain. In just 2 hours, the attribute bonus increased by 5 points. Although it doesn't seem much, if it can be done every day and night, this gun will be upgraded sooner or later. The little Leviathan stood on the deck, and kept hitting Chen Fan's knees with his big head. The 2 little paws kept pointing at their big mouths. The meaning was very clear, it was hungry again. Chen Fan patted its big fleshy head. It felt like the little Leviathan had grown a lot. Taking out the little fish meat from his backpack, Chen Fan once again became a fried fish stall owner. He had no shortage of fish meat, and was even rich enough to mail it back to his old couple at home. Now it was no longer possible. He had to eat, the bound spirit plant had to eat, and Leviathan had to eat. It seemed that it was time to use the fishing rod in his backpack. By the way, when I was attacked by Yamaki Ichiro yesterday, it was thanks to the dark spirit 9-layer wind on my chest that swallowed the blood mist. Otherwise, I might have been assimilated by the strange blood mist. There were too many things to do last night, and I actually forgot the biggest contributor. Chen Fan felt guilty, and quickly opened his attribute panel, and clicked on the bound spiritual plant on the page. Bound spiritual plant, dark spirit 9-layer wind. Whether to activate, spiritual plants must be fed with a large amount of energy every day, otherwise they will backfire on their owners. Activate. The soul value required to activate the dark spirit 9-layer wind x 5000. The biological energy has been satisfied. Good guy, it took enough biological energy in just a short while? But the soul points are also in short supply at the moment, so it still can't be activated. Chapter 137 Mechanic and Spiritual Plant Cultivation Master. Chen Fan thought that he was now a wealthy man. But now, he has no enough materials. There is not enough food to eat, not enough things to use, even the original 5-digit gold coins. Now it seems, cannot withstand the squandering of the ocean breath. Lu Duoduo jumped out of his cabin playfully. Old Chun, why are you sighing so early in the morning? Are you thinking about that guy's surname, sure? I'm telling you, don't have those weird thoughts. Without him on this ship, the air feels a lot fresher. Little Leviathan, come here, let your sister hug you. The chubby and tender little dragon obediently swayed towards Lu Duoduo. Chen Fan turned the fish fillet in his hand. I'm asking how Master Sure offended you. He's been taken prisoner. Where's your sympathy? Has it been taken away by the system? Lu Duoduo rubbed Leviathan's big, fleshy head. Good people don't live long. Evil lasts for thousands of years. You wait. That guy won't be able to die. Maybe he will bring you a group of female creatures again. Chen Fan paused. Well, it's not impossible. Duoduo. I want to go to the next copy of Alice Castle. Do you have any advice for me? Lu Duoduo tilted his head and thought for a while. Alice Castle is actually a small world. The ruler of the small world is a girl named Alice, who has a bit of a neurotic personality. She will invite you to play the game, she sets the rules. If you win, you will be promoted and get a higher level spirit servant. If you lose, you will be eliminated. Of course, you won't really die if you are eliminated, but you will lose an emotion for a short time. You know this? Because I have never been eliminated. I don't know what it feels like to be eliminated, but it looks very special. Lu Duoduo's expression seemed a little scared, because Alice's thinking is very jumpy. You must not use normal thinking when playing the game she leads. Chen Fan thought silently for a while. Is this using magic to defeat magic? Can the props in the backpack be used? Lu Duoduo shook his head. The equipment worn on the body can be used, and the props in the backpack generally cannot be used. Anyway, I can't use any of the props in my backpack. Oh, there is something very important. I must remind you. Chen Fan's face was serious. What is it? Lu Duoduo, when choosing a spirit servant, you must choose one that looks good. My spirit servant is too ugly. It makes me feel depressed. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at Lu lowly. Looking for a spirit servant not based on strength, but on appearance? This guy still has the nerve to say that others have eccentric personalities. Choose? Is it so humane? How many choices are there? Lu Duoduo shook his head. I don't know if they are all the same. Anyway, I was the winner at that time. There were 3 choices. I chose the spirit servant, who was good at control, which I needed most. I really regretted not choosing the handsome swordsman spirit servant. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. How handsome is he? Is he more handsome than me? Lu Duoduo, hee. There is no comparison. I mean, you can't compare with him. You have too many flaws. Chen Fan was dissatisfied. Okay. I go meet the little princess in the castle. You take this conch shell. If you encounter danger, just call highly for help. Sister Minghua seems to be on a plane back. Exit the game at night, and let them go to buy some ingredients. We will barbecue in the yard at night. By the way, buy more, there are 7 big enemies upstairs, if you buy less. They won't be enough to eat. Lu Duoduo took the conch, smiled like a flower. Okay. Old Chun, you are now a public servant. Tell me what are the benefits of joining Pangu? If it is convenient. Can you pull us in as well? Underage civil servants. Ha ha, I have to take fewer detours. Chen Fan's expression was bitter. The only benefit he saw was that he could steal the energy of Kunlun realm. There was nothing else, and he had to experience death several times a day. Poisonous woman. You're right. It's better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. I apply for it for you in a few days. After sending the hot little girl away, Chen Fan went to see the progress of Mamaduo Robot Factory Mastermind. This guy has transformed half of the deck into a mechanized factory. There are 7 or 8 intelligent auxiliary robots around him. Mamaduo is wearing big sunglasses, and the gold wires on his wrists are waving in disorder. Boss, you should collect more souls of smart people. These guys must have been the dumbest idiots when they were alive. They can't even learn the most basic mechanics. Chen Fan was speechless. I'm not a big devil. Why would I collect souls? You know that I got them passively. It also needs a wise soul. I go blow up the Gary Dunn University in the United States. He sighed silently. Well, okay, where's the alchemy manual of Tatagu? Can you show it to me? There are many things in it that are worth learning from. Chen Fan shook his head immediately. Don't even think about it. That kind of evil thing should stay in my backpack and never see the light of day. You want to become the next Tatagu. and let me accompany you to be wanted by the whole continent. Mamadou seemed to see the future of running for his life. That's really too dangerous. The first batch of rifles will be shipped tomorrow, and they can already handle the goods on the list. The next batch of munitions will require new metals and gunpowder. Also, can you give me some higher-level souls? Similar to the ones loaded by Qi Feng? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Mamadou, although I don't know much about mechanics, I think a robot factory that assists in the maintenance of large equipment doesn't seem to need such a high-level soul. Right? Facing Chen Fan question, Mamadou's eyes were a little evasive. Why not? The higher the level of soul, the better it is. I'm just asking. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. Chen Fan smiled and nodded. Well, so that's the case. Then you should make a soul that doesn't need such a high level. When I get a soul at that level in the future, I will give it to you. After all, it's useless for me to keep that kind of thing. Don't you agree, my loyal mechanic? Mamadou lowered his head and nodded quickly. On the other side of the deck, Chen Fan came to the side of Xu Jin, who was lying in the field. This guy was almost taller than Chen Fan when he was lying on the recliner. Cousin Xu Jin, what are you planting in such a large piece of land? Xu Jin turned his head. His eyes were a little confused, and he obviously fell asleep in the sun. Potatoes? Potatoes? Super delicious potatoes. Chen Fan was puzzled. Such a large piece of land, all planted with potatoes? Xu Jin nodded helplessly. Yes, but not all. The flower pot is planted with oasis, which is the orange-grade plant that allowed me to obtain a secondary profession. Chen Fan looked at the flower pot with small grass sprouts. Chapter 138 Alice Castle Oasis Seedling, Orange. Unique attribute. The survival rate of plants growing near it increases by 100%, harvest increases by 50%, promotion chance increases by 10%. Evaluation. Hope in the desert, redemption of the dying. Chen Fan closed the attribute panel. So the companion treasure after you log in is this oasis? Tree roots shook their heads. It's this farmland. Chen Fan showed an expression of incomprehension. Well, this is really diversified. Don't you have other seeds? It seems a pity to plant all potatoes. The tree root spread his hands. There are no better crop seeds. This potato is very special. A large part of it has been upgraded twice. Although it can't increase any properties compared with other foods, it is very resistant to hunger and tastes much better than potatoes in our world. And I guess, if this potato seedling is upgraded a few more times, it is very likely to be upgraded to a magical ingredient that can increase properties. Then won't we be rich? Yes. Although the promotion rate of this oasis is not very high, it can't resist the large base of crops. Can I understand that as long as the quantity is sufficient? Even if there is a weed planted in your field, next to this oasis, it has the opportunity to grow into magic materials. The tree root thought about the knowledge he gained when he changed his job. If there is no upper limit for that weed, it should be feasible in theory. But general weeds have an upper limit, and promotion is nothing more than becoming a little thicker and having a higher survival rate. Chen Fan nodded. There is an upper limit. That sounds much more reasonable. He took out the 100 fast wheat seeds that he had specially left behind from his backpack, and the fruit of the tree of life that he had shared with the 8th master. These two things are seeds of magical plants. See if you can cultivate them. I hope we can stop using non-magical ingredients in the future. The tree root took the 2 seeds, identified them, and then excitedly stood up from the special recliner. They are really seeds of magical ingredients. The tree of life? Fancy. You have so many good things in your hands. Xu Jin happily put away the recliner, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to get started. Chen Fan looked at the folded metal recliner. This recliner? Was it made by Mamadou for you? Xu Jin nodded. Yes, just for this recliner, your little subordinate asked me for 100 kilograms of potatoes. Chen Fan was very upset. It sounds really bad. Alas, who can blame me for being a technical talent? I have to spend money to ask it to do something, so don't feel unbalanced. The tree root sighed. We have entered another world, and we farmers are still suppressed by those who do scientific research. Let me use your house that can speed up the flow of time. I think that treasure will be very useful to me. Chen Fan took out his only god-level prop, the small house under the bell tower. You can use it, but you must take good care of it. This thing is too dangerous. Ordinary people who go in probably can't get out. The tree root immediately patted his chest and promised. Don't worry, I be on guard, And be 10,000 times more careful when using it, so that not even a fly can fly in. Ah! I smell the scent of treasure. A sharp and piercing voice sounded behind Chen Fan, and then a yellow and green bird shadow flew into the small house under the bell tower at lightning speed. Chen Fan was stunned, and then slowly looked at the tree root with the same expression. This. The tree root looked confused. A fly flew in? 2 seconds later, the decadent 8th master flew out of the door. Ah! What a shabby place. Who is plotting against me? There is nothing in this shabby house. Shujin quickly packed up the hut under the bell tower. Fanzi, what kind of parrot is yours? It won't die even if it passes through decades of time? According to the growth time of his oasis. 2 seconds outside is indeed at least 20 years inside. Chen Fan grabbed the green-haired parrot. What did you do in that house? The 8th master combed his feathers. I flew around inside, and then came out after a nap. Although there are no treasures in this room, but sleeping is still very sweet. Sleep for 20 years? Think about this guy's origin. Isn't this guy an immortal monster? Immortality? Chen Fan gradually showed a greedy look. Say goodbye to the tree root who was preparing to plant the land with great enthusiasm. Chen Fan took the 8th master back to his cabin. Xiao Ba, you said you disappeared every other day, so I couldn't leave you a room of your own. You won't be angry. Right? The green parrot fluttered its wings and stood on the wooden table in the room. Hypocrisy. Hypocritical villain. Villain. If you really want me to have a place to sleep, just give me the key to the Moonlight Cottage. I sleep comfortably there. Chen Fan took out the dusty key from his backpack, and also took out the stone door, and placed it on one side of the living room. Why didn't you tell me earlier? This thing is not very useful to me now. If you had told me earlier, I would have returned it to you a long time ago. Chen Fan said, as he placed the key and the door together. The 8th master looked at Chen Fan suspiciously. Are you so kind? There is a conspiracy. There is a conspiracy. Chen Fan snorted. This door and this key will be placed here from now on. I swear, I will never move them without your consent. But I have a few small questions to ask you. Can you answer me honestly? Seeing that the 8th master did not refute, Chen Fan asked. Do you remember how long you've lived? Why have you lived so long? The parrot shook its head decisively. I don't remember. I just remember that my name is Master Ba. The small house behind that door is my home, and the rest of my memories are very vague. Damn it! Damn it! Chen Fan was slightly disappointed. Then about the ocean disaster of the previous generation, does Jack Gray still have any memory of it? How did he die? And who killed him in the end? The green-feathered parrot was unusually quiet. Jack Gray? Jack Gray? Such a familiar name. I forgot. But I must have known him before. Chen Fan stopped asking. It seemed that part of its memory must have been erased. It was useless to ask. Okay. Don't bother thinking about it. Your room is back to you. Remember not to bring me powerful enemies again in the future. At noon, Chen Fan took out the admission ticket to Alice Castle and clicked to enter. In the living room, Master 8, who was absorbed in thinking, tilted his flexible bird head, and then plunged into the space that fluctuated when Chen Fan disappeared. Welcome visitors from the low magic world. Alice Castle welcomes you. The great world master Alice is on the way. Please take a rest in the castle. Please enjoy the food in the castle. But please do not disturb other guests. Chapter 139 Killing Castle. Chen Fan appeared in the living room of a huge Western-style castle. This large living room is more than 10 meters high, and at least 30 meters long and wide. 8 thick stone pillars stand in the center of the hall. They are the backbone supporting the entire living room. Chen Fan looked around. One after another figure appeared around him. Some were humanoid, but some were not. Low magic world? Does this Alice have the ability to see through her own origins? Or is she judging from her own body appearance? The creatures around here all got tickets to Alice Castle? So we are all competitors? Duo said that the game she played when she entered Alice Castle was somewhat similar to Werewolf. For Werewolf, the number of people is usually at most a dozen or 20. Right? Why are there more than 20 people in this hall? Depressed? Uncomfortable. Depressed? Uncomfortable. The noisy, familiar Drake voice sounded in Chen Fan ears. Chen Fan widened his eyes and looked back. Xiao Ba, how did you get in? The green-feathered parrot landed on Chen Fan's shoulder skillfully. I followed you in. Call me Ba Lao Yi. Ba Lao Yi. Chen Fan was confused. Can someone follow someone in after being teleported? Isn't this unreasonable? What's wrong with this parrot? Is it too buggy? Okay, stand on my shoulder and pretend to be an ordinary parrot. This place is very dangerous. Don't run around. Ba Lao Yi, danger. Danger? Danger? Chen Fan was speechless. Are you pretending now? Who is that? The giant? Chen Fan looked at a huge cyclops that suddenly appeared in the distance. Two eyes look better. Chen Fan unconsciously compared the giant with the tree root. Chen Fan tentatively cast an identification spell. Detection skills are prohibited in the current space. It really doesn't work. The cyclops looked around and then stomped his feet hard. Alice, come out and see Lord Monken. Lord Monken wants a big but spirit servant. Alice, come out and see Lord Monken. Lord Monken wants a big but spirit servant. Chen Fan watched the cyclops shout the same words 3 times. But there was no response. Chen Fan felt that this thing didn't seem very smart. The cyclops jumped twice in anger, making 2 dull noises. Monten hates waiting. The cyclops ignored the strange looks from the people around him and walked towards the huge dining table in the center of the hall. A circle of chairs were neatly arranged around the huge dining table, which looked like it was used to entertain guests. The cyclops picked up the plate full of large purple grapes, tilted his head, and poured all of them into his mouth, even though they were far apart. Chen Fan seemed to see the cyclops' satisfied expression. The 8th master flapped his wings. Grapes. 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 Eat grapes. Chen Fan also wanted to taste the grapes, after all. He had never eaten grapes that big, so he walked towards the huge dining table. The cyclops was obviously not satisfied after eating a plate of grapes. He pulled out a chair and sat on it. The chair was not small, but it was barely enough for a giant over 3 meters tall. Because the dining table was obviously the center of the whole hall, in addition to Chen Fan, many players who entered the castle also began to slowly walk towards the dining table. The cyclops sat on the chair, staring with his only big eyes, and was about to grab a plate of grapes. Puff! Chen Fan only heard a puff. Then, he watched the cyclops being cut in half. The culprit was the chair he was sitting on. An extremely sharp steel knife protruded from the back of the chair, and cut the cyclops Monten in half from the waist. Monten screamed and fell off the chair, his 2 big hands constantly stuffing his intestines into his stomach. And the scene was hard to watch. Chen Fan stopped walking towards the dining table. The other players also stopped. Fuck. What's going on? Can a chair kill people? So you can't sit on the chairs here? That's wrong. The game has already started? I didn't receive any system notification of the game starting. Everyone was surprised. Chen Fan quickly looked through the system prompts he received. Welcome to the visitors from the low magic world, Chen Fan. Alice Castle welcomes you. The great world master Alice is on her way. Please take a rest in the castle. Please enjoy the food in the castle, but please don't disturb other guests. There was indeed no prompt to start the game. So, the game has already started passively the moment you enter this castle? The 8th master widened his eyes. Chair! Danger! Chair! Danger! A handsome young player subconsciously moved away from the cyclops that was split in half, but accidentally bumped into one of the 8 pillars in the center of the living room while retreating. The young man subconsciously turned his head, but was surprised to find a familiar-looking object in the pattern of the pillar. Is this a lighter? The boy was extremely surprised. How could there be a lighter in this dungeon? Pop! A small flame lit up. It's really a lighter. The boy showed a surprised and confused expression. The next moment, the lighter exploded. With a bang, the boy who was standing next to the pillar just now turned into charcoal. Castle announcement. Player Lu Xiren's health value has returned to 0. Eliminated? Death? Eliminated? What's going on? Chen Fan didn't dare to move. What killed the boy next to the pillar just now? Green feathered parrot. Pillar. Danger? Pillar. Danger? Chen Fan turned his head. Stop making noise. I can't think because of your noise. Most of the players in the hall reacted similarly to Chen Fan. That is, stay where you are for the time being and keep the space still. After all, no one knows why the boy and the Cyclops Monten were hurt. Swish. A half-human high goblin suddenly appeared beside Chen Fan. This goblin was ugly and exuded an unbearable stench. It obviously didn't notice the strangeness of the people in the hall. It looked around and then ran greedily towards the wall of the hall. Chen Fan looked at the wall, and there was a sword inlaid with gems hanging on the wall. The sharp voice of the 8th master sounded in Chen Fan's ears. Sword. Danger? Sword. Danger? Chen Fan quickly pinched the beak of this stupid bird. It's not easy to have a brainless guy to lead the way for everyone. Don't let this stupid bird stop it. The goblin jumped up high and quickly took the jeweled sword off the wall. Good treasure. Good treasure. The goblin stroked the jewel on the sword with his dirty claws. Someone was confused. It's okay to take the sword off the wall? So that kind of attack is irregular? No. I saw with my own eyes that the two people were attacked because they touched something in the castle. Chapter 140, A runner who refuses to become mediocre. Chen Fan frowned. So being attacked has nothing to do with touching the things in the castle? Being attacked is because there are other rules that cannot be violated? After admiring the scabbard covered with gemstones, the goblin began to admire the silver light revealing sword body. Swish, swish. The long sword swung, silver light flashed, and its sharp edge was revealed. Just as everyone was admiring the sharpness of the sword, several sword lights that were thrown out suddenly turned back. With a few puffs, the dirty goblin was divided into several even pieces. Castle announcement. Player Dormammu's health has been reduced to 0. Eliminated. Chen Fan suddenly had an idea. Use? Yes. Use? It won't be a problem if you touch the items in the castle. You will be attacked only if you use them. Chen Fan whispered. The 8th master stared at the Cyclops Mondin, who was still repairing his intestines for a while. Doesn't eating grapes count as using a plate? Doesn't eating grapes count as using a plate? Chen Fan shook his head immediately. Eating shouldn't count. The third prompt of the system is, please enjoy the food in the castle. But please don't disturb other guests. Let's go. Let's go eat. Chen Fan thought for a while, and then immediately made a bold decision. Standing between two chairs, Chen Fan picked up an apple-like fruit and stuffed it into his mouth under the different looks of the players. It tasted really good. Very sweet. Take Dragon Fruit X1, basic strength +2. Chen Fan eyes lit up. No wonder the Cyclops was so eager to eat the next kind of food. He quickly reached out and took another dragon fruit and swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites. This time, he didn't receive a system prompt. It seems that this dragon fruit is only effective when you eat the first one. Chen Fan no longer dwelled on the apple and quickly took a bunch of grapes and stuffed them into his mouth. Take Purple Pearl X1. Intelligence +2. Take Flower Fruit X1. Agility +3. Take Bauhinia Juice X1. Mana +100. Relying on his excellent appetite now, Chen Fan really ate around the table. When he ate the grapes, other players came to the table and did the same thing as him. After all, he was not the only one who understood the rules. The table was large, and there were many kinds of fruits. Now there were many people fighting for food. Of course, there were a few people who did not intend to eat the fruits here. They stood on the periphery and were obviously taking a cautious approach. Damn it! The fruits on this table are all magical ingredients that can increase basic attributes. Eating grapes can increase mana? Who ate them first? You didn't even mention this good thing. How insidious. The fruits on the table were decreasing at a visible speed. Naturally, when there were few fruits left, the atmosphere became tense. A middle-aged strongman was holding a small pile of fruits in his arms, while the players around him could no longer find fruits to eat. Brother, don't be so greedy, can we each have one? The middle-aged strongman stuffed the unnamed fruit into his mouth. He didn't say anything, but he showed his refusal. Someone couldn't help it. This kind of magic food that can improve basic attributes is expensive outside, and it is a rare treasure. The man stretched out his hand to grab the fruit in the strongman's arms. The strongman was furious. How dare you steal my things? The big hand like a palm leaf fan was wrapped in golden light, and he punched the man who stole his food with a powerful punch. The man was not to be outdone. He recited a spell softly, and a red flame rushed straight towards the strongman who was protecting the food. Boom! Boom! Before the two could really fight, they were smashed into pulp by the huge rock falling from the top of the hall. Castle announcement. Players Lu Dazhuang and Zhu Wenming's health points are 0. And they are eliminated. Chen Fan swallowed a very sweet fruit that tasted a bit like durian. I knew that disturbing other guests would definitely cause trouble. Alice, the owner of the castle, has arrived. All players who disrespect the owner of the castle will be eliminated. Chen Fan quickly stepped back and left the crowded table. There were no fruits or snacks at the place where he was just now. All players who disrespected the castle owner were eliminated. What is a player who disrespected the castle owner? Those who did not eat gracefully. Chen Fan frowned and looked around. He was a little worried that he would be one of the players who disrespected the castle owner. Of course, most of the others thought the same at the moment. Just when he was curious about whether there were people who were not eliminated. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge black stone slab fell from the air. Directly smashed some people in the hall into meat patties. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. That is, the group of people who didn't eat any food? So not eating the food prepared by Alice is disrespecting her? Castle announcement, players Telcon, Angelina, Black City. Health points are 0, eliminated. This time, more than 30 players were directly eliminated. A gorgeously dressed girl suddenly appeared on the stone platform that fell on the ground. The girl had white skin, a high nose bridge, blonde hair shawl, and looked noble and elegant. Hey, let me check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 50. There are only 50 and a half of my guests left? The half she mentioned refers to the Cyclops Mountain, whose upper body has been initially healed. Okay then. My 50 and a half guests. I'm about to hold a speed competition. Anyone want to quit? If you quit now, you can get a green quality spirit servant. Perhaps because the people who got the invitation to Alice Castle are all strong. None of the 51 players responded. In other words, everyone agreed to play the next game. Alice did something that was inconsistent with her elegant image. She clapped her hands vigorously. I like brave players very much. Then, Alice announced. The game of the runner who refuses to be mediocre begins. A clear and passionate voice sounded, and the next moment, everyone in the castle appeared directly on a green lawn. The lawn was marked with neatly arranged, numbered running tracks with white lines. There are 51 tracks that are just right. And each player is standing at the starting point of the track. Chen Fan looked down at the track in front of him. Number 44. All 4 directions. Stable. 4 joy balls. The number is quite auspicious. Castle announcement. Rules of the runners, who are not content with mediocrity. Rule 1. Only the top 10 players can pass this game. Rule 2. When the game time is over, players who are at the same distance from the starting point will be eliminated at the same time. Rule 3. When a squirrel crosses the track, you can catch it, and it will give you a big surprise. Rule 4. The 15th player who passes the game will receive an Alice blind box. Chen Fan frowned and studied the 4 rules. And while reading, he told the 8th master. After all, one more head means one more idea, although it is very likely to be useless. Chapter 141. The game begins. Chen Fan was a little confused after reading it. The first rule is that only the top 10 can advance, but the 4th rule says that the 15th contestant who advances will receive a special reward. This is obviously contradictory. Only the top 10 can advance. Where does the 15th contestant come from? So the game is not just one round? The 8th master tilted his head, and his face was full of confusion. The rules are wrong. The rules are wrong. The rules are wrong. The green-feathered parrot was a little annoyed because it couldn't figure it out. It started to scream in a Drake voice. Alice, who was in high spirits in the air, suddenly felt cold. Don't question the creator of the game. Noisy green-feathered parrot. As soon as she finished speaking, the parrot on Chen Fan's shoulder froze, and then fell straight to the ground. Chen Fan was startled. This parrot was his baby. He quickly squatted down and picked up the bird with both hands. While holding the bird, Chen Fan's palm seemed to feel a weak electric current. It seemed that he was electrocuted. There was no danger to his life. Chen Fan was relieved. He quickly made an apologetic gesture to Miss Alice, who was looking down from the air. The game had not started yet. Others seemed to be thinking about the rules of the game and how to advance. After all, everyone came here to get a high-grade spirit servant. Chen Fan thought about Lu Duo hint. Alice was a girl with an eccentric personality, so he had to put his thinking into her level. To put it simply, he could not think with common sense. Only the top 10 can advance? But it does not say that only 10 people can advance. The 15th person who advances will receive a blind box, which means that at least 15 people will advance. Chen Fan gradually understood these 2 rules. Rule 1. Only the top 10 can pass this game. Rule 2. When the game time is over, players with the same distance will be eliminated at the same time. Rule 3. When a squirrel crosses the track, you can catch it, and it will give you a big surprise. Rule 4. The 15th person who passes will receive an Alice blind box. The 3rd rule is easy to understand. It is just a simple squirrel catching game. There is nothing to analyze in depth. Rule 2 seems simple, but it is extremely complicated when you think about it. It is equivalent to changing the way of playing the game. The same distance means that there are 2 or more players at the same distance. That is to say, at the end of the game, if 2 players happen to run to 88 meters, then both of them will be eliminated. If 5 people run to 100 meters at the same time, then these 5 people will be eliminated at the same time. This is not over yet, because all the players at the distance of 100 meters have been eliminated. Then the first place will be the single player at 99 meters, and the player at 89 meters, who originally had no chance of advancing, will directly become a qualifier. Chen Fan held his forehead with one hand. This game should be played by Mamoru, who has an IQ higher than 200. This is too brain-burning. How can I ensure that I can be in the top 10 and the only one in the distance? A shining starting gun suddenly appeared in Alice's hand in midair. My lovely contestants, your thinking time is over. I, the ruler of the castle, Alice announced, runners who are unwilling to be mediocre. The game begins. Bang! The starting gun sounded, and at the same time, red numbers from 1 to 100 began to appear on the track. The game of runners who are unwilling to be mediocre begins. The time to the end is 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Beside Chen Fan, a blonde woman with a ponytail ran out. A young dwarf on the other side chose not to move for the time being like him. A 100-meter runway is actually not far at all. The people present are not ordinary people. Almost all the 51 players can see their respective positions. There are 7 people standing at the starting point with Chen Fan, who have not started yet. The remaining 40-odd players rush to the position of more than 90 meters. There are 8 people at the 100-meter position, and 14 or 15 people at the 99-meter position. And so on. In short, the players at the first 100 meters to the 91st meter position are the most. And they are constantly changing, because the rules do not stipulate that you cannot run back. The scene is quite noisy. People like Chen Fan who are not involved feel overwhelmed. How can you ensure that you are the only one at the distance you are at? Just when Chen Fan thought that this was a game of random promotion, the Cyclops Monson gave its own answer. It was seen standing on its hands at the 91st meter of its own runway, and it dug a hole in the ground with a few clicks, and then laughed, and buried its head directly in the hole. Looking at his inexplicable behavior, the players around were confused, and Chen Fan was also confused. What is this? Someone suddenly realized and shouted. Damn it! This guy actually used this method to show his attitude that he would not leave this distance. Chen Fan also figured it out. This move is really reckless and smart. Anyway, I am at the 91st meter. I don't care what you choose, either you will be eliminated with me, or you will compete for another track. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are still people standing at that distance, but for now, this is really the only useful way. And other players, who have seen this operation, seem to be inspired. They all started to dig pits on their own tracks. But this move is no longer so effective at this time. Because of the lessons from the first 100 meters to 92 meters, there were more than 2 people digging holes at each distance to bury their heads. It won't work. Chen Fan thought it was a good thing that it didn't work, otherwise the intellectual game would become a learning ostrich game. I was watching a strange game of dozens of people. A brown squirrel suddenly crossed from 30 meters on the track. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. At this time, there was 1 minute and 35 seconds left in the game. Plant Spirit Realm, Plant Half Realm, Green Sea. The students of the Plant Spirit School, wearing special diving protective gear, were pulling each other along as they walked on the seabed. Under the traction of several vines, they could communicate with each other just like on the shore. Song Meow Meow, the master loves to chat with you most. Why don't you go and ask for everyone? A boy with pigtails begged a tall girl. Song Meow Meow shook her head in embarrassment. If you don't say anything, what should I say myself? If we have to say something, let's say it together. I don't dare to say it myself anyway. A short fat guy came up to Song Meow Meow in a mean way. Meow Meow, if it's my opinion, I don't need to say anything. What's wrong with aquatic plant spirits? Look at our family's thorn lotus. Isn't it also a plant spirit with the potential of a sacred tree? And our spiritual world is in urgent need of water-based plant spirit masters. It won't be a loss to accommodate aquatic plant spirits. Chapter 142 Green Sea and Squirrels. Song Meow Meow's pretty face was full of hesitation. Her family was a family of spear pine plant spirit masters, and it could be said that they were the family that knew the most and were the best at cultivating spear pine plant spirits. Unless she was extremely rebellious, she should never choose other plant spirits. But the master had determined the type of plant spirits for them this time, water-based spirits. Between the family and the master, Song Miao didn't know how to choose for a while. The braided boy saw that Song Miao was moved by the fat boy's words, and frowned even more deeply. He is also a descendant of a plant spirit master family. Compared to Song Miao, a girl, he is under greater pressure from the family's checks and balances. Moreover, the way he has learned to cultivate and control plant spirits, since he was a child, is all for the family plant spirit. The swallowing elephant flower. After giving the fat boy a vicious look, the braided boy took the initiative to rush towards the beautiful figure walking in the green sea. Master, my favorite is the terrestrial plant spirit swallowing elephant flower. I am not interested in the plant spirits in the green sea. I hope that master can respect our personal wishes. The contemporary master Jiu Tinglan slowly turned her head. She looked delicate and beautiful without any protective gear. Oh! She was silent for a few seconds and then spoke slowly. You want me to respect your personal wishes, right? The pigtailed boy nodded. At this moment, for his own grand future, he could not remain silent any longer. Yes, master. Tualuo's eyes flashed with a strange light. You are Hua Wuming from the swallowing elephant flower family. Right? Tell me, what is your favorite plant spirit? The braid behind Hua Wuming's head was lifted by the water. Elephant swallowing flower. Tualuo put her hands behind her back, and her pink gauze skirt moved slightly. The most favorite plant spirit in your heart is the elephant swallowing flower? Was it the elephant swallowing flower when you just saw the plant spirit? Hua Wuming was unwavering. Yes. Really? Was it from the beginning? In the dream, the plant spirit that shared life and death with you? Was it just the elephant swallowing flower? Hua Wuming's eyes were a little blank as his memories were evoked. Was the elephant swallowing flower my favorite plant spirit at the beginning? When I was a child, did I imagine that my companion who dominated the plant spirit arena was the image of the elephant swallowing flower? It seems. Not entirely. Yes. Yes. Master. What does this have to do with my childhood fantasy? I have grown up. I must know how to make choices. How can I center everything on my own wishes? Taurus smiled and shook his head. No one's initial dream is to be a plant spirit with a name and surname. Does anyone among you know my origins? In the silent seabed, Song Miao raised her arms. I know. The master was born in the Tai Maihua family, one of the oldest and most powerful families in the plant spirit world. Tualuo nodded. You know a lot. Otherwise I would love you the most. You can see that my plant spirit is not the Tai Maihua with super holy potential, but the Jiu Tinglan that I chose myself. When I was a little girl, the plant spirit I most looked forward to had no name. I hoped it would be a magical pea, and I hoped it would be a vine that would take me to the sky to enjoy the scenery, just like what is described in the storybook. After growing up, my fantasies did not fade away. The tiame flower is indeed powerful, but it was never my goal. When the plant world was accommodating plant spirits, I never even stepped into the area where the tiame flower grew. As the most promising genius in the family, I chose a completely unknown vine-like plant spirit. I think as children of aristocratic families, you can imagine my situation at that time. The young men listened attentively, and the pigtailed boy and Song Miao, who were also children of aristocratic families, bit their lower lips when they heard it. The words thousands of people pointing fingers at me, and tens of thousands of people spitting at me are enough to describe the situation of the master at that time. Tualuo's eyes burst into a soul-stirring look, but I have never regretted it from beginning to end. I refuse to take the smooth road that thousands of people have walked on. I firmly believe that my plant spirit is also one in a million like me. I have proved myself. The plant spirit that best matches me grows together. The potential is huge. It is immeasurable. Do I need to say more to prove it? As the only female ruler of the Tai Maihua family, the young men's blood boiled, and they wanted to find the plant spirit that suits them immediately. Tualuo nodded. I don't need your answer. There are hundreds of millions of plant spirits in the green sea, enough to satisfy any of your childhood fantasies. Go and find them. As a guide, I will send you here. If someone insists on sticking to the family plant spirit, then just return empty-handed. I will arrange for him to participate in the spirit gathering next year. The young men and women of the Plant Spirit Academy looked at each other for a few seconds, and then quickly scattered on the seabed. After all the young men left, an old man in a green robe suddenly appeared beside Tualuo. Man, I remember that when you chose the 9 desires Tinglan, no one dared to express opposition. Your father just said a few sarcastic words, and your grandfather beat you up, and you couldn't get out of bed for half a month. You are now the master of the plant spirit world. Why are you still using tricks on a group of little guys? Tuoluo stuck out her tongue like a little girl. Uncle Zao, I can't help it. The students nowadays are getting harder and harder to fool. It's not like when you taught us. If I told them directly that I chose aquatic plant spirits for them in order to let them go to the main world to complete tasks, they would definitely have objections. Elder Zao rolled his eyes. What else can I say? If you hadn't introduced a batch of high-tech network entertainment facilities, would the kids be so difficult to teach? I feel like you are different after coming back from the main world this time. You are not. Oh, Uncle Zao. What are you talking about? Okay. You are responsible for the safety of this group of students. I still have to go to the main world. Thank you for your hard work. Alice Castle. Chen Fan third water confinement fell into the empty space. It's not that the squirrel is too flexible, but mainly because there are too many people who come to make trouble. Ah! Why are these bastards so bastards? Making trouble? Huh? Chen Fan fired a shot into the soil behind the squirrel, startling a jackal who was about to attack, missing a good opportunity. The jackal glared at him. You? Chen Fan raised his middle finger. You were the first one to stop being a human. The jackal snorted and chased after the squirrel again. It wasn't angry. It didn't need to be a human at all. What was so good about being a human? Seeing that the little squirrel was about to leave his sight, Chen Fan could only stuff the breath of the ocean back into his waist. It seems that this squirrel is not easy to catch. Huh? Chen Fan said and quickly took out his gun. Among the crowd of people flying towards the squirrel, a green-haired parrot came first and caught the squirrel very quickly. The players who were fighting for it were stunned for 2 seconds, and then continued to use their means to rush towards the parrot. This is the human's parrot. It seems that catching it doesn't count. The squirrel is mine. Chen Fan was overjoyed. The captain is here. Chen Fan directly pinched the small squirrel. Castle announcement. Player Chen Fan successfully caught the squirrel and received the reward. Alice Blind Box *1. Chapter 143. A runner who refuses to be mediocre. Advance. Chen Fan stood among the players competing for the squirrel, with a face full of a nasty expression. Sorry, everyone, I give way to you, I give way to you. The jackal dug the soil twice vigorously. Humph. There's less than a minute left in the game. I settle with you later. The players rushed back to their own tracks. Chen Fan gave the 8th master a thumbs up for a while, and then quickly ran towards his own track. Open the gift box that the squirrel in your hand has turned into. Alice Partial Hair Flower. Only effect. You can move a player to any position in this game. Evaluation. I'm helping you cheat, hee hee. Chen Fan eyes lit up. This thing is useless in the outside world, but in this game, it is definitely a bug. On the track at this moment, 90% of the players are in the section above 70 meters. Some players have the same distance, some do not. Sometimes there are players, sometimes there are no players. Sometimes there were several players at the 100-meter position. But after a while everyone seemed to feel that they couldn't win at this distance. And they all changed their goals, and went to other positions. But when all the players left the 100-meter position, new players would go to the 100-meter position. Back and forth. It was very stressful. Finally, some players directly imitated the Cyclops Mondin, sitting at the 90-meter position, hugging their shoulders, closing their eyes, and looking like they didn't care. Chen Fan did not go to the front of the track at all, but returned to the starting point of his track. The starting point, that is, the position from 1 to 10 meters, was not without a person. 7 or 8 people were each holding a different distance. From 1 to 10 meters, only the distances of 8 and 9 meters were empty. The players who stayed near the starting point all looked like they were going to play badly. Some were lying down, some were looking down, and some were holding their stomachs and pretending to go to the toilet. Anyway, everyone is pretending that they have given up, and that they will not fight anymore. The purpose is to confuse the group of contestants who are scrambling for positions at the front of the track, so that more people will not come to compete for positions. These players seem to be playing badly, but in fact, they are very smart people. The rules are introduced as follows. Runners who are unwilling to be mediocre. Rule 1. Only the top 10 can pass this game. Rule 2. When the game time ends, players with the same distance will be eliminated at the same time. Rule 3. When a squirrel crosses the track, you can catch it, and it will give you a big surprise. Rule 4. The 15th person who passes the level will receive an Alice blind box. From Rule 4. It can be determined that there are definitely more than 10 players who can advance. The name of the game is Runners Who Resist Mediocrity. And the first rule talks about the conditions for advancement, which cannot be false. Because if even the conditions for advancement are false, then the game cannot be established. So the top 10 advancement is also true. According to Alice's eccentric personality, she definitely did not create this game to see a serious running competition. From the fourth rule, she is not interested in who wins first place, because the first place will not get any special rewards. So Chen Fan analyzed that there are 20 places for promotion in this game, namely the top 10 and the bottom 10. If the bottom 10 are no longer counted from the front, they are actually the top 10. Alice applied this concept of speculation in the rules. The 15th place can get a special reward. So the position of 5 meters, or in other words, the distance from the 5th place from the back to the front may be the position of the 15th place. Of course, if you count from 10 meters back, the 15th place is the 6th meter. But Chen Fan's problem now is that there are people at the 5 meter position, and there are also people at the 6 meter position. Compared with the two calculation methods, Chen Fan is more inclined to the option that the 5 meter position is the 15th. Chen Fan thought for a while. Then he stood at the 6th meter position of his own track. There were still 15 seconds before the end of the game. The player on the other side, who had already stood at the 6th meter distance, frowned. Hey! Don't you know that players at the same distance will be eliminated at the same time? Get out of here! The 8 meter and 9 meter positions are empty. Chen Fan listened to the man's low roar and shook his head calmly. I like this position too, I won't leave. The man showed a stubborn look. Okay. If you don't leave, I won't leave either. At worst, we'd be eliminated together. The man seemed sure that this position would get a special reward. Chen Fan looked at the game time that was only 5 seconds away. I advise you to leave, or you will regret it. The contestant widened his eyes in anger. I came here first. You should be the one to leave. Chen Fan shook his head decisively, while putting Alice's partiality flower on his head. This is a competition. Do you want me to give you the advantage? Position transfer. At the last second after the game, Chen Fan directly teleported the player, who was at the same distance as him, to the position of 5 meters away on his own track. The man looked at himself being teleported away at a loss, and then appeared 1 meter away from the original position. This is 5 meters? The player who was originally at the 5 meter position suffered an unexpected disaster. Damn you bastard! I'm going to kill you! Chen Fan smiled and made a goodbye gesture that deserved a beating. The game of the runner who refuses to be mediocre ends. Players Trebill, Feiying Monson, Chen Fan, Wu Yiren. 20 players advance. Castle announcement. Player Chen Fan ranks 15th and receives Alice Blind Box X1. Under Chen Fan gaze, all the eliminated contestants self-destructed, turning into a bloody rain, and then slowly disappeared into thin air. Chen Fan felt a chill. What kind of hobby does Alice, the owner of this castle, have? Must the eliminated people be eliminated so miserably? If they are timid, they will definitely feel a huge psychological shadow after being eliminated. Open the pink-wrapped blind box. Double happiness badge. Unique attribute. After wearing it, you will get double rewards in the game set by Alice. Evaluation. A small gift from someone else. I hope you like it. Alice jumped in the air. Ha ha ha. So exciting. So exciting. None of the top 20 fastest runners advanced. They are really stubborn. It makes me laugh. Ha ha. Okay then. My lovely guests, today's game is officially over. Lucky ones, let's see you tomorrow. Bye. The eyes went dark. Chen Fan's position changed again. This time it was a room for temporary rest, a bed, a desk, a chair. Looking at the familiar furnishings, Chen Fan recalled a time worth remembering. Arriving at the door, Chen Fan turned the doorknob. All rooms in the castle have been sealed. Please wait for the next morning. Chen Fan walked back to the small bed. Since all players can't come out, it's good. So I can go offline and barbecue with peace of mind. Where's the little green hair? Where did he go? Green-haired parrot? 8th Master? The immortal old monster. It's over. Chapter 144 Pangu Realm, and Wanting Battle Axe Daily. Chen Fan woke up from the room in the villa. Looking at the unfamiliar furnishings around him, Chen Fan sighed silently. He had just adapted to the luxurious life in the Shinjo building, but after a few days, he was beaten into a stray dog by that disgusting Yamaki Ichiro. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Chen Fan vaguely heard a chaotic noise coming from outside, and quickly opened the door and walked out. Outside the door, the yard of the villa was in a mess. A whole fat sheep covered with sauce was placed on the grill. The sturdy cousin Chen Shu-jian was working hard as the grill chef. In the center of the yard was a folding table for picnics. The table was full of street snacks, and the aroma was fragrant. Chen Fan was furious. "You guys! How dare you eat supper before this president? The funds for this time are gone." The last sentence clearly hit the point. Zhou Chanlin, who had paid again, hurried over, without the dignity of a provincial-level leader of a large unit. "Hey! Chairman Chen. Calm down, calm down. The most important seafood has not been opened yet. The roasted whole lamb is not cooked yet. Everyone is waiting for you. If you don't come out, who dares to pick up the chopsticks?" Chen Fan then put away his chairman's airs. "That's better. Please adjust the payment code. I will reimburse you." Zhou Chanlin shook his head. "The money has been collected. I can't collect it a second time, although I really want it." Chen Fan was puzzled. "Who gave it to you?" Lu Loli, holding the little leviathan, jumped over. "Who could give it to you?" "Your old lover gave it to you." Fang Mingwei, wearing delicate makeup, walked over from behind Chen Fan. "I asked everyone to drink less first. Can you please?" "My President Chen?" She seemed to have drunk some wine, and was a little tipsy. When Chen Fan saw Fang Mingwei again, he was actually a little excited. "What's going on? I saw her in the game yesterday. Do I really have feelings for Sister Mingwei?" "That's great. Sister Mingwei, you are the largest shareholder of our Shinjo. Just say a word, and I can go to your room at night." Fang Mingwei gave Chen Fan a charming roll of the eyes, and then twisted her waist and walked towards the dining table. "Stop talking nonsense. You must be tired after downloading the dungeon for a day. Come over and have a few drinks." 4 o'clock in the morning. Kunlun Realm, Western Haotian. Chen Fan was awakened by the rough transmission method. Looking up, it was the gray and barren land again. "Found the same type of props. Can be swallowed. Would you like to swallow it?" "Yes. Li Xiaoqian is such a piece of shit. She comes in every morning. She really doesn't intend to let me sleep well." Sun Xiaoshung's thin figure appeared in front of Chen Fan. "President Chen, do you need me to convey this to Captain Xiaoqian?" Chen Fan rolled his eyes at him. "Thank you, but no need. Where is our Pangu headquarters? Is Li Xiaoqian at the headquarters now?" Sun Xiaoshung said bluntly. "The headquarters in reality is near Chaoyang City. And the headquarters in the game is in the Haiti Delta. Captain Xiaoqian is in the headquarters in reality. And in the game world. This is confidential information. I can't say it." Chen Fan curled his lips. He knew without saying it. Xiaoqian should be in Huasha City now. "Don't say it." "Then don't say it. What homework did your Captain Li give you today?" "My good friend." Chen Fan emphasized the 3 words good friend. Sun Xiaoshung seemed to be unable to hear the sarcasm in Chen Fan's words. "Same as last time, but this time, I can let you choose the type of monster yourself." Chen Fan cooperated with a hypocritical smile. "Oh, you can actually let me choose which monster to kill me? You will really give me this privilege? I should really be grateful to Minister Sun. Choose this. Blade Slayer." Sun Xiaoshung showed a strange smile. "President Chen is really good at choosing. You chose a Zerg of the Zerg King level, so there will only be one. I wish you a happy training." 5 seconds later, Chen Fan realized what a Blade Slayer of the Insect King level was. 3 seconds ago, he didn't even see the appearance of the Blade Slayer, but the person was already divided into 10 equal parts. He really chose well. He didn't even have time to feel the pain. The person was already dead. Sun Xiaoshung appeared again. "This is too fast. Why didn't President Chen resist?" Chen Fan made a gesture of invitation. "Didn't I resist?" "I did resist." "How about you do it?" Sun Xiaoshung shook his head quickly. "I haven't awakened that habit yet." "Old Chen, why do you always have a bad temper when you talk to me today? This was arranged by that woman, not by me. If you don't quit Kunlun Realm now, the next training will be in half an hour. You have nothing to do in this half hour. I brought you a newspaper in the game, so you won't be bored. I think I'm a good friend." Chen Fan snatched the newspaper. "You still have a little conscience. I want this thing too. Do you know how ocean players can subscribe to newspapers?" Sun Xiaoshung nodded. "I know. You can stop at a dock in a coastal city first, and then go to the newspaper office in that coastal city to buy it." Chen Fan stared at Sun Xiaoshung for a few seconds. "It's really a foolproof method, or you should leave my training ground. You're disturbing me from reading the newspaper here. Royal Court Battle Axe Daily. The Dwarf Royal Court has given the Flower Demon Realm Overlord, Ms. JioYuTingwan, the Dwarf Kingdom's Eternal Friendship Medal. Picture illustration. In the 5423rd year of the Dwarven calendar, the cancer that all dwarves hate, the most despicable and vicious evil blood alchemist in history, was completely eradicated by the brave Prince Dwalin, and the elite corps of the Golden Infantry Regiment of the Dwarven Kingdom led by him, with the assistance of the Flower Fairy Clan and the Shinjo Guild. The victory of this war completely liberated a large area of territory south of our royal court, and also curbed the covetousness of some greedy countries on our existing territory. The following is the actual scene of His Majesty King Handalin awarding the Queen of the Flower Fairy Clan with medals. Picture illustration. Another person who made a significant contribution to this war was the president of the Shinjo Guild. This friend from the human race was unable to attend the medal awarding ceremony, as he wished due to an emergency in the Union. But those who have helped our dwarf kingdom will definitely not be forgotten by our dwarf kingdom, which is famous for its integrity. Her Majesty Handalin said in person, if President Qin Fan encounters difficulties, our dwarf kingdom will definitely help him. This is the newspaper of the dwarf kingdom a day ago. Qin Fan saw something that he was very interested in on it. It seems that Tatagu is indeed the cancer of the dwarf kingdom. This can be regarded as a national celebration. JioYuTingwan, you are talking about Tuoluo, right? JioYuTingwan is her real name? Qin Fan glanced at the other contents of the Royal Court Battle Axe Daily. It was all about the people's livelihood, economy and military of the Dwarf Kingdom. He didn't understand it for the time being. Open the next newspaper. Shinin Evening News. Chapter 145 Bloodstained Yellow Sand. The official newspaper of the Holy Roan Empire, the Divine Grace Daily? Qin Fan's interest was immediately aroused. What was written in the newspaper of the strongest country in the Divine Grace realm that offered him a reward of 1 billion gold coins? There were 4 pages in total. Only one page reported the friction and war with the Revolutionary Army and other countries, and most of the content was the kind of content that exaggerated itself and belittled all enemies. The remaining 3 articles were all gossips between the royal family and nobles of the Holy Roan Empire. Obviously, these gossips were the selling point. What impressed Qin Fan the most was the follow-up report on the naval battle that was defeated a while ago. The content was roughly that Saint Roan attracted the attention of a large number of rebel fleets at a very small cost, thus gaining an unimaginable advantage in the local war. It was hard to imagine that. This was the official newspaper of the most powerful country on the continent. Qin Fan, an outsider, seemed to be able to read 2 words between the lines of this newspaper. Decade? The Revolutionary Army's War Report. The Revolutionary Army's military newspaper was quite realistic. The details and gains and losses of each battle were recorded very clearly. The concepts promoted were also positive ideas such as fairness, justice, and striving. With such spiritual strength, the Revolutionary Army was able to fight the Saint Roan Empire with only a few ounces of force. The Elf Kingdom's internal newspaper, the Orcs' Hundreds of Races Diary, the Mage Guild's Arcane Special Report, and even the Sky Island Skyview Technology News. Qin Fan couldn't read any more after reading a small part. He stuffed all the newspapers into his backpack. Everyone has his own expertise. It's normal that I can't read any more, but Sister Mingwei can definitely read it, and can analyze many details that I don't notice from the lines, and then profit from them. Where did you get so many newspapers from various forces? Can you give me a copy of each issue? Qin Fan said to the deserted space. He knew that Sun Xiaosheng would definitely hear it. Sure enough, Sun Xiaosheng appeared in front of him the next second. Of course. My subordinates, who were placed in various forces, ordered them for me. Do you think I am the only one in the intelligence department? It's no problem to give you a copy of each issue. But the premise is that I have to know where you are. Now you have to practice in Shifang Haotian every day. But when your ex-girlfriend comes back in the future, who knows where she will take you to torture you? I can't even see you. How can I send you newspapers? Qin Fan thought about it, and it was indeed true. Huh? Minister Sun, I'm a little curious. We are not related. And we didn't know each other before. Why do you care so much about me? It's okay to chat with each other normally, but how come you can even send me news of various forces? Are you planning some conspiracy against me? Sun Xiaosheng showed an innocent expression. Do I care about you? My attitude towards every comrade who is loyal to the motherland is the same. Are you thinking too much? Oops, it's time for the second training. I choose the Blade Slayer with the painless effect for you. Qin Fan, Wait a minute. Sun Xiaosheng stopped manipulating the training ground. Anything else? Qin Fan asked the question he wanted to know most at the moment. How is the investigation of Yamaki Ichiro going? Are there any progress? Sun Xiaosheng narrowed his eyes, looking a little confused. I haven't received any response from the secret line for this matter yet. I have a very bad guess. When there is progress, I will let Zhou Chonglin inform you. Bad guess? Qin Fan muttered to himself. Okay. Thank you. Let's start. Qin Fan quickly closed his eyes after saying that. Although the difference in strength was too great, he wanted to try this time to see if he could capture the soul movement of the Blade Slayer at the moment of death. Side and back. Very close. Qin Fan made a mistake. And the black sharp limb armor cut off one of his arms. And blood gushed out. Qin Fan endured the severe pain and took another step back. And the strong wind brushed against his nose. Qin Fan held on for 9 seconds this time. And barely dodged 3 fatal attacks from the Blade Slayer. The resurrected Qin Fan smiled. If this is the case, this training is still useful to me. If I can apply this extreme evasion method to actual combat, the usefulness cannot be explained in a single word. Good friend. Can I practice this training more? Late at night? Inland? The western border of the Beltan Kingdom. The western desert of Huangsha City. A convoy of dozens of military green 6-wheel drive forest off-road buses drove through the sandy desert. In the off-road bus at the front, Lan, Li Shaoqian, McDillon, Guan Yu, for natural disasters, had gathered together. McDillon curiously scratched the car window. The structure of this mechanical life is really complicated. Although the speed is not fast, its disadvantages are completely compensated by its ability to block sand and not need energy. Li Shaoqian covered her face with a veil, and a helpless expression was revealed between her heroic eyebrows. I've said it. It needs energy. But it's not magic energy. I don't want to discuss the topic of desert off-road buses anymore. It's just a very simple mechanical technology. What we need to do now is to keep in touch with the follow-up troops to avoid mistakes in the next plan. The girl Lan wearing a purple crystal crown nodded. Yes. According to Captain Li's plan, we must ensure a stable time difference with the follow-up troops. Otherwise the raid plan is likely to be flawed. McDillon is no longer obsessed with new means of transportation. Compared to this kind of delicate and easily worn mechanical body, I prefer to trust our Huangsha City's Nothing Camel. If there is any emergency, the person in charge of the follow-up operations will notify me as soon as possible. Li Shaoqian nodded seriously. Then I will repeat the plan again. According to the information provided by John the Dragon Slayer, we have determined the exact location of the high-end combat power of the Desert Orcs Coalition. I will lead the Creator Combat Team to attack from the front. President Lan will lead the Elite Black Magic Division to teleport to the rear to encircle. Mr. McDillon and Mr. Quan Yu will lead the rest of Huangsha City's high-end combat power to raid the formation. In terms of high-end combat power, we are in an advantageous position. After destroying the opponent's high-end combat power, we still have to hold out for at least 1 to 2 hours, waiting for the follow-up troops to arrive and wipe out this group of siege orcs. So we must retain some defensive capabilities to deal with ordinary orc soldiers in the battle. If everything goes well, the war is expected to end in the early morning of tomorrow. McDillon nodded seriously. It's very clear. Lan's eyes were indifferent. I will keep in touch with Tulong at any time. When necessary, he can deliver a crucial blow. But he can only use this one targeted attack, so I hope it will not be used unless necessary in this operation, because there is a more difficult task waiting behind. There is something under the sand. Lan's calm expression showed a trace of panic. Li Shaoqian reacted extremely quickly. Abandon the car. The rose-red mecha instantly covered her whole body, and then the whole person soared into the sky. Medivh frowned. The yellow sand is hardening. The next moment, hundreds of huge sandworms with a diameter of more than 5 meters suddenly rushed out from under the convoy. The dense ring-shaped saw teeth mercilessly tore the fragile desert off-road vehicles into pieces. Some soldiers in the bus were unable to react in time, and the vehicle was instantly minced into meat paste. Blood was all over the yellow sand. Li Shaoqian rushed towards the vehicle, where the Creator members were in shock. Asshole. Our plan was leaked. Medellin. It must have been leaked from you. Medellin has now transformed into a sand giant, and is frantically attacking the sandworms that rushed out of the sand surface. Chapter 146 Doll Showdown. Looking at the huge army that began to show its tracks in the distance, Medellin himself did not refute Li Shaoqian's accusation. He also felt that the problem should be on his side. First of all, there would be no problem on Li Shaoqian's side. There were more than a dozen people in total, and they were all high-end internal combat forces, and they had never been to Huasha City before. Not to mention the black magic division under Lon. That group of people spoke as if they were charging a fee, asking them to sell intelligence. The average person could not afford that price. So the battle plan could only be leaked by his own men or the reinforcements he invited. But at this time, it is impossible to check even if you want to. The black magic girl Lon floated in the air, stretching out her pale arms. The secret of the dark element, return of the dead. The blood and flesh scattered in the yellow sand were gathering in an incomprehensible way. After dozens of seconds, the dead defenders of Huasha City came back to life, and were looking at their bodies that had been glued together again. Lon looked at the huge yellow sand giant. Conscious, immortal for 5 hours, my soul will be scattered after 5 hours. Quickstorm, who cut off the heads of more than 10 sandworms with one blow, came to Mediva's big head in an instant. You seem to be an accomplice of the devil. Mediv was silent for a few seconds. An accomplice is an accomplice. I have been generous for almost 50 years. It's time for me to be selfish. Bang bang, Mediv roared after killing 2 more sandworms with 2 punches. Warriors of Huasha City, and the supporters who have come from afar, justice has revived your broken bodies, and courage and faith have brought your souls together. In order to obtain glory after death, please take up your weapons, and bring light to Huasha City for the last time. Medillan's war mobilization was very good, and it could be said that it was full of nonsense. But the effect was unexpectedly good. The gathered dead hesitated for only a few seconds, and then they bravely rushed towards the army of sand wolves that had already come. Since I'm already dead, and I have to die again soon, what's there to be afraid of? This is the first time I've been crowned with the name of justice. The girl Lon with a purple crown murmured to herself. Li Shaoqian swooped down to Lan's side. Then, is there anything else to be sentimental about? The girl shook her head indifferently. Li Shaoqian focused her eyes on the assault team that was reorganizing its formation. Although it's a bit arrogant, I think everything can still go according to plan. Lon frowned. We can no longer determine the location of the high-end combat power. Li Shaoqian glanced at the empty sky. I have a way to do this. Call Jingwei. Apply to release the 007 authority. 007 authority is successfully released. Wide-angle range. Maximum firepower. Artillery salvo. In the air, a huge floating warship gradually appeared, and the barrels gradually emerged from the ship. Afterwards, the orange-red artillery fire denser than raindrops began to vent violently at the Desert Orc Coalition. Boom, bang, bang, bang. The dense artillery fire directly suppressed the pace of the Sand Wolf Alliance's attack. Li Shaoqian looked at the chaotic positions of the Sand Wolf Alliance. Within the range of the artillery fire, those who can survive should be high-end combat forces. This method of distinction is really effective. Medillan stood on the sand sculpture's head, silently complaining. Lon looked at Li Shaoqian. You have done a good job of preparation. Li Shaoqian's expression remained unchanged. Otherwise, do you put all your hopes on a country bumpkin riding a camel in the desert? Creator Squad. Protect the strike ship. The corner of Medillon's mouth twitched. The Desert Orc Coalition had barely stabilized its formation, and was now sending out powerful warriors to destroy the airship. But without exception, they were all blocked by the Panga creators and mechas. Lon disappeared, and then appeared in the Black Magician team on the ground. Amster, set up the Dark Energy Teleportation Array immediately. Coordinates. At dawn, Alice Castle. The 20 players who had advanced to the next level appeared again at the dining table in the castle hall. The table was full of fruits, but this time, they were just ordinary fruits. The Cyclops Monson sighed in disappointment. Why is there no food like yesterday? Stingy little girl. Chen Fan looked at the Cyclops' lower waist curiously. This big guy has a strong ability to recover. Did he grow back overnight? I really want to trick him onto my ship. As soon as Chen Fan exited Kunlun Realm, he was pulled to Alice Castle when he logged into the game. The Ocean Breath's all-attribute bonus increased by 5 points again, and Chen Fan vaguely felt that it was not far from promotion. Alice walked out of the starlight and appeared elegantly at the end of the dining table. Oh my! I almost overslept. While only half of the sun can be seen. Let's play the next game. Oh! Yes. I forgot to tell you a good news. If you are eliminated in the next game, you can get a spirit servant. Look forward to it. My lovely guests. Castle announcement. Game selected. Doll Wars. Ring Tournament. Doll Wars Ring Tournament game rules. Rule 1. each contestant is only allowed to choose one prop to go on stage. Rule 2. Only when the opponent is knocked off the ring can the contestant win. Rule 3. At the end of each game, if both contestants are present, they will be eliminated. Rule 4. When the number of remaining players reaches 10 or less, the game ends automatically. Rule 5. No parrots are allowed to participate. Chen Fan looked at the 5th rule on the panel. Why do I feel like I'm being targeted? But then again, where's my parrot? I'm so big, where's this amazing parrot? The noble girl didn't give Chen Fan a chance to look for it, and the scene switched. The game! It started. After a short dizziness, Chen Fan appeared in a special little house. In front of him were all colorful cartoon-shaped toys. There were toy weapons like knives, guns, sticks. There were also tools like hammers and wrenches, and many toys and ornaments that little girls like to play with. What are these? Rule 1 says that only one item can be selected. Identification. The current space identification technique is not available. Chen Fan picked up a hammer. Oh my god! What's going on? Chen Fan found that the hand holding the hammer was actually the hand of a doll made of colorful cloth. So the doll showdown means turning us all into a doll showdown? Chen Fan quickly lowered his head and looked at his body. This seems to be the body of a small lion doll. He couldn't see his head, so he could only guess based on his feelings. I wonder why this room feels so special. This should be inside a toy. Please choose a prop within 5 minutes. Double happiness badge triggered. Contestant number 15 Chen Fan has the right to choose 2 props. Chen Fan swung his hammer twice. Are all these props selected blindly? But since it's a blind selection, wouldn't it be enough to just give each person one? Why do we need this step? In addition to identification, there should be a way to know the function of the props. Think about it. Think about it. Chen Fan forced himself to think. Chapter 147 Doll Wars. Ring match. A minute passed, and the lion doll raised its head. These weapons and tools must be used against the opponent, so Chen Fan picked up the toy hammer and gently hit his body, which had turned into a doll. Bang! With a light blow, Chen Fan flew backwards, until he hit the wall 5 or 6 body lengths behind him and stopped. Chen Fan groaned and climbed up. How can a doll's body feel pain? It seems that what I thought was right. This is how to check the function of props. Chen Fan ran back to the place full of toy-like props. He picked up a toy staff. Snap! Chen Fan was frozen into an ice cube by himself. And it took him 10 seconds to regain his ability to move. Put on a head flower. Chen Fan doll body lost gravity and floated up like a dandelion. The function of this head flower is to fly. Isn't this too abnormal? How can it fall off the ring if it can fly? Isn't this invincible? Just thinking about this, Chen Fan fell to the ground with a thud. Oh! It has a time limit. That makes sense. A shovel that can dig the soil. A necklace that summons a clone. Shoes that are extremely fast. And a cloak that makes you invisible. Chen Fan does not have a problem with making choices. But the wide variety of functions of these props are enough to force anyone to have a problem with making choices. The doll quickly searched for the props one by one, and then experimented on itself like a masochist. The time for selecting props is about to end, and the remaining time is 10, 9, 8, 7. It was too late. Chen Fan quickly took the 2 props he liked most from the props he had experimented with and put them on. The prop selection is complete. The system prompt ends, and the scene in front of Chen Fan changes again. This is a super large arena in the style of ancient Rome. In the center of the arena is a huge circular arena, and a calm artificial river separates the viewing area and the combat arena. I don't know if it's an illusion. Chen Fan feels that he sees the shadow of a crocodile in the circular artificial river. Outside the artificial river are rows of spectator seats spreading outward. Chen Fan sat in the first row of the audience in the form of a doll. All the contestants were sitting here in the form of dolls. The center of the 20 dolls was Alice, the castle master in gorgeous attire. When did she change her clothes? Chen Fan looked at the crowded audience opposite him in disbelief. There were actually audiences? It couldn't be real. Right? This should be a dynamic background. Right? Chen Fan hurriedly observed carefully. After observing for a while, Chen Fan finally confirmed that this was the real audience. But the features are obviously not human, or even any creature he has seen. The audience here are all spirit servants, or all spirit world residents, who can become spirit servants of flesh and blood. It seems that Alice game is not all to satisfy Alice weird little girl's little thoughts. Such a large arena, the ticket money is a big income. Just when he was daydreaming, a spirit in a black robe floated right above the arena. That's great. The most enthusiastic audience of the Spirit Arena. The next competition is the Spirit Lord Alice created it herself, a real soul duel game. A doll duel. A ring match. The audience burst into loud cheers. I love you, Your Majesty Alice. This is the duel I'm most looking forward to. Ha ha ha, let me see the wailing of those material life souls. The black-robed host waited for the audience to burst out for a while, and then spoke again when the cheers faded away. Keep your enthusiasm. Honorable apostles of the spirit world. Next, let us welcome the two contestants who are about to take the stage. Rabbit Doll number 18 versus Mr. Puppet number 3. Number 3? If Chin Fan remembered correctly, number 3 should be the Cyclops. But Chin Fan could not remember Rabbit Doll number 18. The 20 of them had only met for a few minutes, and they could not even recognize each other's faces. Bang, bang. Two swelling sounds rang out. The rabbit doll and the puppet toy suddenly grew several times larger, and then slowly floated to the ring under the traction of an unknown force. Chin Fan guessed that the reason for the enlargement should be to make the audience watch more comfortably and carefully. The two dolls slowly landed on the ring, standing on each side, looking at each other with funny expressions. The host gave an order. Doll Showdown. The first match of the ring match. Start. Chin Fan watched the first match carefully, especially the props in the hands of the two dolls. If you can know the function of all the contestants' props, it will be of great help to you. On the huge ring, the puppet held a pole with both hands that was about the same thickness as his waist. At the moment of shouting start, the puppet made a move to smash the pole on the ground of the ring. The action of smashing down seemed a little slow. The host explained to the audience enthusiastically. Look! Our puppet contestant started by smashing the thick pole into the ring. He seemed to have thought about how to win. So what is the effect of the prop in his hand? Let's wait and see. Oh! Mr. Rabbit rushed over. What was he holding? A sapphire staff. It looks like he's going to attack. Oh God! Mr. Rabbit's movements are so fast. Is it because it's a rabbit doll? Thanks to Her Majesty Alice for the careful production. Amid the host's passionate explanation, the rabbit doll rushed to the puppet man, who hadn't smashed the thick stake into the ground yet. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the sapphire staff touched the puppet man's body. Chin Fan knew the effect of the sapphire staff. The black-robed host. Very good, the prop touched the puppet contestants, but what is the effect? Oh! Freeze! It's freezing! Dear audience, Mr. Puppet kept hitting the ground, and was frozen by the rabbit puppet contestant. Very good, Mr. Rabbit is pushing Mr. Puppet out of the ring. The freezing time is only 10 seconds. Can 10 seconds push Mr. Puppet off the ring? Well, obviously this is impossible. Mr. Puppet Man is thawed. He is finally thawed. Let's take a look at his position. He is still more than a dozen body lengths away from the edge of the ring. This is a very safe distance. What will the thawed Mr. Puppet Man do? Will he choose to face the enemy head-on? No! He did not choose to face the enemy head-on. He continued to smash the ground. What is the effect of his thick pile? I am really looking forward to it. The rabbit player succeeded in freezing the puppet player again. The puppet was moving too slowly while holding the thick stake. Mr. Rabbit is pushing Mr. Puppet. Dear audience, it seems that the winner of this round will appear soon. Mr. Rabbit is about to push the puppet player into the isolation water ring full of crocodiles. There are still 3 positions. 2 positions. Dear audience, there is only 1 position left. I wonder if the puppet player number 3 can thaw before falling into the water ring. So nervous? Will the rabbit player number 18 win so easily? Chapter 148 Illusion Kaleidoscope. It's thawed. Look! Look! Mr. Puppet Man is thawed at the last moment. Will he continue to hammer down? His thick pole is only 0.01 centimeters away from the ground. Oh my God. Chin Fan was concentrating on watching the prop effect of the thick pole, but just when the thick pole was about to touch the ring, the Puppet Man suddenly put down the thick pole, and then jumped out of the attack range of the rabbit doll's staff, and then turned around and kicked. The rabbit holding the sapphire staff fell into the isolation water ring, and was torn to pieces by the crocodiles lurking in the river. The black-robed host was excited. Oh my God! The puppet contestant actually gave up using his props at the critical moment, and chose to win with the simplest and most direct method. Well done! Let's feel the wailing of the soul together. I declare. The first game of the Puppet Showdown promotion game. Mr. Puppet number 3 wins. Chin Fan's eyes were complicated. That seemingly honest Cyclops was really cunning. Not only did he win, but he also kept the effect of his props from being discovered. Good fellow, now it's popular for giants to play cunning characters? Host, to continue the passion, let's welcome the next group of contestants. Let me take a look at the order of the battle. Very good, next. Please welcome Miss Doll number 1. Against Mr. Black Armored Soldier Doll number 20. Alice was still immersed in the excitement of watching the duel just now. She was very excited, but she tried hard not to make any big moves. Chin Fan retracted his gaze. Why didn't this girl yell? Was it because of the audience? So she couldn't release her emotions like she did yesterday? So this lively girl actually has an idle burden. On the stage, the host shouted excitedly that the battle had begun. The doll disappeared immediately. Host, oh! Ms. Doll disappeared immediately. It seems that this should be the function of the prop she chose. Facing an invisible enemy, Mr. Black Armored Soldier Doll, how should you deal with it? Below the stage, Chin Fan's eyes were complicated. Did the woman choose the invisibility cloak? He had some impression of this number 1, because the other party's hair color was white, very eye-catching. Chin Fan had tried this prop, but he felt that this prop did not seem to have a good effect when it appeared alone on the ring. Because the condition for winning this ring match is to push the opponent into the water, there must be physical contact between the two players, but once there is physical contact, this invisible prop will completely lose its effect. Chin Fan didn't understand why number 1 chose a prop with this function. The Black Armored Soldier Doll on the field obviously didn't understand either. He stood alone on the ring, vigilantly feeling the wind around him. Don't you think there's a problem with the prop you chose? I admit that I can't find you, but the effect of your prop has been exposed. How can you beat me? The black-robed host seemed to have no words to say in this situation. He could only repeat to the audience what the red guard puppet had just said. The Black Armored Soldier puppet contestant is right. Even if I were him, I couldn't seem to find a way to fail. A slightly hoarse voice came from the empty space of the arena. Although it's not easy for me to win, you can't seem to win either. The long sword in your hand can't detect me at all, right? So once the time is up, we can only be eliminated together. Hearing the host's retelling, Chin Fan was speechless. Rogue style. Mutual destruction tactics? This woman seems to be a little sick. The Black Armored Soldier Doll was anxious. Are you sick, woman? Didn't we all come here to get high-quality spirit servants? Why did you drag me to be eliminated together? Can you not be so self-defeating? The voice of the doll sounded. Then what can I do if I choose the wrong props? Unless you and I throw the props on the ground at the same time and compete with the strength of our respective dolls, I will not show up on my own initiative. Chin Fan smelled a conspiracy in the woman's words. Comparing strength? Using a doll to compare the strength of the Black Armored Soldier? Brain what? On the ring, the host was extremely surprised. So will the Black Armored Soldier Doll contestant agree to this request? If it were me, I would have no choice but to agree. This seems to be the only way to see the winner at present. Oh God, Ms. Doll, your rogue fighting style will definitely be recorded in the history of ring fights. The Black Armored Soldier puppet reluctantly put down his sword. I put down my props. In the distance, a huge doll began to show its traces at the edge of the ring, and a pink hairpin appeared in front of her. Obviously, she was showing that she had kept her promise. Chin Fan narrowed his eyes. A hairpin. The invisible props in his impression were not hairpins. The black-robed host. Oh! Both sides put down their props. Will there really be a puppet competition without props next? Audience. This is really making history. In all the puppet showdowns, there has never been a situation where props are abandoned. Oh my God! What is that? The excited voice became louder and louder. Mr. Black Armored Soldier is charging. His speed is so fast. No. It's too fast. My eyes can't even catch up with his speed. We were all fooled by him. His prop is not the long sword at all, but the boots on his feet. Hit it! Hit it! The doll contestant was eliminated. No! Great God of the spirit world. This doll lady is fake. She is just an illusion. Chin Fan was confused and stunned. Good guy, good guy. These two people have more than 18,000 tricks in total. I thought the Black Armored Soldier fell into a trap. It turned out that the Black Armored Soldier had a cunning heart under his honest appearance. He actually hit his real props perfectly. Using the fast combat boots, she rushed to the doll contestant almost instantly. And with a flying pounce, she smashed the doll phantom on the edge of the ring, and rushed straight into the isolation water ring, while cursing. At the center of the ring, The real doll began to show its traces, and also exposed the prop in her hand. A gorgeous kaleidoscope. The host's voice trembled with excitement. So the prop of the doll lady is not an invisible hairpin, but an illusion kaleidoscope. So exciting. I haven't seen such a wonderful match in a long time. The doll lady transformed herself into the ground of the ring, and then, after persuading the black-armored contestant with words, she placed her illusion on the edge of the ring, and finally won the match without a single blow. This plan is simply too perfect. Then I declare, the wisest winner of this match is doll contestant number 1. Chen Fan truly understood the meaning of this sentence. The one who survives to the end may not be the strongest, but must be the most cunning. Chapter 149 Lion Doll vs. Caterpillar Doll. Chen Fan thought that he would definitely win with 2 props, but it turned out that it was not necessarily the case. I was really glad that these 2 old silver coins met each other. The third game was between player number 10 and player number 11. The game between these 2 people was not so brain-burning, but the props of both sides were rough and had a strong sense of appreciation. The prop of the Springman doll number 10 was a long pickaxe that could drill through the ring, revealing the dark river below, and the prop of the plush crocodile player number 11 was the hammer that could knock people back 10 steps. The 2 fought fiercely. One jumped up and punched through the ring, the other seized the opportunity to knock the other away. The scene was sensational. Compared to the psychological warfare, the audience also liked to watch the simple and rough duel. The black-robed host obviously liked this kind of duel more, because it made his commentary very easy. Every moment was material. But what was unexpected was that, when the 5-minute match time was up, none of the 2 violent players fell into the water. The black-robed host raised a stop gesture. Time is up. Both players are evenly matched. The duel is very exciting, but according to the rules, I'm sorry. You 2 will be eliminated at the same time. A strong wind blew, and the 2 huge toys flew backwards into the water, and were bitten to pieces by the crocodiles in the water. Chen Fan grinned. Does the elimination method have to be so cruel? Can't people be eliminated quietly? By the way, isn't it said that the top 20 will get spiritual servants after being eliminated? It's just that the grades are different. So where did the eliminated people go? They should not have left Alice Castle World. Right? The 4th match was between Penguin Doll number 16 and Green Dragon Doll number 5. The Green Dragon Doll's prop is a stick that can be extended continuously, and I don't know what the Penguin Doll's prop is, because he was pushed into the water by the long stick before he could use his prop. Chen Fan calculated the number of promotions. Currently, there are 4 groups, 8 people, but only 3 people have advanced, namely the puppet, the doll, and the Green Dragon Doll. The other 5 were eliminated. According to the rules, the last group of players can advance directly without playing. So if 2 groups are eliminated next, the remaining 4 groups can advance to 7 people? But this kind of thing seems to be impossible to operate. Let us welcome the next group of dolls to the stage. They are Lion Doll number 15 versus Caterpillar Doll number 6. Chen Fan watched his doll grow bigger, and then fly to the ring. It seems that his luck has run out, and he failed to become one of the lucky ones who advanced directly. The game began. Standing on one side of the ring, Chen Fan tried his best to block out the cheers of the audience around him, and the noise of the host above his head. He focused all his attention on the giant caterpillar doll on the other side of the ring. He had never seen the remote control-like prop in the caterpillar doll's hand, and he didn't know what kind of ability it had. For now, he could only test it himself in the duel. He now had 2 props, and if he accidentally flipped over, it would be really heartbreaking. The caterpillar doll had a pair of human-shaped arms, and was holding a remote control-like prop. It also dared not take its eyes off the lion doll holding an umbrella. After a while of confrontation, the 2 dolls started running towards the center of the ring. This game was not a game that could be won by dragging. If they didn't want both of them to be eliminated at the same time, they could only find a way to make the other party be eliminated. The 2 dolls quickly approached each other, and just as they approached the center of the ring, Chen Fan swung his umbrella towards the caterpillar doll in front of him. With a snap, the caterpillar rolled back 3 or 4 steps. Chen Fan was not proud of his success. He knew that the reason why he succeeded was not because of his strength, but because the opponent wanted to test the function of his props. But even if he knew that, Chen Fan had no choice but to continue attacking. The huge umbrella hit the caterpillar doll head-on again. Beep! The remote control in the caterpillar doll's hand made a beeping sound. Chen Fan felt that his umbrella swinging action was stagnant. And then, he was knocked to the ground by the caterpillar's tail. Slow. Yes. Slow. The effect of the prop in the caterpillar contestant's hand is to slow down the opponent's movements. This is really a powerful ability. If this ability is used properly, the caterpillar contestant is almost invincible, and can be called invincible in single combat. The host in the air shouted excitedly. Chen Fan struggled to get up. This bloated body was not very useful. The caterpillar holding the remote control took the initiative to rush over. Chen Fan quickly stood firm. This time he did not choose to hit the opponent with the prop umbrella, but chose to hold the umbrella horizontally in front of him for defense, and use my own big feet to kick the caterpillar. This position allows Chen Fan to defend against most attacks from the front of his body. But the opponent's props have a very abnormal slow ability, and the slow time is enough for the opponent to go around to the side and attack. From the current situation, Chen Fan is in a very passive situation. Although the distance he was kicked away each time is not large, he was kicked many times and his body is large enough. In less than 2 minutes, Chen Fan's huge lion doll body has approached the edge of the ring. Chen Fan's swing missed again, with a bang. This time, he was directly hit by the caterpillars, but was pushed to the edge of the ring. Next time, he will definitely be pushed to the water. The lion puppet got up in a panic, and seemed to be in a panic. He didn't know whether to defend or attack with the umbrella in his hand. Slow. Pushed out. Slow again. Pushed down again. In the cycle, the two huge puppets on the ring were close to the edge of the ring. The caterpillar puppet's face was full of excitement. It mercilessly pressed the slow button again at the lion puppet in front of it that was about to fall into the abyss. However, the next moment, the umbrella in the lion puppet's hand suddenly opened. The lion doll that was supposed to be slowed down did not show the dying movement. Instead, the caterpillar doll, as the user of the slow function, was slowed down. Chen Fan took advantage of the 3 seconds of slow time of the opponent and rushed behind the caterpillar doll. He wanted to knock the opponent off the stage in these few seconds. The host in the air became excited again. It's a rebound. I knew that the prop in the lion doll contestant's hand must have a second function. A fascinating reversal has occurred. The balance of victory is already tilting towards the lion doll number 15. Hit it! The lion doll hit its opponent with his folded umbrella at the last moment. According to the repulsive characteristics of the umbrella prop. Yes! The caterpillar doll was directly knocked out of the ring. So the winner of this wonderful duel. Oh my god, the caterpillar doll contestant is back again. Its speed is so fast. Chapter 150. The lion doll is cheating. Chen Fan frowned as he looked at the caterpillar doll that rushed over. His props also have 2 effects. Slowing down is only one of them. Another effect is speeding up. The opponent's speed is too fast. Chen Fan didn't have time to think about it. He quickly opened the umbrella to block in front of him. This umbrella can not only rebound ability, but also rebound attack. A heavy male voice came from the mouth of the caterpillar doll that rushed over. You are a player who received a special reward in the last game. Do you think I will be careless? I have been on guard against you. The caterpillar doll said, as he used the slow effect on Chen Fan, then pulled up the lion doll's tail, and threw it out of the ring. I don't believe your umbrella can bounce back the force of pulling. Chen Fan fluttered helplessly in the air. He guessed right, the umbrella really can't bounce back the force of pulling. The host's voice was so excited that it was shrill. Big reversal. Big reversal. Mr. Caterpillar Doll showed the second ability of his props, using the most reliable way to throw the lion doll contestant out of the ring. It seems that the best winner of today has appeared. That is, the winner of this duel. Huh? What is the caterpillar contestant entangled with? The host's commentary was forced to interrupt again. Turning. The lion puppet held a hemp rope in his hand, dangling on the edge of the ring. Switch positions. The lion puppet turned into a ball of gray gas and disappeared. And then a caterpillar puppet with empty hands and confused eyes appeared in the original position of the lion puppet. Plop. The giant caterpillar finally fell into the water and was eaten by the crocodiles who had been waiting for a long time. The host was confused. Transfer rope? Did number 15 use the transfer rope to transfer number 6 caterpillar into the water? Number 15 lion doll actually has 2 props. Number 15 lion doll cheated. Chen Fan stood in the quiet ring, looked up at the host, who was noisy like a parrot in the air. Then he patted the badge on his chest. The host was stunned for 2 seconds, and then came to his senses. Oh! It's not cheating. Player number 15 got the right to double the props in the last game. Then I declare, the winner of this match is number 15, Mr. Lion Doll. Let's cheer for his wonderful victory. Chen Fan changed back to his original size, and was sent back to the audience. The plan was completely wrong. I thought a prop umbrella was enough to win the game. But I didn't expect that the other party was also a lucky person who found a prop with double effects. All of their props were exposed in the first match, which had a great impact on the following duels. Because of the continuous reversals in the duel between the lion doll and the caterpillar doll, the atmosphere in the arena reached its peak again. There was no such thing as a halftime break, and the sixth group came on stage right after. After a lot of intrigue, the more sinister monkey doll number 19 won. Its prop was the dressing mirror that could summon a clone. It seemed that it was inspired by the previous duels, and the next 3 duels were more sinister than the last. 10 minutes later, all 3 games were over, and the list of qualified players was released. They were doll number 1, puppet number 3, green dragon doll number 5, lion doll number 15, monkey doll number 19, big head doll number 17, mouse doll number 7, bear doll number 12, and the rubber man number 8, and the Prince Charming doll number 13, who were qualified directly without playing. Inland, Belthan Kingdom, deep in the desert, the fierce war was still going on. A huge battleship crashed on the yellow sand. It seems that the creators still failed to protect this warship that made great contributions. However, this is inevitable. After all, compared to protection, destruction is always easier. Having already penetrated the formation of the Desert Orc Coalition, Li Shaoqian and Lan, who had successfully finally met. Lan released strange black magic and glanced behind Li Shaoqian. Why are there only people from your team left? Where did the high-end combat power of Huangsha City go? Have they all been consumed? Li Shaoqian shook her head. Having consumed most of their numbers, they were not strong enough to reach this position, and were taken away by Madeline to meet the main force. Lan nodded. Where is Quan Yu? Li Shaoqian shrugged. Is he challenging the leaders of the orc tribes one by one in the back? That guy is very fast, so he is very safe. Don't worry about him. The high-end combat forces have been wiped out, although the losses are not small. But if nothing unexpected happens, the moment the main force arrives is the moment we win this war. Lan frowned. If you hadn't prepared enough, this battle would have caused a discontinuity in our strength. The person who leaked the information has not been found yet, so we can't let our guard down. Li Shaoqian frowned delicately. Are you worried that there will be more powerful enemies behind the desert orcs? Lan nodded, and his cold eyes revealed an unknown meaning. The number of high-end combat forces involved in this battle has exceeded the highest number of some small countries. It sounds too unreal to launch such a large-scale war just for a Sand Wolf clan. I suspect that there must be someone behind this campaign against Huangsha City. And this person, or this existence, is likely to be the target of the person who issued the task from that place. Li Shaoqian was stunned, and fell into deep thought in the noisy battlefield. She understood what the person who issued the task from that place meant. You are right. We cannot just follow orders to complete the task. We need to clarify the ultimate goal, and the reason for doing so. The 2 battlefield flowers talked for a while. In the distance, the yellow sand was blowing, and the dust was flying. Lan slowly floated into the air. Madeline has arrived with a large force, and Quan Yu is among them. This war should be coming to an end. In a base in Chaoyang City, the square conference table was filled with people in various uniforms. At the head of the conference table, Zheng Yuanzhou, the first helmsman of Pangu, had a serious and gloomy face, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Minister of Intelligence Sun Xiaosheng, I need you to confirm once again whether the loss of intelligence in Rizhao is true. Sun Xiaosheng's eye sockets were sunken, and he was in a state of extreme depression. Report. The intelligence is true. It has been confirmed that all agents in Rizhao have lost contact. This includes all intelligence personnel who have been hiding for more than 3 generations, and even special contacts who are not aware of it. An old man with white hair and beard, wearing a broad-shouldered military uniform, spoke solemnly. Minister Sun, do you know what the intelligence you reported represents? Chapter 151 Signs. Chew. That means a huge change that can only happen if the sun sinks to the bottom of the water and no one survives. Sun Xiaosheng nodded solemnly. If it is not 100% confirmed, I can't report this kind of information. Commander Zhao, this is the exact conclusion reached by the intelligence department on your side. The old leader stood up. Mr. Zheng, the situation over there can only be left to you to investigate. Other matters, I will be responsible for it. The old man walked to the door and suddenly stopped. The person above has agreed to the matter of the New World United Government. But the condition is that you must be the one with the decision-making power. Zheng Yuanzhou stood up. Mr. Zhao, tell that person that Zheng will definitely not let him down. Alice Castle. The Grand Arena. The black-robed host flew in the air and shouted loudly. Next, I announce, Doll Battle. Double Promotion Battle. Start. Chen Fan, who looked like a lion doll, quickly retreated to an empty corner. Among the 10 contestants, the effects of the props of number 3, number 8, and number 13 were not exposed. So Chen Fan chose to stay as far away from the 3 of them as possible. Fortunately, not one person advanced. If only one person could advance, Chen Fan felt that he would most likely be the first to be besieged and forced out of the venue. After all, he already had 2 powerful props in his hand, compared with Chen Fan, who ran away alone. The other 9 contestants, who looked like toys, were on guard against each other, but they were also looking for partners. The host in the air cleared his throat. Ahem. The game has begun. Let's take a look at the positions of the players. Very good. First, we see the number 15 lion puppet contestant. He has an offensive and defensive umbrella in his hand, and a hemp rope for changing positions. 2 props. He is the favorite to advance in my mind. He seems to be leaving the area where the players are densely packed. Oh, I understand. The lion puppet is very smart. He knows that no matter who he teams up with, he will become the target of public criticism. So he chose the tactic of defending one side alone. Let's focus on where the contestants are gathered. Contestant number 1, the doll, seems to be very popular. She has been invited by several contestants. It seems that everyone likes the ability of her props. Contestant number 1 has not made a choice yet. Oh! Contestant number 8 and Green Dragon doll number 5 are standing together. Are they planning to cooperate with each other to become the final winner? It seems so. They are not attacking each other, but are talking about something. Chen Fan stopped walking away from the crowd. Although he wanted to stay away from the disputes, he did not dare to stay too far away from the edge of the ring, lest he be attacked by someone. What is that Green Dragon doll doing? Chen Fan looked at the Green Dragon doll number 5 and the Rubberman number 8, who had just formed a partner. The Green Dragon doll was constantly extending its golden stick, and the stick was getting longer and longer. And finally it even spanned the entire ring. The black-robed host, contestant number 5, stretched the Rui stick in his hand to its longest. What is he going to do? Are you going to sweep away all the opponents? How did I come up with this stupid idea? The number 5 Green Dragon doll contestant shouldn't have such a stupid idea. Oh? He really is running towards the crowded area. No way. Number 8. Contestant number 8 used his prop, Jet Palm. Chen Fan was stunned. This combination skill? A mechanical palm with a rope at the tail pushed the number 5 Green Dragon doll and his stick, which was longer than his life, to the area with the most contestants at a high speed. The long stick moved forward very fast, while the contestants on the scene were dragging their heavy doll bodies, and they couldn't jump very high. The long stick quickly carried the 7 contestants on the other side of the ring to the edge. The black-robed host shouted excitedly. Success? Success? Contestants number 5 and number 8 cooperated perfectly. It seems that the 2 people just studied this tactic. Number 1, number 7, and number 13 have fallen into the water. They themselves didn't expect that they would be eliminated so quickly. Number 3, number 12, number 17, number 19 are already on the edge of the ring. Can the combination of number 5 and number 8 eliminate 7 people in an instant? Oh my god! It's thrilling. Player number 3 used his own props at the last moment. He used the immobilization stake to immobilize himself on the edge of the ring. But unfortunately, players number 2, number 17, and number 19 were still pushed out of the ring by inertia. There are only 4 people left on the field now. The situation changes so unexpectedly. But this is the charm of the ring melee, isn't it? What is contestant number 15, the lion doll, doing? Is he committing suicide? The host shouted in surprise. Chen Fan moved his heavy legs and ran towards the edge of the ring closest to him. There were only 4 people left on the field, and number 8 and number 5 were obviously partners. If Chen Fan wanted to be one of the 2 who advanced, he had to kill both of them, or one of them. Otherwise he and number 3 would be eliminated. Chen Fan jumped out of the ring fiercely, and threw the exchange rope in his hand backwards. The rubber man number 8, who was still firing the palm push, screamed in fear. Was the target really him who could not use the props for the time being? The rubber man quickly threw down the props and tried his best to dodge the flying hemp rope. He had no other way. But if he could dodge the hemp rope, Chin Fan would not have been so bold to jump off the ring. The hemp rope seemed to have eyes, turned a corner cleverly, and wrapped around the rubber man's doll body like a snake. Afterwards, the rubber man disappeared, and a yellow lion doll appeared at the rubber man's original position. Player number 15 seized the opportunity when the rubber man was using his props, and eliminated the rubber man player in a lightning speed. The advantage of the 58 alliance was broken just after it was established. The green dragon puppet number 5 avoided the grasp of the puppet number 3, and moved away from the player number 3, who could not shake his position. Currently, there is a three-way confrontation on the stage. It's so exciting. My friends. It's really exciting. The puppet number 3 pulled out his giant immobilization stake and began to rush towards the center of the stage. That direction was exactly where the green dragon puppet was. Chin Fan also took out his umbrella at this moment and began to rush towards the green dragon puppet. Facing the puppet man, with explosive defensive ability, it was obvious that the green dragon puppet was the easier one to deal with. The green dragon puppet saw that both of them were targeting him, and couldn't help but panic. He had already come this far, and he was only one person away from advancing to the final stage, so unwilling. Number 5 pointed the long stick at the puppet man, and stretched it out quickly. The puppet man slammed the immobilization stake on the ground. The long stick could not go any further. The green dragon puppet had no choice but to retract the long stick. He could only point one end of the long stick at the lion puppet that was rushing over. Bang! Chin Fan opened his offensive and defensive umbrella. Chapter 152 Doll Showdown. Two-player promotion brawl. The long stick was pressed against the lion doll's body, but the lion doll did not step back. Instead, the owner of the long stick, the green-haired doll, stepped back a long way. The green dragon doll quickly took back his props, to avoid being pushed into the water by his own props. Don't go too far. You too? This is not the way to bully people. No one responded. The puppet and the lion doll continued to approach slowly. The green dragon puppet number 5 was extremely desperate. Even the black-robed host in the air could feel it. This. It seems that contestant number 5 has no way to resolve the current situation. There is no way to think of a solution at all. Can he create a miracle? It seems that he can't. Puppet number 3 picked up contestant number 5 of the green dragon puppet. Contestant number 15 of the lion puppet followed on one side. The two pushed the green dragon puppet into a dead end, like bullies bullying the weak. Player number 5 has reached the edge of the ring. This may be his last chance. He chose to push the prop Rui stick towards the lion puppet player number 15. This is not a wise decision. Well, the green dragon puppet player number 5 successfully pushed himself into the water. The miracle did not happen. Then I declare. Puppet battle. The winner of the double promotion melee is... Hey! No! The game is not over yet. Audience. The game is not over yet. Although we see only 2 players on the ring, there are actually more than just them. There are other players standing on the ring. This is really interesting. Oh! Puppet number 3 used his immobilization stake to hit the lion puppet number 15, who just fought together, but the lion puppet keenly discovered and dodged. It seems that this temporary alliance is not reliable. If there is still someone on the ring who has not fallen into the water, it can only be number 1 who has the illusion kaleidoscope. After all, only she has the ability to fake a false picture of herself falling into the water. Chin Fan dodged the attack of the immobilization stake, and curled his lips. I knew that you, a sinister guy, would attack me. The puppet paused for 2 seconds, and then suddenly knelt on the ground. Good people from the big world, our tribe is too poor. My family is waiting for my spirit servant to save our lives. Please be kind, and give me the qualification to advance. Chin Fan took 2 steps back with a twitch in his mouth. Good fellow. I shouted. Good fellow. You are even more shameless than me. Do you want to hear what you are saying? This Cyclops has given up his moral integrity to win. What life can a spirit servant save? The puppet saw that Chin Fan was not buying it, and ended his exaggerated performance. Evil blasphemer. I must grind you into pulp. Chin Fan was angry. If I don't give in, you will become an evil blasphemer? You better think of something useful. That doll must be looking for an opportunity in the dark. Instead of targeting me, you might as well think about how to cooperate with me to find her, and get rid of her. The puppet man scratched his head. Skills can't be used in this place, props can't be used, I don't have any way to find her. Think about it. I'm tired. I take a nap. The puppet man smashed the wooden stake into the ground, directly activated the immobilization effect of the immobilization stake, and actually fell asleep. Chen Fan was speechless. Are you going to stick your head in the ground again? Just give up. Very good, you're very good. Chen Fan felt that this guy was hopeless. He glanced at the hemp rope wrapped around his waist, and then looked at the puppet man hugging the wooden stake. The function of the immobilization pile is obviously to ensure that one's position does not move. Even the effect of the Rui stick pushing cannot take effect. And the effect of my position changing hemp rope is locking and position changing. If I use the trick of eliminating number 8 on puppet number 3 again, I don't know what the effect will be. Chen Fan thinks it is better not to try it randomly. After all, there is at least a third player on the field. If I play it wrong, the opportunity to advance so close will be lost, which will not be worth the loss. The ring was in the air, and the host in black robe was also looking around. Puppet contestant number 3 used a rogue trick. It must be said that the success rate of this tactic is quite high. So the only ones who can be eliminated now are contestant number 15 and one of the hidden contestants. How can contestant number 15 find the contestant hiding on the ring? Oh! He rotated his hemp rope. This is also a way. Although the diameter of the hemp rope cannot cover the entire ring. With the irregular movement of contestant number 15, it is difficult for the hidden contestant not to be discovered. This is a really stupid and smart way. Competitor number 15 stopped. Why did he stop? The reason why Chen Fan stopped was because he heard a voice. A slightly hoarse female voice. It's useless for you to do this. I'm wearing speed boots, you can't catch up with me. The lion doll on the ring paused, then sat on the ring as if tired. Speed boots? The props of the black armor guard doll? Chen Fan whispered, speak. The hoarse female voice was puzzled. What did you say? Chen Fan raised the doll's arm, to cover up his mouth. Talking about how to eliminate the bad player. You found me. Isn't that the purpose? If your target is me, then the player you are talking to now should be number 3. The voice was silent for a while. You are right. I have a way to make number 3 lose his ability, but the time is only 2 seconds. You just need to replace him in those 2 seconds. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. But what if you lied to me? What if you don't have the ability to make him lose his ability? Or what if you have that ability, but use it on me the moment I jump off the ring? How can I trust you? The smoky female voice fell silent again for a while. I can't find a way to make you trust me, but this is what I thought of. The only way to eliminate the third person at the moment. If you can't trust me, then there's nothing I can do. You continue with your stupid search tactics. Chen Fan rolled his eyes silently. Wait a minute. Instead of dragging it on like this, I choose to believe you. Chen Fan finally chose to listen to the plan of the smoky female voice, the number 1 doll contestant. The situation on the field was too stable, so the host in the air had already begun to advertise for the sponsor of the ring. Her Majesty Alice. If you are tired of the worldly disturbances, and the spiritual world where greed and desire are intertwined, then please report to Her Majesty Alice Castle. There are free mounts, endless spiritual energy, and magnificent scenery that you will never see in the spiritual world. In just a few decades, you can return to the spiritual world with a huge amount of spiritual energy. Chapter 153 Doll Showdown. The final battle. As long as you are above the elite level, you can go to Alice Castle to sign up. Has contestant number 15 finally rested enough? Then let's focus on the ring again. Oh! Contestant number 15 has come to the edge of the ring? He is so brave. He still dares to come to such a dangerous position, as the edge of the ring even with invisible enemies. He seems to be searching the vertical wall from the ring to the river. Does he think there will be opponents hiding in such a dangerous place? What a curious idea. Player number 15 suddenly threw out his hemp rope for position exchange. Did he really find something? At the edge of the ring, Chen Fan fiercely threw the hemp rope for position exchange at puppet number 3. According to the agreement, within 3 seconds of his hemp rope tying the puppet, number 1 would release number 3's control over the prop, and then Chen Fan would jump off the ring at the 4th second and complete the position exchange at the same time. The hemp rope was smoothly wrapped around the neck of the puppet pretending to sleep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Position swap. When Chen Fan shouted 3, the puppet's eyes suddenly became dull, and his hands slowly separated from his bug-like props, immobilizing him. After Chen Fan finished shouting the slogan, according to the plan, number 3 and number 15 should have completed the position swap at this moment. But for some reason, the hemp rope not only did not replace the 2 people, but it suddenly separated from the body of puppet number 3, and suddenly pulled towards the empty space in front of the puppet. A second later, the puppet regained his spirits, and the immobilization pole in his hand swept across violently. A petite doll slowly emerged, and a golden dizziness ring was spinning above her head. Yes, the immobilization pole is also a prop with a dual effect. Its attack effect is dizziness. The hemp rope successfully wrapped around the number 1 doll contestant, and Chen Fan smiled with a successful plan. He jumped off the stage with one end of the replacement hemp rope in his hand. Position replacement. Chen Fan appeared in front of the puppet with a sly smile on his face. The doll that was supposed to stay in this position was now falling into the river outside the ring. The host was stunned for a moment, and then shouted wildly, "Another reversal! Another reversal! Did you see it? Audience friends?" Contestant number 15 once again completed an extreme operation. His apparent target was the controlled contestant number 3, but in fact, he had already joined forces with number 3. His target had long been the doll contestant number 1. How did he know the second effect of the prop of contestant number 1? How did he know that contestant number 1 would find him to cooperate? Unbelievable. It's simply unbelievable. Chen Fan certainly knew the two functions of the illusion kaleidoscope, because the illusion kaleidoscope was one of his alternative props. He flipped through most of the props, and the illusion kaleidoscope was one of his favorite props. The second effect of the illusion kaleidoscope is to make the creature who sees it for the first time lose for 2 seconds. Based on this effect, Chen Fan was certain that the doll would use its transposition hemp rope function to eliminate the impeccable puppet number 3. Regardless of whether he succeeds or fails, he and number 3 have a high chance of eliminating one person. There are too many uncertainties in those 2 seconds. So the two had already discussed the strategy against the doll before number 3 gave up. At that time, they also said a lot of useless nonsense to cover it up. In the center of the ring, the moment Chen Fan just appeared in the position of the doll, a snow-white badge suddenly flew over and hit the puppet, who just showed a sly smile with a snap. The puppet suddenly froze. Huh? What happened to Monson? Why can't Monson move? Huh? Chen Fan turned his head quickly, and saw a Prince Charming puppet suddenly appeared on the empty arena. Number 13? Chen Fan was surprised. Number 13 was not eliminated. His prop is also an illusion kaleidoscope? No. It was number 1 who helped him hide his tracks, and his prop was the badge that just flew over. So number 1's target is not just number 3, but both himself and number 3. She and number 13 are the two people who will eventually advance. Chen Fan took out the offensive and defensive umbrella, and rushed to number 13 Prince Charming doll. The Prince Charming doll had no props to use at this time, and faced Chen Fan attack, and turned around and ran in the opposite direction. As he turned around and ran, the bewildered number 3 puppet also turned around and ran out. The host's voice was hoarse. There is one more. There is another contestant on the stage. I can't count how many surprises there are in today's stage match. Player number 13 used his imitator badge to control player number 3, the puppet, but he seems to have no other means, and is now being chased by player number 15. We can see that the doll player, who was swapped out of the ring, has not been eliminated yet. She is wearing the fast combat boots stolen in the previous stage, and her legs are flapping rapidly like wings. With the weightless body of the doll, it seems that she may really be able to hold on until she grabs the edge of the ring. What a clever way to use it. This is the first time I know that the speed boots can be used in this way. Player number 15 hit himself with the prop umbrella. He used the reaction force of the umbrella to get to the side of player number 13. Amazing. Amazing. What kind of monsters are the players in this puppet battle? It's so exciting. Player number 13 is in a dangerous right angle turn at the moment, and he is at the edge of the ring. Can he escape from the attack of player number 15 from another direction? Number 15 swung the offensive and defensive umbrella in his hand. This distance doesn't seem to be good. Right? Oh my god. He still hit himself with the umbrella. He wanted to use his toy body to knock number 13 under the ring. I understand. This may be a very dangerous operation for other players. But number 15 has another prop in his hand. The hemp rope, so no matter what, from number 15's perspective, he is invincible. It hit. It hit. Player number 13 is falling towards the water ring. Success? Success? Player number 13 failed to grab the edge of the ring. Number 13. This dark horse hidden at the end. He was also eliminated by number 15. What's going on? I received a notice that the game is over? The host's voice paused for a while. So that's it. Player number 3, who was hit by the imitator badge, also fell into the water just now. That's good. I declare. Doll Showdown. The winner of the double promotion melee is player number 1 Doll. And our MVP competitor, the one who eliminated the most players. Number 15. Mr. Lion Doll. Chapter 154 The Champion is Mine. Chen Fan quickly moved his short legs to the place where puppet number 3 fell off the ring. The puppet's large body was being bitten by the crocodiles under the ring. It was too high above the water surface, and Chen Fan couldn't hear clearly whether he screamed or not. Dude, I'm really sorry. I forgot about it. After shouting this, Chen Fan felt that he had a clear conscience. The invisible force made Chen Fan and the lucky doll smaller, and then slowly floated back to the audience. With her face flushed and her breath disordered, the white-dressed Princess Alice floated toward the ring. From her excited expression, it can be seen how much this woman likes to watch the contestants fight with all their might. The black-robed host bowed and raised his hand, welcoming Her Majesty Alice with the most respectful etiquette. Now, please invite our great Her Majesty Alice to present awards to the contestants who were eliminated in the duel just now. First, let us clear the 11 to 20 contestants from the material plane. 10 translucent humanoid spirits slowly floated out of the river. The 11th to 20th contestants all appeared in their own appearances, but like the spirits, they had no physical bodies. The 10 souls were translucent, and for some reason, everyone's expression was extremely ferocious, pale, empty, as if they had been tortured for 3 days and 3 nights. Chen Fan muttered to himself. What kind of expressions are these? The doll next to him turned around and glanced at Chen Fan. Every time a crocodile bites you, you will feel the pain deep in your soul. The longer you stay in the water, the more pain you will endure. Is this your first time participating in the trial of Alice Castle? Chen Fan turned his head in astonishment. Yes. Isn't it you? Who will be eliminated and endure such pain? What is the meaning of making them suffer? A special spiritual substance produced when the soul endures pain. I don't know what it is specifically. This is my 3rd time to come to Alice Castle. Why? Doesn't it look like it? Chen Fan nodded immediately. If you say so. It does look like it. Why did you explain so much to me? If I remember correctly, we are the opponents who are about to play. It's a bit strange. Why did you come to participate in this meaningless game 3 times in a row? Don't you know the pain you will have to endure when you are eliminated? The arena was in the air. 3 elves were floating in front of the last 10 players, as if they were waiting for their choice. Chen Fan couldn't see the specific situation of the spirit servant and how to choose it, because the distance was too far. You have a lot of questions. I came here 3 times because I wanted to upgrade my spirit servant, and only here can I find the materials for upgrading the spirit servant. As for why I explained it to you, it's because I know you. Chen Fan. Right? I saw your photo in Penga's Gossip Monthly Report, compiled by Sun Xiaosheng. Chen Fan was surprised. So you are still colleagues? This world is really small. Can you give me the championship in the competition later? You are taking care of the newcomer. Right? The doll showed a contemptuous look. The championship is mine. The Prince Charming doll you eliminated is an old acquaintance of mine. It would be disrespectful to let you win. Chen Fan sat back silently. If you insist on saying so, then I have to make up a reason why I must win. The black robe host, 11 to 20 contestants will leave. Please welcome the contestants ranked 3 to 10. The grinning Cyclops Monton floated up from the river. Judging from his expression, it seemed that he was not in so much pain because he was not in the water for a long time. He looked at the lion doll in the audience several times with complicated eyes. Chen Fan couldn't hear what he said, but it was not difficult to guess. It should be something like a stupid teammate is a jerk. How much better will the spiritual servants they get beat in the group just now? Chen Fan asked the doll beside him without hesitation. The doll was not difficult to get along with, and gave the answer. The lowest level is green and blue. They call the green and blue spiritual servants the elite level. The spiritual servants that appear on the field now are blue or purple. The purple quality is also called the leader level. Generally speaking, the first place in such a large-scale competition has the opportunity to obtain a spiritual servant with orange potential, that is, a dominant spiritual servant, but the strength and ability of a spiritual servant are not entirely distinguished by grade, so when you choose, you should still focus on what you need, instead of blindly pursuing the grade. Chen Fan didn't expect the other party to give such a detailed explanation. What he needed was a messenger who could travel long distances, or even cross boundaries, so he couldn't be obsessed with the grade, but required the other party to have this ability. Is that so? I understand. Thank you, beautiful lady. I wonder if I can get to know you? The doll stretched out its doll arm. Pangu Judge, Lizwa. Chen Fan stretched out his claws. The president of the Xinzhou Union, the overlord of the South China Sea, Chen Fan. The doll, haha, I've heard a lot about you. What does she mean by hee? Long admired? From the gossip news? Why doesn't it feel like a compliment? Chen Fan was thinking about the meaning of long admired in number one's mouth, and he felt that there was a resentful gaze looking at him on the stage. Chen Fan grinned. It's a game. It's normal to have losers and losers. Why are they targeting me? Who is that? Chen Fan saw a familiar person among the contestants number 2 to number 8, who were receiving the spirit servants. Number 5. Is it the green dragon doll? It looks so familiar, I remember it. Sun Dalong. When fighting against the 4 Seas demon Tobahi, I used his alchemy potion slot machine, and got a lot of benefits. Chen Fan has been thinking about how to find this person recently. He is the best choice for the pharmacist of his Yongfan pirates. Thinking of the scene where he and the Cyclops Montan bully the green dragon doll into the water, Chen Fan silently covered his face. I hope Mr. Dalong will not bear grudges. The doll looked curious. You also met an old acquaintance? You look like this. Are you afraid that someone will recognize you? Chen Fan thought about it, and it was right. He was a lion doll. No way, I am too upright. I can't do anything wrong. Above the ring, all the contestants made their choices, and the translucent spirits turned into starlight and disappeared. Alice flew back to the audience elegantly, and the black-robed host began to wave his hands to change the terrain of the ring. The reward time for Her Majesty Alice has ended. And next? It is the final battle of our puppet war. The flag battle stage. It is about to begin. First, let us invite our contestant number 1. The doll lady. Beside Chen Fan, the contestant number 1 flew to the air in the ring. The black-robed host greeted the doll that had begun to grow in size. Contestant number 1, in the final battle, you can add another ability to your props, or strengthen a certain ability of your props. Please choose the prop you want to strengthen. Chapter 155 Flag Fighting Arena. The doll contestant has made her choice. Contestant number 1 enters. The undulating stone wall above the arena stopped changing, and the arena has now turned into a high-walled maze with obscure lines. Mr. Lion Doll number 15 is on stage. Let's cheer for this MVP competitor. Contestant number 15, what item do you want to upgrade? Chen Fan stood in a corner of the maze, waiting for the transparent barrier in front of him to disappear. Flag fighting platform game rules. Rule 1. You are not allowed to raise yourself above the maze wall. Violators will be deprived of a limb or sense organ. Rule 2. The first player to insert the flag in the center of the maze into the flagpole at the entrance of his team wins. Rule 3. There are countless roads leading to the center of the maze. It is forbidden to destroy the walls. Rule 4. Do not close the treasure chest in the maze after opening it. Accompanied by the shouts of "Game Start" from above, the transparent barrier in front of Chen Fan disappeared. Without saying anything, Chen Fan ran directly into the maze. Chen Fan had little experience in conquering mazes. After all, he had been a barber for most of his first half of his life. But as everyone knows, even for the most skilled players in conquering mazes, the fastest way to find the exit is still trial and error. Running fast, and trying your luck. When they came to the first fork, one way went straight, and the other went right. Chen Fan stood at the fork to the right, and compared his left and right hands very seriously. Go right when you come out. Otherwise you will run back to the entrance. Chen Fan plucked a tuft of hair from the doll's arm on his right side as a mark. Rushing into the fork, Chen Fan ran all the way. There was another fork inside the fork, and Chen Fan still chose not to go straight, but to turn when he saw a bend. It was a dead end. But there seemed to be a golden treasure chest at the end of the dead end. Chen Fan hesitated a little. According to the rules, the things in this treasure chest might be good or bad. The good ones would definitely have something useful for him to conquer the maze. But if something bad comes out, with Alice's character, it's probably not going to be very pleasant. While Chen Fan was thinking, a fireball suddenly fell from midair, and hit the ground with a bang. The burning pain from the soul made Chen Fan gasp. Damn, are there meteorites attacking in the maze? Are you kidding me? Chen Fan struggled desperately, but couldn't shake the huge flaming meteorite on his body. Just when Chen Fan thought he was probably unable to escape, the meteorite with flames suddenly disappeared by itself. Chen Fan rubbed his back. It turns out that this is a fixed duration control effect. I wasted so much effort. Chen Fan ran to the end of the dead end and opened the treasure chest. There was a photo inside. And a scroll. The photo was a dynamic photo. And it was playing a real-time video of his opponent. The number 1 doll contestant. Running in the maze. The scenery in the picture was no different from the scenery around Chen Fan. Both were khaki high walls. And Chen Fan could not determine the opponent's position with just a photo. 1 minute later. The photo disappeared from Chen Fan's hand. Chen Fan opened the scroll. Troublemaker scroll. Evil waves are coming. River water rush. The strong river water will drag your opponent back in the direction from which it came. Chen Fan has determined the source of the attack he just received. Use it. Chen Fan smiled sinisterly. And then quickly rushed towards the road of the maze. The black-robed host stood in front of the giant screen in the air. It seems that contestant number 15 also understands the wonderful use of the props in the treasure chest. He chose to use the props in his hand without hesitation. Well, it's a smart choice. Seizing the initiative is indeed the most important thing. Player number 1 was washed back to the place where she just got the treasure chest. She seemed to be stimulated by the cold river water, and her movements seemed a little slow. Player number 15 came to a dead end again. It was very unlucky. All the forks in the road he chose were dead ends. But the compensation was that there was a treasure chest in the dead end. His choice was to open the treasure chest again. Oh! Ha ha, the much-anticipated treasure chest monster, the 10,000-toothed octopus monster, finally appeared. Run for your life, Mr. Lion Doll. In the maze, Chen Fan took 2 steps back to avoid the big mouth full of sharp teeth. Although your mouth is also big, I have seen bigger ones. The octopus with short but strong tentacles roared angrily and pounced on Chen Fan again. Chen Fan turned around and ran. Chen Fan looked back while running to calculate the speed of the octopus monster. In a straight line. The octopus monster seemed to be a little faster, but as long as Chen Fan turned, the octopus monster would hit the wall at the end of the road, and then wait for dozens of seconds before chasing Chen Fan again. So the mechanism to avoid this guy is to keep turning? But in this case, I can easily forget which road I have walked or not walked. Chen Fan muttered and turned into a fork. The thick-legged octopus behind him slammed into the wall in front of the road. As soon as Chen Fan turned the corner, he noticed the golden treasure chest on the side of the road. Looking back at the dizzy 10,000-toothed octopus monster, Chen Fan directly opened the treasure chest on the side of the road. Too many lice don't itch, and too many deaths don't weigh you down. If you have the guts, bring another octopus monster. As Chen Fan wished, the second octopus monster suddenly rushed out of the treasure chest and bit into the empty space with a click. Chen Fan sighed and continued to rush forward on the road. Where is my European emperor's physique? Can I bring it in? While sighing, Chen Fan turned his head because of the noisy sound behind him. Shocked. At this time, 2 octopuses of the same species were attacking each other. As they fought, the 2 octopuses were beaten back into the treasure chest that Chen Fan had just opened. Chen Fan showed surprise. He took 2 quick steps, and was about to close the treasure chest, when he suddenly remembered the rules of the game. Rule 4. Do not close the treasure chest in the maze after opening it. Based on the habits of the previous few games, Chen Fan felt that Alice did not seem to like making false rules. So he should not close the lid. Let them fight each other. Chen Fan continued to rush into the depths of the maze. As he was running wildly, a turbulent river suddenly rushed over in front of him. A fierce wave is coming? Oh my goodness, this is retribution. Chen Fan subconsciously used his Ocean Master ability. The surging river water suddenly split in half from the middle, allowing Chen Fan in the middle of the road to pass. Chen Fan was shocked. I can't see the attribute panel, so I can't use skills. What's going on? On the other side of the maze, the doll was stunned for a long time holding the photo in his hand. Why didn't the river water have any effect on him? The effect of one of his props? The photo slowly disappeared, the doll stopped struggling, turned on the fast combat boots, and rushed towards the center of the maze desperately. Chapter 156 The Secret in the Treasure Chest. Inside the maze, Chen Fan stood next to the treasure chest at the end of the road. This time Chen Fan was lucky. Inside the treasure chest was a combination of a scroll and a photo. Chen Fan did not rush to use the scroll, but first looked at the image in the photo. The doll in the picture was running fast in the maze, and its 2 short legs were as fast as wheels. How can this woman run so fast? At this speed, by the time I get the flag at the center of the maze, she will have already planted the flag at her starting point. Right? The rules say that there are multiple props that can reach the center of the maze. But why have I been walking on dead ends so far? And the treasure chest cannot be closed after it is opened. This rule is a bit too strange. Why do they emphasize this? Or is it that the treasure chest that cannot be closed actually has other uses? Chen Fan stuffed the scroll into his clothes and fumbled around the bottom of the treasure chest with the doll's hands. What is this? Chen Fan actually touched a button in the corner of the treasure chest. Chen Fan showed a happy expression and pressed the button directly. The transmission array of the flag battle platform has been activated. Please select the open treasure chest as the transmission destination. Chen Fan looked at the light map that appeared in front of him, with several light spots. There were 8 light spots on the light map, 4 of which were inside the light map, and the other 4 were on the outermost side of the light map. Chen Fan understood it in his heart. According to the position on the light map, the 4 light spots on the inside should be the 4 treasure chests he opened. The 4 light spots on the outermost side should be the location of the treasure chest opened by doll number 1 Lizua. The teleportation array hidden at the bottom of the treasure chest. Wow! I have discovered this function earlier than number 1, but how can I use it to maximize my chances of winning? Chen Fan pondered. Directly teleport to the treasure chest closest to the opponent's entrance? Then wait for the opponent to come back, snatch the flag in her hand, then teleport back to my birth point, and then plant the flag to win. This plan doesn't seem to be unfeasible. But it doesn't seem so easy to snatch the flag. The opponent's illusion kaleidoscope can make him unable to see her position. If the opponent is cautious enough, he may still be in the dark when he puts up the flag in the invisible state. While thinking, the light map that originally had 8 light spots suddenly lit up another light spot. Did the woman open another treasure chest? Chen Fan quickly left the treasure chest in front of him and ran desperately into the maze. There were photos of his real-time movements in the treasure chest. He didn't want number 1 to discover the hidden function of this treasure chest. A 3-headed vicious dog suddenly appeared from the fork in the road and pounced on the lion doll viciously. Chen Fan quickly took out his offensive and defensive umbrella to parry, complaining loudly while parrying. Bad woman. You let the dog bite me. Wait until I find the next treasure chest. I will make you pay. After counting 1 minute silently, Chen Fan turned back and ran back the way he came. Coming to the treasure chest that had just been opened, Chen Fan opened his parachute to deflect the attack of the vicious dog, and then quickly chose the location of the newly appeared light spot, and chose to teleport without hesitation. Hee. You run fast. Right? Then I will follow you and block you on your way home. In front of the light screen that played the images in the maze, the black-robed host explained excitedly. Player number 15 seems to have discovered the hidden function of this game again. What choice will he make? Oh! He chose to teleport behind contestant number 1. This is really a tricky way. Not only did he get rid of the 3-headed wolf's attack in time, but he also had the advantage of checking the opponent's movements at any time. Chen Fan was far away, with an octopus doll following him. He didn't dare to get too close. He was afraid that if he got too close, the woman would see her true movements in the image of the photo after getting the treasure chest. This octopus runs so fast. It feels much faster than the one chasing me. Is its speed determined by the speed of the person who opened the treasure chest? Seeing that the doll in front of him was about to leave his sight, Chen Fan secretly took out one of his trump cards. Speed control remote control. He picked it up from the position where player number 6 was when he fell into the water. So, he was the first person to discover the function of using other players' props. But because player number 1 exposed his speed boots first, others thought that only player number 1 had plundered other players' props. Chen Fan adjusted his speed to the fastest on the remote control, and followed the doll in the distance closely at the limit of his vision. Number 1 paused, and Chen Fan quickly stopped against the wall. A few seconds later, the figure of the doll ran to the right and disappeared from Chen Fan's sight. Chen Fan immediately accelerated and chased after her. When he came to the fork in the road where the doll disappeared, Chen Fan looked around for a while, and then immediately chose another fork in the road that was different from number 1 and ran out. Chen Fan had a reason for this choice. If the road that number 1 chose was correct, then he could run to the end of his fork in the road to open the treasure chest, and continue to teleport behind number 1 when she opened the next treasure chest. Of course, it is also possible that number 1 has already obtained the flag without encountering the treasure chest. In that case, Chen Fan can also teleport to the path she must take to return to her birth point to stop her. If number 1 chooses the wrong path, it will be even simpler. Chen Fan will run forward along this correct path, then find the flag, and then teleport back to his birth point and win at the fastest speed. Chen Fan ran at a very fast speed, and he had no intention of opening the treasure chests he saw along the way. After running along this road for about 7 or 8 minutes, Chen Fan encountered a fork in the road again. Chen Fan continued to run according to the plan of turning whenever he saw a bend. The goddess of luck finally began to bless him. Good. Well done. Our contestant number 15 finally reached the center of the flag-fighting platform maze with his wise mind. Very good, he picked up the battle flag on the flagpole. Oh? Haha, he didn't seem to consider that the battle flag would be so heavy, and he fell hard. Number 15 did not choose to go back to find the nearest treasure chest, but chose to continue to head towards his birth point. It seems that number 15's choice is conservative. He is avoiding contact with number 1. But will things really go as he wishes? Chen Fan ran towards his birth point with a huge flag in his arms. Ah! Alice. This idiot. Why does a flag-planting game have to be so heavy? Why does she like to do meaningless things so much? That's it. Treasure chest? Chen Fan finally saw the long-awaited golden treasure chest on the side of the road. Hurry up. If you delay, something will happen. If you delay, something will happen. Chen Fan placed a huge battle flag next to the treasure chest, and then opened it impatiently. Chapter 157: The Strange Ability of Contestant Number 1. Alice Castle, Star Spirit Room. In the European-style hall filled with magical figures, an Eldar with a slender balloon head suddenly opened his ridiculously large eyes. Its eyes were extremely pure. He looked around, and then punched his pouting companion next to him. Boring. The Eldar who was beaten had a round body and head, pouting, looking very unhappy. Why are you hitting me when you're bored? What should I do when I'm bored? The thin head tilted its head, and thought for a while. Leave the castle. Pouty pouted. But if you leave the castle, there will be no star spirits to eat. A demon like Eldar was awakened by the voices of the two guys. Are you too sick again? You don't want to advance. But others want to advance. If I hear your stupid voices again, I will beat you to death. Chen Fan made a big circle, and finally got rid of the sturdy octopus monster that was chasing him. Giving the octopus monster a middle finger in the distance, Chen Fan picked up the battle flag, activated the treasure chest, and directly selected the treasure chest light point closest to his starting point. Teleport. With a wave of spatial energy, Chen Fan and his battle flag disappeared. Coming to the first treasure chest he opened, Chen Fan quickly picked up the battle flag, and began to return according to the maze route in his memory. Victory is within reach. Number 1 should have found the center of the maze at this moment. I don't know what her expression would be when she saw that the flag had been taken away by me a long time ago. But something is wrong. She has at least one scroll in her hand that is hindering me, and she has not used it. Why has she been so quiet for so long? It would be fine if Chen Fan didn't think about it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. That woman must have walked into a dead end, but there must be a treasure chest at the end of the dead end. If the treasure chest happened to contain an octopus monster, then there is a chance that she still hasn't discovered that she is about to win. But if the treasure chest contains live photos and scrolls, she must have discovered that she got the battle flag. And it is possible to find that the treasure chest can transmit this secret. If we assume the worst-case scenario, the other party happens to know all her secrets. Then how will she deal with the current situation? If it were me. Because I can't be sure which treasure chest the other party will teleport to, so I will definitely wait near the other party's entrance, so that I can ensure that I will not be eliminated. Chen Fan slowed down his pace, and finally stopped directly more than 10 meters away from his own entrance. Ms. Li, I think you should be there. No need to hide. My added ability is the Eye of Truth. Your disguise has no effect on me. A cold wind blew. There was silence in front. Chen Fan did not have the Eye of Truth, because none of his 3 items could load that ability. So it was still possible that the other party was still on the way to find the flag. Chen Fan could not just stand there. After hesitating for a while, he picked up the battle flag again and ran towards his starting point. No surprise. No surprise. No surprise. So number 1 really didn't notice? Chen Fan had already walked to his flagpole, and still no surprise happened. Chen Fan picked up the battle flag, and with a thud, he inserted the flagpole into the hole on the flagpole. A familiar space wave slowly appeared. Chen Fan eyes fixed. Sure enough, there is something fishy. Transfer hemp rope. Chen Fan immediately threw out the transfer hemp rope, and threw it directly on the flagpole of the battle flag. The next moment, Chen Fan and the doll that had revealed its shape appeared next to a treasure chest in an unknown location. The postures of the two were somewhat special. At this moment, the lion doll was held in the arms of the doll. How insidious. So since I was teleported to the treasure chest, everything I saw was an illusion you set up. The doll pushed Chen Fan out, and then spread his hands. Almost, but to be more specific, it should be after you shouted that you have the eye of truth. By President Chen. Chen Fan took 2 quick steps, but the doll disappeared next to the treasure chest first. A like image appeared in front of Chen Fan. But he didn't know that he was affected by the illusion of number 1 and walked to which treasure chest. The doll appeared next to the battle flag. She looked back for 2 seconds and saw that the lion doll didn't follow. A smile appeared on her face. She picked up the battle flag and walked back to the treasure chest. Her figure disappeared again. Next to the treasure chest that was the second closest to the starting point of contestant number 1. The doll's figure just appeared. And then she felt her body tighten. Not good. Then the whole person was instantly swapped to a far distance. And the person holding the battle flag changed from a doll to a yellow lion doll. Did the scumbag surnamed Chen expect that he would appear here? Chen Fan made a goodbye gesture, and then immediately reached into the treasure chest with his free hand. Huh? Where's the treasure chest? Chen Fan found that the treasure chest that was clearly behind him, which he could kick if he took a step back, had disappeared without a trace. Isn't this wrong? I didn't move at all. Even if it was an illusion that made me unable to see. It shouldn't be impossible for me to touch. Right? Chen Fan turned his head to look for the doll. Disappeared again? Looking around, Chen Fan stared at the almost identical earthy yellow walls around him. He was no longer sure what was real and what was fake. What abilities did she add to the kaleidoscope? Chen Fan quickly opened the scroll of the coming wave. The turbulent water came from behind him, and Chen Fan hugged the huge battle flag tightly, letting the water flow sweep him in. It hurts. This water seems to be able to cool people's souls. After floating more than 10 meters along the waves, Chen Fan finally climbed out of the evil waves. He deliberately did not use his ability to dominate the ocean, in order to use the waves to find the location of number 1. But the strange thing is that the waves appeared. Although the target was the opponent, it turned out that only he was swept away so far by the waves. Standing in the corridor of the maze, Chen Fan fell into deep thought while holding the battle flag. He had no idea about the opponent's ability. It was too weird. In this case, if he didn't solve the opponent first, he would have no chance of winning. But as long as the opponent's endurance is strong enough, as long as you relax a little, the battle flag in your hand may disappear at any time. Or you may find that you have inserted the battle flag into the flag stand after much difficulty. And you find that you have inserted the battle flag into the starting point of number 1. This maze is surrounded by walls. And you can't find the edge of the ring. Although your 3 props have many abilities. Even if you find your opponent, you can't hurt her at all. Wait. Rule 1. Rule 1. You are not allowed to raise yourself above the maze wall. Violators will be deprived of a limb or sense. Rule 1 is not allowed to raise your sight above the wall. The punishment is deprivation of limbs and senses. Is this the only way to hurt the opponent? Chapter 158 Breakthrough. The Jianghu is pure intrigue. How can you throw your opponent so many times and throw him over the wall? Chen Fan seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly looked up at the wall of the ring. He understood why the evil wave that was clearly aimed at the opponent only rolled him away. The evil wave moved in the direction of number 1, but the reason why it didn't roll up number 1 was that number 1's position was higher than the highest height of the water wave. She hit on the wall. So that's it. As long as you go up and don't come down, it will be considered as 1 level higher than the ring wall. So she has only been hurt once now. In the light curtain above the flag fighting stage. In the picture, a 1-armed doll is walking carefully on the top of the khaki wall. And the lion doll in the maze is walking towards the starting point of number 1 like a puppet. At this time, it is very close to the flag stand of contestant number 1. After walking for 5 seconds, the lion doll suddenly sat back, seemingly entering a state of thinking. 5 seconds later, the lion puppet stood up again like a puppet, and walked towards the flagpole step by step. 5 seconds later, it resumed its thinking posture. Player number 1 used her puppet control ability again, and let player number 15 move towards her flagpole for another 5 seconds. Closer. Closer. Our wise player number 15 was still thinking, and was completely unaware that he was being controlled every 5 seconds. It's not his fault. Audience friends, don't boo. After all, from his perspective, the scenery around him is always the same without any change. If it were me, I wouldn't even realize that I was actively moving from time to time. The combination of illusion ability and puppet control is simply unstoppable. 20 meters. 15 meters. Can contestant number 15 realize that he is being controlled before he fails? The black-robed host growled in a nervous and trembling voice. Beautiful. Well done, you are worthy of being the MVP contestant. Contestant number 15 started. Contestant number 15 realized that something was wrong with him. He started running around without rules. The game continues. The winner has not been decided yet. The lion doll was holding the battle flag and running wildly without rules. He finally noticed something unusual. After exchanging positions with number 1, he didn't touch the treasure chest when he turned back. This was very wrong. First of all, Chen Fan was sure that the doll was exchanged with him by the position-changing rope the moment it was teleported in front of the treasure chest. But he didn't touch the treasure chest that was so close. The position of the treasure chest is fixed. This is something Chen Fan has personally experimented with. Each treasure chest is equivalent to a coordinate anchor point in this maze. It cannot be movable. Otherwise this game will become a box-pushing game. The ability of number 1 Lizua can only affect vision. And it is inevitable that she cannot affect touch. If she can even control touch, Chen Fan would have lost long ago. Since the treasure chest cannot move. And his sense of touch is not lost. The reason why he cannot touch the treasure chest can only be that he moved. Just because he did not feel himself moving does not mean that he will not move. Assuming that the other party's kaleidoscope has the ability to control himself without his awareness, then everything that happened can be explained. But isn't this ability too abnormal? If I can control myself, why am I still sitting here thinking? The other party should have used me to send the battle flag to the place she wants it to appear. Is it a time limit? Control myself for a short period of time, and then I must release the control? If I keep myself in the posture before being controlled when the control time is about to end, and use the illusion ability to ensure that the space around me is always the same, then it is really difficult for me to detect. But if you figure out the other person's ability, this kind of thing is easy to prove. Chen Fan just put the doll's hand into his arms while thinking, and then made a gesture of 8. Because the doll's hand was in his arms, the person who used the ability could not see it. So when he put it back to its original position, he could only make a rough gesture. She couldn't see the specific gesture, so she couldn't make it. When Chen Fan found that his 8 was gone, he immediately burst up and started running chaotically. He didn't know which direction was safe, which direction was closer to the opponent's flagpole, because the world in his eyes was false and wrong. Chen Fan felt bitter as he ran around aimlessly. Running around like this could indeed bring certain obstacles to the opponent. But what if he ran a little more cleverly and ran directly to the opponent's flagpole? Although he knew that the opponent was likely on the wall of the maze, the space on the wall was also very large. Chen Fan seemed to have no way to find the position of number 1 who could move at any time. Otherwise, just give up. I just want to find a spirit servant to pass on information. The runner-up will probably get a purple leader. Right? That's enough. The opponent's ability is too abnormal. It's so abnormal that Chen Fan can't break it with the 3 props in his hand. He can't help but want to retreat. Huh? Chen Fan, who was looking at the wall, suddenly exclaimed. The 8th master? The green parrot is back? Wait! It's not flying, it's standing in the air. Standing in the air. Standing in the air? Chen Fan understood. Master Ba did a great job. Speed control, remote control, pause. Go! Chen Fan suddenly pressed the remote control in his hand, and at the same time aimed the infrared ray of the remote control at the empty space under Master Ba's feet. It gave its own props, the speed control remote control, the ability to freeze the opponent after locking, making it lose all its abilities. Duration: 20 seconds. The moment the remote control was pressed, the surrounding scene changed instantly. Banana? Why don't you take it? Is it really her starting point? Chen Fan quickly ran to the location where the treasure chest was stored, while silently counting in his mind. 15, 16, 17, 18. Chen Fan turned around, and used the speed control remote control again on the doll that had already revealed its figure on the wall. Turning a corner, Chen Fan found an already open treasure chest. Chen Fan quickly activated the treasure chest's teleportation function, and teleported back to the treasure chest closest to his birth point with the battle flag. After Chen Fan left the treasure chest, he quickly moved towards his flagpole. But he walked backwards, and his eyes were always fixed on the treasure chest that he had teleported to. Feeling the spatial energy surging near the treasure chest, Chen Fan timed it accurately and immediately paused it with remote control. The doll that had just appeared in front of the treasure chest fell into a frozen state again. Damn it! How did he know where I was? Damn it! Until now, she hadn't noticed that there was a green feathered parrot standing on her head. It was all because the doll's body was too weak to sense. Chapter 159. You didn't say it this time. 20 seconds is not too long or too short, just enough for Chen Fan to insert the huge battle flag in his hand into his flag stand. Accompanied by a click, the machine amplifier sounded. The walls in the maze began to fall gradually, and the arena slowly returned to its original appearance. The flag fighting game is over. Number 1 is eliminated, ranked second. No! 15 wins, ranked champion. Before the host on the stage, whose expression was distorted with excitement, announced the result. Alice, in a gorgeous white dress, suddenly appeared not far in front of Chen Fan. Her glowing white finger pointed at the parrot that had just landed on Chen Fan's shoulder, and shouted loudly, "You cheated? You cheated with this parrot again!" The black-robed host had a tangled expression. "Your Majesty Alice, Your Majesty Alice. It's not your turn to go on stage yet. Your Majesty Alice." Chen Fan took 2 steps back. I didn't cheat. There's no rule in your game that says you can't use parrots." Alice was furious. "But I marked the last game. I forgot this one." Chen Fan could only play rogue. "Anyway, I didn't cheat. There are so many spectators watching. I planted the flag into the flagpole according to the rules, so I won. Isn't that right?" The most enthusiastic audience in the arena? The audience burst into long-lasting cheers. Chen Fan's series of high-end operations have aroused the enthusiasm and passion of all the audience. No matter whether you are His Majesty or not, can you still slaughter the entire arena? Alice snorted coldly, and then disappeared instantly. Chen Fan grinned. This guy wouldn't be so angry that he would replace the spirit servants he chose for himself with the most useless ones. Alice returned to the audience and took out a small toy mobile phone. "Tritris, pick out 3 of the most useless spirit servants above the commander level for me." On the stage, Chen Fan replaced the body of the lion doll and slowly returned to his handsome appearance. The doll number 1 also has the same transformation as him. She is transforming into a scarred woman with short white hair. The black-robed host, I declare. The final battle of the second doll war. The final winner of the flag fighting stage is our arena MVP player, number 15, who eliminated the most opponents. Lion Doll. Mr. Chen Fan. The black-robed host's eyes are enthusiastic. "Mr. Chen, if you need a spiritual servant with dominant strength, I can serve you at any time. You are the most cautious and careful, and the most fortunate visitor from the material world I have ever seen." Chen Fan scratched his head. "How come this competition has fans? I don't mind, but I don't know if Your Majesty Alice will let him go or not." The host came over mysteriously. "As long as you agree, you don't need to go through her. I have other ways." The tall white-haired Lizwa floated to the side of the blurred Chen Fan, and his first words were, "How did you find my location?" Chen Fan looked at the parrot on his shoulder, and then looked at Li Hua, who frowned and looked puzzled. Have you read Journey to the West?" Lizwa nodded in confusion. "Chen Fan, you are Sun Wukong, and I am Erling Shen. You lost because you have 1 less dog than me." Lizwa frowned even more. Could it be that this parrot has the ability to see through his illusion? Then he is really unlucky. "It's a parrot! Idiot! It's a parrot! Idiot!" The 8th master yelled in a shrill voice. The host described the process of the 2 fighting in an impassioned voice, and then, according to the procedure, went to the stage of Alice award ceremony. "Now, please invite our most noble and beautiful Queen Alice to present the prize to the runner-up of this doll battle arena." Alice flew over with a smile on her face. With a noble and sacred temperament, she floated in front of Li Hua and looked at her with satisfied eyes. "I am very satisfied with your performance. This is what you deserve." She raised her hand and condensed a deep red energy bead, which slowly flew to Li Hua as a reward. Lizwa showed a puzzled expression. "It's nice to see you again, Queen Alice. But you are wrong. I am ranked second this time." Alice shook her head. "I told you, this is what you deserve." Lizwa said no more, raised his hand, and took the crimson bead. Chen Fan saw everything. So the bead is a treasure that can improve the level of the spirit servant. Looking at the reaction of the woman Li Hua, it seems that she got a reward higher than she deserved. This is what she deserves. What does this mean? It means that Li Hua should be the champion, and the reward I. A cheater. God is not what I deserve. This sickly girl, who made so many perverted games, and still cares about whether the game is fair or not. You are a fool. Alice flew to Chen Fan. Without saying a word of courtesy, she raised her hand and summoned 3 spirits. 3 quasi-dominant level spirit servants, choose one. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Quasi-dominant level? The black-robed host couldn't help but speak. Your Majesty Alice, it stands to reason that at least one should be a master level. The sharp eyes cast on the black-robed host. The host immediately shut up, and then turned into a black hood, and fell into the river, as a punishment for his careless words. But what he said was enough to remind Chen Fan. Are you targeting me? Look at these 3 ugly people. How can I choose? A fat man with a round head and few hairs, who looked like someone owed him $1 million. A bald head with a dull look, like a low-intelligence child made of a balloon. The third one is more normal, looking like a big mantis. Chen Fan pointed at the 2 obviously frustrated spirit servants and questioned Alice. Look at what these 2 things are. Can they be called spirit servants? One is brainless, and the other is unhappy. Alice nodded. Choose this brainless one? Very good. I wish you happy adventures in the future. Alice stretched out her jade-like finger and tapped the balloon man. Chen Fan was stunned. Get spirit servant Zack Pink. Double happiness chest card triggered. Reward +1. Chen Fan and Alice both stood there in a daze. A few seconds later, Alice came back to her senses. Then, in that case, I give you this one too, she said, and nodded at the round unhappy one. Chen Fan was so angry that he laughed. Hey! You don't have to be so obvious. You chose them all. How could I have the chance to choose? Get the spirit servant Papati, Pink. Hey! I want to complain. I want to report you. I want to report you. After a burst of space fluctuations, Chen Fan returned to his cabin with the 2 spirit servants. A green feathered parrot emerged from the remaining space fluctuations. Ha! No brains. Ha! Unhappy. Ha! No brains. Ha! Unhappy. Chapter 160. Huangsha City's tragic victory and the next battle plan. Li Xiaoqian, dressed in tight clothes, stood beside the dazed McDillon. The bodies of the Huangsha City soldiers. Do you need us to help carry them? McDillon shook his head slowly. Being buried in the sea of sand is also a good destination for us desert warriors. Born in the yellow sand, after death, we must return our bodies to the yellow sand. I have been the honorary city lord for half a month, and I have buried half of the soldiers of Huangsha City in the desert far away from my hometown. I am really a bad honorary city lord. Li Xiaoqian seemed to see the blood-stained yellow sand not long ago, and the scene of the black-faced turbaned warriors, who were fearless. Are you blaming yourself? The bloodthirsty transformation of those orc chiefs was an accident that no one could predict. Not even us. You have done well enough. You have saved a city-state that was about to be destroyed. Madeline did not evaluate himself. I want to find the person who pushed this siege. I want him to pay the price for angering the Yellow Sand City. Lon, wearing a purple crown, and Tora, who came late, walked over side by side. The bad news is that the identity of the person behind the scenes has not been determined. The good news is that although most of the friendly forces died, they were all those who could not support the mission of the Principality of Ebulian. John Air Strike is still in hand, which saves most of the combat power for our next mission, Lon said in a calm tone. Mad Elon focused his eyes on the girl's face. President Lon, I am very grateful for your help to Huangsha City, but the soldiers who died in Huangsha City are not insignificant. It was their selfless sacrifice that enabled us to complete our mission. He spoke calmly, but with great determination. Kuan Yu walked to Medellin with a knife in his arms. A person who faces death head-on can be called a true warrior. Li Xiaoqian turned and looked at the president of the Black Magic Association. I also think there is something wrong with what you said, President Lon. The scene was a little heavy for a moment. Tuo Luo showed a gentle smile on her pretty face. Well, but it's not that serious. President Lon is so young. Isn't it reasonable for him to say something wrong? Lon shook his head. No. I've lived for 30 years. Li Xiaoqian looked at Tuo Luo with disdain. People who are late for appointments and can't help have no right to speak. Tuo Luo hugged his shoulders, showing off his proud figure. If we only consider the contribution to the entire mission, I don't think Captain Li is better than me. Right? Lon Shunsheng stopped the two from arguing. Stop arguing. Mr. McDillon. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at communication. If what I just said hurt you, I'm sorry. Madeline laughed at himself. Maybe I'm too sensitive. You helped me defend Washaw City. I should also help you complete the last mission. President Lon, you can continue with the next mission deployment. The girl nodded. Captain Lee, you should know something about the high-level situation of the Principality of Ebulian. Right. Among the 8 people in the natural disaster meeting, Li Xiaoqian from the rebel forces is the only official large force. Li Xiaoqian nodded. I can understand. She didn't understand now, but she could ask someone who knew. Lon nodded. The specific plan cannot be formulated yet, but first of all, our strength is too high profile, and such a collection of strength will attract much attention wherever we go. So if we want to go to the Principality of Ebulian, we must first make ourselves less conspicuous. Li Xiaoqian understood what Lon meant. You mean, taking advantage of the original contradictions in the Principality of Ebulian, disrupting the situation in the entire Principality of Ebulian, making our presence there have reasonable reasons, and not seeming abrupt? The cold-faced girl Lon nodded. Yes, the more chaotic the better. After the chaos, there will be countless reasonable ways to enter. We also cannot expose our goals too early. The serious Tianan divine cult is not something we can deal with. Li Xiaoqian thought for a few minutes, then nodded seriously. If there are no restrictions on the reasons and methods, as long as there is chaos, then I can try it. Tuolua laughed. Captain Lee is really the most capable candidate among us. Then let Clay City be chaotic first. I may be able to help a little bit in this matter. Then we will discuss the plan in detail at the next meeting. Li Xiaoqian tilted her delicate face and snorted coldly. Madeleine's eyes were complicated. You just saved your own town, but the next plan is to mess up other people's cities? This justice I can talk about casually is really ridiculous. Perhaps because he lost a lot of compatriots, Madeleine was a little sentimental at this time. Li Xiaoqian's expression was serious. Lord of the city. Madeleine, our ability can only barely protect the people we want to protect. I hope you can see it more openly. In your state, we dare not give you any delicate tasks. Quan Yu agreed. The future of justice lies only under the blade. The deck of the Poseidon, which was tidy and increasingly mechanized. 2 spirit servants, one fat and one thin, were standing obediently in the middle of the deck, surrounded by the big men of the sinking ship. Lu Duoduo, a beautiful girl dressed in Lolita, walked to Chen Fan, stood on tiptoe, and patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. Actually, she's not ugly, isn't she? Chen Fan pushed Lu Duoduo away. Your comfort makes me feel even more heartwarming. Hailey hugged her shoulders to highlight her perfect figure. At least such a unique race can't grow in the sea. Master Shu, I can't hear their inner thoughts. Chen Shujin bowed his head. What if, they don't have inner thoughts? Fong Mingwei covered her mouth and chuckled. Don't be too narrow-minded. The distinction between good and bad spirit servants is not entirely based on attributes, appearance, and inner thoughts. Chen Fan finally felt better. He expected Fong Mingwei to come up with a new idea. At least their eyes are clear. Fong Mingwei's smile gradually became awkward. Chen Fan had no desire to live. I am the champion. Champion. It's okay that you don't even have an orange master-level spirit servant. But why are the quasi-master-level spirit servants so stupid? Lu Duoduo spread his hands. Your parrot makes the rules set by Alice meaningless. So she will definitely not admit that you are the winner in her heart. And strictly speaking, without the 8th master, you really can't win the game. Fong Mingwei shook her head and retorted. Competitions are about taking all situations into consideration. What Chen Fan did not violate the rules, so he won. There is nothing wrong with that. I think it was the girl who took advantage of her power to bully others. Lu Duoduo, that's right. Papati, spirit servant pink. Evaluation. How should I put it? He is a very special spirit servant. Why is the evaluation today so euphemistic? Chapter 161. Is it true? Godfather, foolish and unhappy. Zack, spirit servant pink. Evaluation. At least it looks scary, doesn't it? This is Unhappy's attribute panel. So, one enters the dream, one modifies the character. There is no actual function of these 2 spirit servants. Lu Duoduo compared the attribute panels of the 2 spirit servants. Although the 2 shared skills seem useless, what if the practical effect is very strong? You try it. Chen Fan nodded helplessly, raised his hand to summon Unhappy back. The round Unhappy sank into Chen Fan's palm. Memory projection. 5 seconds later, a girl who looked exactly like Lu Duoduo appeared in front of Lu Duoduo. Lu Duoduo widened her eyes, and groped the girl who looked exactly like her for a while. Oh my god, old Chen, this? Ability is a bit abnormal, except for the invisible position. The other positions are exactly the same as mine. You won't use this ability to do anything bad to me, right? Lu lowly covered her chest, which was empty. Chen Fan was stunned for a while, then spread his hands. This is my privacy. You have no right to interfere. Lu Duo jumped up and down. Sister Mingwei. Look at him. He is a filthy and shameless pervert. Fong Mingwei covered her mouth and chuckled, looking at Chen Fan. Don't tease Duo, you were stunned for a while. Is it the sequelae of using the skill? Chen Fan shook his head. No, I seem to have discovered another wonderful effect of this skill. Everyone was curious, and looked at Chen Fan. I found that when I use this skill, I can review my memory, that is to say, as long as I have seen something, I can look it up in my memory countless times. Qin Shujian clapped his hands, and the brainless man trembled. Photographic memory. That is to say, Fanzi, you have acquired the ability of photographic memory. Chen Fan nodded. Yeah, I didn't expect it to work like this, then this skill is still useful. I try the brainless shared skill again. Dream Traveler. Fong Mingwei was stunned, then suddenly closed her eyes, and fell on the deck with Chen Fan. Lu Duo opened her mouth slightly, and ran to help Fong Mingwei with a look of disbelief on her face. Haley also widened her beautiful eyes. Isn't it entering someone else's dream? How can it also have the effect of forcing people to fall asleep? How come these two spirit servants are unreliable, and yet so reliable at the same time? Lu Duo put Fong Mingwei on the recliner. It's over. I felt sorry for old Chun, but it turns out that I'm the one who needs comfort the most. Oh my god, when can I replace my ugly spirit servant? Haley came close to the little lowly. Can your spirit servant be traded? You can give it to me, and then go back to that place and win another one. Lu Duo shook his head, with a vigilant look. Spirit servants cannot be traded. You want to get my spirit servant for free? You can go to that place and win one. Haley shook her head. I don't have the invitation letter like you do. If I had, I would have gone there long ago. 3 minutes later, the two people who had fallen asleep woke up slowly. For some reason, Fong Mingwei's cheeks turned red. Chen Fan looked at Fong Mingwei lying on the recliner in confusion. I just tried it casually, and I actually entered Sister Mingwei's dream. So people who are awake can also dream? Lu Duo shook her head cutely. How can you dream while awake? You just used your skill. And Sister Mingwei fell asleep with you. She woke up only after you woke up. Chen Fan pupils gradually expanded. What? So just now, Sister Mingwei in the dream was really you? Fong Mingwei's face turned red visibly, and then she fell on the recliner again. She quit the game. Lu Duo was shocked again, and then her expression began to look weird. Good old Chen. Tell me, what did you do to Sister Mingwei in your dream? Tell me. Chen Fan's face turned red, and he glanced at the time on the attribute panel. It's getting late. I should quit the game and have dinner. Let's go. Let's go. Lu Loli was relentless. Don't run away. Tell me quickly, what did you do to Sister Mingwei? In the evening, in the courtyard of the villa, 2 fat sheep covered with sauce were rotating at a constant speed on the improved grill. Today's dinner is still roasted whole lamb, not that everyone likes roasted whole lamb. The main reason is that there are 3 big eaters in Qinzhou at present, and cooking other food cannot satisfy their appetite. Lu Duo did not get what she wanted to know from Chen Fan, and turned to the living room to talk to Fong Mingwei. Qin Shui, who insisted on cooking rice herself, was using a national standard measuring cup to measure the water level above the rice. She was still obsessed with whether Chen Fan was eating the rice she cooked. On the sofa in the yard, Chen Fan, holding Leviathan, sat next to Shi Yin. How was your day? Did you gain anything? Shi Yin looked dazed. I'm looking for a chance to escape from that small island full of coconut trees. Chen Fan was very confused. Escape? Aren't you going to solve the reproductive isolation problem between humans and mermaids? Why do you suddenly give up? Shi Yin was silent for a while. A real man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? He never mentioned that he became a toilet cleaner. Chen Fan was impressed. Oh, really? President Mingwei bought the treasured lover's robe, the last piece of your fire magic suit, and asked me to give it to you. Shi Yin's eyes widened, and his expression instantly became pleasantly surprised. Is that true, Godfather? Chen Fan nodded, and at the same time took out the last piece of the fire magic suit, the treasured lover's robe, from his backpack and handed it to Shi Yin. Your 3rd month's salary. Put it on, and let me see the suit's properties. Sure Yin couldn't wait to put on the robe. And also put on the belt and boots in the suit. The handsome black mage suit with fiery red patterns really added a lot of points to Sure Yin appearance. Intelligence increased by more than 100. Other attributes also increased a lot. And it also came with a super abnormal skill. Isn't this awesome? Sure Yin said, and directly used the suit skill of the treasured lover suit. With a whoosh, Sure Yin instantly transformed into a fire spirit burning with pitch black flames. At this time, only his eyes were red. Burning thoughts, incarnate as the spirit of black flame, damage increased by 100%, immune to physical damage, lasting time is 1 minute, consume 100 mana, cooling time, 8 hours. Chen Fan closed the chat box. This is too much. It's definitely elementalized. I regret it, take it off and give it back to me. Sure Yin ran out of the yard in an instant. Don't force me, the equipment is still there. If the equipment is not there, I will die in front of you. Chapter 162 The Third Natural Disaster Meeting. 3 days later, in the Taoyuan Secret Realm. Chen Fan entered the Western Haotian in the Kunlun Realm 3 times in 3 days. But since the last time he entered 3 days ago, he has not seen Sun Xiaosheng, and Li Xiaoqian has never seen him from beginning to end. Each time he entered, he only had half an hour of actual combat training for the Blade Slayer. When asked by Zhou Chonlin said that the headquarters seemed to be operating something, and he, as the minister, had no right to know. And that incident was probably the reason why Li Xiaoqian and Sun Xiaosheng had no time to go to Kunlun Realm. Chen Fan remembered his answer when he asked Sun Xiaosheng about Yamaki Ichiro before. What are the Pangu executives planning? Is there any connection with Yamaki Ichiro attack on him? After pondering for a while, Chen Fan let go of his brain and came to the task release point of Taoyuan Secret Realm. Secret Realm Task 3. Breeding Flower Love Fish has been completed. Task Reward, all mature flower love fish, 500 magic fish fry, random species. Release Secret Realm Task 5. Zerg Invasion. Resist the first attack of the Void Zerg. Attack time, 3 days later. Attacking Zerg, giant black ants. Task Reward, primary tower blueprint, space diameter increased by 500 meters. Release Secret Realm Mission 6, Defense Tower Builder. Build 10 primary towers. Task Reward, intermediate tower blueprint, space diameter increased by 500 meters. Chen Fan rubbed his chin as he looked at the 2 new tasks in the Secret Realm. I knew that this Secret Realm mission would not be just about farming and raising fish. After all, it is orange-level equipment. How could it be just an upgraded backpack? The Zerg is coming? The Zerg that appeared in the trial mission of Western Haotian? Could it be that the Peach Blossom Secret Realm will also become a treasure of the same level as Kunlun Realm? Forget it. It's too early to think so much now. Let's do one task at a time. Chen Fan came to the clear stream. Control the water flow to fish out most of the mature flower fish in the water. You can have an extra meal tonight. I feel like I'm full of goat smell lately. I'm almost turning into a prairie wolf because of all the goat food I've eaten. He didn't catch all the flower fish. He wanted to keep some for breeding. After leaving the Peach Blossom Land, Chen Fan simply heated up 2 lamb legs and ate them. Then he sat quietly on the sofa waiting for the arrival of the natural disaster meeting. Today is Sunday. And it is the time for the 3rd natural disaster meeting. The natural disaster certificate has been activated. Transmission will start in 3 minutes. Please go to the safe area as soon as possible. There are 2 minutes and 58 seconds left. Transmission waves emerged, and Chen Fan disappeared in his room. Ah! I'm dying of suffocation. Finally, I don't have to watch my words all the time. Captain Li, did you cause the unrest in Lake City? You really helped me a lot. Chen Fan had just sat down on the chair when he heard the clear voice of Taya. The disaster of the void. Li Xiaoqian, who was dressed in a tight suit, first glanced at Chen Fan, and then looked at Taya. How did you guess that I did it? Is it obvious? Tuoluo smiled. The Clay Evening News has published that the Revolutionary Army is reaching out to Yabulian in the form of a military guidance group. Among us, who can't guess that it was you who did it? Lon took off his hood, revealing his delicate face. This is not a leak of information. Instead, it takes advantage of the conflict between the 2 factions of the Yabulian high level to blur our ultimate goal. Chen Fan listened to everyone talking. So they have completed the 2nd task? He looked up at the virtual screen in the center of the conference table. Sure enough, the status of the 2nd task of guarding Huasha City has been completed. The progress of the 1st task of eradicating the surface goblins has also reached 98%, which should be completed soon. So with 2 weeks left, the 8 of us just need to focus on the last mission. Li Xiaoqian, the turbulent situation is indeed partly due to me. I will enter Clay City the day after tomorrow, as the leader of the Mechanical Weapons Guidance Team. Saint Taya, if you need any help from me, you can tell me now. I will try my best to do what I can. Saint Taya nodded. Start to think about the off-field support you need most. Sky Island Prince John spread his palms. You have already completed the second mission. I haven't even seen this news in the newspaper. I really envy you for being able to work together. Alas, I am still the same. I can give a high-intensity fixed-point attack. Elemental Disaster Lon nodded. We will maximize the benefits of your ability. Quick Disaster Quan Yu glanced at everyone. I am already in Clay City, using my own identity. If you need help, just ask, but I can't guarantee that I will do it. He is a wandering swordsman, and he doesn't look out of place wherever he appears. The Desert Disaster Madeline said, the camel caravan I lead will soon arrive in Clay City. I will lurk in the black market of Clay City for a while. Seeing that everyone was seriously explaining the time they could arrive, Tuoluo also told his location at the right time. I am in Black Harbor Town. I can reach Clay City at any time through the teleportation array. My identity is a bit special. I can't find a reasonable excuse to go to Clay City for the time being. Chen Fan was left alone again. I will soon land in the Black Gold Empire. I will be able to teleport to the inner lake of Clay City in about 3 to 5 days. When I go there, I need a strong enough thunderstorm to cover my tracks. Lan's eyes recovered from deep thought. Although we cannot guarantee that everything will be safe, we have already exerted the greatest strength we can currently use. My Black Magic Division and I are temporarily stationed in the Forbidden Forest in the east of Clay City. After all, we cannot find any excuse to enter Clay City with our identities. Even the most vicious and vicious underground forces dare not associate with black magicians. But I have the ability to keep track of the situation in Clay City at all times. And I can also take action at the most critical moment of the mission. But like Prince John, after taking action in Clay City, we need to escape as soon as possible. So if I feel that there is no chance of winning, I will not take action. If this makes any of you feel disappointed or hurt, I am sorry. No one expressed any objection. After all, everyone in the Divine Grace realm knows that black magicians are hated by everyone. Lon scanned the area and continued. Let me tell you about the information I have collected so far. The top combat power of the Principality of Ebulian is 3 third-turn awakening beings, whose level is over 70, one of whom is a mage, and 2 are trial knights. Of course, I am talking about the third-turn strongman in the open. There is at least one in the dark, whose profession should be an assassin. Chapter 163 Special Contact Method. There are 3 strong men who have awakened to the 3rd level or above in the Tianmen Guardian God Church. One is the Chief Judge Baijel, the other is the God-loving Knight Adams, who is also the Guardian Knight of the Principality of Ebulian, and the last one is Pope Charlemagne, who is said to have broken through to the 4th level. Although our mission does not require us to fight these 5, we need to use the worst-case scenario to formulate our plan for safe escape. What do you think? How many strong men who have awakened to the 3rd level or above are we likely to face in the worst case? Lon stopped after asking the last question. Obviously, this was all the information she had found out so far. Taya raised her snow-white right hand. The Chief Judge has been sent to the abyss. If nothing unexpected happens, he probably won't be back this month. But the God-favored Knight Adams will definitely take action, because he is a member of the royal family and a God-favored knight. He will definitely not allow prisoners to escape. Li Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. This is inevitable. But I think that since the Ebulian royal family has sent Adams, the rest of the 3-turn strongmen will not be sent here. After all, the strength of the Pope is the pinnacle of the Ebulian Principality, and the factional struggle within the royal family is also very fierce. At the same time, there are many hidden foreign enemies in the territory of the Ebulian Principality. Seeing that no one was providing information and ideas, Lon spoke up. So our worst result is to face Pope Charlemagne and the God-favored Knight Adams at the same time? This can be called good news. Li Xiaoqian quickly added. There are still a large number of 1st and 2nd level strongmen, and what we predict is only the most likely thing to happen, but we cannot completely guarantee that other 3rd level awakeners will not take action. So the focus of our mission is still on strategy, making good use of Taya identity as an insider, breaking through the prison tower's defenses layer by layer, and bringing the prisoners out. If we really encounter a situation where we must fight a large number of job-changing awakeners, We must also shorten the duration of the battle as much as possible. Lon nodded his head in agreement. I agree with Captain Lee's opinion. Chin Fan and others also nodded one after another. Although there is no specific plan, this direction is obviously the best solution. Lon, well, in this case, in the next few days, I will use my spirit servant to build a communication network for everyone. If you see a dark shadow approaching in the middle of the night, please don't attack. That's my spirit servant. Speaking of spirit servants, Chin Fan felt bitter. When he wanted to obtain spirit servants, he was aiming to be able to contact other natural disasters outside. The result? Alas, it's really hard to describe. The meeting ended without a word. Back to his room, Chin Fan chose a comfortable position to lie on the bed and enter the game. If it weren't for the strong body brought by the upgrade, Chin Fan would doubt whether he would be crippled by lying like this every day. Waking up in the familiar cabin, Chin Fan raised his hand to summon his two spirit servants. In the starlight, the fat-headed and fat-brained Unhappy and the tilted-headed No-Brain appeared in the living room. Chin Fan stared at Unhappy, who could project memories, and No-Brain, who could forcefully enter the other person's dreams. He wanted to try something that he himself thought was unreasonable. If the projected person has no emotions or thoughts, what would happen if I forced him to enter the other person's dream? Is it possible to directly enter the original owner's dream? It feels so unreal to say this. But dreams, obviously, belong to a small world of different latitudes, and are not connected to the rules of real space. Maybe it's really feasible? Give it a try, you won't lose anything. Chin Fan encouraged himself and made a decision for himself. Memory projection. Chin Fan looked back at his memory and found Shi Yin figure at the dinner a few nights ago. Shi Yin, wearing a fire magic suit, appeared in the living room. Except for his somewhat dull expression, this projection was no different from Shi Yin. Shared skills. Dream Traveler. Politis Island, on a beach covered with coconut trees. Captain Shi was cleaning the beach while cursing. According to the order of the mermaid Selvina, he had to throw the coconut shells scattered on the beach into the sea before noon. A dragon swimming in the shallows. A tiger in the plain. Stinky woman. Sooner or later, I'd let you know how powerful your brother Yin is. The dark Lolita Pepe emerged from his shadow. What are you mumbling about? Are you saying bad things about Selvina? Shi Yin was startled, and then quickly shook his head vigorously. I'm saying that Captain Selvina is beautiful and sweet-voiced. She is the woman I admire the most. Sha Pepe curled her lips. Humans are indeed the most slick-tongued race. Selvina's agile figure fell beside Shi Yin. Really? Shi Yin nodded vigorously. Yeah. Selvina's waist and long legs were naked. Her figure was flawless. She leaned down. Do humans really admire mermaids? Or are you just talking nonsense? Shi Yin racked his brains. Ah, right. In our place, admiration has no boundaries, regardless of gender, age, race. There are even people who like imaginary people who only exist in paintings. Selvina grinned. I am very satisfied with your answer. You don't have to clean the house anymore. Just be my personal chef. I have had enough of the coconuts on this island. Shi Yin said nothing and threw away the tongs in his hand. Yes. My captain. Sha Pepe tilted her head and suddenly leaned close to Shi Yin's ear. Selvina Kitchen is in her cabin. You have to be careful. Don't wake up in the middle of the night and find yourself being eaten. Shi Yin said seriously. My admiration for Captain Selvina is like the mountains and the ocean, standing tall and eloquent. It would be my honor even if I were eaten. Shi Yin was eager to be eaten, but his eating was obviously different from Shapeep's eating. Sappeep's expression became a little ugly. I feel so uncomfortable. I feel like I've eaten too much greasy barbecue. Selvina stopped the two from continuing the conversation. Pepe, why did you take so long to go to the mermaid? Did Micah Pennyman make things difficult for you? Sappeep waved her hands quickly, as if she was afraid that Selvina would misunderstand that man. No, Mr. Pennyman is very good to me, but the prophet on their ship is a little unreliable, and the prediction took too long, so I came back today. Selvina frowned. Prophet? The abilities of this hidden tribe are really bizarre. What did he predict? Will our upcoming treasure hunt go smoothly? Sha Pepe nodded. Yes, the prophet named Anthony got the revelation. A small loss, a large gain. Selvina smiled with satisfaction. When can they set off to Pelagius Island? The two were talking. Shi Yin, who was eavesdropping on the side, suddenly softened and fell down. Chapter 160 For the unstoppable visitor from the dream, Wat area, Selvina reached out to support Shi Yin. Then she looked at Sha Pepe. Shop Epic quickly waved her hand. I didn't do anything. Selvina frowned. Falling asleep? I take him back first. In the cabin, Selvina looked at Yin lying on the bed with complicated eyes. The person on the bed had appeared in her dreams countless times. Selvina slowly moved closer to Yin's face, feeling his breath. I like this feeling of my heart beating. On the pleasant, slightly dreamy beach, there are all kinds of beauties wearing cool clothes and sexy bodies coming and going. Chen Fan is looking for Yin among the many swimsuit girls. I actually entered the dream, but I'm not sure if it's Yin's dream, but looking at this scene, it's probably it. Under the only parasol on the beach, Chen Fan found Yin being served by two big-mouthed beauties. This guy was enjoying the fruit fed by the big-mouthed beauty, while speaking incoherently. Chen Fan took a step to Yin and slapped him in the face. Bang! Yin, who was sitting on the recliner, looked at the person who slapped him in the face in confusion. After a long time, Yin's eyes showed a gleam. Old Chen? This is... in my dream? The seawater and countless beauties on the beach turned into foam and slowly disappeared. Chen Fan looked at Yin curiously. How did you find out that you were dreaming? Yin frowned. Shouldn't you tell me first? How did you get into my dream? Okay, I tell you first, because I remember I fell asleep, and it's not my first time dreaming. How could I not know that this was my dream? Good fellow, this guy often has erotic dreams. Chen Fan understood. This is a shared skill of my spirit servant. I'm doing an experiment, and it seems that the experiment is very successful. Yin was very unhappy. Why do you use me for the experiment? Why don't you use Shu Jin and the others for the experiment? Chen Fan shook his head. They are too close to me. I can't do this experiment. Yin, what about Chen Shui? She is much farther away from you than I am. Chen Fan shook his head again. That won't work. What if she is doing a dangerous task? If she falls asleep in danger, it will be a disaster. Yin stared at Chen Fan in silence. The silence was deafening. 2 minutes later, Chen Fan finally felt a little guilty. Bye. I treat you to barbecue tonight. Getting up from the ground, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Damn it! I'm so smart. I can actually pass on messages. It seems that all my efforts in the competitions in Alice Castle were in vain. Chen Fan sat on the bed, and after thinking for a while, he raised his hand to create the figure of Li Shaoqian wearing an apron. 3 years ago, she was bright and charming, and her eyes were full of his own shadow. Dream. Chen Fan still did not use the skill of Dream Traveler. It's broad daylight now. If Shaoqian is carrying out some mission, it would be bad if I disturb her. I'd better wait until night. Although, I really want to know why everything has become like this. Li Shaoqian, who was wearing an apron in the living room, slowly disappeared. Then a cyclops over 3 meters tall sat on the floor. Dream Traveler. Black Gold Empire, Purple Gold City, Square Area, Heavily Polluted Area. The Cyclops Monton stood in the crowd on one side of the track. Although his height stood out, Minton actually did not stand out among the group, because most of them were deformed children, or half-orcs, who were not fully developed. Like Minton, they were poor creatures ostracized by the people in the Empire. There was a long beep. A dilapidated huge magic railcar appeared from the end of the track, approaching at a very fast speed. Seeing the appearance of the magic railcar, the monsters on both sides of the road became a little agitated. Monton raised his hand to stop the restless tribesmen. Don't get close yet, I know you are all hungry. But don't rush. Under Monton's comfort, the group of monsters near him slowly calmed down, but the desire in their eyes could not be suppressed. And the monsters that were not stopped by anyone around, some were already slowly approaching the track. The magic rail car suddenly accelerated, and in the blink of an eye it rushed to the location of the group of monsters, and then suddenly braked. The strong wind pressure directly rolled some of the monsters that were too close to the car under the car. After the strong wind stopped, the monsters that were not rolled under the car were blown away, and then fell heavily to the ground, bleeding everywhere. A burst of arrogant laughter came from the magic rail car, and the laughter was full of contempt. The car door opened, and the soldiers in the uniforms of the Black Gold Empire walked down the car with laughter. Ha ha ha, Joseph's driving skills are not as good as mine. My last emergency stop killed at least 200 bugs. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. But it also has a lot to do with the fact that there were more stink bugs last time. Alright. Unload the garbage quickly. I hate the smell of this place. The stink bugs they were talking about were the residents of the lowlands, who gathered around the garbage trucks. waiting for them to unload. The dirtiest and lowest level people in the Black Gold Empire. The soldiers put on gas masks. The gates of the trucks were opened, and a rotten and foul smell filled the air, making people sick. But for the monsters, this smell is not unbearable. For the monsters who have lived here since childhood, it is just a special smell of food. Every time the garbage truck arrives, it can feed the residents of the entire depression for a week, or even longer. Some hungry monsters have already started running towards the garbage dump before the truck is unloaded. Damn! These stink bugs! They are so anxious to eat garbage. Stay away from me. Bang! The soldier who was cursing shot a deformed man because he came too close. It was as casual as slapping a mosquito to death. Montan quickly led his companions to rush to the garbage dump from the side away from the soldiers. They needed to get 7 days of food for the whole family in the shortest time, because 7 days later, the garbage truck would come next time. 2 hours later, Montan led his companions and pushed a cart without a front back to the gathering place where they were. Facing the cheers of his remaining companions, Montan fell to the ground with a bang before he could respond. The ground here was wet and muddy, and all the houses were raised very high in various ways. In the muddy land, the little Montan was playing with a mechanical doll that was missing an arm. Chen Fan walked to the little Montan. Where is this? Why are the houses so high? The little Montan raised his head and blinked his only big eye twice. Gradually, the confusion in his eyes slowly dissipated. Chapter 165 New World United Government. Metal Robot. The Cyclops slowly grew larger, returning to the 3-meter-tall Cyclops image that Chen Fan knew. This is a depression, the dirtiest and ugliest place in the Black Gold Empire. If the houses are not built higher, when the rainy season comes, we monsters will have no place to live. Montan hates this place. Is this the ability of your spirit servant? It can enter Montan's dream. Chen Fan was surprised. Why do you know this is your dream? Montan pointed to the surrounding scene. Why don't I know this is my dream? Chen Fan felt that he asked a brainless question. Well, this is indeed the ability of my spirit servant. How are you doing in your hometown? Are you interested in going on an adventure with me on the sea? Montan shook his head with a gloomy expression. It seems that you don't know where the depression is. Do you see those chimneys with white smoke in the distance? The circles of chimneys are the walls of the prison called the depression. Monsters like us will never get out of this place in our lifetime. Chen Fan looked around the chimneys surrounding the town. Prison? Are you a criminal? Why do I feel like I don't understand? Montan shook his head and closed his eyes. There are companions here who need Montan. And those crows will not let us leave here. Chen Fan thought for a moment, and then nodded. Okay, I first find out some information about this place called the Depression. If I have the ability to take you and your companions out, you will be willing to work for me on my ship, right? Montan nodded. But he obviously didn't believe that Chen Fan would have that ability. Exiting the dream of the Cyclops, Chen Fan came to the south deck of the Poseidon. Fanzi! Fanzi! Come and see! Chen Shujian, wearing a huge hurdle vest and flowered shorts, waved excitedly at Chen Fan. Seeing Shujian's excitement, Chen Fan took a few quick steps. What's wrong? What's wrong? That piece of land that's... The wheat seeds sprouted? Chen Fan was also moved. The 400 seeds in Taoyuan's secret realm have been planted for half a month, and they haven't sprouted yet, but the 100 seeds given to Shujian sprouted first. Shujian nodded excitedly. Yes. Yes, I divided the seeds you gave me into 2 parts, and cultivated them in 2 ways, but the half with less water sprouted first. According to this growth rate, harvest 2 batches of wheat seeds, and in 2 or 3 months, we will be able to eat magic wheat every meal. Chen Fan patted Shu Jin knee vigorously. Well done. Shu Jin, you will get an extra point in your monthly profit from now on. How is the fruit of life? Is there any sign of germination? Qin Shujin shook his head. It's still the same, but the vitality is still the same, and it hasn't been lost. I'm thinking of giving it a high flow time room to try. Then you must be careful. It's okay if you can't cultivate it. You can't be too greedy. Qin Shujin patted his chest. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Chen Fan turned and came to Mamaduo Mechanized Factory. Several alloy intelligent robots with red lights flashing in their eyes bypassed Chen Fan and went to do their own things. Why is there a change in this mechanical factory every day? Chen Fan threw an identification spell at the alloy robot behind him. Alloy Robot 57, all-round purple. Evaluation. Intelligent mechanical life with good growth potential. Please ensure the logical consistency of his internal program. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and walked into the central control room to find Mamadou, who was building the master control brain. Isn't the maintenance robot you built a bit too advanced? Let's not talk about the materials, just the 2 weapons loaded seem unnecessary. Right? And for such a small arms production line, you build more than 50 intelligent mechanical life forms? The detection ability of the hidden clan is really troublesome. Mamadou took off his glasses and showed a flattering smile. I'm also planning to contribute to protecting the boss's fleet. Chen Fan widened his eyes. What did you mumble last time? Mamadou shook his big head. I only said 1 sentence. Chen Fan always felt like punching cotton when facing this guy. He couldn't talk him out of it. And he couldn't kill him. But he could clearly see that this guy was planning something bad. Chen Fan squatted down. Smiling? Since you are so eager to help your boss, I can't refuse you. Let's do this. I will lead the second ship to you. I hope you can transform it into an underwater frigate with sufficient combat power. And it would be best if it can land. Mamadou opened his mouth, his face full of rejection. He had no time to work for Chen Fan for free. Ah! Chen Fan, This one was full of threats. Mamadou was very reluctant. But now that he had said this, it was hard for him to explain why he created intelligent mechanical life. Okay. Well, I will find time to transform this ship. Chen Fan smiled kindly and patted Mamadou's big head. Then I trouble you. My second captain. Qingzhou, in a suburban villa, 3rd floor. Fang Mingwei was reading several newspapers about various forces in the divine grace world that Chen Fan had given her very carefully. From time to time, she would search the dark web for relevant information mentioned in the newspapers. From the information in the newspapers, although there were not many forces supporting the revolutionary army, all of them were powerful and relatively stable. Although there were many countries and ethnic forces supporting Saint Rhone, almost all of them were unstable forces controlled by ancient corrupt factions. Among them is the Black Gold Empire, which has the most serious racial discrimination. The internal situation of the Black Gold Empire is chaotic. So as the largest producer of magic metals, it is also a country in short supply of arms? I don't know where the offshore base Chen Fan chose is located. I hope it is not too far away from the Black Gold Empire. Well, now the only problem is the supply channel of gunpowder. It would be great if we could get a lot of gunpowder in reality. Is it possible to find a breakthrough from Chen Fan identity as a member of Pangu? Fang Mingwen muttered as she opened another notebook connected to the internet. She was about to check the current price of gunpowder on it. But suddenly, she discovered something incredible. A new world coalition government is about to be established. A United Nations organization still headed by the 5 major powers. Its main function is to deal with large-scale natural disasters and suppress terrorist organizations? It feels very unusual. Could it be an organization where top players from various countries unite to resist the invasion of disasters in the game world? The more Fang Mingwei thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible. Chapter 166 World Mission. Completed. Current attributes. On the edge of the deck, Chen Fan was leisurely sitting under a parasol fishing. World Mission. The end of the surface goblins. Dangerous level completed. Mission reward. Occupational exclusive item. Ocean Spirit. Pink. Promotion hammer. Used to improve the quality of equipment or items. X1. Lord God Space Game Invitation X700. Promotion Mission 2 completed. Mission reward. Breakthrough level 29 authority. Your experience value is full. Level upgrade. Current level 39. Comprehension skill. Time clone. Time clone. Summon yourself a few seconds ago to fight with yourself. Gain 70% of the original body's attack power. The number and attack power increase with the number of exclusive equipment currently owned. Current number of summons. 2. Cooling time. None. Mana consumption. None. Note. 3 minutes after stopping shooting, all clones disappear. This skill is equivalent to more than doubling your own attack. It is indeed a hidden profession. Preconditions triggered. Release the second job transfer task. Captain's exclusive dock. Task requirements. Select an island and successfully establish the first pirate group base. Task reward. Level 39 promotion authority. Evaluation. You have to have a place to live, don't you? The long-awaited system prompt has finally arrived. And this promotion task also makes Chen Fan very satisfied, because it perfectly coincides with what he is going to do next. Once again, add all the newly added 95 free attribute points in the following way. 15 points for physical, agility, magic, 30 for strength, 20 for intelligence. Chen Fan looked forward to checking his new professional exclusive item, a black cloak embroidered with blue wave stripes. Ocean Spirit, Growth Equipment Pink. Evaluation. How can a real man not wear a cloak? 10 seconds of invincibility? There should be a limit. Chen Fan raised his hand and buckled the cloak on his shoulders, and a sense of power arose spontaneously. Chen Fan walked around the room. Well, you can consider installing a full-length mirror in the room. Advancement Hammer. Chen Fan looked at the mini black hammer in his hand. Which piece of equipment should this item be used to upgrade? Advanced Ocean Breath? No need, my Ocean Breath has been devoured in Kunlun Realm for 5 days, and it's about to be upgraded. Maybe the bracelet? Maybe the bracelet only has one rule-based skill. I don't think it will be much better after the upgrade. After thinking about it, it seems that only by improving the newly acquired Ocean Spirit can one improve his strength the most. Do you want to use the upgrade hammer on the Ocean Spirit, Pink? The success rate of a single upgrade hammer is 0.1%. Chen Fan chuckled. Yes. The success rate of the Ocean Spirit, Pink, is 0.1%. Do you want to use the possibility bracelet to adjust the success rate? Chen Fan chuckled again. Yes. Ocean Spirit, Orange, has been successfully upgraded. Evaluation. With this cloak, you can explore as much as you want. Chen Fan's face was full of an irrepressible smile. Basic attributes increased by 20. And the absolute defense time was also increased to 20 seconds. Awesome. Environmental Adapter? What does this skill mean? Does it mean that I can survive in magma and oxygen-free environments? Chen Fan muttered as he activated the Environmental Adapter skill. 1 second later, Chen Fan's feet left the ground and flew directly up. Chen Fan flew several circles in the air at a very fast speed. Is this what it means to be free from gravity? Is it so practical? Chen Fan rushed out of the window and then plunged into the sea. Sure enough, you can breathe without a waterproof mask. And the speed is more than 1 level faster. Chen Fan rushed out of the sea and returned to the deck with a happy look on his face. Let's take a look at his current attributes. Chen Fan, level 39, current experience value overflows a lot. Promotion task is not completed, cannot be upgraded. Evaluation. Different heights see different scenery, your dreams determine what kind of person you are. So strong, I can now deal up to 1,400 to 1,500 damage with the despicable gun plus marking shot. Right? It's so terrifying. This is almost twice as much damage as an ordinary level 39 player. Ocean Breath is about to be promoted. Now the bonus of Ocean Breath is no longer like that of a purple level equipment. Chapter 167 Steel Claw Cancer Tribe Ocean Breath, Purple, Growth Type Exclusive Weapon, can devour other magic weapons to upgrade. Evaluation. When you pick up this revolver, your face already has a pirate-like smirk. I hope my main weapon will upgrade quickly. Although the attributes are very strong, the purple quality is not worthy of my current status. Lu Duo ran out of the cabin like a flash. Old Chen. Your cape is so cool. How did you get it? Did Sister Mingwei give it to you? Sister Mingwei is so partial. She bought equipment for Shi Yan. And for you. But not for me. I'm already level 45. And I'm still using equipment from my 20s. Chen Feng gave the little girl a slap on the head. What nonsense! I just completed a mission in the Dwarf Kingdom. And this is the mission reward. Chen Fan flew up and swam a few circles in the air. How is it? Isn't it handsome? Lu Loli's eyes widened with envy. A flying magic cape? So cool. Put it on me quickly. Let me play with it quickly. Chen Fan spread his hands. Professional exclusive. I can't borrow it. I can't help it. Wait. Duo. When did you reach level 45? How could it be so fast? Lu Duo looked proud. Fishing. How else can I level up? Actually, you can also hunt monsters on the seabed to level up, but it always feels too cruel. Chen Fan was a little confused. No, what kind of fish did you catch? You can level up so quickly. Lu Duo, don't you know? What kind of fish you catch depends on what fish your giant octopus and my heroes catch. You just need to put the hook in the water? Didn't anyone tell you? We have been leveling up this way recently. Chen Fan's eyes widened. You guys are cheating. I said fishing is not that easy. What about the materials you decomposed? Why can't I see any in the warehouse? Lu Duo eyes suddenly wandered. The materials were taken away by Sister Haley. After all, people have to be paid for catching fish. The fish meat was put into the warehouse. Otherwise, what do you think you have eaten these days? The little inventory you had before is not enough for you 3 big eaters to eat in one day. Chen Fan found the reason why he didn't know. Okay. You guys teamed up to embezzle magic materials. Deceiving your superiors and subordinates? This is an unforgivable crime. Deduct 1 month's salary from you. Lu Duo was horrified. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. I sue you for defamation. Sister Mingwei. He defamed me. Chen Fan was about to scare Lu Loli again, but suddenly heard a loud sound of water breaking in the distance, and turned his head to look. Duo. Why is your submarine driving on the sea? Lu Duo murmured. Because it's faster on the sea than underwater? Chen Fan. Why does it drive so fast? Lu Duo eyes were shining with stars. Captain Jack said, he is being chased by a group of crab monsters, and needs reinforcements. Preconditions have been triggered. Release limited time mission. Crazy steel claw crabs. Ordinary level. Mission content. For unknown reasons, the amphibious steel claw crabs began to migrate to the ocean. They began to become crazy and bloodthirsty, and regarded all creatures they saw along the way as enemies to the death. Mission requirements. Kill all attacking steel claw crabs within 2 hours. Remaining time, 1 hour and 59 minutes. Mission reward. Experience value x 65.4 billion, gold coins x 3800. Comment. Steel claw crabs are the evolutionary end of crab monsters. When all of them are dispatched, their strength is no less than that of a sea monster. Chen Fan had a strange expression. He hadn't received a normal level mission for a long time. Very good. It seems that we don't have to eat roasted whole lamb tonight. Yanfan pirates! All members attack. 5 minutes later, there were still only Chen Fan and Lu Duo on the deck. The crab army that was attacking was visible to the naked eye. Chen Fan was a little embarrassed. You guys don't usually watch the internal channel of the pirate group? Lu Duo nodded. I turned on the do not disturb function. Chen Fan was speechless. A captain had disappeared on the spot. Mamadou, send your omnipotent robot to call everyone to my deck. Sister Mingwei, you take the fleet a little further away from the battlefield. 5 minutes later. All the people of Yanfan pirate group stood on the deck. Yawning. Lead these crabs to Poseidon. What can I do? Chen Fan glared at the little boy. How can you get experience points if you kill Poseidon? And there will be no equipment. Kill crabs? I eat crabs 3 times tonight. Chen Shujin rubbed his hands, drooling. I be the vanguard. Qifeng, let's go! The blue mechanical giant dog jumped high, its limbs turned into fins in the air, and it carried Chen Shujin and slammed into the water. Chen Fan looked at Mamadou. When was this modified? Mamadou waved his hand, and sent out dozens of iron men around him. It was modified after being ambushed by the Black Rose pirates. He said that the Titan Knight without a mount was not strong enough. Chen Fan flew into the air. Okay, remember to tell your Iron Legion not to grab the final kill. Mamadou nodded helplessly. Okay, I understand. He was very impatient that Chen Fan interrupted its invention. Chen Fan left the deck and flew straight towards the dark army of giant crabs. Name, Steel Claw Crab King Purple. Evaluation, a monster that is close to the limit of the purple grade, its shell is already indestructible. The largest steel claw crab identified by Chen Fan is indeed the leader of the tribe. Chen Fan raised the ocean breath, bang bang bang, 3 shots. -983, -976, -1864. This. Chen Fan was stunned, the back attack plus the mark only caused more than 1,800 points of damage. With a snap. A sharp splash of water brushed Chen Fan's body and flew into the sky. The Steel Claw Crab King counterattacked Chen Fan. Chapter 168 Sun Daong? Chen Fan, who was almost attacked, grinned. I can't stand being hit with this little HP. The attack is not high either, and the attack is not much faster than the recovery of others. It seems that this ordinary level is not based on my personal strength. Poseidon, I leave this biggest one to you. Remember to leave me a breath. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, a mechanical tentacle suddenly appeared, and directly dragged the Steel Claw Crab King into the water. Chen Fan silently gave a thumbs up. Time clones. 2 clones that looked exactly like Chen Fan appeared on Chen Fan left and right. Without waiting for Chen Fan orders, they started shooting at the steel-clawed crabs on the sea. Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction, and attacked a crab with the 2 clones. In less than a minute, a steel-clawed crab stopped hitting the water, turned over and floated on the sea. Kill steel-clawed crab. Blue, X1, gain 98 million experience points, gold coins x 425. This damage, Chen Fan felt like he was floating. Not to mention the first awakening, I should be invincible within level 49. An hour later, the fleet of the Xinzhou Union had another cargo. That was a huge amount of blue-quality material. The hard shell of the steel claw crab. As for the tons of crab meat, Tree Root and Leviathan said that this amount of food can be completely digested by themselves. The mission was completed. The steel claw crab king also exploded a purple giant claw hammer. The length, hardness and size of that, as if it was tailor-made according to the huge body of Tree Root. Thus, Xu Jin finally had his own handy equipment. Uncle Xu Jin. Who should you thank for getting such a handy weapon? Lu Duoduo looked up at Chen Shujin with a sly look on his face. Chen Shujin put away the giant hammer and squatted down. Thank the steel claw crab king. Thank it for growing a giant claw the right size. Lu Duoduo was dissatisfied. This group of steel claw crabs were attracted by my heroic spirit. So the person you should thank the most is me. Do you understand? You just got a lot of gold coins. Right? Is it not too much to give me some of it? Chen Shujin smiled innocently. Not too much, here you go. Lu Duoduo took a gold coin from Shujin's huge hand. Just one. Lu Duoduo shouted in disbelief. Let's be honest. Aren't the giants in the stories all stupid and brainless? How come this guy looks more cunning than me? Chen Fan glared at Lu Duoduo. Thank you. This time it's a group of steel-clawed crabs. What if it's a group of ship-killing whales next time? I should thank you too? Take me to your ship. I asked Captain Jack what he's up to. Everyone knows to run away when they get into trouble. Lu Duoduo stuck out her pink little tongue and followed Chen Fan to her submarine. The pink bear, the pirate Jack, wearing a pirate hat and a mustache, saw the two people coming and immediately bowed respectfully. Captain, Captain. Although this heroic spirit is arrogant and greedy, he still does a good job in the division of status. Chen Fan nodded. Where did you go to provoke such a large group of crabs? Captain Jack, during the robbery, the huge crab suddenly emerged from the sea, so I couldn't move all the valuable treasures. Lu Duoduo's eyes widened. Shut up. If I had known that the treasures were robbed, I would never have let Chen Fan board the ship. But it's too late now. Chen Fan smiled. So you moved a lot of treasures? Take me to see. Captain Jack hesitated. Chen Fan was the captain, but he was the heroic spirit resurrected by Lu Duoduo. Chen Fan looked at Lu Duoduo unkindly. Why? We can share the hardship, but we can't share the happiness? Lu Duoduo raised his hand reluctantly. Okay, take us to see. Through the cockpit, several people came to the storage cabin of the Pink Bear. The warehouse was full of large boxes made of alloy, and it was estimated that there were at least hundreds of boxes. What puzzled Chen Fan was that there were 4 men with their hands and feet tied lying next to the boxes. Why? They also robbed 4 people? Lu Duoduo looked at his highest level heroic spirit in confusion. Captain Jack is also interested in people? Men? Ah. This is too exciting. Captain Jack spread his hands. These big boxes have passwords. So we can only capture those who know the passwords. But the time is too short. So we only captured 4. Chen Fan nodded. Although Captain Jack is unreliable, he seems to be very wise in doing things. Untie all 4 of them. What kind of storm can just 4 people stir up? Chen Fan used the identification technique to check. All 4 were players. The highest level was only level 35. 5 minutes later, the last man who was untied fell to his knees on the ground with a plop. Thank you, Captain Jack, for saving my life. Thank you, Captain Jack, for saving my life. This man is a smart guy. He didn't blame Captain Jack for stealing his ship. Instead, he was grateful. His desire to survive was full. Chen Fan looked at the face of the man crying bitterly with interest. You are Sun Dalong? This world is so big yet so small. I didn't expect that Sun Dalong, whom I met in the spirit world a few days ago and was eliminated by me, would appear in front of me again. Sun Dalong, with tears in his eyes, stopped performing and looked at Chen Fan in confusion. You know me, you are Captain Chen Fan of the Dispute Island. Oh my god, this is such a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet a friend who had shared hardships with me a long time ago in such a situation. This is such a coincidence. Chen Fan's face was full of smiles. Yes. Yes. The person I missed most after we parted on the island of conflict was Brother Dalong. I didn't expect that my subordinates would accidentally save you today. This is really a surprise. Chen Fan really didn't lie. He really missed Sun Dalong and his main compass treasure, the alchemy potion slot machine. Brother Dalong? What's going on with you? Is this batch of goods yours? How did you get attacked by the group of steel claw crabs? Chen Fan knew that it was Captain Jack who robbed first, but he deliberately said that they were attacked by the steel claw cancer first. Sun Dalong was also a wise man, and he continued what Chen Fan said. Since he completed the task of the Four Seas demon god Tobahi last time, he accidentally joined a chamber of commerce formed by players from country T. Because of his identity as a pharmacist, he was treated well in this chamber of commerce. But what he didn't know was that the goods transported by this T countryman were actually a kind of spiritual magic medicine, which was the Dian of the Divine Grace realm. This thing has always been a contraband in the God Grace realm. So Sun Dalong good times didn't last long after he joined the Chamber of Commerce. He was attacked by the Navy. And the Chamber of Commerce, which originally had dozens of ships, was also broken into pieces. Sun Dalong's ship was part of the broken up part. In fact, it was nothing. At most, he could find another job in the Union in the future. Although it was broken up, Sun Dalong's ship did not suffer any substantial damage. No wonder the treatment is so good. Such a dangerous job. If I had known that I would be transporting this kind of thing, I would not have joined. Chapter 169. New member, Dora's dream. Then he met the pink bear, and then he was robbed. Misfortunes never come alone. While robbing, he was attacked by the steel claw crab tribe, and his companion ship was also damaged and sank. The only good news is that he is still alive, and he met Chen Fan. Chen Fan fell into thought, and he seemed to have found the reason why the steel claw crab went crazy. Have you had a cargo ship carrying this thing sunk by the Navy? Sun Dalong thought without hesitation. There must be one. And I saw more than one. The sky was filled with black shells. I still find it incredible that I was able to escape from the battlefield. Chen Fan nodded. Then tell me, is it possible that the steel-clawed crabs went crazy because they ate a lot of this thing on the seabed? And the reason they desperately attacked you was also because of this thing? Ah! Sun Dalong exclaimed, and was about to refute, but his face became more and more ugly. It seems like there is no way to refute this. Chen Fan looked at Lu Duo seriously. Hurry up and let your heroes throw these things off the ship. Sun Dalong's eyes widened. Captain Chen, this? Throw it into the sea? Do you know how much this thing costs per gram? Lu Duo showed an enlightened look. Old Chen. You mean, are you afraid that other powerful sea creatures that have consumed this medicine will attack the pink bear? Not really. Right? It seems that it is difficult for creatures that can defeat the Poseidon to appear in this sea area? Chen Fan glanced at the big boxes in the warehouse. It's not entirely because of this. Although our goods are also munitions that can provoke war, they are different from this kind of poison. Looking back at the history of our world, any force that has been involved with this kind of thing will have a good end. As arms dealers, we can barely have an officially recognized identity, but as long as we trade this kind of thing once, we are likely to be labeled as the world's public enemy. Although you think there must be a covert way to sell them, I am absolutely opposed to this matter. Lu Duo thought for 2 minutes. Captain Jack, take people and throw all these evils into the sea. This thing has aroused my greed before it turns into gold coins. It's hard to imagine whether we will go crazy after tasting the sweetness. Compared to gold coins, living peacefully is more precious. Chen Fan gave the little Lolita a thumbs up. Well, it's hard to imagine that these words came from a high school student. Lu Duo blushed a little. What about these 4 people? How to deal with it? Throw it into the sea as well? Sun Dalong and his companions were immediately panicked. No. Captain Lu. We are all from the same place. There is no need to be so cruel. Captain Chen. We are comrades who share life and death. Chen Fan knew that Lu Duo was cooperating with him to bring Sun Dalong into the group. It is true that they are comrades. But there are many secrets in our fleet. If they are not our own people, I will be very worried. Sun Dalong vaguely understood something. Then, I wonder what the requirements for joining the Shinjo Union are. Are we qualified to join? Chen Fan smiled. Brother Dalong, what you said is really the best way if you want to join. We are all comrades in arms. There is no need to talk about qualifications or not. From now on, you are the pharmacist of our Shinjo Union. How many ships have you sunk? I will let Captain Jack take you to the bottom of the sea to look for wreckage. Otherwise, it will be a big trouble if you lose your companion treasure. Among the 4 people, only Sun Dalong and a countryman named Krakoko had a ship as his companion treasure. After a few simple explanations, Chen Fan quickly asked Captain Jack to lead them to the bottom of the sea to find the wreckage of his ship. The treatment and other information could be discussed after returning. This kind of thing is Fong Minghua's strong point. After simply sending Fong Minghua's son Dalong ability and value, Chen Fan returned to the Poseidon. It was almost dusk at this time. The sky in the west was red. And occasionally seagulls flew across the sky. The setting sun and the lone wild goose fly together. The autumn water and the sea and sky are the same color. In such a poetic scenery, Chen Fan summoned the brainless and unhappy, projected the exquisite and perfect woman in his memory. Dream traveler. In the magical and beautiful world, a vine that reaches the sky goes deep into the clouds. On the huge leaves of the vine, there is a row of cabins sitting unobtrusively, and there is a gurgling stream behind the cabins. The water in the stream flows, and it is unknown where it flows. Although it was a dream, but wasn't the dream of Tuoluo too beautiful? And wasn't the girlish feeling too strong? It didn't seem to match her wise character at all. Chen Fan walked into the courtyard. There were several beautiful bean pods in the courtyard, and a babbling child was lying in each bean pod. There was a swing hanging on a small tree in the courtyard, and a beautiful girl was swinging on it, laughing crisply. Chen Fan looked at the man pushing the swing, and felt very complicated. The image of that man was exactly himself. This time the scumbag was confirmed. So the pod was all Tuoluo imagination, and his own child. The girl's silver bell-like laughter slowly disappeared, and her eyes slowly met with Chen Fan, who invaded the dream. The scene collapsed completely, and directly turned to the outer perimeter of the forbidden bunker. Tuoluo, in pink clothes and skirt, suddenly appeared in front of Chen Fan. Who are you? How dare you invade my dream? She felt that Chen Fan in front of her was an enemy who imitated the person in her dream. Chen Fan smiled awkwardly and impolitely. Long time no see, my man. Didn't I just push the swing for you? The forbidden bunker, I was trapped for more than 30 days, I was starving to death. Chen Fan said 3 secrets that only the two of them knew in one breath. Tuoluo was stunned on the spot. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It seems that I have to kill you. Chen Fan took 2 steps back. There is no need for this, I kept what I saw just now in my heart, and didn't tell anyone. Tuoluo rolled his eyes charmingly. Although the reason for his affection was mostly due to his companion plant spirit, this guy did have some personality charm. At least no one in the plant spirit world had ever talked to him like this. What ability do you have? Is it also the ability that comes with your soul master? Chen Fan shook his head. I got the ability from a crazy girl. I have tried to communicate across boundaries, and I came to you first. Before, because I felt guilty, and a little bit afraid of death, I left without saying goodbye. Sorry. Tuoluo suddenly smiled charmingly. What are you sorry for? It's not your fault. You also saw the dream just now. Didn't you say you would take responsibility? Then grow to the holy realm quickly, and then marry into the plant spirit world. Chapter 170. Can I take a look at the marriage law of the plant spirit realm? Chen Fan was a little confused. Saint realm? What level is that? Montua thought for a while. If we count by level, it should be the third awakening, and the strength above level 80 can be called the Saint realm. Level 80. Chen Fan thought it didn't seem that difficult. Well, marrying into the wife's family is not a big deal, but I want to ask, can I take a look at the marriage law of your plant spirit realm? Well, it's mainly about bigamy. Okay, actually. It doesn't matter if you read it or not. I mainly want to consult about the extra companion plant spirit on my chest, dark spirit 9-layer wind. Seeing Tuoluo's face was cold, Chen Fan quickly changed the subject. Tuoluo hugged his shoulders. You don't still have feelings for your ex-girlfriend named Xiao Qian? Do you? She's not very strong, but she's quite a playboy. Dark Spirit 9-layer wind is the descendant of my companion plant Spirit 9 desires to climb the sky. Aren't you the Lord of Souls? Why haven't you activated it yet? Chen Fan was speechless. He wanted to. But he was not Conan. He would kill people everywhere. How could he get so many soul points? I will activate it as soon as possible. How is your mission in the Principality of Abulian going? Is it going well? Tora transformed into a rattan chair and sat on it. Regarding the mission plan, wouldn't it be more appropriate for you to ask your strong ex-girlfriend? Chen Fan was speechless. This topic was unreachable. If you have nothing else? I go back first. Tuoluo hurriedly called Chen Fan. Wait a minute, there are a group of students from the plant spirit realm who are going to come to the main world for training. I want to arrange them on your ship. You also brought your magic gold chain armor, and it should be in the Nangang city of the Black Gold Empire now. I wonder if President Chen Fan, the overlord of the South China Sea. Has any objections? How can this woman have such a good memory? No objection. I dare not have any objection. I am in need of talents on my ship, and I also want to thank Man for her timely help. Tuoluo suddenly appeared in front of Chen Fan, with a charming smile on her face. Then, do you need me to thank you here? Chen Fan shook his head. Why does this woman have a different face from time to time? No. No. I don't feel anything in the dream. Tuoluo's face turned cold instantly. Really? Uh-huh. Who have you tried it with? It's over. I let it slip. Chen Fan grinned and quickly left Tuoluo's dream. Alas! Why didn't I think before I spoke? I was careless. At this time, Xiao Qian should be asleep too. Memory projection. Dream traveler. In the cockpit of a huge aircraft hidden above the clouds, a beautiful woman in a black uniform and wearing headphones sat in the main driver's seat. Creator Li Xiaoqian, please report your current location. Repeat, Creator Li Xiaoqian, please report your current location. Creator received, current location, 24 degree 16, 58 N, 153 degree 59, 12 E, above Minami Torishima. Tokyo, repeat, 24 degree 16, 58 N, 153 degree 59, 12 E, above Minami Torishima. Tokyo. Li Xiaoqian put down the headset and looked at the clouds outside the window with cold eyes. Sun Xiaoxing is such a fool. If he gets the information wrong, I will cut him into pieces. Creator Li Xiaoqian, please continue to hover in the designated airspace and be ready to pick up the judge squad at any time. Repeat, Creator Li Xiaoqian, please continue to hover in the designated airspace and be ready to pick up the judge squad at any time. Creator received. Repeat, Creator received. Before Li Xiaoqian finished speaking, he suddenly tilted his head and fell asleep. The muscular man Rong Wei in the co-pilot seat beside him panicked. Xiaoqian. Captain Xiaoqian? What's going on? Are you asleep or dead? Damn! Are you asleep? Can you sleep while flying? Help! The captain of our plane is asleep. In the void, Li Xiaoqian stood in the air in confusion. Where is this? Who teleported me away? This is your dream, but it's a little strange. Why is there nothing in your dream? Why didn't I know you don't dream before? Li Xiaoqian turned around and saw Chen Fan in casual clothes. Chen Fan? Chen Fan nodded. Long time no see. Li Xiaoqian frowned. Long time no see. Didn't we have a meeting together 3 days ago? What kind of weird ability do you have that can force me to sleep? Do you know what I'm doing? Chen Fan was curious. It's so late. What else can you do if you don't rest? Li Xiaoqian looked at Chen Fan seriously. I'm flying a plane. Chen Fan was a little confused. What plane? What plane? Who is flying the plane? Ah! My God, then you should go back quickly. This is unacceptable. I fell asleep while flying the plane. It can't crash. Right? Li Xiaoqian opened her eyes suddenly, raised her hand, and subconsciously grasped the joystick. Jingwei took over. Rong Wei's somewhat resentful voice sounded beside Li Xiaoqian. Li Xiaoqian breathed a sigh of relief. Asshole, you really know how to pick the time. In the courtyard of a villa in the suburbs. Steamed crab meat, braised crab meat, garlic crab meat. The table was full of magical ingredients that could increase strength. Crab meat with steel claws. Zhou Chonlin and Chen Shui were in charge of cooking. Chen Fan, Qin Shujin and Leviathan were in charge of eating endlessly. The others were full. The three of them ate for more than half an hour before they finished. Zhou Chonglin wiped the sweat from his forehead, took off the gloves to prevent being burned by the oven. Damn it, I don't believe that our archer's hand speed is not enough for you to eat. How about it, are you good at it? Zhou Xiafei quickly pulled Zhou Chonglin's sleeve. Minister, there's really nothing to be proud of being a barbecue chef with high agility attributes. Chen Fan patted his belly with satisfaction. He felt that he seemed to have gained some weight recently. Old Zhou, how is the investigation of Yamaki Ichiro going? Didn't you let me participate in the investigation at the beginning? Why is it that not only am I not included in the investigation team now, but even the progress of the incident is kept secret from me? Zhou Chonlin, a minister of a province, had to greet Chen Fan questioning with a smile. Who asked him to bring 6 or 7 people to eat and live in other people's houses every day? Old Chen, don't mention you. I don't have any information at all now. But I think something big has happened. Chen Fan asked curiously, how do you think it is? Tell me about it. Zhou Chonlin came over with a sly look and whispered in Chen Fan's ear. The latest order I received is to closely monitor the game players from Rizhao in our country. And I also heard that some departments are arresting Rizhao people who come to our country for tourism. You said that even ordinary people need to be arrested now. How can the matter be small? Chen Fan fell into deep thought. How could this matter involve so many people? Are you sure these things are related? Chapter 171 The Past Love is Ended. Zhou Changlin waved his hand. Then where can I go to confirm it? I can't get any accurate information even if I say so. On the sofa not far away, Lu Duoduo swung her white legs in white silk stockings, and her little head leaned close to Hua Xiaoying. Sister Hua, what do you think Lao Chen and Lao Zhou are whispering about? Whispering to each other, they don't have any weird habits. Do they? Hua Xiaoying's expression gradually became strange, and she didn't know what she was thinking of. So, is it like this? Minister Zhou likes handsome men? In the distance, Zhou Changlin suddenly thought of something. By the way, old Chen, do you know Zheng Yanyan? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Changlin. Zhou Changlin waved his hand. What do you mean by looking at me like that? I didn't investigate you. I investigated her. She was your high school classmate. Right? Chen Fan nodded in confusion. Yes. Not only classmates, but also dating for several years. Why are you investigating her? Zhou Changlin shook his head. You must know Zhao Guangjing. Too. You know he's a gamer? He lost control because he lost too much emotion. He's in prison now. Your ex-girlfriend is looking for someone to see him every day. Chen Fan frowned. He and Zheng Yanyan have been together for more than 2 years. It would be a lie to say they have no feelings for each other. Although it was Zheng Yanyan who proposed the breakup, she never did anything to let him down when they were together. And Zheng Yanyan was very kind to her parents. Please tell me in detail. Seeing that Chen Fan was really interested, Zhou Changlin told Chen Fan everything. We received a notice from the police 3 days ago. At that time, the police were arresting Zhao Guangjing, who had killed 2 male students. It is said that the reason was that the 2 male students spoke rudely to their mentor, Zheng Yanyan. Then, because he lost the 3 emotions, Zhao Guangjing, who had a strong possessive desire, used the ability in the game to kill the 2 male students. And his ability is definitely not something that ordinary public security departments can deal with. So after we received the notice, we arrested him. Huh? So, we have vented your anger. Do you want to donate some gold coins to the organization out of gratitude? Chen Fan shook his head quickly. Don't. I don't have enough gold coins to buy bullets. And I don't have any spare money to donate to the organization. Zhou Changlin curled his lips, looking like he didn't believe it. And he angrily pursed his lips at Fang Mingwei. With that person here, you can't afford such expensive bullets, and you're still crying poor? Chen Fan raised a finger. 1 gold coin, 1 shot. Zhou Changlin was shocked. 1 gold coin per shot? 100 yuan? What kind of gun do you have? Did you shoot the gold coins directly? Brother, listen to my advice, don't use this gun if you can. Chen Fan felt the same way. Okay, you just said how Zheng Yanyan is doing. Doesn't she know that Zhao Guangjing has gone crazy? Why are you still obsessed with going to see him? Zhou Changlin, well, there is a difference between being out of control and being crazy. To put it simply, people who are out of control have just become extremely paranoid. People who are out of control and have not been touched are actually the same as ordinary people. So your ex-girlfriend may think that her husband is not crazy yet. Is she still in prison now? Zhou Changlin nodded. She should be. Chen Fan hesitated for a while and sighed. Well, can you take me to see it? Zhou Changlin, that's fine. But you have to drive your car. My company car is out of gas. Chen Fan was extremely contemptuous. I just don't understand. Doesn't Panga pay you? Why are you all so poor? Zhou Changlin opened the passenger door of the G-Class. Correction. It's our Pangu. You know, after a while. Fang Mingwei walked over in high heels. Where are you two going? Chen Fan, to the city to do some personal business. Do you want to go? Fang Mingwei's pretty face turned red. Is it convenient for me to go there for private matters? She said, as she opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Dongju Detention Center, Service Hall. Zheng Yanyan, who was exhausted, was holding her mobile phone and making a call. Chief Su, please, after all. Guangjing is your nephew. Please help me. Let me meet him and ask him clearly. It's not like that. I think Guangjing must have been drugged and framed at the time, which made him so impulsive. It can't affect you. Hello. Zheng Yanyan put down the phone with a blank expression. She really didn't know what to do. She didn't believe Zhao Guangjing had the courage to kill someone. This family can't be without a man. If you want to exonerate him, you should find a lawyer. What's the point of finding the section chief? A familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded behind Zheng Yanyan. Zheng Yanyan turned her head in disbelief. Chen Fan? Minister Zhou? Minister Zhou. You finally showed up. I beg you to let me meet him. I have to ask him clearly. Our children are still young. If he gets into trouble, we can't survive in Qinzhou. She saw Fang Mingwei, a beautiful woman with good temperament beside Chen Fan. But at this moment, she was no longer in the mood to think about who this woman was. Zhou Chonglin looked at Chen Fan in embarrassment. It was definitely not allowed according to the regulations. After all, she was an extremely dangerous criminal. But he still had to give Chen Fan face. Zheng Yanyan saw Zhou Chonglin looking at Chen Fan and understood something. Please, Chen Fan. Please. I was wrong about what happened before. I am vain. Just consider it as doing me a last favor. Okay. Fang Mingwei looked at the woman, who had lost her luster. He is here to help you. What else do you think he is here for? She knew about this woman when she was investigating Chen Fan. Chen Fan sighed. Old Zhou, make an exception. Don't mention the past. I don't take it to heart. Most women don't want to stay in a 10-square-meter barber shop for their whole lives. I can understand. Fang Mingwei seemed to see Chen Fan's loneliness in the past. She pulled Chen Fan's hand with some heartache. Zheng Yanyan lowered her head and choked up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. With Zhou Chonglin's privilege, several people came to the door of the solitary prison where Xiao Guangjing was imprisoned. Xiao Guangjing, who kept talking to himself, saw Zheng Yanyan coming and suddenly raised his head. Yanyan, you are finally here. Did the men outside make things difficult for you? Chen Fan? Damn it! You damn thing. Do you want to take advantage of the situation? You despicable little person. You are the stain in our relationship. Let me out. Let me out. Let me kill this bastard who stole Yanyan's heart. This bastard? Chen Fan turned to look at Zhou Chonglin. Or should we just give him a humane death? Fang Mingwei also looked at Zheng Yanyan in confusion. Has he always been so petty? Chapter 172 On the Eve of Landing, Ambiguity with Mingwei. Zheng Yanyan was shocked. It's not to this extent. Why has Guangjing become like this now? Although he was narrow-minded before, he was never so extreme. Could he really have a mental illness? Zhou Chonglin thought for a while, then nodded. Well, actually, you can understand it this way. This is indeed a special mental illness. Although there is no cure for it for the time being, it doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. So, the current arrangement is to treat these patients as part of the ALS plan, waiting for the technology to restore consciousness in the future before restoring them as a whole. Fang Mingwei, who had been standing aside in silence for a long time, showed a puzzled expression. ALS project? Similar to the technology in the movies that revives people hundreds of years later? Have we developed to this level? Zhou Chonglin nodded. This kind of cross-era progress is actually all thanks to that place. It changes with each passing day. Sometimes even our thoughts can't keep up with the research speed of those scientists. Zheng Yanyan automatically ignored those things she didn't understand. Hundreds of years? Even if Guangjing's disease can be cured by then, what's the point of him living without any relatives? Zhou Chonglin was in a dilemma. Then, for the sake of President Chen, I will freeze you and him together. Then you can live together as you wish. Zheng Yanyan shook her head and refused. No. I still have parents and daughter. I can't just run away like this. Can't you just let him go? I will definitely take good care of him, and won't give him the chance to hurt anyone again. Without waiting for Zhou Chonglin to speak, Chen Fan spoke first. Do you think this is possible? Let's not talk about whether the law allows it or not. The families of the two victims will not agree to it. At present, freezing is the only solution. This is when I try my best to help you. Of course, I can also make him a vegetable. The kind that can't live without your care for the rest of his life. You choose. This is the last time I will help you. Whether it's right or wrong, the matter between us is settled. Zheng Yanyan was silent for a long time. Then, let him see the future world. Thank you, Chen Fan. In fact, at the beginning, the reason why I left was not entirely because I could not see the future. Part of the reason was that I could not accept the beauties around you. You are too popular with the opposite sex. It can't satisfy my sense of security. Finally, I want to say sorry to you. I'm sorry. In the end, Zheng Yanyan still chose the ALS plan. Qin Fan felt a little melancholy on the way back to the villa, and his heart was complicated. Was my relationship with the opposite sex really that good? But is that my fault? I didn't make any substantial mistakes. So, was this the reason why Li Xiaoqian left? No way. Xiaoqian has such a strong personality, how could she leave because of such a small setback? There must be other reasons. Fang Mingwei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said in a complicated tone. Have you always been popular with the opposite sex? But then again, there are indeed many beauties around you. Chen Fa retorted. Sister Mingwei, don't listen to her nonsense. I'm a hairdresser. I must have more female customers. It's not that exaggerated. Fang Mingwei nodded thoughtfully. Isn't it exaggerated? I rarely see people giving numbers to their ex-girlfriends. Qin Fan was shocked. You peeked at my phone. Right. You must have peeked at my phone. Zhou Chonlin curiously poked his head out from the back seat. Excuse me. Has President Chen number been assigned to 2 digits? Qin Fan was speechless. If you know it's presumptuous, just ask less. The next day, at 3:50 in the morning, Qin Fan woke up automatically. A week was enough time for his subconscious mind to establish a biological clock. Poisonous woman. Poisonous woman. How did the woman surnamedly come up with such a torture method? 10 minutes later, Qin Fan appeared again in the desolate western sky. Just as he expected, Li Xiaoqian did not appear, and neither did Sun Xiaosheng. Maybe Zhou Chonglin was right. The Pangu high-level officials might be planning something big, so no one has time to care about me. Detecting the same attribute energy, Ocean Breath is swallowing. Ocean Breath once again started its growth journey with due diligence. A few seconds later, the familiar Blade Slayer appeared in the desolate black world. Qin Fan immediately activated his new skill, Time Clone. The 3 Qin Fans ran in 3 directions at the same time. The Blade Slayer was stunned for a few seconds, then rushed to the nearest Qin Fan and attacked him. The 3 Qin Fans shared Qin Fan evasion experience and way of thinking. On average, each Qin Fan could dodge the Blade Slayer for more than 7 seconds. The 3 Qin Fans lasted for about half a minute before they were defeated. This is the highest record of Qin Fan persistence. I can only last about 7 seconds for each one, which is a big hurdle. I feel that I haven't broken through 7 seconds in the 4 actual combat trainings today. Is my reaction speed reaching the limit? 2 hours later, Qin Fan returned to his room. Little Leviathan was sleeping soundly. Looking at Leviathan's small dragon body, Qin Fan had a strange feeling of raising a son. He simply steamed a large pot of crab meat and flour fish as breakfast for him and Leviathan. Qin Fan carried Leviathan to the deck of Poseidon. The sea was sunny and windy. Looking to the north, the Black Sea boundary and land could be vaguely seen. Fang Mingwei walked to Qin Fan with a cat-like step. Why are you online so early? You can't sleep either? Qin Fan nodded. Someone doesn't want me to sleep in. I can't help it. Why are you up so early? You didn't come back until late last night. Fang Mingwei shrugged. You're too soft-hearted. As soon as you lie down, your mind is full of your ex-girlfriend pitiful expression, so you might as well get up and work. Qin Fan didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. Yesterday, he went to learn about his past. Everyone has their own destiny. No one can do anything about it. Is that the territory of the Black Gold Empire? Fang Mingwei nodded. It should be. Although we can see the land, it will probably take about half a day to land. You don't have any important tasks to do this time? You won't leave everything to me again? Qin Fan was slightly embarrassed. I try my best. Fang Mingwei had a bad feeling. What do you mean you try your best? There are many buyers to contact this time. You still want to be a hands-off boss? Asshole. Fang Mingwei stamped her feet in anger, but it seemed that because of the high heels she was wearing, she did not stand firmly, and fell to the deck with a stumble. Qin Fan was quick-witted and took Sister Mingwei into his arms. For a moment, she was as warm and fragrant as jade. Fang Mingwei's emotions disappeared in an instant, and she stared at Qin Fan with a pair of big Caroline eyes. Chapter 173 Secret Realm Mission. Zerg Invasion. Qin Fan stared at the delicate and charming face in front of him. The atmosphere was already set here. Would it be a bit of a spoiler if he didn't kiss her? The hearts of both of them were beating violently at the same time. Qin Fan leaned down, and Fang Mingwei closed her eyes. Oh my god, I finally saw land again. Is anyone on the boat? We're about to land. Old Qin? Ah! I didn't see anything. It's over. It's over, I'm going to get sty, I'm going to get sty. Lu Duoduo timing was very accurate. Fang Mingwei, blushing, quickly pushed Chen Fan away and stood up. Then she ran back to her cabin in her high heels. Lu Duoduo came to Chen Fan in a strange way. How far have you progressed? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do it, I didn't expect you to get up so early to have an affair. Next time you should find a more secluded place. This big deck, it's so bad. Chen Fan was so angry. You little bitch. Can you please pay attention to your words? Where can I find it? Do I need you to teach me? Also, what is cheating? Which eye did you see me cheating? Lu Duoduo eyes widened. You are so good. Old Chun, you still don't admit it. Is your girlfriend Sister Chen Shui? You did this and that with Sister Mingwei in the game without Sister Chen Shui knowledge. Are you cheating? My poor sister Chen Shui. She fought for you in the abyss, but you cheated on her without her knowing it. Chen Fan quickly covered Lu Duoduo's mouth. Alright. Alright. Alright, shut up now. Why are you acting so much? Get all your heroes ready today. There might be a fierce battle tomorrow. Lu Duoduo was a little confused. Fierce battle? What fierce battle? Is Selvina Black Rose coming? Chen Fan shook his head. That's not the case. It's just that there is a Zerg attack mission in my secret realm. I don't know how strong it is, so for safety, I'm going to mobilize all the forces of our Shinjo, because we can enter the secret realm in reality. So Chen Shui and Shi Yan can also join the battle. If it's too difficult, you can also ask Zhou Chonlin and his subordinates for help. Make sure everything is foolproof. Lu Duoduo was stunned. Your first defense mission for the secret realm props? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Do you need so many people to help? Why not? Facing the unknown. You have to be in awe. Do you know that? After giving Lu Duoduo the task of cleaning the deck, Chen Fan came to the fields of Shujin. Sun Dalong, who had just joined the group yesterday, was placed by Fang Mingwei on Chen Shujin's side. As for the 3 players on Sun Dalong's ship, Fang Mingwei did not recruit them into the guild. Perhaps because their strength was too ordinary. They would be placed in the Black Gold Empire area this time. Chen Shujin was hoeing the land at this time, while Sun Dalong was sitting on the edge of the deck, eating roasted potatoes and fishing. Chen Fan came to Sun Dalong, who was a little busy. Brother Dalong, are you used to living on my ship? Sun Dalong put down everything he was doing when he saw the arrival of the person. Not used to it. Chen Fan was surprised. What are you not used to? Are you not satisfied with the treatment? Or are you uncomfortable? Sun Dalong grabbed Chen Fan's hand. The sense of security on the Poseidon is too strong. I really can't get used to it. President, just call me Dalong. The treatment is not important. I just ask you one thing. Don't let me leave your union. This potato is really delicious. Brother Shujin gave it to me. Do you want to eat one? Chen Fan readily agreed, and took a bite of a baked potato. Yeah. It's really sweet. It tastes like sweet potato. You scared me when you said you were not used to it. I thought the pharmacist I just hired was going to leave me. Sun Dalong, how is that possible? President Mingwei treated me so well. And the ship is so safe. I won't leave even if you chase me away. Where is our headquarters in reality? I can leave for the organization at any time. Chen Fan waved his hand. We are all in Qingzhou now, but we have encountered some problems recently. You should wait a while before coming. Sun Dalong showed a puzzled expression. You have encountered some problems? Then I will go even more. I know that you, President Chen, let me join because of my compass item, but I am also a level 39 archer. With my spirit servant, my strength is not first rate, but it is definitely stronger than the top of the second rate. Chen Fan was a little surprised. Is that so? Then I won't be polite. You can come to Qingzhou when you are free. Call me when you arrive, and I will drive to pick you up. Sun Dalong smiled. Okay. This potato is cooked. Would you like to eat another one? Chen Fan shook his head. Forget it. You don't know my appetite. If I really eat it, you can bake 10 ovens and still not be able to feed me. By the way, did you find your boat? I found it. It swallowed a lot of high-level materials and turned into a giant sailboat. Now it should be filled with blue materials by President Mingwei. Sun Dalong ate potatoes by himself. Chen Fan chatted with him for a few more words, and then borrowed his alchemy potion slot machine, and after setting the target potion, he shook out nearly 1,000 bottles of mana recovery potion. Although the success rate was very high, it also took Chen Fan almost a whole morning. When returning the prop to Sun Dalong in the afternoon, Sun Dalong said he didn't want anything anymore. He meant to fix the prop directly on the deck of the Poseidon, so that the benefits of the prop could be maximized. Chen Fan couldn't refuse. So he really installed the slot machine on the deck. For this, Chen Fan promised that no matter who used the slot machine, 1/10 of the alchemy potion obtained would be given to Sun Daolong. Both parties were very happy. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, in the Taoyuan secret realm, except for Fang Mingwei and Haili, all members of the Xinzhou Union appeared in the secret realm, because at this time, the Xinzhou fleet had already docked at the port of Nangang City in the Black Gold Empire. Fang Mingwei was busy with the arrangement of the fleet, while Haili had to stay on the fleet to prevent anyone from coveting the valuable goods on the ship. Qin Shui looked at the territory surrounded by thick fog with an expressionless face. What's inside the white fog? Is there really no way to get in? Chen Fan nodded with certainty. This white fog area represents the area I haven't unlocked yet. Due to the rules, there should be no way to get in. Anyway, I can't get in. Xu Jin held his huge crab claw hammer. Let me try. Chen Fan was about to stop him, but Xu Jin had already taken his turn to smash the white fog with the sledgehammer. Bang! 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 Chapter 174 Generous Rewards for Killing. Xu Jin's sledgehammer flew out of his hand and hit the stream with a bang. The ignorant Xu Jin also flew back more than 10 meters, and then sat down in the field. Thanks to his knight profession, his skin was thick and tough. Others would have screamed and wailed. Chen Fan spread his hands helplessly. Anyone else want to try it? Lu Duoduo raised her snow-white little hand. I think Captain Shi Yan sure can try it, using his black carbon man form. Shi Yan said he didn't want to. When will the enemy appear? I have a living Buddha over there who needs my service. Chen Fan called up the task panel. Release Secret Realm Task 5. Zerg Attack. Resist the first attack of the Void Zerg. Attack time, 3 minutes later. Attacking Zerg, Giant Black Ant Tribe. Task reward, Primary Tower Blueprint, space diameter increased by 500 meters. Well, it will start in 3 minutes. We don't need to gather together. This space is a circle. Let's line up at the edge. If the enemy is not strong, each of us only needs to be responsible for the enemies in the area around us. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he stood still. The tree root stood up shakily, walked to the creek, picked up his war hammer, and stood behind Chen Fan. Mamadou and Shi Yan, who led the mechanical army, went to Chen Fan left. Lu Duoduo and Qin Shui naturally stood on Chen Fan right. The 6 people formed a hexagram pattern. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Everyone, be ready. 2 minutes later, several black ants the size of earth dogs emerged from the thick white fog. Chen Fan was slightly surprised. He hadn't seen such a small monster for a long time. Giant black ant, green. Evaluation. Cannon fodder among Zerg, but it is still very useful for carrying goods. Chen Fan was really embarrassed. This thing can be killed with one shot, but it is almost the same. If I mobilize a large number of troops, will everyone complain that I am timid? Lu Duoduo held a heroic blade and cut off the head of the giant black ant. This thing is so weak. Is it based on waves? Like a tower defense game, each wave is stronger than the last. Chen Fan nodded vigorously. Luckily, this girl has a strong imagination. Yes, that's it. More and more giant black ants came in from the white mist, like a black wave. But even so, these black ants couldn't keep up with the speed of the Xinzhou Guild's killing. Kill the giant black ants. Level 9, green, gain experience points * 10 million, gold coins x10 after checking his own kill report, Lu Duoduo exclaimed. A level 9 monster gave me 10 million experience points? 10 gold coins? Is that fake? Let me kill them all. No one is allowed to steal my monsters. Lu Duoduo pupils instantly turned into gold coins. Chen Fan was also shocked. Is this a benefit for defending against Zerg? Secret Realm Mission 5. Zerg Attack. Resist the first attack of the Void Zerg. Completed. Reward. Primary Tower Blueprint, space diameter increased by 500 meters. The white fog retreated another 500 meters. The newly unlocked areas are all forest areas. It seems that Chen Fan birthplace was a small plain surrounded by dense forests. Seeing the white fog retreating, Lu Duoduo was stunned for a moment, and then immediately shouted, Rewards for defending the first wave? When will the second wave come? I can't wait. Chen Fan curled his lips. There is no second wave. The mission has been completed. He was thinking of finding an excuse to take everyone out. suddenly noticed that there was an extra line of words under the light screen at the task release place. Chen Fan ran over immediately. Release Secret Realm Task 6, Defense Tower Builder. Build 10 towers. Task Reward, Intermediate Tower Blueprint, increase the space diameter by 500 meters. Release Secret Realm Task 7, Zerg Attack. Resist the second attack of the Void Zerg. Attack time, 1 month later, the task can be started in advance at any time. Attacking Zerg Facehugger. Task Reward, Intermediate Tower Blueprint, increase the space diameter by 500 meters. Hey, can the task be like this? Oh, I see. The reason why the first attack of this mission is so simple is because there is no primary defense tower. The 1 month reserved for the second attack is for me to build a defense tower. It is really a tower defense game. But I have 5 generals now. I don't need any crappy primary defense tower. Do you want to start the mission in advance if you don't build a tower? The Zerg will destroy your home. Yes. Just kidding. How powerful the Facehugger will destroy my home. I have countless mechanical octopus monsters outside who can support me at any time. Although it is very expensive to hire it. Chen Fan ran back to the area he was defending. Get ready, the second wave of bugs is coming. Shi Yan was full of energy and spirit, no longer listless. Let them come. Mr. Shi's hellish feast is ready. Hee hee, Mr. Shi, aren't you in a hurry to go back and serve the living Buddha? Xu Jin joked with Shi Yan with a sly smile. Shi Yan's old face turned red. Who's in a hurry? Go away, don't stand next to me. You big guy, go back to your territory. Duh. The dense bouncing sound came from the white fog. It's coming! A black shadow, the size of a human face rushed to Shi Yan's face. So fast! Resist the fire ring? A wave of heat spread out with Shi Yan as the center, and directly burned all the face huggers that jumped out of the white fog into ashes. Shi Yan took 2 steps back, and directly threw a ranged skill of the magma swamp at the area in front of him. Isn't it said that fire magic is the fastest profession to kill monsters? Kill the giant black ant. Level 15, green. Get experience points * 20 million, gold coins x 20 huh. The reward has doubled again. It seems that I have a chance to break through to level 49 here. Don't touch the monsters in my territory. Otherwise, I will turn hostile. Shi Yan also said the same thing as Lu Duo. Compared to Shi Yan's ease, Chen Fan seemed a little less relaxed. His ocean breath could indeed kill a facehugger with 1 shot. But it jumped too fast. And his aim was not particularly good. At one time, several facehuggers actually broke through to his front. You forced me to do this. Annihilation shot. Chen Fan directly fired a row of small black holes, blocking the area where the facehuggers in his area could move forward. Large groups of facehuggers were sucked into the black holes. The bright silver spear in Chen Shui's hand flashed with cold light. And the spear shot out like a dragon. The bodies of the facehuggers piled up around her like a small mountain. The golden armored prince stood aside to sweep the formation. But it seemed that he had no chance to attack at all. Chapter 175. Storm is coming to Clay City. Mamaduo left more than a dozen alloy mechanical guards in his territory, while he was running around in the area of Taoyuan's secret realm that Chen Fan had unlocked, looking for something. This made Shi Yan and Qin Shujian on both sides of his area very happy. Mamaduo didn't care about these experience points and gold coins, but that didn't mean they didn't care. When they found an opportunity, they went to the area defended by Mamaduo to grab a wave of monsters. Roar! Qin Shujian used a Titan war cry to freeze all the face huggers that crossed the white fog, and then he stomped them to death like ants, receiving a huge amount of experience points and gold coins. The 2 of them snatched monsters without hiding from others, which made Lu Duo very jealous. The little girl rolled her eyes, and finally left her ocean singer Daichisi in her own area, and she also went to Momo Duo's territory to snatch monsters. Release Secret Realm Mission 7, Zerg Attack. The second attack of the Void Zerg has been resisted. Get reward. Intermediate Tower Blueprint, the space diameter increases by 500 meters. Release Secret Realm Mission 8, Zerg Attack. The third attack of the Void Zerg has been resisted. Attack time, 1 month later, the task can be started in advance at any time. Attacking Zerg, Needletail B. Task reward, Advanced Tower Blueprint, space diameter increased by 1,000 meters. Do you want to start the task in advance? If the tower is not built, the Zerg will destroy your home. Yes. Abreen Principality, the capital city of Clay. The Revolutionary Army Guidance Team officially moved into Clay City. Not only that, The strength of the guidance team is also enough to make people jealous. The average strength has reached the level of the first awakener. This news is naturally very good news for the officials and nobles in the upper echelons of Eubulion, who are pro-revolutionary army policies. But it is definitely very bad news for the St. Rhone embassy in the Principality of Eubulion and the conservatives. The king acquiesced to this matter, which is a very dangerous signal. In the east city of Clay City, in the underground black market, a team of dusty camel caravans have just arrived, and the rare treasures from the desert on the caravan are very coveted. But the caravan leader is said to be an awakened boss, and no one dares to have any crooked thoughts for the time being. In the tavern, a one-armed swordsman sat in a corner drinking strong liquor alone. Hey, have you read the latest newspaper of Baiwa News Agency? Prince Odru's daughter is not his biological daughter. The late princess actually gave him a huge hat when she was alive. I also heard that, rumor, Osley's real father is the second prince of our Clay City. It's incredible. What's so incredible? Isn't the relationship between nobles so chaotic? Yes. During this period, Baiwa newspaper reported all the explosive news between the nobles, including the explosive news that two princes cheated on each other. Do you think this was instructed by His Majesty the King? Otherwise, how could a mere newspaper dare to expose such news? The swordsman in the corner drank the wine in his glass, muttered to himself, has everyone already taken action? Then I will add fuel to the fire. Everyone, please help me spread the message outside. Say that in 3 days, the wandering swordsman Kuan Yu, there will be a ring defense battle in Clay City. If you want to win me, come and challenge me. The tavern was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Kuan Yu smiled and slowly left the tavern. Then, that's the one-armed sword demon, Wind Blade Kuan Yu. Kuan Yu is in our Clay City? There will also be a ring defense battle. Oh my god, this is explosive news. What day did he say he would hold the ring? I'm going to go to the arena to book a ticket now. I want to challenge him. I want to win the title of the world's best sword. You should save your energy. Right? If someone can't stop, then you will be killed by the sword energy you swing at will. That would be bad. Outside the city of Clay, by the Audrey's Lake, known as the most beautiful inland lake, Dora, wearing a pink gauze dress, lay leisurely on a lounge chair. The lake water is deep blue and clear, and the beach is neat and clean. Shilu, how many water mages have been invited? Are the gold coins I gave you enough? Can they impress those pigs who sit in the mage tower, and eat, and wait to die? Hurry up, if I don't serve the little princess well, I'd be upset. The young man in green clothes looked a little sad. I hate climbing that stinking wizard tower the most. A bunch of useless people with degenerated limbs are actually thinking about how to enjoy themselves. There is enough money. Lord Overlord. There are just a few wizard towers left to climb. Tomorrow we should be able to gather all the water wizards in Clay City. Tualuo smiled twice. You did a good job, Xiaolu. I met a very beautiful little girl when I returned to the plant spirit realm this time. She has fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. She is from a noble family. I introduce her to you when I get back. The green-clothed boy blushed, and then turned into a huge vine and burrowed into the sand and escaped. Fong Mingwei was walking on the central street of Donggang City, in a white wizard robe with blue stripes. Although the wizard robe was wide, it could not hide her proud figure and noble temperament. Donggang City is located on the border of the Black Gold Empire, and it is also a prosperous maritime trade gathering place, where all kinds of people live together, and the public security is very poor. It stands to reason that such an eye-catching beauty walking on the street would have been approached by someone who couldn't help but flirt with her. But Fong Mingwei didn't have one. It wasn't that the quality of the people in Donggang Town had improved. It was mainly because the alloy mechanical guard behind Fong Mingwei looked too powerful, and the giant metal dog that was over 7 meters long, all revealed that I was not easy to mess with. Fong Mingwei walked to the door of a grocery store with a noble step, and nodded to the scarred owner with a bad expression at the door. The dawn of Banpei City. The scarred owner suddenly widened his eyes, full of disbelief. Didn't they say that the deal has been cancelled? What do we fools want? Fong Mingwei felt relieved. It seems that she did not make a mistake. Salute to the great Lord Pastoka. The boss immediately bent over and led Fong Mingwei into the grocery store. A mechanical guard wearing rattan armor and a little boy with an indifferent expression also entered with him. They came to the spacious and well-ventilated basement of the grocery store. Beautiful lady, are you a trader from the Dwarf Mountains? Your arrival was too sudden. The instructions I received from my superiors were, the transaction is cancelled. Fong Mingwei sat on the rattan chair by herself. After walking for a long time, her feet hurt a little in her high heels. The transaction is a two-way deal. How can it be cancelled unilaterally? Prince Persimmon would never do such a thing. Did you mishear the instructions? The scarred boss hesitated. For a semi-hidden undercover like them, the information they received would indeed be miscommunicated. Is there a way to contact your superior? You will know after contacting him? Why? Are you worried that I will deceive you? It's just some arms and weapons, not illegal drugs. You don't have to be so scared. Right? Chapter 176 Arms Trade and Water God Plant Spirit Team. Some men can't stand being called timid by beautiful women. I go up and contact the line. Fong Mingwei raised her hand to stop him. It's so troublesome to go up and down. Let's talk here. Don't you think it's easier for the two of us to talk directly? Several vines coiled up from the scarred boss's feet. The man frowned, seemingly considering whether to resist. So we can contact here. Right? The excuse I gave you should be okay. Right? From your appearance? You are probably not a native of Nangang. Are you? Do you want to be a grocery store owner here for the rest of your life? The scarred man frowned. This woman is too scary. As if she can read minds, and seems to know her organization better than I do. In this case, I have exposed myself and my superior at the same time. And it is indeed very likely that I will be transferred back to my hometown to do logistics work. I will contact him now. And I hope your arrival is a lucky thing for me. Special instruments and equipment were activated. 10 minutes later, a virtual figure slowly emerged in the basement. Scar, has the auction in Nangang City been advanced? Huh? You are controlled? Damn it! Don't you know that doing this will kill you? Me and our family? Scar hurriedly explained. This woman gave the transaction code. I should bring her in. Everything I did was in accordance with the rules. The young man online showed a clear expression of doubt. Trading code? What trading code? Nangang City doesn't have any trading at all. Fong Mingwei spoke at the right time. It's a small arms business from the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom. I have a book with a clear record here. She was afraid that if she didn't tell him, the young man would suspect that Scar's memory had been tampered with. The young man was silent for a while, then spoke. We have given up the deal over there. The news we got is that the producer is dead. Who are you? What is your purpose? Fong Mingwei stood up gracefully. The person you traded with is indeed dead. I killed him. But what does this have to do with the deal? Or, you will keep your promise and only trade with that guy. And not do business with anyone else. Youth projection, this. Fong Mingwei continued. Compared to that guy's notorious identity, I think our identity, as a formal union, is more suitable for cooperation. Right? This is the goods list of our Shinjo union. Compared with the old frog that can only make simple things. Our goods are of higher quality and lower price. You can decide whether to trade or not. I have a few places to go. I hope you can act quickly, and don't call me when all the goods are sold out. Fong Mingwei, wearing a wizard robe, smiled at the two of them. Then turned around with a mechanical guard and walked towards the stairs. Just reached the stairs. Wait a minute. What do the blue marks on the list mean? Fong Mingwei didn't even turn around. It can be made, but it wasn't made this time. The young projection seemed to be defeated by Fong Mingwei's psychological warfare. So the unmarked ones are in stock? Then we can at least take half of this batch of goods. It's about the quality of the goods. Fong Mingwei turned around. You can pay half of the money first, and the rest can be paid after you receive the goods and inspect them. Young man projected, really? Fong Mingwei, of course. I really need someone who is blind to shirk his responsibility, so that the Shinjo Union can have a chance to show its strength. Even if it is Lord Pays Simon. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the grocery store, an alloy mechanical guard suddenly moved. It walked to Chi Feng, who was lying on the street, and took out a huge brown package from its hind legs. Then it walked into the basement of the grocery store. Fong Mingwei held the gold card of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce in her hand, and used magic to check the amount in it. Not a penny less. Happy cooperation. Mr. Orwell, if you have any other needs, please contact us as soon as possible when I leave Nangang City. Berths 10 to 30 in the North Port are all our ships. In the evening, at the North Port of Nangang City, a group of young men and women dressed in gorgeous and strange clothes appeared on the dock. Acting Captain Song Miamu took out a compass-like instrument. Green light flashed, and a green vine stretched out from the compass, slowly pointing to a huge platform warship. Found it. I said I would come to the port every day to try. Right? If I don't come today, Would it delay the plan? It's all Oh Chang's fault. You just eat and eat. You've been eating for 3 or 4 days, and you still can't eat enough. The little fat man Oh Chang looked aggrieved. Meow meow. How can you say that to me? It's not that I can't come by myself. Everyone said it, you can't just blame me for it. Song Meow Meow looked at the other teenagers for a while, and then retracted her gaze. She didn't blame others. Since we have found the target, let's go. We can't afford to delay the Lord's mission. Seeing that he was the only one being blamed, the little fat boy looked a little angry. The teenagers came to the beach, and then quickly approached the Poseidon with the help of different aquatic plant spirits. We approached the ship without saying hello. Isn't it a bit impolite? Hua Wuming frowned and asked Song Meow Meow. Song Meow Meow thought about it for a while, then shook her head. The master said that person will be our future superior. So we are family members. Why should we greet each other? Humph. I also think it's inappropriate. Oh Chang'e muttered dissatisfiedly. Stop. A green-haired female mermaid with a huge green fish tail suddenly jumped out of the sea and stood on the seawater. Oh Chang'e's eyes widened. This? Fish tail? Is this the mermaid in the main world? It's really beautiful. The other boys were also amazed by Haley jumping out of the sea. If it weren't for the scales covering Haley's chest, these passionate boys would probably have nosebleeds. Song Meow Meow used the roots under her feet to stand on the water. Who are you? Why are you stopping us? Haley pursed her lips and shook off the water droplets on her long green hair. This berth currently belongs to us. How come I am the one stopping you? I also want to ask you what you are doing in our rented berth. Heh, are they a group of underage thieves? Song Meow Meow's face flushed. Who are the thieves? You are talking nonsense. We are following the instructions to find our future superiors. Haley hugged her shoulders, and the huge green fish tail slapped the sea surface from time to time. According to whose instructions? Who is your future superior? Chapter 177 Improved Ultimate Defense Tower. Song Meow Meow frowned. She didn't understand what a berth was, and she didn't understand that such a large sea had an owner. Follow the guidance of the master. The future commander. I haven't seen him yet, but we can be sure that he is on that ship. Haley stared at the vegetated parts of the boys for a while. This is difficult. I have never heard of the master you are talking about, and you don't even know the person you are looking for, so how can I let you go? Although you are so weak. It seems that it doesn't matter if you let it go. The young men in the plant spirit world suddenly felt insulted. The swallowing elephant flower family never accepts insults. I want to challenge you. The pigtailed boy Hua Wuming roared. And at the same time, a brightly colored thorny coral quickly grew under his feet. Haley was obviously more interested. What abilities did these children use? Do they have a way to control the magical plants under the sea? The colorful light in Haley's eyes flowed. Hua Wuming, who had just made an attacking posture, suddenly went crazy and started fighting with the air. I am very interested in your method of controlling the plants on the seabed. If you are willing to tell me the method, I can take you to the deck of that ship. But whether you can stay or not depends on the captain of that ship. Song Meow Meow looked at the crazy Hua Wuming for a while without knowing what was going on. The method of controlling plants? This sea monster also wants to obtain plant spirits? Dream on, this is the special bloodline and ability unique to our human race in the plant spirit world. How can a sea monster learn it so easily? Yes. But I can't guarantee that you can learn it. Also, you can remove the magic. I promise that my companions will not attack you. Hua Wuming blew up all the thorny corals around him. Ha ha ha. You underestimated me. I won. Haley, who was standing on the sea, shrugged. You are so amazing. The braided boy looked at Haley, who had just spoken in disbelief. Why are you there? Aren't you? Song Meow Meow glared at Hua Wuming. Don't embarrass yourself. Follow me. In Taoyuan's Secret Realm. Release Secret Realm Mission 11, Zerg Attack. Resist 6 attacks from the Void Zerg. Attack time, within 6 months, can be started in advance at any time. Attacking Zerg, Centipede Tribe. Mission Reward, Space Diameter expanded by 2,000 meters, Advanced Lightning Tower Blueprint. Old Chun, have you finished reading it? The last wave of mantises is the last wave. Right? There can't be another wave. Right? Lu Duo shouted while standing in his own area. At this time, except for Chen Shui who could still stand with a gun, the rest of the people participating in the defense looked exhausted. Although the last wave of blade mantises were only level 29 Zerg monsters, their excellent speed and defense, coupled with their extremely large number, really made the 6 generals of Shinjo suffer. According to the rules, the next wave should be level 35 monsters. Qin Fan waved to everyone. Come here, the last wave was the last one. He couldn't handle the level 29 Zerg, so he didn't dare to rashly launch the level 35 Zerg attack. Duo, didn't you yell during the day that you would leave all the monsters to you? Why are you afraid of another wave of Zerg now? Lu Duo stopped trying to be brave. It won't work, the last wave almost killed me. I almost vomited after drinking that mana recovery potion. I won't be able to handle another wave. Sure, Yen looked tired but still stubborn. I feel I can do it, but the mana potion is really hard to drink. If the Blade Mantis just now hadn't had the mana potion shaken out by Qin Fan, it might have really asked Poseidon to take action. Qin Shujian rubbed his big wrist. I can't do it anymore. You have black holes and heroic spirits. I'm exhausted from punching and kicking. Qin Fan waved his hand. It's over. The Blade Mantis just now was the last wave. Thank you all for your hard work. I asked Sister Mingwe to buy a big meal in Nangang City to reward you tonight. Lu Duo glanced at the time. Isn't it already evening? Qin Fan nodded. Then the food is probably already on the table waiting for us to eat. You guys go back to eat first. I deal with the follow-up of the task here. It will be done in 10 or 8 minutes. The elders of Shinjo filed out of the Taoyuan secret realm. Qin Fan grabbed Mamoru, who was walking behind. Don't go. The other side of the door is our world. What are you going to do? Mamoru frowned, with a look of dissatisfaction. Compared to the great gains of others, it was just a friendly help this time, and it didn't make any money. Then boss, please send it back to the deck. I haven't eaten for a day. Qin Fan took out a few pieces of fresh fish from his backpack for it. After spending these days together, Qin Fan noticed that the goblins like to eat raw meat. You can just have a bite here. I see you have been wandering around in my space props for a long time. Did you find anything? Mamoru bit off a large mouthful of fish meat with his fangs and swallowed it whole. Well, I found the real treasure in your space. Qin Fan was surprised. Treasure? There is treasure in my space? Mamoru nodded affirmatively. Under the surface, I detected the existence of a large amount of rich magic ore. The magic content of that ore far exceeds any kind of magic metal ore. I even think that someone neatly arranged the magic ore that had been refined for more than half, and then buried it under the land here. I discovered this secret, so I should help you mine this vein. Boss. Qin Fan narrowed his eyes, and stared at the green Momo for a while. Let you mine my ore and most of it will disappear for no reason. Let's put this aside for now. Can you help me see what's going on with this blueprint? Qin Fan completed 6 Zerg invasion missions, and obtained a total of 6 blueprints. They are primary tower blueprints. Primary, intermediate and advanced. Lightning tower blueprint, elementary, intermediate and advanced. Mamoru reluctantly took the blueprint and glanced at it briefly. Isn't this just a simplified version of the wizard tower? The strength is determined by the magic materials and crystals in it. I understand. It turns out that you have to use these towers to complete all the tasks of guarding your homeland for so many rounds. But you don't know how to make towers, so you chose the simplest and crudest way. Qin Fan hadn't obtained the blueprint at that time, so he didn't know if he could make it. Is there a difference between knowing how to make this defense tower and not knowing how to make it? Can't you just learn how to make it by clicking? Qin Fan said as he picked up the advanced tower blueprint. Chapter 178 Kunlun Realm 9 Heavens. There really is no system prompt to remind me to study. So in Taoyuan Secret Realm, fields need people to plant, fish need people to feed, even defense towers need to understand the blueprints first, and then be built by people? So the purpose of the mission in Taoyuan Secret Realm is to let me develop more people here, and turn this place into a real city-state? That's too troublesome. A tower blueprint may only need some architects to get it done, but a city-state needs too many talents. Where can I find so many people? I'm not a human trafficker. Mamoru looked at Qin Fan, who had been silent for a long time. Can I use the power of the system to make it quickly? Qin Fan shook his head in disappointment. No, it seems that this thing needs to be made by manpower. Didn't you say that this thing is very simple? How about you let your robot help me make it? Mamoru didn't even think about it, and agreed very readily. Okay, I just need to make some more engineering robots to build enough towers to protect this territory. Qin Fan was surprised. So straightforward? I don't even need to provide the materials for the tower? Mamoru nodded generously. Aren't the materials right under your feet? To build another magic metal refinery, you just need to provide me with some more soul crystals. Boss. Oh my! So he was waiting for me here. If he agreed to help me build a defense tower, he could dig the magic metal mine in my Taoyuan's secret realm. But now that things have come to this, Chen Fan doesn't want to deal with such a troublesome matter by himself, so he could only agree to Mamoruo's plan. He gave half of the few soul crystals to Mamoruo. The next wave of Zerg will be at least level 35 commander level monsters. You better build a defense tower for me, don't be perfunctory. If you can't defend the Zerg, I tear your head off and kick it like a ball. Chen Fan, unwilling to give up, threatened Mamoruo fiercely. Mamoruo didn't care, seemed to have great confidence in himself. Don't worry, boss, remember to let the big guy move in my machinery factory later. How could a mere level 35 monster not be defended? Ignorant humans really underestimate the power of technology. An intelligent life that is not yet awakened is not even qualified to challenge a mechanical life of the same level. One day, I will let the world see what the power of technology is. Chen Fan lowered his head and looked at the big-headed goblin with a look of yearning and rapid breathing. Why are you so excited? What good thing did you think of? Mamoruo quickly restrained his emotions. There is a monster who can read minds around the boss. I must not be careless. Nothing. Nothing. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Chen Fan, who was awakened by his biological clock, felt hopeless. I'm almost 30 years old. I'm financially free. Why can't I sleep until I wake up naturally? The spatial fluctuation swept. Chen Fan disappeared in his room. Little Leviathan opened his ignorant eyes, searched around for Chen Fan but to no avail, stayed for a while, ran to the bathroom to run some water, and fell asleep on the big bed again. Kunlun Realm, Western Halkyan. Chen Fan appeared again on the barren black plain. Energy of the same attribute detected. Ocean breath is swallowing and advancing. Seeing this familiar system prompt, Chen Fan felt a little comforted. For now, this is the only substantial benefit he has gained since joining Pangu. Why didn't you come into my dream last night? A familiar cold voice sounded behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan turned around. Xiao Qian. You finally showed up. You weren't flying the plane this time. Were you? Li Xiaoqian shook her head. Not this time. Seeing that Li Xiaoqian had no intention of running away this time, Chen Fan quickly asked the question in his mind. Xiaoqian, is that so? I won't ask why you left without saying goodbye, because I know you don't want to tell me. But you have to tell me something about this game that can decide my life and property? Why did you invite me in? What is the meaning of me going to that world? What will my existence bring to you or the organization behind you? Li Xiaoqian said coldly. Why? You don't want to get the qualification to go to the main world. Aren't you doing well? Are you surrounded by sea monsters, plant spirit masters, and sexy workplace beauties? Chen Fan pursed his lips helplessly. You know a lot. You only talked about the benefits I got, and you didn't mention the several life and death crises I encountered. I am being hunted by the demonized Yamaki Ichiro in the real world. And I am wanted by the most powerful country in the continent, the Saint Roan Empire, in the Divine Grace Realm. Li Xiaoqian said 3 words calmly. You deserve it. Chen Fan was furious, pointing at Li Xiaoqian. You? Li Xiaoqian turned around, waved her hand, and opened a space door. Today I will only talk to you about the Pangu realm and the 3rd mission there. Don't ask about other things. And I won't answer you. This is the Western Halkyan of Kunlun Realm. The place you are in is called the Ruined Plains, which is a scene in the Western Halkyan. I have returned your official Pangu member privileges to you. You will no longer be forced to enter Kunlun Realm every morning. Chen Fan laughed and followed Li Xiaoqian out of the door. Thank you so much. Jingwei, Pangu member Chen Fan obtains Pangu official member privileges. Stepping out of the space door, the two came to a hall full of technology. The hall was filled with sofas and coffee tables. There was a huge virtual screen hanging on the wall, and the screen was densely packed with scenes showing idle states. At a glance, there were dozens of scenes roughly calculated. This is the central control room of Shifang Haotian. You can train your weaknesses here. If you don't know how to choose, you can ask Jingwei. Each scene is charged. Because the level is different, the amount of the charge is also different. You can use gold coins, RMB, or contribution points. Li Xiaoqian seemed to be fulfilling the responsibility of a leader. Chen Fan felt a little uncomfortable watching her official attitude. But because her explanation was indeed detailed and useful, he still listened carefully. There are 9 layers of heaven in Kunlun Realm, namely Central Juntian, Eastern Santian, Northeast Biantian, Northern Xiantian, Northwest Yutian, Western Halkyan, Southwest Jutian, Southwest Yantian, and Southeast Yantian. Among them, Central Jutian is the mastermind of Kunlun realm. We generally do not have the authority to enter. Eastern Songtian is the internal exchange of our Pengu members. You can go to Eastern Songtian if you need to buy or sell props. But if you sell, you will be charged a fee, Li Shaoqian said, using the space gate to take Chen Fan to the Eastern Songtian of Pengu realm. Chapter 179 Magical Cultural Output. Compared to the deserted Western Haotian, there are still many players who are still awake in the Eastern Songtian. Seeing Li Shaoqian coming in, the Pengu members nodded in greeting. Good morning, Captain Li. Captain Shaoqian got up really early. Chen Fan. Right. I've heard a lot about you. If Li Zhuai hadn't told him about his gossip, Chen Fan would have really thought he was famous. But the fact is, the name of a scumbag has spread all over the world. I really don't know how the gossip was made up. Li Shaoqian nodded slightly to the person who greeted her, and then said, There are 4 areas here, divided by the grades of green, blue, purple, and orange equipment. The higher grades are not open yet. Chen Fan was stunned. Orange props can also be traded? Aren't orange grades all classified as rules? Is Pengu so rich? Kunlun realm has 9 layers of heaven, namely Central Jutian, Eastern Songtian, Northeast Bintian, Northern Xiantian, Northwest Yutian, Western Haotian, Southwest Shutian, Southwest Yantian, Southeast Yangtian. Li Shaoqian had no intention of taking Chen Fan around here, and casually opened another space door. This is the Northeast change. There are usually few people here. This is used to strengthen equipment. The materials are refining stones, which also need to be purchased. Chen Fan was surprised. Strengthen equipment. There is such a good thing? What is the success rate? Li Shaoqian looked back at Chen Fan, and was silent for a while. Not bad. You are talking nonsense. This woman hesitated for a long time, and still chose to pit herself. The success rate is good? So it's so deserted here. After saying that, Li Shaoqian continued to lead Chen Fan to the next level of heaven. Control Center Central Jutian, Equipment Exchange Dongfan Songtian, Equipment Strengthening Room Dongbei Bintian, Task Receiving and Dispatching Beifang Xiantian. Responsible for equipment and props repair, making magic food and other free trade commercial streets Northwest Yutian. This place Li Shaoqian also emphasized that if you are not a formal member of Pengu, generally, you only have the right to enter and exit Northwest Yutian. The real trial field, Pengu's competition ground, Western Haotian. The particularly expensive paid storage room is the Southwest Yutian. The remaining 2 heavens, the Southern Yantian and the Southeast Yantian, are still under construction and are not open yet. The 9th heaven was built into a nearly perfect functional base by the person in charge of Pengu. Chen Fan said that he was amazed. Compared with the Kunlun realm, his fly-like Shinjo guild can only be called the Shinjo gang. Not only are there few people, but there are almost no functions that can be used to improve strength. This won't do. The talents that we have cultivated with great difficulty will be snatched away by a first-class union like Pengu. After completing the task this time, after building the base of Shinjo, I must seek some benefits for my members. Take out the mobile phone that Zhou Chonglin gave me. This time, the screen will not only have the interface of the Anon Heroes group, except for the 2 unopened ones in the 9 heavens, the rest have 1 interface each. That is to say, without physically entering Pengu, Chen Fan can also publish news and buy and sell equipment in Pengu Kunlun realm. Li Shaoqian, this phone cannot be used when entering the God Grace world. So if you want to enter the Pengu world, you can only operate it in our small world. Chen Fan nodded. I understand. Li Shaoqian glanced at Chen Fan and said, Tomorrow is the best time for you to come to Clay City. This opportunity is prepared for you by your new love, Ms. Tuo Luo. Can't you send messages in dreams? Talk to her about the specific plan yourself. I am only responsible for conveying this message to you. What the hell is this dreaming? It sounds so bad. My skill is called Dream Traveler. Li Shaoqian didn't care what it was called. When she finished saying that, she had already disappeared from the spot. So violent. Was Shaoqian menopause early? Chen Fan shrugged helplessly, stayed there for 2 seconds, then turned on the Pengu brand mobile phone, selected the Western Haotian and teleported over. He now had the authority to stay in Kunlun realm for a long time, and he had to upgrade the breath of the ocean before the mission began. He had a feeling that the time for ocean breath to advance was very close. The next day, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Fan came to the deck of Poseidon. This was the dock of Nangang City, with many ships and a bustling crowd on the shore. Chen Fan looked around, but did not find Fang Mingwei. Opening the attribute panel, Chen Fan sent a message to Fang Mingwei. Chen Fan, Sister Mingwei, where are you? Have you logged into the game? Chen Fan himself felt that he should accompany Fang Mingwei to deal with the arms business. After all, he might leave with the Poseidon again at night. He felt a little guilty for being a hands-off boss. Fang Mingwei quickly replied to the message. Fang Mingwei, in East Street. Duo and Ming are accompanying me to do business. Are you free? Chen Fan, yes. I am. Well, I may have something else to deal with. Chen Fan was about to say that he was free and would go find them immediately. But he caught a glimpse of something unusual on his deck from the corner of his eye. What's going on? Why are there more than a dozen truant teenagers on my deck? On one side of the deck, a group of young men and women in uniforms were lying on his deck and fell asleep. Looking at the color and style of the clothes, they really look a bit like school uniforms. Chen Fan took out the sound transmission conch. Haley! The green-haired beautiful mermaid rushed out of the sea. Please be gentle when talking to beautiful women, otherwise you are a steel straight man. Chen Fan was stunned. Where did you learn this? Haley shook her hair. The storage device that Duo gave me contains a lot of film and television works from your world. They are quite good. Chen Fan was speechless. What kind of cultural output is this? Played on the display screen that Mamoru installed for you? Will this not affect your people's cultivation? Haley waved her hand. I installed a small screen in my own room, so that everyone is not lazy. Good fellow, only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. Okay, tell me what's going on with these young people. How do you see your home? You didn't even know that so many people were sleeping on my deck? Haley glanced at the young men and women sleeping on the deck. I know, I brought them up here. They said that the Lord ordered them to find a future commander. I think the person they're looking for is probably you. So I let them in. After all, they are so weak, and they can't cause any trouble. Chen Fan used the identification technique on a fat boy among the young men. Evaluation: a very talented member of the Flower Fairy clan, whose strength far exceeds that of players of the same level. Chapter 180: A little bit of simple arms business. This is the trainee that Tuoluo said was going to train on my ship. Right? Chen Fan remembered the origins of this group of teenagers. Haley walked to a boy with pigtails with a charming step and kicked him. Get up. If you don't get up, I throw you back into the sea. Wall Wuming got up with a standard tactical roll and looked at the beautiful mermaid who kicked him up with caution. Chen Fan eyes lit up. Oh, not bad. Your fighting skills are excellent. Young men and women climbed up from the deck one after another, and then lined up in a fairly neat formation, led by a girl with long legs. Haley pointed at Chen Fan. Is he the person you are looking for? If not, I might throw you back into the sea. Wait a minute. Song Miaomiao tried to wake herself up as much as possible, and she took out the compass-like prop. The classmates behind her also kept their eyes on the compass. A green tentacle stretched out from the compass, slowly pointing to Chen Fan. Song Miaomiao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the target was found safely, and she finally didn't have to worry about taking responsibility. She put her hands on her chest, one in front of the other, and bowed slightly. The plant spirit realm, Song Miaomiao, the temporary captain of the Sea God Combat Team, and all the team members, salute to Commander Chen. All the young men saluted. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction, and they really didn't look like a group of greenhouse flowers. I'm not used to being called sir, you should just call me captain. But I still need to confirm first, you were sent to my fleet by Tuoluo. Right? Song Miaomiao looked a little complicated. It was Lord Jiuyu Tinglan who arranged for us to come here. Chen Fan had his hands behind his back. Why, aren't Tuoluo and Jiuyu Tinglan the same person? Song Miaomiao was helpless. Tuoluo is Lord's nickname before he became Lord. We can't call Lord that. So did she give her the bad name of Tora? Chen Fan nodded. It's good that it's the same person. Before you came, did she tell you what's going on here? Song Miaomiao shook her head. I don't know, Captain. Haley smiled softly. Don't know? That's interesting. Your lord didn't tell you that the Yonghan pirates were the pirates for which the Saint Rhone Empire offered a bounty of 100 million. All the teenagers showed horrified expressions. Wanted by the most powerful country in the main world. The Saint Rhone Empire? And a reward of 100 million gold coins. Chen Fan frowned and stared at Haley. Don't listen to her nonsense. Isn't it normal for a pirate group to be wanted? And our apparent identity is not a pirate group, but the Shinjo Chamber of Commerce. Chen Fan was afraid that Haley would scare away his new members, so he quickly comforted her. The little fat man Ochonha asked weakly. Then can I ask, what business does our Shinjo guild do? Chen Fan smiled. It's just a simple arms business. The young men and women looked at each other. This doesn't sound simple at all. Okay, well then, Captain, what is our mission today? Song Miaomia asked with a grim expression. What did the Lord do? Why did he arrange us in such a dangerous place? I don't want to be a wanted criminal and an arms dealer. Chen Fan raised his hand and pointed at Haley. Today, you can get familiar with the Union with her. Do you see that giant sailing ship? That's the number 3 ship of the Shinjo Union. From today on, it belongs to you. For the time being, Song Miaomia will be the captain of the 3rd ship. I don't know exactly what the mission is. Haley, when Fong Mingwei comes back, you can hand them over to her. Mingwei may be a little busy, and she may need some manpower. Ah, never mind. You may have to come with me. I sent her a private message. It was almost noon after the Poseidon team was placed on the 3rd ship. Chen Fan didn't have time to pretend to go to Fong Mingwei. He quickly took the magic gold chainmail that Tuo Luo had returned to him and returned to his cabin. And summoned No Head and Unhappy. Memory projection. Tuo Luo perfect figure appeared in front of Chen Fan bed. Dream Traveler. At the seaside, on the beach, under the parasol. Tuo Luo, with a graceful figure, was wearing a tulle, lying leisurely on a lounge chair. Under the umbrella, another lounge chair slowly emerged on the side of the lounge chair. Chen Fan lay beside Tuo Luo with a lustful look. After he knew that Tuo Luo would not kill him, he gradually became bolder. Why did you come at this time? You have been so affectionate with your ex-girlfriend for so long? Tuo Luo said after rolling his eyes at Chen Fan charmingly. Chen Fan enjoyed the breeze from the sea. I am so grateful that she didn't want to kill me, and she is still so affectionate. Are you deliberately mocking me? Tuo Luo showed a charming smile, and moved closer to Chen Fan. Tell me how you met before, and how you broke up. Don't worry, I am definitely not angry. Chen Fan mouth twitched. He had heard this from different women more than once. And every woman got angry in the end. It was just a simple encounter, and then separation, nothing to say, I promise. I didn't even hold her hand. Chen Fan gave the standard answer directly. Tuo Luo rolled his eyes at him again. Are all men in your world so good at lying? Chen Fan took Tuo Luo's waist. Let me put it this way, I am a rare sincere man in our world, 1 in a million. Tuo Luo shook off Chen Fan's mischievous hand. Do you think I will believe it? Where are you now? Have you arrived at the Nangang city of the Black Gold Empire? Chen Fan nodded. Yes, I also saw the Sea God team you sent here for training this morning. They are a group of very good young people. Why did you put them in my fleet for trial? Aren't you afraid that they will encounter danger? Tuo Luo stood up, walked barefoot on the beach, the breeze blew her pink gauze skirt, the picture was very beautiful. Everyone has to walk their own path. Even you and I. Won't we also encounter danger? You always have to go out to experience. If you are afraid of danger, you are not the younger generation I believe in. Clay City is about to be in chaos. Can you come tonight? Chen Fan walked to Tuo Luo. Sure. But the noise may be a little loud. Tuo Luo glanced at Chen Fan. After the sun sets tonight, teleport to the center of Audrey Lake. I have a way to cover up your arrival. Chen Fan was puzzled. What can you do? I went there, and there were more than just spatial fluctuations. Tuo Luo was very confident. No matter what kind of fluctuations you have, even if you fall from the sky, I can make others not notice you. Towards dusk, Fong Mingwei and Lu Duoduo returned to the deck of the Poseidon with a team of alloy mechanical guards. Chairman Chen, what is the matter that makes me rush back so quickly? I still have to find a contact person. Fong Mingwei's tone was a little complaining.